Konoha Year 48. Kikyo Mountain. Sand Village Military Outpost. Many anguished moans echoed through the outpost. Numerous sand ninja were receiving treatment from medical ninja. A major clash had just occurred, resulting in a large number of wounded sand ninja. The medical area was instantly overwhelmed. A chubby young ninja wearing a sand headband stood on tiptoe, clutching his wounded arm as he tried to peek over the crowd to see when the medics would reach him. Sōshin Ten'ichi glanced up and saw that many clan ninja were still waiting to be treated. Just sit and wait patiently. We're a long way from being seen yet. Luckily our wounds aren't serious. Sōshin Ten'ichi leaned against the side and stared blankly at the sky. He had originally been a working-class person from the 21st century, but a car accident had somehow thrown him into the ninja world. And he had been dropped into the sand village, the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. He had become a civilian genin. Now in the midst of the Third War, Ten'ichi felt certain he would not live to see the war's end. In this battle, relying on his seal-less sensing ability, he had pulled his friend Fujita Yuma out of danger several times, but a blast tag had still wounded them. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously hurt. Ten'ichi, I'm so afraid that one day I'll die on the battlefield. If I die, you have to bring my ashes back home. Fujita Yuma turned his head to look at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Yuma, you're overthinking. I don't think I'll survive this either. Ten'ichi had witnessed many terrifying clashes between legendary ninja jutsu. The devastation was such that he doubted he would even have an intact corpse. Sigh, if only we were clan ninja too. All the good resources go to those people. If they gave us some, we would definitely be stronger than them. Fujita Yuma sat beside Sōshin Ten'ichi, gazing enviously at the clan ninja, who received treatment, first a trace of discontent in his voice. Just as Sōshin Ten'ichi was about to share his thoughts, a strange electronic chime suddenly rang in his ear. At the same moment, Fujita Yuma said something and eagerly ran off. But Ten'ichi had no interest in his friend right now. Because his golden finger had arrived. Daily enhancement system successfully bound to host. Detected host located in the ninja world, auto-adjusting. Adjustment complete. Host chakra will increase by 10k per day. Holy! Sōshin Ten'ichi was so moved, he almost cried. Although he had no Sharingan, no Uzumaki bloodline, no sage body, and no secret techniques, he finally had a system. A system panel only he could see appeared before Sōshin Ten'ichi. Host Sōshin Ten'ichi. Chakra 10. 1k. Chakra nature wind, earth, lightning, fire, yang. Ninjutsu 3 basic techniques, wind, release, gale, palm. My constitution and spirit have both been strengthened. Sōshin Ten'ichi now realized that not only had his chakra increased, but his physical constitution had grown stronger, and his sensing ability had also been enhanced. However, realizing that chakra was composed of physical energy and spiritual energy, he understood that as his chakra grew, his body and spirit would naturally strengthen as well. In other words, given enough time, I could possess a sage body too. Even a Senja body wouldn't be a problem. As everyone knew, the sage body and the Senja body were 2 different things. Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes crinkled in a sly smile. Fortunately, he wasn't in Konoha. Otherwise, he'd have to watch out for that village's second Hokage, Shimura Danzo. The first Hokage scapegoat, Senju Tobarama. If you don't know who invented a forbidden jutsu, just blame it on the evil Senju Tobarama. His only regret was that he didn't currently know many jutsu. The only C-rank technique he had was one he had hastily learned from the Chunin squad leader before being deployed to the front lines. I need to find a way to learn more jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi decided he could use the Third Ninja War to earn enough merit to exchange for new techniques. As for defecting from the village, Ten'ichi had never even considered it. With a system on his side, why would he ever become a rogue ninja? Ten'ichi, I'm back. I brought something great. Fujita Yuma came running back, clutching something against his chest with a face full of joy. Sōshin Ten'ichi turned to look at him with curiosity. Look! Fujita Yuma glanced around cautiously, saw that no one was watching them, and carefully pulled the item from his jacket. The story of a female ninja going crazy over me. Sōshin Ten'ichi froze for a moment. In his mind flashed the image of Jiraiya's makeout paradise, but calculating the timeline, Jiraiya hadn't started writing yet. This thing is amazing. Uncle Yamada said this thing has amazing healing properties. Fujita Yuma was about to open the book. Sōshin Ten'ichi slapped his hand down on the book in an instant. Fujita Yuma looked up in confusion at Sōshin Ten'ichi, a puzzled expression on his face. Yuma, we're only 14. We can't handle this. Give it to me. I'll dispose of it properly later. With lightning speed, Sōshin Ten'ichi snatched the book from Fujita Yuma's hands and stuffed it inside his own jacket. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi noticed it was their turn for treatment, so he patted Fujita Yuma's shoulder and said, "Come on, it's our turn." With that, he jogged happily toward the medic. "Hey, aren't you going to let me look at it? I want to read it. That thing cost me 500 ryo. A flicker of pain crossed Fujita Yuma's face at the expense. Before he could say more, the medic's stern gaze fell upon them. "There are so many patients here. Keep it down." Yuma could only shut his mouth, planning to ask Ten'ichi for it back later. Sōshin Ten'ichi's wounds were not serious. The medic stitched the wound, applied some ointment, and bandaged it without even using any medical ninjutsu. Of course, had he been a clan ninja, they would have used medical ninjutsu directly. After all this, Sōshin Ten'ichi stood up and gave his seat to the next person. He checked on Fujita Yuma and saw his friend had been skipped by the clan ninja, so he gave Yuma a meaningful look and then left on his own. Not long after, he returned to his small squad's room. The rooms in the outpost had all been built by Earth-style ninja. Because his squad captain and one other teammate had died in battle, only Fujita Yuma and himself remained. Now alone in the room, Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled and took out the book from earlier to read critically. Mediocre. Truly mediocre. Until he finished the last page, Sōshin Ten'ichi slowly raised his eyes. Still a bit lacking. I wonder how Jiraiya's Makeout Paradise will compare. Sōshin Ten'ichi tossed the book aside and couldn't help but look forward to the day he could buy it and critique it too. When Tingtian Yojin returned, it was already evening. He also brought back bad news. Tianny, we have a mission. Tomorrow we have to patrol. I thought our squad captain died, we were injured, and we could rest for a day, but the mission came again, completely treating us like donkeys. Tingtian Yojin threw the mission scroll to Sōshin Tianny, then lay face down on his bed in despair. Sōshin Tianny frowned and opened the scroll, finding that they were assigned to a small area east of the camp. His expression also turned grim. The Konoha army is stationed to the east. Patrolling the east is extremely dangerous. It seems we'll have to keep doing this until our squad is replenished. Sōshin Tianny rolled up the mission scroll. Tingtian Yojin nodded dejectedly. He also knew the danger of the mission, but there was no choice. Don't be discouraged, I'm here. Although the mission is dangerous, the merits are high. A few more days plus what we already have we can exchange for a C-rank jutsu at the logistics. Sōshin Tianny patted Tingtian Yojin, encouraging him. Tianny, I think we should exchange for more explosive tags instead. Our chakra is limited, we can't use C-rank jutsu many times. Better to get explosive tags, that way our survival chances increase. Tingtian Yojin kindly reminded his friend. Sōshin Tianny smiled and said nothing. Chakra not enough. That was the old him. Let's rest. We have the mission tomorrow. Sōshin Tianny threw a book to Tingtian Yojin. The mission was dangerous. He couldn't guarantee he could protect his friend completely. Might as well let him enjoy it a bit. Of course it's definitely not, because he finished reading it. Tianny, you're so nice, want to read together? Tingtian Yojin beamed, holding the book in both hands, asking Sōshin Tianny. No, I don't read those. Sōshin Tianny said, and lay down to sleep fully clothed. Tingtian Yojin shook his head at the refusal, then grinned and opened the book. Why does it feel like this book has been read before? Tingtian Yojin scratched the back of his head. He remembered bringing back a brand new book. Sōshin Tianny silently tightened his blanket. The next day, Sōshin Tianny's chakra had increased by another 10 ka. Swish swish. Sōshin Tianny and Tingtian Yojin were leaping through the trees. Both were tense, their eyes scanning, constantly afraid of a shuriken flying from a corner. Sōshin Tianny also kept his sensing jutsu active. They couldn't afford to be careless. If ambushed, Sōshin Tianny would regret it deeply. Wait. Sōshin Tianny sensed something wrong, quickly signaled to Tingtian Yojin and crouched on a large tree. Tingtian Yojin immediately crouched beside Sōshin Tianny. Tianny, is someone there? He knew that his friend's sensing ability had greatly increased since coming to the battlefield, so, without a word, he took a kunai from his tool pouch. He involuntarily moved closer to Sōshin Tianny. Trouble, there are 4 figures hiding about a kilometer ahead. 3 have chakra around 1 ka, 1 has 2 ka. Beads of sweat appeared on Sōshin Tianny's forehead. Even though he now had 20 ka, he was no match for the enemy. Just like Naruto, just out of the academy, had over 200 ka, but was no match for Kakashi. Ka. Tingtian Yojin looked at him in confusion. A unit I made up myself, Sōshin Tianny explained. Tingtian Yojin suddenly understood. Though he didn't know what ka meant, he remembered it. There's a genin. Let's get out of here. Sōshin Tianny immediately leaped away, speeding through the trees toward the camp. Tingtian Yojin followed closely. Though chubby, he was slightly faster. This was why Tingtian Yojin could survive on the battlefield. In the distance, Konoha ninja. Captain, we've been waiting here so long, why haven't any sand ninja come to patrol? The Konoha ninja turned to look at the Jonin leader. A Konoha ninja carrying a ninja sword on his back said in confusion, have we been discovered? Impossible, I haven't detected anyone. The Hyuga ninja beside him gave him a white-eyed glare. The Jonin leader said, keep waiting, the sand ninja haven't come yet. They nodded and fell silent, hiding deeper in the trees. Meanwhile, Sōshin Tianny and Tingtian Yojin had already reached the camp gate. At that moment, a man wearing a Jonin flak jacket noticed them. He strode over. Sōshin Tianny, Tingtian Yojin, I remember your mission was to patrol outside. Why are you back now? Maji looked them over, his face stern. If they had deserted, he would execute them as a warning to all patrol squads. Sōshin Tianny sensed Maji's killing intent and raised his hand. Lord Maji, we discovered 4 Konoha ninja in our patrol area. 1 is a Jonin, the other 3 are likely elite Chunin or special Jonin. Maji's killing intent dissipated upon hearing this. He frowned and waved his hand, summoning 3 Jonin from the camp. Take us there. Sōshin Tianny nodded, then told Tingtian Yojin to stay at the camp. Ting Tian quickly handed him his only explosive tag. Be careful, Tianny. Ting Tian Yojin frowned. Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled and nodded, then quickly led Ma Ji and the others to the Konoha ninja's hiding spot. Soon they reached a point about a kilometer from the hidden Konoha ninja. Ma Ji and the others understood they had arrived when Sōshin Ten'ichi stopped. Lord Ma Ji, the 4 Konoha ninja are hiding over there. Sōshin Ten'ichi pointed in the direction. Ma Ji nodded, then led his men forward. Sōshin Ten'ichi had no intention of joining. He would watch from behind. Soon the sounds of battle came. Wind-style great breakthrough. Wind-style wind blade. One of the 4 Konoha ninja was caught by the wind-style jutsu before he could dodge. The others quickly scattered. The Konoha Jonin saw this, turned to his men, and made a retreat gesture. Can you escape? Ma Ji instantly appeared behind the Hyuga ninja, his kunai aimed at his back. 8 trigrams 16 palms. The Hyuga ninja was unflustered and quickly struck. Ma Ji, seeing this, burst chakra from his feet and somersaulted to dodge. The others also displayed their skills. Shuriken and kunai flew through the air, followed by a variety of ninjutsu. Damn it, if only I could use ninjutsu like this. Sōshin Ten'ichi crouched at the back, his eyes filled with envy. As the battle wore on, he noticed something wrong. The leaf ninjas were being pushed back by Baki's forces, gradually retreating toward his position. Fire-style flame bullet. The leaf ninja, carrying a ninja sword on his back, was the first to spot Sōshin Ten'ichi and immediately unleashed a fire-style jutsu. Damn it. Sōshin Ten'ichi began forming hand seals at once. Boar, tiger, hare, wind-style gale palm. He directly channeled 2 cards worth of chakra into the technique. The incoming fire style was blown away by the raging wind, and the leaf ninja was torn to shreds by the gale. Every tree behind him was shattered into splinters, and a 100-meter fan-shaped clearing of devastated wind-swept land formed in the blink of an eye. For a moment the scene fell silent. No one had expected a sand genin to unleash a C-rank technique like gale palm with such devastating power. Baki swallowed hard. Was this still gale palm? He quickly snapped back to his senses and began attacking the remaining leaf ninjas. A Hyuga ninja had his throat slit by Baki's kunai. The others immediately sprang into action. Holy crap, did I do all this? Sōshin Ten'ichi felt no fear after taking a life. Instead, he felt 3 parts shock and 7 parts pride. By then the battle was over, and all the leaf ninjas lay dead. Baki appeared beside Sōshin Ten'ichi in an instant. Kid, if I were an enemy, you'd already be dead right now. He looked at the boy with strange eyes, remembering that he had just used the C-rank wind-style gale palm. How could its power be this immense? Moreover, his chakra seemed far from depleted. He's a genius. My apologies, Lord Baki, I got too carried away. Sōshin Ten'ichi's heart was still racing. As Baki said, if he had been an enemy, he would already be a corpse. Once we're back at camp, follow me in training for a while. Baki could tell that Sōshin Ten'ichi had plenty of chakra, but no idea how to use it properly. So he decided to mentor him for a time so that Sunagakure could gain another strong fighter. The village had far too few top-tier combatants. Yes. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt a surge of excitement. After all, Baki was Raza's trusted subordinate. He would eventually become the teacher of Raza's 3 children. Did this mean he had indirectly latched onto the 4th Kazekage's coattails? In the meantime, the other 3 had already sealed the 3 leaf ninja corpses into scrolls. Let's go. Back to camp. Baki led everyone swiftly back to their base. Upon arrival, he said to Sōshin Ten'ichi, wait here for me for a moment. Then Baki left with the scrolls. Sōshin Ten'ichi leaned against a wall with a satisfied grin. Before long, Fujita Yuma came running over in a hurry. Ten'ichi, thank goodness you're safe. Fujita Yuma had rushed over the moment he heard Baki was back. Seeing that his best friend was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. Are you hurt? Fujita Yuma circled around Sōshin Ten'ichi, checking him over. Finding no new injuries besides yesterday's, the worry in his heart finally faded completely. Relax with your explosive tags on me, how could I possibly get hurt? Sōshin Ten'ichi joked, pulling Fujita Yuma's explosive tags and his own single tag out of his ninja pouch. He handed them to Fujita Yuma. He needed them more than he did. Ten'ichi, why are you giving me an extra one? Just take it. Let me tell you, you've got to stock up on explosive tags. Fujita Yuma refused to take Sōshin Ten'ichi's tag, carefully storing his own and putting it back into his ninja pouch. Watching his friend being so careful, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt a lump in his throat. A leaf genin, even a civilian one, could carry as many as 5 explosive tags. But Suna couldn't afford that. Each person was allotted only one. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought to himself, this is exactly why Sunagakure has always wanted to fight Konoha. They're just too poor. Take it. I still have more. Sōshin Ten'ichi told a kind lie. Really? Where did you get the extra one? Fujita Yuma looked at him suspiciously. The 2 of them even went to the bathroom together. If Sōshin Ten'ichi had an extra tag, he would definitely have known about it. I found 2 more on one of the leaf ninjas just now. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Fujita Yuma gave him a thumbs up, then gleefully tucked the explosive tag away. At the thought of now owning 2 explosive tags, 2 little whirlpools appeared on his chubby face. Sōshin Ten'ichi, come with me. Baki walked over and stood not far away looking at him. Sōshin Ten'ichi shot Fujita Yuma a glance, then quickly followed Baki away. Fujita Yuma left behind scratched the back of his head in confusion. Since when did Ten'ichi get so close to Lord Baki? Whatever time to head back and watch the kunoichi fawn over me. With a lecherous grin, Fujita Yuma went on his way. Meanwhile, Baki led Sōshin Ten'ichi to an open field. Baki took out 2 ninjutsu scrolls. These are your rewards. One is a B-rank wind-style jutsu, the other is C-rank. Both were originally supposed to be C-rank, but Baki had pulled some strings to give him a higher-tier technique. Sōshin Ten'ichi thanked him and took them with a grin, discovering they were wind-style Kamaitachi and wind-style Kamaitachi Great. He then stored them away. Alright, let's see just how strong you really are. As soon as Baki finished speaking, he hurled 3 kunai in a triangular formation towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. Substitution Jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi quickly formed hand seals and evaded the attack. Kid, show me your real skills, or you might just die. Baki's hands blurred through hand seals. Sōshin Ten'ichi followed suit immediately. Wind-style Gale Palm. X2, the two unleashed their techniques one after the other. This time Sōshin Ten'ichi once again poured 2 cards worth of chakra into the jutsu. Boom. Boom. The resulting tornado swept through Baki's technique with devastating force and surged straight toward him. Baki's face was twisted by the wind. He was lifted off the ground entirely, and at the critical moment, he activated the substitution jutsu. The log he left behind was reduced to splinters in an instant. This kid. Standing to the side, Baki stared at the 100-meter figure 8 clearing before him, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Although he had witnessed it once before, the shock was still overwhelming. After getting a sense of his ninjutsu ability, Baki closed the distance with the body flicker technique and exchanged blows with him. Alright, enough. I've got a good grasp of your strength now. You're not skilled at taijutsu or throwing weapons, but your ninjutsu and sensory abilities are solid. Baki believed Sōshin Ten'ichi was worth properly nurturing, so he glanced in a certain direction of the camp. Then he looked back. Alright, from now on come here after completing your missions each day, and I'll teach you taijutsu. Baki said, looking at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Seeing the hunger for ninjutsu in Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes, he added, once you've mastered the jutsu I just gave you, I'll give you new ones. Thank you, Lord Maki. Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes lit up upon hearing that he would learn new ninjutsu. Very well, next I shall teach you taijutsu. Lord Maki approached Sōshin Ten'ichi and began the instruction. Sōshin Ten'ichi studied with exceptional diligence. Your body movements are too stiff. Your techniques are too flamboyant. Taijutsu comes down to 3 words: fast, accurate, ruthless. 1 hour later, the instruction concluded, and Lord Maki dismissed Sōshin Ten'ichi, then made his way to the central chamber of the outpost. Kazekage Tower. That boy has considerable talent. Nurture him well, and our village will surely gain a powerful ally in time. A slow smile spread across Lord Maki's face. As a devoted member of the village, he felt genuine pleasure at the prospect of such a gifted youth. Rasha nodded and set down the investigation report on Sōshin Ten'ichi he had been reviewing. Every detail of the boy's life from childhood to the present was documented within. Indeed, Sōshin Ten'ichi himself might not know his own history so thoroughly. Rasha thought to himself that espionage could be ruled out. Noting that Sōshin Ten'ichi possessed both wind and earth nature transformations, he felt a stirring desire to take the boy as his personal disciple. Rasha had learned magnetic release from the 3rd Kazekage, whose version combined wind and earth chakra. Sōshin Ten'ichi's vast chakra reserves meant that once he mastered magnetic release, he would become a ninja capable of turning the tide of battle. Once this war ended, having such a disciple would ease the pressure from the village's ninja clans and elder council. Transfer this boy to the rear area. And his close friend as well. Rasha would not risk Sōshin Ten'ichi coming to harm during external patrols. Yes. Lord Maki nodded. Maki, notify everyone to update all codes to the latest versions immediately. The processing unit has learned from the Konoha ninja corpses you brought back that Konoha has sent investigators to examine our codes. Concerned that patrol squads might already be captured by Konoha ninja, he ordered the immediate code changes to avoid giving the enemy any opening. To prevent exploitation. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Lord Maki's expression grew grave as he departed to carry out the order. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to his quarters and barely stepped inside when he spotted Fujita Yujin bent over, swaying side to side, with an inappropriate grin crossing his face. Yujin, what are you up to? Sōshin Ten'ichi regarded his companion with obvious distaste. Ten'ichi, you're back? I was just reading a book. Fujita Yujin sheepishly hid the book and acted as though nothing was amiss. Ten'ichi, what did Lord Maki want from you? Fujita Yujin quickly changed the subject. Sōshin Ten'ichi puffed out his chest slightly. Lord Maki just taught me taijutsu and gave me 2 ninja technique scrolls. Fujita Yujin's mouth opened slightly in surprise as he stared at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Has Lord Maki taken you on as his disciple? Fujita Yujin instantly darted in front of Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi shook his head. No, but Lord Maki has asked me to receive his instruction every afternoon. Damn it. Fujita Yujin was nearly overcome with envy, but then he felt genuine happiness for his brother. Being noticed by someone of importance would significantly increase his chances of surviving on the battlefield. Don't worry, I'll look out for you in the future. Sōshin Ten'ichi patted Fujita Yujin on the shoulder, had a meal, then went to an open area where he took out the ninja technique scrolls and began studying them. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Sōshin Ten'ichi noticed his chakra had increased by another 10 units to 30, and as he and Fujita Yujin stepped out of their room, with a slight smile, a chunin suddenly appeared before them. Sōshin Ten'ichi, Fujita Yujin, you two are now responsible for patrolling this area. After handing the mission scroll to Sōshin Ten'ichi, the chunin went to inform the others. Opening the scroll, Sōshin Ten'ichi discovered their patrol area had been reassigned from the eastern district to the western sector. Fujita Yujin leaned in to look, and upon reading the scroll his eyes crinkled into happy slits. This is great. We've been moved to the western area. Let's go. Sōshin Ten'ichi was pleased as well, since no one wanted to undertake missions in dangerous areas. Upon arriving at their destination, the two began their patrol for the day. Despite being relocated to a safer eastern sector, neither Sōshin Ten'ichi nor his companion let their guard down. Neither of them could predict whether Konoha ninja might ambush them from any direction. After completing the day's duties without incident, Sōshin Ten'ichi made his way to the meeting point with Lord Maki. Soon after, Lord Maki arrived as well. Let's begin. Lord Maki stated flatly before commencing the taijutsu instruction. Over the following 2 days, Sōshin Ten'ichi absorbed Lord Maki's teachings as thoroughly as a sponge. Upon finishing the day's training, Lord Maki turned to depart, but Sōshin Ten'ichi approached him with his hands clasped, looking somewhat embarrassed. Lord Maki, regarding those ninja techniques you gave me earlier, I've mastered them. Sōshin Ten'ichi regarded Lord Maki with a warm smile. During this time, after completing patrols and receiving taijutsu instruction from Lord Maki, he had dedicated his free moments to practicing Win-style ninjutsu. Lord Maki observed the young man, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Having watched him closely of late, Lord Maki held considerable regard for this diligent youth. What ninjutsu do you wish to learn, eh? Lord Maki inquired. Fire-style ninjutsu and body flicker technique. Sōshin Ten'ichi replied eagerly. Since he had already mastered 2 wind-style techniques, adding fire-style ninjutsu would be essential. Fire amplified by wind would double its destructive power. The body flicker technique would provide him with a reliable escape method. Considering how much the Kazekage valued this youth, Lord Maki nodded. Very well, follow me. When Lord Maki agreed, Sōshin Ten'ichi joyfully followed him to logistics to collect a fire-style ninjutsu scroll. Fire release, great fireball technique. He thought to himself that it was unfortunate he wasn't in Konoha, where he might have the opportunity to learn the legendary Great Fireball. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned home in high spirits, carrying both the Great Fireball and Body Flicker scrolls. Meanwhile, Lord Maki went to see Rasha. Kazekage Tower. Sōshin Ten'ichi's taijutsu has reached the level of an elite chunin. His ninjutsu power rivals my own, but his combat experience remains lacking. He needs further refinement to unlock his full potential. At that point, even a standard jonin would stand no chance against him. His chakra reserves are extraordinary, placing him among the finest jonin, and they've multiplied several times over since I first encountered him. Lord Maki's words carried a hint of bitterness. This youth's chakra seemed to grow daily. Though his own power had surged rapidly at this age, nothing compared to the outrageous pace Sōshin Ten'ichi was achieving. Yet what brought him some comfort was that, currently relying solely on experience, he could still defeat Sōshin Ten'ichi in a one-on-one fight. Lacking in combat experience. Rasha stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding slowly. Send this boy to patrol the supply routes, and Maki, you oversee the operation yourself. With Konoha periodically attacking supply convoys, this would give Sōshin Ten'ichi valuable combat experience. Yes. Lord Maki nodded, and promptly began making arrangements. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to his quarters and tossed the body flicker scroll to Fujita Yujin, saying with a grin, body flicker technique. Fujita Yujin possessed exceptional speed aptitude, and Sōshin Ten'ichi wondered if he could cultivate him into a body flicker sursui. Ten'ichi, this isn't appropriate. Lord Maki gave this to you. If I learn it, I'll only cause you trouble. Fujita Yujin quickly declined, and despite his strong desire to learn it, he refused to burden his close friend. It's fine. Just learn it for now. Normally, don't reveal yourself. Sōshin Ten'ichi waved a hand. Over the past few days, he had realized that Baki's instruction was carried out on orders from the higher-ups. The current commander of the encampment was Raza the 4th Kazekage. The talent he had displayed was bound to catch this big shots. Sōshin Ten'ichi was not worried about trouble. Ten'ichi, I'm so moved. This is the new book I bought from Uncle Yamada recently, the tale of the Kunoichi Shaoshu. Fujita Yuma pulled the book from inside his robe. Sōshin Ten'ichi snatched it away without changing expression. Yuma, didn't I tell you to stop reading so many of these? I'll confiscate it for now. Once you've learned the body flicker technique, I'll return it. With that, he turned around to review. No, to study the Great Fireball. Fujita Yuma rolled his eyes. He could talk all he wanted, but his hands certainly moved fast. In a corner. Great Fireball, ordinary version. Great Fireball Extraordinary Version. Two figures were leaping through the forest. Tanny, what are the higher-ups thinking? Why did they make us switch patrol areas again? I'd just gotten familiar with the old one. Fujita Yuma followed behind Sōshin Ten'ichi, a trace of displeasure on his plump face. I don't know either. Sōshin Ten'ichi shook his head and silently kept his sensory ninjutsu active. Just then a series of explosions rang out not far away. The Sunagakure supply convoy had been attacked. Sōshin Ten'ichi stopped at once. Fujita Yuma appeared beside him in a flash. Tanny, should we run, or what? Send up the signal, then I'll go take a look. You wait here for reinforcements. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Fujita Yuma. After all these days of training, Sōshin Ten'ichi wanted to know how strong he actually was. The vast chakra in his body gave him confidence, but more importantly, Baki was following behind him. When he had activated his sensory ninjutsu moments ago, he had also detected Baki's chakra. Alright. Fujita Yuma knew that he was only fast, and that going along would only cause trouble for Sōshin Ten'ichi, so he nodded. Sōshin Ten'ichi raced toward the battle. Damn it, these Konoha ninja are here. Quick, send out a distress signal. Whoosh. As the distress signal shot into the sky, the Konoha squad leader immediately called to his men use ninjutsu to destroy the sand wagons. Their mission was to destroy the sand supplies. The sand ninja themselves were not their target. Fire release flame bullet. 6 voices. Wind release great breakthrough. 2 voices. Under the cover of the other Konoha ninja, 8 Konoha Chunin attacked the wagon convoy together. With wind release empowering it, the fire release's power multiplied enormously. Damn it. The sand ninja who were pinned down were frantic. The 3 sand Chunin protecting the supplies felt their scalps go numb. Knowing they couldn't hold their ground, they abandoned the supplies and fled to safety. Just as the flames were about to devour the wagon train, Sōshin Ten'ichi arrived. Wind release gale palm. He poured 2 Kakashi's worth of chakra into it. Like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves, it blew the flames back. Empowered by the raging wind, the fire's might multiplied. Of the 8 Konoha Chunin, only 4 escaped in time by using the substitution technique. The other 4 were swallowed by the flames. Cries of agony rose from the blaze, but their suffering soon ended. The gale palm tore them to pieces. Gone as well was the forest behind them. All that remained before his eyes was a stretch of scorched, cracked earth under the raging fire. How is this possible? That sand genin is so young. Where does he have so much chakra from? We have to kill that sand genin. If he's allowed to grow up, we're finished. The Konoha ninja had now fixed their eyes on Sōshin Ten'ichi. Supplies and the rest no longer mattered. Stamping out a sand genius was what mattered. The sand ninja present also noticed that the Konoha ninja had switched their target to the young man who had come to support them. Stop them. Everyone immediately fought back. But because of the shortage of manpower, one Konoha special jonin still broke through the line and charged toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. 3 shuriken flew from his hand, aimed straight at Sōshin Ten'ichi's face. Substitution technique. Sōshin Ten'ichi formed hand seals instantly. Clang. The 3 shuriken struck a log and sank deep into it. Seeing this from where he had dodged aside, Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't help raising an eyebrow. If those had hit him, wouldn't they have left 3 big holes? Fire release great fireball technique. Seeing his first attack missed, the Konoha special jonin directly used fire release. A 10-meter fireball erupted from his mouth and hurtled towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi showed no intention of retreating. My turn. Fire release giant fireball technique. As he poured in 2 Kakashi's worth of chakra, a fireball 100 meters wide formed. Everyone present was stunned. Even from 20 or 30 meters away, they could feel the terrifying heat radiating from the giant fireball. The Konoha special jonin's pupils shrank. Damn, was I the one using the great fireball, or was it him? Seeing his own fireball directly devoured by the other, he immediately used body flicker to dodge aside. But the flames still grazed his arm. The smell of roasted flesh filled the air. Cold sweat broke out on the Konoha special jonin's forehead. If he had been just a step slower, he would have been devoured by that fire. He studied Sōshin Ten'ichi and found that the other's expression had not changed at all, as if he were not the one who had just unleashed 2 ninjutsu. This guy has way too much chakra. He cannot be allowed to live. Even if I die, I'm taking him with me. The Konoha special jonin knew that once this kid was allowed to grow up, he would become a tremendous threat to Konoha. Today, for the sake of Konoha and the will of fire, he would take him down, even if it cost him his life. He drew the ninja sword from his back and rushed towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi formed hand seals at once, knowing that his taijutsu was no match for the enemies. He could only use ninjutsu to force the man back. Wind release great sickle weasel. Unlike Temari, who relied on an iron fan, Sōshin Ten'ichi directly used his vast chakra to summon a raging gale. One after another, wind blades formed and shot like lightning toward the sword-wielding Konoha special jonin. The Konoha special jonin used body flicker once more, but many wind blades still sliced into him. Thud, thud, blood sprayed everywhere. Another wound now appeared on his arm, so deep that the bone was visible. Gritting his teeth against the agony, the Konoha special jonin quickly closed in on Sōshin Ten'ichi. Konoha style flash slash. The corner of the Konoha special Jonin's mouth lifted slightly. This sand genin's head was his. So this was how wonderful killing a genius felt. But at that moment Wind released Windblade. Baki, who had been hidden in the shadows, made his move. The Windblade cut the Konoha special Jonin's ninja sword clean in two. However, the flying half of the blade carried away a chunk of flesh from Sōshin Ten'ichi's shoulder. Pain surged through him. Eyes red, teeth clenched, he slammed his palm at the Konoha special Jonin. Wind released Gale Palm. The Konoha special Jonin was sent flying by the blow. A basketball-sized hole had been punched through his chest. His eyes were full of regret. He had been so close. So close to trading himself for this sand genius. This time Sōshin Ten'ichi had not poured in 2 Kakashi's worth of chakra, because he had been too close to the man. Too much chakra would have injured Sōshin Ten'ichi as well. But the power had been enough to kill the Konoha special Jonin. Kid, are you alright? Baki came to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side. Seeing that the young man was not badly hurt, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Baki, I'm fine. I just lost a piece of flesh. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked down at his shoulder and could not help drawing a sharp breath. It hurt. So now you realize your shortcomings, don't you? Maki said as he observed their surroundings. You rest here for a bit. I'll go lend them a hand. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded in agreement. Maki quickly joined the battlefield. Sōshin Ten'ichi also kept his eyes on Maki, who with years of combat experience and seamless coordination with the other sand ninja swiftly eliminated the Konoha ninja leading this ambush. This made Sōshin Ten'ichi realize that there was still much he needed to learn. Even with an additional 10 units of chakra daily, if he failed to diligently study combat techniques, he feared he might end up like Netsuno. Maki observed him at this moment and noticed his serious contemplation, nodding in satisfaction. Let's go, we return to base first. Later go find the medical ninja to treat your wounds. Continue patrols tomorrow. Maki approached Sōshin Ten'ichi and spoke softly. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded, and soon Futata Yujin arrived as well. Ten'ichi, are your injuries not severe? Futata Yujin asked. A brilliant smile spread across Sōshin Ten'ichi's face as he slowly shook his head. The group then made their way back to the camp. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately sought out the medical ninja to treat his wounds. Thanks to Maki's instructions, he received priority treatment this time. This made several clan ninja quite displeased, their brows furrowed tightly, yet they watched Sōshin Ten'ichi with placid expressions. They had learned from their clan that the 4th Kazekage held this boy in high regard. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they dared not lay a hand on Sōshin Ten'ichi. The civilian ninja, on the other hand, looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with envy. Sōshin Ten'ichi took note of everything happening around him. Alright, I've stitched your wound and applied a healing technique. You should fully recover in due time. The medical ninja said with a warm smile to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Thank you. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded in gratitude. Afterward, Sōshin Ten'ichi went to an open area to practice ninjutsu. Following today's battle, he discovered that his application of ninjutsu still had many shortcomings. Having finished his report, Maki walked over and saw Sōshin Ten'ichi practicing ninjutsu with such dedication. A smile gradually spread across his lips. He eagerly anticipated the rise of this genius. Perhaps it would allow the sand ninja to change their current predicament. Soon after, Maki turned and departed. Until 10 o'clock at night, Sōshin Ten'ichi was still practicing, carefully controlling his chakra output each time to remain within normal limits. Raza stood atop a high vantage point watching Sōshin Ten'ichi continuously practice. Considering the boy had been training for 4 or 5 hours straight, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His age combined with his chakra reserves was truly astonishing. Everyone at the camp watched Sōshin Ten'ichi with joyful eyes, for they knew that as long as he continued to grow, the sand village would gain another powerhouse comparable to a Kage. Once this boy gains more combat experience, I'll teach him magnetic release. Raza thought to himself, glanced at Sōshin Ten'ichi, then turned to handle paperwork. After a while, Sōshin Ten'ichi finished his practice and returned to rest. Konoha camp. Lord Orochimaru, one of our teams that flanked to cut off the sand ninja supply lines, has failed to return. A Chunin reported to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's vertical slit pupils turned toward the reporting Chunin. The Chunin felt immense pressure as though a cold snake were staring directly at him. They've been completely annihilated. Inform the subsequent teams to conduct harassment raids. If possible, destroy the sand ninja supplies. Orochimaru altered his strategy. Yes. The Chunin finished speaking and fled the area as fast as he could. Hep. Orochimaru retracted his gaze. He then left behind a shadow clone while his true body headed toward a temporary base he had constructed underground. The base contained numerous preserved corpses. Heat flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he began his research. When the sun rose, Sōshin Ten'ichi and Futata Yujin started their new patrol. Sōshin Ten'ichi did not let his guard down simply because Maki was nearby. He knew that Maki would not intervene unless life itself was at stake. Moreover, he would never place his life in another's hands. Fortunately, it was an uneventful day. They encountered no Konoha ninja. After completing patrol duties, he trained alongside Maki. Following taijutsu practice, he moved to an open area to refine his ninjutsu. 3 days later. Today was a celebratory day, Sōshin Ten'ichi's chakra had reached 100 units. Wind release gale palm. Sōshin Ten'ichi slapped a Konoha Chunin to death with a single strike. Then pulling a kunai from his weapon pouch, he joined the fray. Through combat experience and Maki's guidance, he had now become a competent ninja. Sōshin Ten'ichi's body flashed forward, appearing before a Konoha genin. The kunai swept across his neck, blood gushed forth, and the genin's eyes dimmed instantly before he fell with a trace of unwillingness. Ten'ichi, I finished mine too. Why have most Konoha forces lately been genin squads, led by Chunin? Futade Yujin felt a pang of curiosity. Just 2 days ago a Jonin-led squad had attacked them, yet now they faced only Chunin. Perhaps a major battle is being prepared ahead, Sōshin Ten'ichi replied. But we must stay vigilant. It could be a ploy to lull us into complacency. There may be a squad lying in wait somewhere ready to strike when we're least prepared. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt it wasn't that simple. After all, there had been an incident where a Konoha Jonin escaped despite both Maki and himself teaming up. Their intelligence might already be sitting on Orochimaru's desk. But Ten'ichi, your strength keeps growing stronger. Now even Konoha Chunin can't withstand a few moves against you. Futade Yujin looked at his good friend with utter admiration. Though he didn't understand why his friend's power had surged so dramatically, he was genuinely overjoyed. Be careful. At that moment Sōshin Ten'ichi pulled Futade Yujin behind him, his kunai flashing. A snake's head dropped to the ground. Seeing the small snake he had slain, a terrible premonition instantly rose in his heart. Orochimaru. Yujin, we must flee. Sōshin Ten'ichi knew he currently stood no match against this man. Ninja art shadow snake hands. Several snakes suddenly flew from the darkness, their gaping maws bearing fangs that gleamed with poison. Fire release, great fireball. Sōshin Ten'ichi channeled 2 units of chakra and launched the technique toward where the snakes were incoming. A massive fireball 100 meters wide incinerated those snakes into nothingness. The trees ahead were charred completely black and the earth within a 100-meter radius cracked under the intense heat. At this moment Maki quickly arrived beside Sōshin Ten'ichi. Move. The enemy is Orochimaru. Maki never expected Orochimaru himself to appear here. I must ask all of you to stop. I have become quite interested in Ten'ichi-kun. Orochimaru stepped out from another direction, his gaze fixed on Sōshin Ten'ichi, filled with nothing but greed. Sōshin Ten'ichi shuddered. Being stared at so intensely by a man was truly disgusting. Although Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation was not yet perfected at this stage, he had already begun human experimentation. Orochimaru's gaze never left Sōshin Ten'ichi. According to the intelligence he had obtained, there was a genin among the Suna shinobi whose chakra growth rate was terrifyingly abnormal. This convinced him that the boy must have awakened some kind of Kekkai Genkai. He thus set aside time specifically to capture the boy and study him thoroughly. Baki stepped in front of Sōshin Ten'ichi, watching the other man warily. Orochimaru was a powerhouse who had long made a name for himself. Baki could not afford to be careless. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sōshin Ten'ichi's lips. He sensed someone with colossal chakra rushing toward them. Magnet release gold sand shuriken. Seeing this, Orochimaru used the body flicker technique to appear on a tall tree. He glanced at Sōshin Ten'ichi with a smile. Ten'ichi-kun, I will come back for you. He had sensed the massive chakra within Sōshin Ten'ichi's body. To possess such vast chakra at such a young age, he must have awakened a Kekkai Genkai. He had to obtain that body. The next moment he vanished. With Raza arriving, he did not think he could take Sōshin Ten'ichi away from deep within the Suna encampment. The moment Orochimaru was gone, Baki let out a relieved breath. Turning to look at Sōshin Ten'ichi, and seeing the boy's undisturbed expression, his eyes were filled with approval. Beside them, Fujita Yuma was so frightened he did not dare make a sound. Raza arrived at that moment. Baki, was that Orochimaru, just now? Raza looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi, and seeing that he was unharmed felt much more relieved. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Baki nodded. Raza's expression turned grave. What was Orochimaru plotting? Let's go. Raza led the others back to the encampment. Baki and Raza entered the war room, while Sōshin Ten'ichi, after parting with Fujita Yuma, went to an open area and continued practicing. He was still far too weak. The pressure Orochimaru had just brought to bear on him was enormous. Had Raza not arrived in time, he suspected he would already be lying on Orochimaru's dissection table. Inside the war room. Baki, are you saying Orochimaru came for that kid? Sōshin Ten'ichi. Raza raised an eyebrow. That seemed impossible. Lord Kazekage, unbelievable as it sounds, Orochimaru said it with his own mouth. A Konoha ninja escaped once before and may have already given Ten'ichi's information to Orochimaru. Baki was somewhat worried. Sōshin Ten'ichi had not yet grown strong, yet now Orochimaru had set his sights on him. Lord Kazekage, why not have Ten'ichi train here at the base for a while? Baki did not want Ten'ichi to come to harm. His talent was evident to all. No, let him go out on missions. This is an opportunity. Raza's eyes turned sharp. He would be the angler this time, using Sōshin Ten'ichi as bait to lure Orochimaru. Baki understood a trace of reluctance appearing on his face. But Lord Kazekage, wouldn't the risk be too great? A flicker of hesitation crossed Baki's face before he slowly spoke. Lord Kazekage, I could use the transformation jutsu to take Tiany's form, and before he could finish, Raza cut him off. The transformation jutsu would never fool Orochimaru. You needn't worry. I will protect that kid. After all, I still want to take him as my disciple, Raza said with full confidence. This. Very well. Seeing that Raza had spoken so decisively, Baki could only give up. Perhaps this was Lord Kazekage's test for Tiany. Pass it, and he would become the Kazekage's disciple. Or fail it, and he would become the sacrificial bait. Baki bowed to Raza and left the war room. He found Sōshin Ten'ichi, who was training. Tiany, I'll continue guiding your taijutsu. Baki adjusted his mindset and walked over to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi stopped practicing ninjutsu and nodded with a smile, though he felt Baki seemed a little off. Very well, Lord Baki. Sōshin Ten'ichi placed great importance on taijutsu. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Madara Uchiha alone relying on taijutsu had made the entire shinobi allied forces look utterly wretched. Lord Baki, here I come. Sōshin Ten'ichi charged forward. The two began to exchange blows. Feeling the force of Sōshin Ten'ichi's fists and kicks, Baki thought to himself, this kid's strength grows every day. What a fine seedling. I hope Ten'ichi can survive this safely. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi sensed something wrong with Baki and thought there's a problem. At night, Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to his quarters and sat on the edge of the bed pondering Baki's behavior during the day. Suddenly, it seemed he understood. Raza would most likely use him to set a trap for Orochimaru. Sōshin Ten'ichi hurriedly turned to Fujita Yuma, who was reading, and asked with a serious expression, Yuma, have you mastered the body flicker technique? Fujita Yuma saw Tiany's grave expression and knew that something major was about to happen. He tucked the books he had collected into his robe and quickly nodded. Don't worry, Tiany. I've already mastered the body flicker technique. Good. From now on, we must be extremely careful while on patrol. Sōshin Ten'ichi could not help feeling tense. The one he would have to face was Orochimaru, one of the three Sannin. His palms were even starting to sweat. A Kage-level powerhouse. Okay. Fujita Yuma was very curious about what had happened, but since Tiany did not tell him on his own, he did not ask. Whatever Tiany told him to do, he would do it. At the Konoha camp, Orochimaru, having just finished his research, walked out of his underground laboratory. He looked toward the Sunagakure encampment. Tiany-kun. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the next day arrived. Sōshin Ten'ichi and Fujita Yuma began a new day of patrol. Tiany kept his sensory ninjutsu active at all times, nervously watching his surroundings. He was terrified that a snake might leap out from somewhere. Fujita Yuma was no fool. Seeing Tiany like this, and thinking back to the Konoha Orochimaru they had encountered before, he pieced it together. He therefore asked in a weak voice, Tiany, has Orochimaru of Konoha taken an interest in you? Sōshin Ten'ichi had not expected that Fujita Yuma, who loved reading lewd books, could actually think this far. He nodded. Fujita Yuma's face went pale. Then with a quavering voice, he said, Tiany, the moment you spot Orochimaru, jump onto me. I'm fast. I'll carry you on my back and run. Huh. Sōshin Ten'ichi laughed happily and patted Fujita Yuma on the shoulder. Good brother, when the time comes, my life will be in your hands. The two immediately began their patrol. Their cautious demeanor caused Raza, who had been observing them, to curl his lips into a faint smile. They are quite clever. A day passed during the patrol. When the two returned to their camp, the taut string of tension in their hearts finally relaxed. Thank heavens nothing happened today, Fujita Yuma said with relief. Indeed. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt that this sensation was truly unbearable. Knowing that a venomous snake was watching from the shadows, yet being utterly powerless against it. Damn it. When I get the chance, I'll dig a pair of Sharingan from Konoha and give Orochimaru a daily dose of Mangekyo Jinjutsu. Tiany, I'll head back first. I need to read some books to calm my heart, which has been racing all day. Fujita Yuma wore a lecherous expression. Sōshin Ten'ichi waved his hand and reminded him, Yuma, don't forget your training. Fujita Yuma, already far away, replied without turning back, don't worry, I won't fool around with my own life. Sōshin Ten'ichi also turned and went for training. Baki was already waiting for him at the usual spot. Lord Baki, I'm here. Sōshin Ten'ichi dashed over quickly. Good, let's begin. And so Sōshin Ten'ichi once again started the daily routine of getting beaten up. Many Suna shinobi were watching from a distance. Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength grows every day. How enviable. After all, he's in his growth period, it's only natural. Soon our village will gain another powerful shinobi. Smiles inevitably appeared on everyone's faces. Then they all withdrew their gazes. Over the following 5 days, Sōshin Ten'ichi and Fujita Yuma patrolled anxiously. Tiany, do you think Orochimaru won't come? Fujita Yuma looked around. He thought Orochimaru of Konoha probably wouldn't come. After all, he was the commander on the Konoha side, so why would he target Tiany, a mere Suna genin? Maybe. No. Sōshin Ten'ichi sensed a huge surge of chakra. Orochimaru. He immediately shot a glance at Fujita Yuma, who understood that Orochimaru had arrived. Sōshin Ten'ichi and Fujita Yuma swiftly retreated, intending to flee back to camp. Fujita Yuma prepared to fire a signal flare, but before it could rise into the sky, it was intercepted by a flying snake. Tiany-kun, long time no see. Your chakra has grown. I'm more and more interested in you. Orochimaru appeared atop a large tree, his eyes gleaming. Damn it. Fire release, great fireball. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately formed hand seals, spewing a torrent of flames from his mouth. A massive fireball 100 meters across hurtled toward Orochimaru. Facing such a colossal fireball, Orochimaru swiftly evaded. He wouldn't be foolish enough to take it head-on. Ninja art multiple hidden snake hands. Orochimaru raised both hands and countless pythons surged from his sleeves. Seeing the dense mass of snakes approaching, Sōshin Ten'ichi's hair stood on end. How disgusting. Wind release gale palm. Sōshin Ten'ichi channeled a large amount of chakra and struck out with his palm. In an instant, the pythons were sliced into countless bloody chunks by the gale. Witnessing this, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licked his lips, and retracted it. He mused, what exactly is this brat's bloodline limit? Why doesn't he ever use his ability? He was dying to know. Just as he formed hand seals ready to force Sōshin Ten'ichi to reveal his true power, Raza arrived. Magnet release golden sand shuriken. Orochimaru's face darkened. Damn that Raza. He knew that with Raza here, capturing Ten'ichi was impossible. But he couldn't bear to leave empty-handed. His intuition told him this was his last chance. At the very least, I must learn what Ten'ich-kun's ability is. Ninja art, great viper snake array. Orochimaru's mouth opened to an absurd degree, as large as a jar, and a torrent of pythons spewed forth. In an instant, the entire area was filled with snakes, layer upon layer. This is too disgusting. How did he come up with such a vile jutsu? Sōshin Ten'ichi shuddered at the sight of the overwhelming snakes. Orochimaru then curled his lips into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Ten'ich-kun, now you'll have to show your true strength. He then transformed into a white serpent and swiftly slithered away. Orochimaru, don't think you can escape. Raza led a group of jonin in hot pursuit. As for Sōshin Ten'ichi, Raza believed he could handle the snakes on his own. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be worthy of being his disciple. Baki, following in the pursuit, cast a sidelong glance at Sōshin Ten'ichi. He knew that Sōshin Ten'ichi had more than enough strength to deal with the snakes. So he confidently followed Raza to chase Orochimaru. Oh no, Ten'ichi. The Kazekage-sama has left. What are we going to do? Fujita Yuma came to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side. All the snakes were now converging on them. There was no way to flee. Don't worry, I'm here. Sōshin Ten'ichi began forming hand seals. Wind release, great sickle weasel. He used his chakra to create countless wind blades which tore through flesh and blood wherever they struck. Soon a path cleared of snakes emerged. Let's go. Damn. But before a single breath passed, the path was once again swarming with snakes. Let's see who has more. Your snakes or my chakra? Wind release, great sickle weasel. Sōshin Ten'ichi continuously churned out wind blades with his chakra. Fujita Yuma stood beside him, kunai in hand, dispatching the few pythons that managed to get close. Under the barrage of Sōshin Ten'ichi's jutsu, all the snakes Orochimaru had spewed were reduced to minced meat. In a corner, a small white serpent turned and slithered away. Ten'ichi, are you alright? Fujita Yuma looked at his friend with concern and a hint of admiration. If it had been him, his chakra would have run dry long ago. Don't worry, I'm fine. Sōshin Ten'ichi waved his hand. This was nothing. He hadn't even used half his chakra. Let's continue the mission now. But we still need to be careful. Who knows what Orochimaru might have left behind? Sōshin Ten'ichi warned. Orochimaru had too many tricks. Ten'ichi wouldn't underestimate him. Kazekage-sama, Orochimaru got away. Baki's face was grim. That Orochimaru was too hard to chase. He probably had the best escape skills in the entire ninja world. What a pity. A trace of regret flickered in Raza's eyes. If they could have eliminated Orochimaru, they might have taken Kikyo Mountain. Let's go back. By the way, Baki, go and bring Sōshin Ten'ichi to me. Raza had decided to take Sōshin Ten'ichi as his disciple. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Baki felt happy for Sōshin Ten'ichi. The group quickly returned to camp. Back at the camp, Orochimaru's expression was particularly grim. The little white serpent in his hand had just informed him of how Sōshin Ten'ichi had cleared out all the giant pythons. Ten'ichi-kun, could you be a member of the Uzumaki clan? But your hair isn't red either. Orochimaru was perplexed. By evening, Sōshin Ten'ichi and Fujita Yuma had completed their mission and returned to camp. Baki approached Sōshin Ten'ichi with a smile on his face. Ten'ichi, come with me. The Kazekage-sama wants to see you. A grin lingered on Baki's face. Sōshin Ten'ichi was momentarily stunned, then nodded. He followed Baki to the war room. Raza had just finished assigning tasks and looked up at Sōshin Ten'ichi. You're called Sōshin Ten'ichi, right? Can you explain to me why your strength has increased so dramatically recently? Raza was also wondering whether Sōshin Ten'ichi had awakened some kind of Kekkai Gunkai, as there was no other way to explain his chakra surging so greatly every day. He fixed his gaze on Sōshin Ten'ichi. Kazekage-sama, I don't know why either. I just feel that my body grows stronger day by day. Sōshin Ten'ichi played dumb and scratched the back of his head, looking as if he didn't understand either. Have you not noticed any new abilities appearing in yourself? Raza asked once more. Sōshin Ten'ichi shook his head. This struck both Raza and Baki as somewhat strange. Very well. If anything changes with your body later, be sure to tell Baki immediately. Raza suspected that Sōshin Ten'ichi's Kekei Jinkai had not yet truly awakened. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Raza's expression turned solemn, his gaze burning as he scrutinized Sōshin Ten'ichi. Slowly he said, I intend to take you as my disciple. Hearing this, excitement appeared on Sōshin Ten'ichi's face. With Raza backing him, he could safely develop for a while, and perhaps even learn Raza's magnet release. Master. Sōshin Ten'ichi's voice carried an indescribable joy. From now on you won't need to go out on missions. You'll train by my side. Don't slack off. Soon we will launch an assault on Kikyo Mountain, and when that time comes you'd better not die. Raza would never allow his disciple to hide in the rear. As his disciple, he should charge into battle alongside him, and contribute to the village hidden in the sand. Looking at Raza, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt that he might have gotten the short end of the deal. Raza took out a scroll, one containing materials on magnet release. Starting today you will study this here. He would not hand over the complete magnet release to Sōshin Ten'ichi now. He tossed the scroll to him. Yes, master. Sōshin Ten'ichi caught it, opened it slightly, and saw that it was related to magnet release. The corners of his mouth nearly split into a grin. Raza waved his hand, telling him to go study in the corner and not disturb him. At that moment Baki gave Ten'ichi an encouraging look, then bid Raza farewell and left the war room. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi went to the side, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began studying the scroll seriously. As many ninja came to Raza to report their missions, news soon spread throughout camp that the Kazekage had accepted a disciple. Is it that guy named Sōshin Ten'ichi? That's right, it's him. That kid has real talent. Looks like our village will gain another powerful figure in the future. I wonder if Sōshin Ten'ichi can learn the Kazekage-sama's magnet release. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the village producing another magnet release user. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi's close friend Fujita Yuma also learned of the news. I knew Ten'ichi was no ordinary person. A wide smile spread across Fujita Yuma's face. He was the sworn brother of the Kazekage's disciple. Ten'ichi has already found his path. I can't afford to lose either. I will become the greatest writer in the village hidden in the sand. Clutching a book he had just bought from Uncle Yamada, Fujita Yuma steeled his resolve. Then beaming, he sat on his bed and started flipping through it, bursts of laughter occasionally escaping him. The news of the Kazekage accepting a disciple reached Orochimaru's ears through a Konoha spy lurking in the camp. Ten'ichi-kun, is that you? A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips. He was now eagerly anticipating his next encounter with Sōshin Ten'ichi. At night, Raza finally finished his work. He suddenly remembered that he had taken on a cheap disciple, so he turned to look and found Sōshin Ten'ichi clutching his hair with both hands, face full of distress as he stared at the scroll he had given him. This is way too hard. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at the words on the scroll. He recognized each character individually, but when they were put together they might as well have been a heavenly book. Raza walked over slowly. What don't you understand? Ask me now and I'll explain. Looking at Sōshin Ten'ichi, Raza felt immensely pleased. When he first encountered magnet release back in the day, he had been exactly the same. Completely baffled. Master, this. And this. Sōshin Ten'ichi picked up the scroll and began asking about everything that puzzled him. You do this. Then that. And finally this, and it's done. Raza patiently explained to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Every now and then he even demonstrated it himself. Sōshin Ten'ichi gained a great deal in a short time. When the lesson ended, Sōshin Ten'ichi went back to rest feeling thoroughly delighted. Over the next 4 days, Sōshin Ten'ichi kept studying the contents of the scroll. Meanwhile, his chakra broke through 200 cards, reaching the level Naruto had at the time of his graduation from the Ninja Academy. What a headache. This magnet release is way too hard. Sōshin Ten'ichi stepped out of the war room for some fresh air, rubbing his forehead as he looked up at the sky. What a pain. Whooshed. A distress signal rose into the distance. Raza walked out of the war room, saw it, and turned to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Let's go. A mass of gold dust appeared, and Raza stepped onto it. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi hastily jumped on as well. Together they flew toward the source of the signal. Sōshin Ten'ichi's heart pounded wildly. This was his first time flying. Be careful. Don't get yourself killed. Raza said coldly. Yes, master. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Boom. The two reached the battle zone. Below, Konoha Ninja and Sand Ninja were already locked in chaotic combat. Raza descended, gave Sōshin Ten'ichi a look, and Sōshin Ten'ichi leaped down immediately. The Kazekage-sama is here. These Konoha Ninja won't be getting away. Brothers slaughter every last Konoha Ninja. Seeing Raza arrive, the Sand Ninja's morale surged. The Konoha Ninja, however, wore grim expressions upon seeing Raza. Yet they did not retreat because they had one of the legendary Sannin on their side, Orochimaru. Raza's objective was clear. He flew straight toward Orochimaru to engage him. Both were tremendously powerful and instinctively moved away from the main battlefield, knowing that if they truly unleashed their strength there, their own allies would suffer massive casualties. Once Raza was far away, the Konoha Ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Against the Sand Ninja, they felt no panic. Shuriken and kunai with explosive tags flew back and forth across the battlefield. Ninjutsu filled the air as well. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi also leaped down. Fire release, great fireball. Ten'ichi poured 2 cards worth of chakra into the technique, and from his mouth erupted a massive fireball 100 meters in diameter. The other sand ninja were overjoyed at the sight and shouted, "That's the Kazekage-sama's disciple Sōshin Ten'ichi." Everyone used wind release. All of them unleashed the wind release techniques they specialized in. Wind release Gale Palm, X7, wind release Great Sickle Weasel, X5. Empowered by the wind release, the already 100-meter wide fireball expanded into a blazing inferno spanning hundreds of meters, sweeping toward the Konoha ninja like a wall of flame. Damn it. Everyone used water release together. Sweat appeared on the Konoha ninjas' foreheads. Those who could use water release immediately leaped to the front and formed hand seals to unleash their water release jutsu. Water release Water Formation Wall, X16. The collision of water and fire instantly generated a vast amount of steam. Soon the steam shrouded everyone entirely. They could not see a hand in front of their faces. Sōshin Ten'ichi kept pouring in chakra, and in the end the flames triumphed over their eternal rival, water. Many Konoha ninja were swallowed by the scorching flames, letting out a single wail before losing their lives. The remaining Konoha ninja were not doing well either. The scalding steam made their lungs feel agonizing. At the same time, Sōshin Ten'ichi and his comrades were also struggling. Using a sensory jutsu, Sōshin Ten'ichi quickly located the Konoha ninja's position. Without saying a word, he used the body flicker technique to appear atop a large tree. Wind release, Great Sickle Weasel. Sōshin Ten'ichi mobilized nearly 10 cards worth of chakra, forming countless wind blades that surged straight toward the Konoha ninja. A man-made tornado formed at the same moment, blowing away the mist that had permeated the entire battlefield. When the mist dispersed, the Suna shinobi found many Konoha ninja lying in pools of blood. Their bodies were covered with wounds from wind blades. Meanwhile, other Konoha shinobi were gasping for breath nearby, their bodies bearing varying degrees of wounds. Before them stood an earthen wall formed by the earth release, earth rampart. However, they had already been shattered and toppled by the wind blades. Damn, that Suna shinobi's jutsu is terrifying. An ordinary chunin wouldn't have the slightest chance. He can't possibly unleash that a second time, right? The surviving Konoha shinobi were all elite chunin and jonin. They watched Sōshin Ten'ichi with wary eyes, ready to flee at the slightest move from him. The Suna shinobi also looked at him with concern. "Ten'ichi-kun, are you all right?" They wondered whether using such a large-scale jutsu would place any burden on Sōshin Ten'ichi's body. Sōshin Ten'ichi simply shook his head, looking relaxed. "Everyone rest assured, I'm fine." At this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him with envy. With that amount of chakra, all of them combined couldn't compare. Truly, geniuses are different. Sōshin Ten'ichi then turned his gaze toward the Konoha shinobi. Although the surviving Konoha shinobi were all wounded, they clearly still had the strength to fight. He had used chakra equivalent to 10 Kakashi, yet could only clear out small fry. His brow involuntarily twitched. Indeed, there is still so much for me to learn. Right now I am practically a baby holding a machine gun. Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't help but smile wryly. His inner desire to master magnet release grew even more urgent. Boom. Just then smoke dispersed in the distance, and a giant purple serpent emerged. Manda. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Manda with envy. A powerful summoning beast was indeed a formidable combat asset. Unfortunately, Sunagakure had no powerful summoning beast. But if he insisted, there seemed to be one. That was the one-tailed Shikaku. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought to himself, once I grow strong, I will definitely form a contract with Shikaku. Magnet release golden sand waves. Vast amounts of golden sand surged toward Orochimaru and Manda. Even Sōshin Ten'ichi's side was affected. Fall back. The Suna shinobi retreated from the area one after another. This was no place for them to stay. If they weren't careful, they would be caught in the crossfire between Orochimaru and Raza's jutsu. At best severe injury, at worst death. Sōshin Ten'ichi and the others observed from a distant tree. A battle between two Kaga-level masters was a rare sight. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched Raza with undivided attention, hoping to gain some understanding of magnet release. The battle had barely begun when Baki arrived with supporting Suna shinobi. Orochimaru noticed them at that moment. Now is not the time for a full-scale battle with Suna. With limited forces at Kikyo Mountain, there was no need to confront them head-on. Retreat. Orochimaru gave the Konoha shinobi a signal to leave first. They cast unwilling glances toward Sōshin Ten'ichi's side, then quickly withdrew. Manda, I'll trouble you to cover our retreat later. Orochimaru licked his lips involuntarily. Orochimaru, prepare 500 sacrifices for me afterward. Manda looked at the kid playing with golden sand and found him troublesome. His golden sand was too heavy. Orochimaru turned into a white snake and left. Damn it. Raza watched Orochimaru depart into the distance and sighed inwardly. He couldn't be bothered to chase after him now. That man was nothing but a slippery snake, impossible to catch. Still, if I can cripple Orochimaru's summoning beast here, that wouldn't be bad. Magnet release golden sand. Raza controlled a large amount of gold dust and lunged at Manda. This technique of his could suppress the one-tailed Shikaku. Dealing with Manda was completely effortless. Damn, time to get out of here. Manda shot Raza a wary glance, sensing that if he didn't flee, he would certainly meet his end here. Without a word, he immediately released the summoning and fled back to Ryuchi Cave. As for Orochimaru's talk about covering the rear, dream on. Orochimaru was already accustomed to Manda's escape, and with an unchanged expression, he continued toward the Konoha camp. Watching Manda flee, Raza's face turned extremely ugly. That man and his summoning beast were both too cunning with not a shred of bottom line. What about a ninja's pride? What about a summoning beast's dignity? Lord Kazekage. Baki came behind Raza. Let's go back. Raza glanced toward the Konoha camp, then left in a huff, taking the lead. Baki walked over to Sōshin Ten'ichi and asked curiously, "Ten'i, what's wrong with the Kazekage?" It must be because Orochimaru's summoning beast angered him. After all, Konoha has ties to the 3 great sacred lands. But our Sunagakure. Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't help shaking his head. Konoha was truly the darling of the ninja world. Fortunately, Konoha had the F4, otherwise if someone else had been in charge, Konoha might really be able to dominate the shinobi world step by step and eventually unify it. Baki fell silent as well. Frankly, he envied Konoha in his heart. Don't worry, our Sunagakure will win. This time we will definitely make Konoha know the might of Sunagakure. Baki patted Sōshin Ten'ichi's shoulder. Feeling that the child's chakra had grown considerably stronger, Baki thought that once this child grew up, he would surely lead the village to rise step by step. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Then the group hurried back to their camp. Back in the operations room, Sōshin Ten'ichi continued to look at the scrolls. At that moment, Raza came over and handed Sōshin Ten'ichi 2 new scrolls. Take some time later to read these. They are insights on magnet release from me and the third. You have great talent. Master magnet release as soon as possible. The village needs your power. Raza looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with great satisfaction. He had just seen Ten'ichi's performance. Given Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength, it would be hard for even Jonin to be his opponent. These are some advanced jutsu from the village. Learn them as soon as possible. After that, I will arrange for you to go to the front lines to carry out missions. Raza narrowed his eyes at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Of course, he would dispatch Umbu to protect him. Sōshin Ten'ichi examined the scrolls and found they contained wind release jutsu, plus a shadow clone technique. Looking at the shadow clone technique in his hand, he immediately thought of the multiple shadow clone technique. If only he could master the multiple shadow clone technique. What a cheat for training. Alright, master. Sōshin Ten'ichi hugged the scrolls and nodded seriously. What he lacked now was not just jutsu, but also combat experience. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to his resting place holding the scroll given by Rasha. He then began studying these ninja techniques. However, the first technique Ten'ichi chose to learn was the shadow clone jutsu. This technique was quite practical. Once mastered, he could have his shadow clones study ninja techniques alongside him, significantly accelerating his progress. Ninja Art Shadow Clone Jutsu. As Sōshin Ten'ichi formed the hand seals, a puff of smoke appeared, and another Ten'ichi materialized. Excellent. You study these techniques now while I examine this scroll master gave me. Ten'ichi pointed to the scroll about magnet release. Understood. The shadow clone nodded, then picked up the scroll to begin studying. Meanwhile, the original Ten'ichi also started reading Rasha's scroll. It involves the nature transformation of Chakra. Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't help but marvel. No wonder only the third Kazekage and Rasha and Sunagakure had mastered magnet release. Nature transformations alone filtered out many shinobi. Combined with the challenge of merging wind and earth natures into magnet release, the difficulty rose to an entirely different level. For now I should focus on improving my chakra control, he thought. Later I'll practice the Rasengan myself. A faint smile appeared on Sōshin Ten'ichi's lips. He was quite envious of that technique after all. Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was an equally impressive technique. He rose to his feet and found a swiftly flowing river near the outpost. Standing on water, using chakra, and tree climbing were skills he had already mastered long ago. To advance further, he needed to increase the difficulty. Today's goal was to stand on these turbulent waves. Meanwhile, Rasha pressed his fingers against his left eye using his ninja technique, the third eye, to observe Sōshin Ten'ichi. Using this method to hone one's chakra control. Not bad, Rasha murmured. He then assigned several Umbu to protect Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi, however, had already been reduced to a drowned rat. Standing firm on those undulating waters proved far more difficult than expected. Sōshin Ten'ichi wiped the water from his face with his hand and shook his head. I refuse to believe I can't even walk on water. Controlling the chakra beneath his feet, Ten'ichi managed to stand on the water's surface. Though somewhat unsteady, it was an improvement over before, and a faint smile crossed his face. But the next moment, he lost control and plunged headfirst into the water. Damn it again. Once more. Again. I refuse to believe this. Sōshin Ten'ichi failed repeatedly, yet each time he managed to stay balanced a little longer. After 4 or 5 hours had passed, Sōshin Ten'ichi could finally stand on the constantly churning water. Simply standing wasn't enough for him. He attempted to run across the surface as well. Initially difficult, he soon adapted. While Sōshin Ten'ichi trained here, a group of reinforcement ninja arrived at the Konoha outpost. Leading them was the Inoshikacho trio, Narashikaku Yamanaka Inichi and Akimichi Choza. Orochimaru-sama, they said respectfully regarding the figure before them who exuded an aura of cold menace. It's you, Shikaku, Orochimaru replied. Your arrival is a relief. He licked his lips, a smile forming. With Shikaku as a strategist now present, he could delegate the outpost's duties and devote more energy to his research. Shikaku, handle these matters from here, Orochimaru said. I haven't rested recently. Now that you've arrived, I can finally get some sleep. Orochimaru spoke with a broad smile. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Shikaku had intended to refuse, but the look on Orochimaru's face made it clear this was not a discussion. It was an order. What a nuisance, he thought silently, then began the handover with Orochimaru. When Orochimaru mentioned Sōshin Ten'ichi, Shikaku, who had been listening intently, suddenly interrupted. Orochimaru-sama, do you have any information on this Sōshin Ten'ichi? Shikaku frowned deeply. This Sōshin Ten'ichi, a sand ninja, had to be dealt with, or Sunagakure would gain another powerhouse comparable to a Kage. Ten'ichi-san possesses an enormous amount of chakra and is Rasha's disciple, Orochimaru explained. Last time he defeated many of our ninja with a single attack. I estimate his combat ability has reached Jonin level, possibly even elite Jonin. As Orochimaru spoke of Sōshin Ten'ichi, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Shikaku sensed trouble in this Sōshin Ten'ichi. Someone like him would inevitably become Konoha's enemy. Orochimaru turned to leave. Shikaku, thank you for your efforts. This is troublesome, Shikaku said, slowly exchanging glances with his two companions. Meanwhile, Orochimaru returned to his underground laboratory and discovered 3 figures standing there. It was Shimura Danzo along with 2 masked individuals. I didn't expect Danzo-sama to grace us with his presence, Orochimaru said, though irritation flickered in his eyes. This was his private research facility, yet Danzo entered as if it were nothing. Still remembering he needed roots funding and supplies, Orochimaru suppressed his discontent. Orochimaru, what progress have you made with the Hashirama cells? Danzo asked, his voice cold, yet edged with urgency. He was aging now, his physical prowess and strength declining from their former peaks. With Minato Namikaze emerging as an outstanding younger generation shinobi, Danzo grew desperate to augment his power through external means. The ongoing conflict with Sunagakure has stalled my research, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. Though genuinely busy, he hadn't abandoned his work. This was merely a tactic to leverage Danzo's resources. Danzo showed visible displeasure. He had expected some results by now. Nothing, however. I will have Root assist you. Produce results as soon as possible, Danzo stated coldly. A smile spread across Orochimaru's face at these words. Danzo couldn't help but feel as though Orochimaru had been waiting specifically for him to say this. Rasha has recently taken a disciple named Sōshin Ten'ichi, Orochimaru said slowly. I would ask that you arrange for his capture. Despite his disdain for Root Ninja, he couldn't deny their exceptional track record in mission completion. What makes this individual special? Danzo asked, confused. He had just arrived and lacked information on Sōshin Ten'ichi. Upon seeing Danzo dispatch 5 Root squads at once, Orochimaru said nothing. While Root squad members were not on par with Kage-level elites, 5 squads together could still trade blows with some seasoned veterans. Find the right opportunity, and subduing Sōshin Ten'ichi will be no problem. Orochimaru, I hope you won't disappoint me. Danzo cast a threatening glance his way before turning and leaving. Orochimaru took Danzo's threat to heart. He merely turned his head and returned to his research. Meanwhile, the sand-hidden village also received word of Konoha's reinforcements arriving. How many more ninja can we spare? A trace of worry crossed Raza's brow. Originally, the Sand's 3,000 against Konoha's 2,000 gave them a slight edge. Now that Konoha had sent 1,000 nin army led by Inoshikacho, that advantage was gone, and they were beginning to feel pressure sure. After all, in one-on-one combat, the Suna ninja were at a distinct disadvantage. Lord Kazekage, aside from the ninjas stationed for village defense, and the forces monitoring Iwagakure. We can still muster 1,000 ninja, but most are genin who have never seen battlefield. Maki spoke with visible gloom. Supplies were already scarce, and now manpower was tightening as well. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping back toward Konoha. Could we relocate the puppeteer unit guarding against Iwagakure? Raza proposed. With the puppet masters lending their strength, overcoming Konoha's forces at Jaegong Mountain would become far easier. Lord Kazekage, if we withdraw the puppeteer contingent, Inoki will likely strike. Elder Chi alone cannot hold off the IWA ninja. Maki stated diplomatically. Inoki was no forgiving man. The moment he saw an opportunity for gain, he would order an attack without hesitation. Raza rubbed his temple in frustration. Then bring the 1,000 ninja from the village reserve. At the same time, have the Ninja Academy accelerate their training program. Also have Iger keep watch over Kumogakure. Raza clenched his fist. The battle at Jigong Mountain determined whether he could comfortably remain in his position as Kazekage. He did not wish to become a figurehead Kazekage hollowed out by the elders and great clans in the years to come. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Maki nodded and promptly turned to make arrangements. At this moment Sōshin Ten'ichi had concluded his cultivation and returned to his quarters where he sought out logistics personnel to procure some balloons for him. Upon learning that Ten'ichi was the Kazekage's disciple, they readily agreed. His purpose was the Rasengan. Practicing with the balloons would simultaneously sharpen his chakra control, a method that would yield greater results with half the effort. He then returned to his room and found Futada Yuma sitting at the doorway, pinned between his teeth, his face twisted in deep perplexity. His hair was a complete mess, tousled from constant scratching. Intrigued, Sōshin Ten'ichi approached. Yuma, what are you writing? Futada Yuma jumped in fright and quickly shoved whatever he had been writing into his chest, his eyes darting about guiltily. Ten'ichi, you're back. Seeing his good friend act this way, Ten'ichi suspected he was up to no good. Suddenly Yuma froze his mouth agape as he pointed toward the room. You're Ten'ichi. So who is that inside? A spy? He immediately drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Though he accused someone inside of being a spy, he kept a wary eye on Sōshin Ten'ichi all the same. Relax, that's just my shadow clone. Observing Yuma's reaction, Ten'ichi felt a measure of relief. Such sharp vigilance would greatly increase his chances of surviving this war. Oh, I see. That explains it. You scared me half to death. I was seriously considering sounding the alarm. Yuma patted his chubby stomach, then gazed at Ten'ichi with undisguised envy. Yuma, it's a pity your chakra reserves are so limited, otherwise I would have taught you the shadow clone technique as well. Ten'ichi sighed with regret. His good friend excelled in every other aspect, but his meager chakra was a fatal flaw. Ten'ichi, no need. The body flicker technique you taught me before is more than enough. I can't ask any more favors. Yuma shook his head. Even if Ten'ichi offered him another jutsu, he simply could not accept. If the village ever found out, Ten'ichi would be punished regardless of his status as the Kazekage's disciple. After all, these techniques belonged to the village, not to him personally. The two then walked into the room together. Seeing his original return, the shadow clone spoke with exhaustion. Original, you're back. I can't go on. As it dissolved, all the jutsu knowledge the clone had absorbed during this period flooded into Ten'ichi's mind. Fortunately, each day his chakra increased, so did his physical and mental conditioning, so the torrent of memories imposed little burden. After a simple meal, the two rested. Over the following 2 days, Sōshin Ten'ichi spent his time practicing water walking by the stream. After 2 days of training, he could walk across turbulent waters as easily as flat ground. Ten'ichi even had his shadow clone create waves and whirlpools in the stream, yet none of it affected his footing. It's time to begin the next stage of training. Ten'ichi planned to find a waterfall where he intended to practice walking upward against the cascade. However, there was no waterfall along this river. After dispelling his shadow clone, he set out to search for one, only to notice something amiss. He immediately activated his sensing jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi's sensory range now extended 5 kilometers. Sure enough, at 4 kilometers away, Ten'ichi detected a number of concealed individuals whose chakra gave off an ominous aura. Hostile intruders. Ten'ichi instantly formed a shadow clone and sent it moving toward them, while he himself disappeared into the distance. Ten'ichi was no fool. He had no intention of charging headlong into certain danger. Body flicker technique. Meanwhile, the shadow clone leaped calmly through the forest. Hidden root sensors immediately signaled their comrades. Since Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone possessed half his chakra, 110 units, the root sensors had no reason to suspect it was anything but the real Ten'ichi. In their estimation, such vast chakra reserves could only belong to the original. As the distance closed, Ten'ichi's shadow clone struck first. Wind-style wind blade. This technique had been taught to him by Raza. The clone pressed his index and middle fingers of both hands together, generating meter-wide blades of wind upon each palm. He alternately hurled the wind blades toward the concealed root ninja. Damn, he's found us. The root ninja immediately scattered with body flicker techniques. But some were too slow and were sliced cleanly in two by the wind blades. The root ninjas who had dodged let out a sigh of relief, yet at the same time, they found Sōshin Ten'ichi extremely troublesome. After all, whose wind blade was a full meter long. At this moment, a faint smile curled up at the corner of Ten'ichi's mouth, a trace of amusement barely visible. He kept flicking his hands toward the root ninjas as 1 meter-long wind blades tore through the air one after another. Earth release, earth flow wall. The root ninjas instantly formed hand seals, and 5 earthen walls, each 5 meters tall and 3 meters thick, rose from the ground in the blink of an eye. The first wave of wind blades from the shadow clones was barely held back by those 5 earthen walls. The crumbling walls tottered so badly that even a 2- or 3-year-old brat could have pushed them over with one hand. Fire release, great flame bomb. Wind release, great breakthrough. The root ninjas coordinated with practiced skill. Bolstered by the wind release, the power of the fire release surged dramatically. The flames carbonized all the trees within 10 meters. Fire release, huh? I can do that too. A shadow clone formed hand seals in a flash, took a deep breath, and tilted his head back slightly. He poured 5 Kakashi's worth of chakra into the jutsu. A 100-meter colossal fireball materialized out of thin air. Sōshin Ten'ichi's chakra control was now far better than before. The fireball remained the same size as earlier, but it was far more condensed, far hotter, and far more powerful. In the blink of an eye, the massive fireball swallowed the root ninja's fire release hole. Then like a violent storm, it devoured those 5 fire release users. Under the searing flames, nothing of them was left behind. The root ninjas witnessed the scene, but the faces beneath their masks showed no change at all, as if the dead had never been their comrades. They retreated a little, only to realize the massive fireball was moving too fast for them to reach safety. Water release, water formation wall. 9 root ninjas proficient in water release moved at once. A series of water curtains rose, and those 9 layers barely held off the massive fireball. One of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clones felt a little disappointed at the sight. After all, during the 4th Great Ninja War, it had taken an entire water release squad from the allied shinobi forces merely to block Madara's fire release. Just as the shadow clone was feeling disappointed, a shadow silently crept up to his feet. Then he realized someone had taken control of him. With his chakra cut off, the massive fireball dispersed, and the root ninjas at the front wiped their foreheads. The Naruto clan. I was careless. The shadow clone felt a moment of chagrin. Indeed, in a real battle, he was still no match for those experienced ninjas. At that moment, the 4 root ninjas hidden underground burst out with a whoosh. They were just about to capture Sōshin Ten'ichi alive when they heard the hiss of explosive tags burning. A closer look showed they were on Sōshin Ten'ichi's body. They stared at him in shock, thinking this guy actually. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone dispersed, and the 4 root ninjas were blown to pieces. Damn it, that was a shadow clone. The root ninjas stared grimly at the spot where Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone had just dispersed. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi, who had already returned to camp, received the battle memories of his shadow clone. Haha, Yuma did say, I need to stock up on explosive tags. Sōshin Ten'ichi smirked. Setting everything else aside, those rats that had just burrowed out of the ground were definitely blown to death. After he had become Raza's student, the supply depot had provided him with no small amount of supplies. Explosive tags in particular were more than abundant. When Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to camp, he immediately went to Raza's side. Raza stood before the map, his face burdened with worry. Ever since Konoha's reinforcements had arrived, the sand ninjas had been somewhat suppressed. Ten'ichi, you're back. How was your training today? These days, Raza only smiled when he saw Sōshin Ten'ichi. Master, I ran into Konoha's ANBU during my training, just now. Sōshin Ten'ichi did not mention root. After all, he had only been a small-time sand ninja before. How could he possibly know about Konoha's root? What? Raza immediately went to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side and examined him. Only after he confirmed his student was unharmed did Raza let out a sigh of relief. Master, don't worry, I'm not hurt. I used a shadow clone to cover my retreat and came straight back. But Konoha's ANBU coming into our area, could there be some scheme behind it? Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't be certain that they had come for him. He didn't think he had that much standing yet. What worried him was that Danzo was plotting something. Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi world, was someone Sōshin Ten'ichi truly feared might pull some disgusting underhanded trick. Ten'ichi, I'll count this as an A-rank mission for you. Now go find Baki and bring him here. Oh, and from now on, don't go out of the camp to train. Raza's brows furrowed. As well, he was worried that something might happen to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi's talent was far too great. Raza did not want Ten'ichi to be harmed by Konoha's ANBU. All right, master. Even if Raza had not said it, Ten'ichi did not plan to go out anyway. If someone really did ambush him, it would be too late for regrets. He then went to find Baki, who had just returned from a mission. There was a streak of blood on Baki's arm. Lord Baki, are you injured? Seeing Baki's arm, Ten'ichi couldn't help feeling concerned. Baki had always been good to him, and Sōshin Ten'ichi sincerely respected this senior from the bottom of his heart. It's just a minor wound. I was caught off guard by a Konoha secret technique user. Baki glanced at the wound on his arm and smiled dismissively. By the way, Ten'ichi, is there something you need from me? Since Sōshin Ten'ichi no longer trained under Baki, Baki guessed that Ten'ichi must have come for a reason. Lord Baki, my master asks you to go see him. All right, I'll go, Ten'ichi said. When Baki learned that the Kazekage wanted him, he nodded and immediately headed toward the war room. Sōshin Ten'ichi had originally wanted to advise Baki to get his wound treated at the medical station first, but with a few leaps Baki had already left. War. Sōshin Ten'ichi's side then went off to find a place to train. At that moment, the root ninjas who had failed their mission were all kneeling before Danzo. A whole group of you went to capture Sōshin Ten'ichi. Not only did you fail, but several of you were killed by his shadow clone. Danzo's face was black as night. His fury had reached its peak. Yes, Lord Danzo. The usually emotionless root ninjas were all drenched in sweat under Danzo's overwhelming rage. Orochimaru stood to one side, a faint smile curling at his lips. Ten'ichi-kun is no ordinary person. He became more and more interested in Sōshin Ten'ichi. A bunch of trash. Go receive your punishment yourselves later, Danzo said in an icy tone. Yes. The root ninjas lowered their heads and left. Lord Danzo, I'll go attend to my duties as well. I hope you can capture Sōshin Ten'ichi as soon as possible. Orochimaru licked his lips, then turned and vanished into the darkness. Danzo narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru's departing back. He felt this Sōshin Ten'ichi was definitely not as simple as Orochimaru had suggested, so he tapped the ground with his cane. Soon after, a root ninja appeared before Danzo with a body flicker and knelt on one knee. Ryoma lead a team personally to investigate Sōshin Ten'ichi. If possible, bring back Sōshin Ten'ichi's corpse. Danzo judged that the chance of capturing him alive was slim, so bringing back the corpse was more cost-effective. Yes. Aburame Ryoma nodded like an emotionless machine, then vanished before Danzo's eyes. With his trusted right-hand man on the case, Danzo felt that as long as the man went on a mission, he would definitely catch him. Then he too left the place. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Sōshin Ten'ichi was practicing ninjutsu alongside his shadow clones in the open ground of the camp. Just then a ninja from the logistics division came over carrying a large bag of balloons. Lord Ten'ichi, the balloons you requested have arrived. The logistics ninja looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with a fawning expression. Sōshin Ten'ichi was powerful and also a disciple of the Kazekage. Even a clan ninja like him did not dare to offend him. Hearing himself addressed as Lord still felt a little strange to Ten'ichi, though he was deeply pleased. After all, whether in his past life or this one, he was nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Thank you. Sōshin Ten'ichi took the balloons from his hands. No need, Lord Ten'ichi. If you need anything later, you can always come to me. He felt it was necessary to build a closer relationship with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi's status was destined to make him a high-ranking figure in Sunagakure, far above an inconspicuous clan ninja like himself in the future. I'll have to trouble you more than, Sōshin Ten'ichi said politely. No, Lord Ten'ichi. I won't disturb your training any longer. Seeing Ten'ichi training with shadow clones, he couldn't help but feel admiration. The benefits of training with shadow clones were widely known, but few dared to actually do it. After all, not everyone could withstand the physical and mental impact of receiving a shadow clone's memories. Sōshin Ten'ichi turned to his shadow clone and said, keep training in ninjutsu. I'm going to practice the Rasengan. With that, he happily scurried off to fill balloons with water and made some water orbs. Since the Rasengan training process was shown in Naruto, Sōshin Ten'ichi only needed to follow it step by step. Because his chakra control was better than Naruto's at that time, Ten'ichi believed he would absolutely master the Rasengan faster than Naruto. Naruto took 12 days to learn the Rasengan. He should be able to learn it in a few days. However, quite a few people in the camp looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with strange expressions. They couldn't understand why a grown man like him was still playing with balloons. This is too childish. I'm cultivating. Sōshin Ten'ichi explained to them with a perfectly serious face. You're right, sure. Everyone nodded one after another. Seeing their attitude, Sōshin Ten'ichi was so angry his liver ached. He simply stopped explaining and took the water-filled balloons back to his room to practice. At this time, Fujita Yuma had already gone out on a mission. It was then that Sōshin Ten'ichi found the thing Fujita Yuma had been hiding by his bedside. Could this kid have bought a new book again? A sly grin crept across Sōshin Ten'ichi's face. He immediately took out the notebook and opened it only to discover that the kid was writing his own dirty novel. Damn, I was hoping to groom a sure sway of the body flicker. But this kid actually learned from Jiraiya and writes this kind of stuff. This kid. Just as Sōshin Ten'ichi was about to look down on Fujita Yuma, he suddenly froze in place. After a moment, he crossed his arms and said, slowly, letting this kid write, smut isn't bad either. If it sells well in the future, it will add another source of income to Sunagakure. And with me around, he's bound to write a bestseller. The Makeout Paradise Jiraiya wrote must have earned him a fortune, making Sōshin Ten'ichi envious. After all, cultivation required money. Then he put the thing back. In the room, he began playing with the water balloons. The benefits of his recent water-walking training in the rushing stream immediately became apparent. It took him less than an hour to make the balloon burst. Good. Next, make a balloon filled with air burst. It should have been a rubber ball, but battlefield conditions were limited. Sōshin Ten'ichi was now filled with confidence, feeling he might learn it in just 2 or 3 days. After all, with the foundation laid, everything would come naturally. Just as he was practicing, Fujita Yuma walked in with a book clutched in his arms, his face full of grief. He even wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yuma, what's wrong? In Sōshin Ten'ichi's memory, Fujita Yuma had always been a cheerful person. This was the first time Ten'ichi had seen him cry. He put down the balloon in his hand and walked over to Fujita Yuma. Ten'ichi, Uncle Yamada just died. Fujita Yuma was grief-stricken. He would never be able to buy good books from him again. Yuma, this is war. Sōshin Ten'ichi patted him on the shoulder. Just then he noticed the book in Fujita Yuma's arms, and the look in Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes instantly changed. This kid. Ten'ichi, don't misunderstand. This is the manual for making explosive tags that Uncle Yamada gave me. This is his closely guarded secret. Fujita Yuma quickly explained. Why would he give his closely guarded secret to you? What are you, his illegitimate son? Sōshin Ten'ichi jumped up, abruptly feeling sorry for Yuma's father. His only son turned out not to be his own. Fujita Yuma said with a dark expression, how could that be? Uncle Yamada said, I was the only one who actually paid for the books he wrote, so he left this to me. Sōshin Ten'ichi's eye twitched uncontrollably. No wonder. I always said the books Yuma brought back were mediocre. As it turns out, they were written by Uncle Yamada himself. Then you should study it well, and try to master it as soon as possible. Once you learn it, you can stay in the logistics division, and won't have to go out on missions. Sōshin Ten'ichi patted Fujita Yuma's shoulder. Fujita Yuma nodded solemnly, then sat by the bed, and read the book intently. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi also sat down to practice the Rasengan. And so a day passed. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves. On the second day, Sōshin Ten'ichi officially mastered the Rasengan. Sōshin Ten'ichi formed a sphere with one hand, and pressed it directly against a large tree beside him. The tree 4 or 5 meters in diameter was pierced through and collapsed in an instant. This Rasengan is really useful. Minato is a true genius. If only I could learn the multiple shadow clone technique. Then I'd just send shadow clones charging in with Rasengan, and go all out. Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled with a hint of regret. Why didn't Sunagakure have forbidden jutsu like those? Konoha was truly infuriatingly enviable. The Rasengan training is over. My control over Chakra has improved even further. I wonder how long it will take to master magnet release. Sōshin Ten'ichi wished he could master magnet release right away. Just then the alarm at the camp sounded. Could Konoha be attacking? Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately headed to the war room. Strictly speaking, he wasn't qualified to enter the war room, but Ten'ichi was the Kazekage's disciple. After he entered the war room, Raza had already made his deployments. Ever since reinforcements had arrived at the Konoha camp, they had kept probing, and many Suna ninja had been killed at their hands. This had greatly dampened morale in the camp. So Raza planned to fight Konoha once before the village's reinforcement ninja arrived. This was to boost morale. Otherwise, when reinforcements arrived and saw the camp's low morale, it would reflect badly on them and be extremely damaging to the battles ahead. He looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi, who had just entered, and said seriously, "Ten'ichi, you will also join the frontline unit this time and fight against Konoha." Although he didn't want Sōshin Ten'ichi to take risks as the Kazekage's disciple, Ten'ichi had to set an example. When the shinobi below saw that the Kazekage had sent out his only disciple, their morale would surely rise. And even if the results of the battle were poor later, he could build Sōshin Ten'ichi up as a model and slightly exaggerate his achievements, which would also help boost morale. Of course, Raza had already arranged an Umbu squad to protect Sōshin Ten'ichi. Yes, master. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. He was somewhat looking forward to the upcoming battle. With his immense chakra, Sōshin Ten'ichi only needed battle to become stronger. Seeing the fierce battle intent in Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes, and no sign of fear, Raza was deeply satisfied. A disciple of his should be like this. The many jonin present also smiled at Sōshin Ten'ichi. It gladdened them that the village had such an outstanding younger generation. After all, the stronger the village, the more benefits they would gain. I'll be counting on all of you for what comes next. Let the Konoha ninja know how formidable our Sunagakure is. Raza's gaze instantly turned sharp. A killing intent filled the entire room. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt that killing intent, but instead of any fear, he was now extremely excited. The rush of adrenaline made him eager to get to the battlefield. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Everyone stood with their hands at their sides, nodded slightly to Raza, and then all went out to prepare. Ten'ichi, be careful once you're on the battlefield. Your master may not be able to look after you then. You must be extremely careful. Raza cautioned Sōshin Ten'ichi. Master, don't worry. I won't die. I still have to learn magnet release and lead Sunagakure out of the desert. A smile appeared on Sōshin Ten'ichi's face. Good. Raza also smiled at Sōshin Ten'ichi. What a fine ambition. Sōshin Ten'ichi turned around and went back to prepare his supplies. Just as Sōshin Ten'ichi was packing his ninja tool pouch, Fujita Yuma hurried in. He also reached into his own pouch and took out all the explosive tags he had carefully stored inside. Ten'ichi, I heard you're going with the unit to the front lines to fight Konoha. These are all the explosive tags I've saved up recently. Take them. Ten'ichi, you must come back alive. Fujita Yuma looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with tears in his eyes. All right. Sōshin Ten'ichi accepted them. Then under Fujita Yuma's red, tear-filled gaze, he left the room and headed to the assembly point in the camp. Raza walked over at that moment. Looking at the 500 ninja he had selected for the expedition, he nodded to them, then waved his hand. Move out. The group followed Raza toward the battlefield. When the Suna ninja in the camp saw the Kazekage personally leading the troops, their previously dim eyes suddenly became unusually bright. The Kazekage has come out in person. Those Konoha ninja are finished. That's right, those Konoha ninja are in for trouble. I just thought I saw the Kazekage's disciple Ten'ichi among them too. Yeah, I saw him too. Lord Ten'ichi has grown strong. Our Sunagakure will surely win. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement, wishing they could charge out alongside the Kazekage. Raza looked back at the Suna ninja in the camp. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he couldn't keep the corner of his mouth from curling up. At the same time, he cast a relieved look toward a certain room. Inside that room sat Bunpoku, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. This was also why, after Konoha's reinforcements arrived, Raza dared to lead the troops out of the camp. With the one-tailed Jinchuriki there was no need to worry about a sneak attack from Konoha. The Suna ninja's movements were quickly discovered by Konoha's sensory ninja. A Konoha patrol squad immediately fired a signal flare. As the signal flare bloomed in the sky, the Konoha camp took notice at once. Suna ninja are coming. Orochimaru had just reached a high point in the camp with a hint of displeasure on his face. He had originally been in the middle of an important experiment. Because of the Suna ninja attack, he had no choice but to stop. The interruption of his experiment filled him with fury, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Konoha ninja began to mobilize according to the emergency manual. Wind release net. The Suna army made contact with a Konoha patrol squad, first combining their strength to unleash ninjutsu. The Konoha patrol squad members' eyes widened as the sudden wind release technique bore down on them. They were utterly powerless to resist. The ones assigned to this kind of grueling labor in Konoha were all civilian Chunin squads. Facing the coordinated attack of numerous Suna ninja, they had no ability to fight back. After a burst of screams, the retreating Konoha squad, drenched in blood, fell from among the trees to the ground. What followed were several shuriken. Thud! The shuriken struck their hearts. By now that unfortunate Konoha squad was dead beyond all doubt. The Suna army didn't even spare them a glance, and continued advancing directly. When Sōshin Ten'ichi passed by, he glanced at them out of the corner of his eye, and thought to himself, it seems that no matter the village civilian ninja are just expendable pawns. As he swept past them, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt something was off. That was because his sensory jutsu had been active all along on the battlefield. Just now he had noticed several insects, and these insects contained chakra. In an instant he thought of Konoha's Aburame clan. Recalling the earlier ambush by what seemed to be root ninja, he believed that Danzo had definitely dispatched his right-hand man Aburame Ryoma. He would have to be on guard. Sōshin Ten'ichi continued using his perception ninjutsu to scan the surroundings, trying to locate the lurking Aburame Ryoma, but he never found him. However, he already had a plan in mind. At that moment, the Konoha reinforcement ninja who had rushed to the scene had already engaged the sand ninja ahead. Fire release fireball jutsu. Wind release wind cutting technique. The Konoha ninja and sand ninja immediately clashed into fierce combat. Sōshin Ten'ichi also took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and joined the battle. The current situation was not ideal for using ninjutsu, but it was a good opportunity to temper his skills. Bang! Sōshin Ten'ichi deliberately sought out a Konoha special jonin. His kunai collided forcefully with the opponent's gleaming ninja sword, and in an instant a crisp and piercing metallic ringing sound erupted. Both Ten'ichi and his opponent showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. My taijutsu has indeed improved. I didn't expect this Konoha special jonin to be able to block my attack. 1,000 thoughts raced through Ten'ichi's mind. Was this person one of the characters who had appeared in the Naruto storyline? However, he couldn't quite recall who he was at the moment. Bayun Zhaojian looked at the sand genin before him with unexpected surprise. He had assumed he could take out his opponent with a single strike, never expecting the boy to block it. Moreover, judging by the force exchanged, his opponent was no weaker than himself. Seizing this brief opening, he drew 3 kunai from his tool pouch and threw them towards Sōshin Ten'ichi, each attached to specially crafted steel wire at the end. Wind release gale palm. Sōshin Ten'ichi activated his ninjutsu, but instead of striking outward, he let the fierce wind swirl around himself, much like the second Hokage's water release water stream wall, forming a protective barrier. He did this because he noticed the steel wires attached to the kunai of the Konoha ninja before him. Not knowing his opponent's full capabilities, Sōshin Ten'ichi dared not let his guard down. The 3 kunai were instantly shredded into fragments by the roaring wind spinning around Sōshin Ten'ichi for a moment before being flung away at high velocity. The flying kunai fragments shot in various directions, some aimed directly at Bayun Zhaojian's face, while others scattered around, destroying several medium-sized trees. This sparked a light in Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes. Perhaps he could develop a powerful new ninjutsu from this technique. Wind release vacuum sword. Bayun Zhaojian reversed his grip on his ninja sword and swung it, generating powerful wind blades that knocked away the kunai fragments hurtling toward him. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi finally realized the identity of his opponent. Bayun Zhaojian. Sōshin Ten'ichi still had a deep impression of this well-established character who perfectly embodied the combat prowess and professionalism expected of a jonin. Especially the line he once delivered, which carried immense gravitas. Facing more than 20 Idon and ninja alone and declaring to them, "None of you will leave here alive." Bayun Zhaojian watched Sōshin Ten'ichi warily, muttering to himself, "This person's flexibility with wind release jutsu is truly impressive. I can't let this kid escape alive." At this moment, he also guessed Sōshin Ten'ichi's identity. The opponent was most likely Sōshin Ten'ichi, the disciple of the 4th Kazekage. Wielding his sword, he charged forward, and Sōshin Ten'ichi showed no fear, advancing swiftly to meet him. The 2 warriors exchanged dozens of blows within mere breaths. Just as Sōshin Ten'ichi and Bayun Zhaojian were locked in an evenly matched struggle, a Konoha genin suddenly appeared nearby. He carried a large iron pot on his back and had lost his left eye. Run! Bayun Zhaojian spotted a middle-aged genin running toward them and urgently signaled for him to leave immediately. Although Sōshin Ten'ichi, his opponent, was also merely a genin, his combat strength far exceeded that of an average jonin. If not for his superior battle experience, he would have been defeated long ago. Sōshin Ten'ichi's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the newcomer. It was Maraboshi Koizumi, the 50-year Konoha genin. Though holding the rank of genin, his true strength was undeniably that of an elite jonin. Water Release Water Dragon Jutsu. A water dragon 20 to 30 meters long materialized out of thin air and swiftly shot towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. At that moment, Bayun Zhaojin's lips twitched involuntarily. What was going on today? Both genin he encountered possessed strength surpassing the last. Had jonin truly become inferior to genin in the current ninja world? Body Replacement Jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately activated the substitution technique, and the incoming water dragon shattered the wooden stake into pieces. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi created a shadow clone while his true body used the transformation jutsu to become a shuriken inside the shadow clone's tool pouch. He did this for the benefit of Aburame Ryoma, who was hiding in the shadows. His perception ninjutsu had already detected an increase in the number of bugs around them. Thus, he seized this opportunity to conceal his true body. Above in the sky, Resetsu was keeping watch over Sōshin Ten'ichi. Seeing Konoha ninja joining forces against his disciple, he couldn't help but feel a hint of worry. However, he soon had no time to focus on his disciple, for Orochimaru had arrived. He immediately controlled the golden sand beneath his feet and soared toward the Sannin. The clash between two shadow-level powerhouses forced everyone on the battlefield to retreat to safer positions. No one wanted to be caught in the crossfire of such titans. Bayun Zhaojin teleported to Maraboshi Koizumi's side. Senior, let's join forces to capture this sand genin. He is most likely Sōshin Ten'ichi, the disciple of the Kazekage. Bayun Zhaojin had noticed that when the man used the water dragon jutsu earlier, he completed the hand seals in only 6 movements. He was filled with admiration considering that the water dragon jutsu normally requires 44 seals. Very well. Maraboshi Koizumi nodded kindly with a gentle expression. The two then advanced toward Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone. By now the clone had created enough distance and accordingly showed no mercy. Fire Release Massive Fireball. He channeled 5 units of chakra directly, and a 100-meter fireball wreath in scorching heat materialized before them. The standing water left by the water release ninja on the ground evaporated instantly. The ninja on the battlefield felt as though they had stepped into a sauna. Yes, Lord Ten'ichi. Ha, with such a massive fireball, not a single Konoha ninja will escape. Those Konoha ninja are terrified out of their wits. The sand ninja, seeing the enormous fireball appear, immediately erupted into joyful cheers. Morale among the sand forces surged. In contrast, the Konoha ninja present stood with their mouths slightly agape, especially the reinforcement ninja, who had just arrived, gazing at the fireball before them in disbelief. It seems the sand village has produced an extraordinary genius. This is troublesome. Shikaka looked at the fireball before him, more dazzling and scorching than the sun itself, and felt a sense of difficulty. He wondered whether the opponent could unleash such a jutsu again. If he could, it would indeed pose a serious problem for them, since countering a fire release technique of this scale would require at least a dozen water release ninja working together. At that moment, Bayun Zhaojin and Maraboshi Koizumi, standing directly in the path of the fireball, were already drenched in sweat. Whether from the intense heat or sheer terror, it was impossible to tell. Move quickly, we cannot block this fire release. The two moved at incredible speed, but the flames still grazed them. Maraboshi Kohensuk's left leg was engulfed in fire, and the intense heat instantly took his lower left calf. Sōshin Ten'ichi could not suppress a smirk upon noticing. He never expected that he was the one who had crippled Maraboshi Kohensuk's lower left calf. Hiss! Maraboshi Kohensuk's face contorted in agony, the pain from losing his lower left calf, nearly causing him to grind his molars to dust. Bayun Zhaojin fared better by comparison. Only the back of his body was brushed by the heat wave. Yet he could faintly detect a hint of scorched flesh from behind. Senior, we must move quickly. Bayun Zhaojin supported Maraboshi Kohensuk as he attempted to reach their companions, but how could Sōshin Ten'ichi possibly let them escape? Just as he was about to give chase, someone who had been lurking in the shadows made their move. Parasitic Insect Assault Technique. A dense swarm of parasitic insects rapidly attacked Sōshin Ten'ichi. Watching the approaching cloud of black insects, Sōshin Ten'ichi's expression of disgust was unmistakable. You refuse to learn proper ninja techniques, yet you insist on wielding insects. Wind Release Fierce Gale Palm. Sōshin Ten'ichi drew several explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch, and they spiraled around him in the fierce wind, accelerating rapidly. Explosive Tag Technique. A sinister smile crossed Sōshin Ten'ichi's lips as 2 tags surged toward the fleeing Bayun Zhaojin and Maraboshi Kohensuk, while the rest were directed at Unilongma. The incoming parasites were simultaneously blocked by the wind wall generated from the fierce gale palm. Countless wind blades shredded them before the gale scattered what remained. Substitution Jutsu. Both Baiyun Zhaojin and Mariboshi Kohensuk watched as the approaching explosive tags began to ignite a chill running down their spines. By the time the explosive tags detonated, they had already evaded them, but the aftermath still took its toll. The shattered substitution stakes sent fragments flying like iron sand striking their bodies. What a waste, Sōshin Ten'ichi murmured regretfully, wishing he could have captured both of them. Secret technique insect clone. Unilama reacted swiftly on his end, deploying an insect clone to deflect most of the damage. His gaze filled with wariness fixed upon Sōshin Ten'ichi. So that was how the fierce gale palm could be utilized. He recognized that taking down this young man single-handedly would prove difficult, especially on the battlefield. He signaled, and all the root ninja lying in wait sprang into action. 20 of them converged on Sōshin Ten'ichi in an instant. Sōshin Ten'ichi remained unfazed, steadily drawing numerous shuriken from his tool pouch. Wind release fierce gale palm shuriken. Enhanced by wind release, the shuriken moved at terrifying speed. Yet the root ninja were all elites who managed to dodge the multiplied projectiles with minimal cost. They did not simply evade. The strategy was to prevent Sōshin Ten'ichi from escaping. Where the shuriken could not be dodged, they absorbed the impact on non-vital areas of their bodies. A bunch of lunatics, Sōshin Ten'ichi thought coldly. These people had long since transcended the boundaries of humanity. He then realized his true body had landed beneath a tree root over 100 meters away, while the shadow clone's mouth curved into a subtly cunning smile. Quick rescue Lord Ten'ichi. The Umbu guarding Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately rushed forward to save him, but they spotted Sōshin Ten'ichi signaling them to fall back instead. The Sand Umbu were bewildered, hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and retreated. They sensed Sōshin Ten'ichi must possess some hidden means of survival. Unilama also detected something amiss. Wind release wind blade. Sōshin Ten'ichi pressed his index and middle fingers together into a sword seal, unleashing meter-long blades of wind without restraint. Thud thud. Several root ninja were caught off guard and impaled by the wind blades. Even as their comrades died gruesomely beside them, the root ninja held their ground. Do these Konoha Umbu not fear death? Damn it, are they trying to take Lord Ten'ichi down with them? Quick, use ninjutsu to repel them. The Sand Ninja grew desperate. Having nurtured such a promising talent, they could not let Konoha kill Ten'ichi. Nearby Orochimaru, engaged in combat with Raza, observed the scene. Lord Ten'ichi appears to be dying. Life is indeed fragile. Orochimaru sneered, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. Once the root retrieved Sōshin Ten'ichi's body and they repelled Raza, he could study Sōshin Ten'ichi to understand why his chakra had grown so rapidly. Raza's face darkened with regret. He should not have brought Sōshin Ten'ichi into direct combat so early. He also blamed the Umbu protecting him for allowing Sōshin Ten'ichi to face such danger. The 15 surviving root ninja approached Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone, their blades raised, only for the clone to smile. Explosive tags on their bodies began igniting simultaneously. Fear flickered in the cold, merciless eyes of the root ninja. Facing death directly, few remained unafraid. Madman. Unilama had not anticipated Sōshin Ten'ichi's ruthlessness, now trapped too close to escape. Secret technique insect wall. A massive swarm of parasitic insects formed a defensive wall while simultaneously encasing his body. Bang! Amidst the Sand Ninja's regretful stares, the explosive tags on the shadow clone detonated, sending smoke and debris flying in all directions. Is that Sand Ninja's Jonin dead? Definitely dead. With that many explosive tags, his body must have been reduced to ashes. This student of the Kazekage is truly terrifying. True, even though they're on opposite sides, I can't help but admire his spirit. A faint smile appeared on the faces of the Konoha ninja. Though they lost several Umbu, the Sand Village had lost a genius. By the numbers, it was still a favorable exchange. Lord Ten'ichi. The Sand Ninja were devastated. The Sand Umbu were burning with anxiety and grief. With Lord Ten'ichi dead, the Kazekage would likely demand their lives upon their return. Cough cough. Unilama crawled out, blood streaming from all his orifices. The blast from the explosive tags had inflicted serious injuries. Worse still, all his parasitic insects had been destroyed by the explosion. A ninja who wields insects had been left defenseless. Now he was truly finished. Wind release wind blade. Sōshin Ten'ichi materialized and launched a blade of wind directly at Unilama. Squelch. Blood sprayed everywhere. Unilama's upper body was sent flying, his original form locking eyes with Sōshin Ten'ichi as he slowly spoke. So that was a shadow clone all along. Then his body crashed heavily to the ground. Lord Danzo, I cannot continue to serve you. The Konoha ninja's smile froze as someone realized Sōshin Ten'ichi had been fighting using shadow clones the entire time. What a cunning strategist. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched as the explosive tags reduced the root ninja to scattered fragments, nodding in satisfaction. These explosive tags are truly effective. I'll make sure to carry 100 whenever I venture out from now on. With wind release combined with explosive tags, Sōshin Ten'ichi conceived an imposing name for his technique, explosive tag Gatling. Luo Sha's eyes caught a glimpse of Sōshin Ten'ichi's maneuver. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly at first, then slowly curled upward. This disciple of mine is not bad. Lord Tianni is truly formidable, eliminating so many of Konoha's Zanbu in one go. Indeed, with such a loss, even Konoha must be feeling the pain. The Sand Shinobi, seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi still alive, and having used a shadow clone to take away so many Konoha Zanbu, felt a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Konoha's morale waned. In Konoha's camp, Danzo noticed that over 20 cursed seals of silence had lost their effect, and his face darkened instantly. The loss of the cursed seals meant he had lost over 20 subordinates. Though Danzo regarded his rude operatives merely as tools, losing so many at once was hard to accept. Damn it, what happened? Danzo immediately sent someone to investigate. On the battlefield, the two sides continued to clash. Sōshin Ten'ichi, armed with a kunai, also entered the fray. However, this time the Konoha shinobi were extremely wary of him, fearing he might unleash a barrage of explosive tags. Hesitant to engage Sōshin Ten'ichi in close combat, the Konoha shinobi found the battle situation turning unfavorable. Nara Shikaku, realizing that things might take a dire turn, looked at his comrades. "Shikaku, what should we do?" Yamanka, Inoichi, and Akimichi chose as spoke in unison. As the Ino Shikacho, they stood together. "We must target Sōshin Ten'ichi, or the battle will tilt in the Sand's favor," Nara Shikaku said with a grave expression. The two nodded solemnly, feeling the pressure. "Let's go." The three advanced toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. He noticed them. These must be this generation's Ino Shikacho. Sōshin Ten'ichi, seeing them approach, became exceptionally cautious. These three were not to be underestimated. With their secret techniques combined, they could even contend with Kaga-level opponents. Though the outcome was uncertain, that was already impressive. Shikaku and the others have made their move. I'll lend them a hand. Orochimaru, noticing the Ino Shikacho's advance, took advantage of a moment in his battle with Luo Sha to summon Manda. Before Manda could speak, Orochimaru pointed at Sōshin Ten'ichi and said, "Manda, if you capture or kill Ten'ikuin, I'll prepare 400 sacrifices for you." Hearing this, Manda sprang into action, slithering towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. "Damn it, Orochimaru." Luo Sha felt deeply insulted that Orochimaru, while engaged with him, still had the leisure to command his summon to attack his disciple. A torrent of golden sand surged like a golden wave, crashing toward Orochimaru. He sneered, though Luo Sha was formidable, killing him was beyond his reach. Seeing Orochimaru summon his creature to assist, the three Ino Shikacho were overjoyed. Their confidence in facing Sōshin Ten'ichi soared. Ten'ichi, seeing Manda's arrival, grumbled, "Bullying me because I don't have a summon now." He felt a deep envy. Such a massive summon was enviable. Shadow clone technique. Sōshin Ten'ichi sent his clone to engage the Ino Shikacho, while his original body headed toward Manda. The Ino Shikacho trio's hair stood on end at the sight of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone, remembering the massive crater left by the explosion earlier. "Watch out. Keep your distance from the clone." Nara Shikaku found the clone troublesome and cursed inwardly. Was having that much chakra such a privilege? Sōshin Ten'ichi began forming a spiraling sphere, charging straight at Manda. Rasengan. Nara Shikaku, watching the original, widened his eyes. A seal-less jutsu. He felt his intellect utterly inadequate. Many Sand Shinobi on the battlefield noticed this too, equally astonished. The technique Sōshin Ten'ichi used was indeed a seal-less jutsu. The Rasengan struck Manda's body, its scales failing to resist the massive chakra sphere. "Damn brat." Manda roared in pain, opening its cavernous mouth large enough to swallow a truck, and lunged at Sōshin Ten'ichi. With a swift body flicker, Sōshin Ten'ichi evaded the attack. Seeing the wound bleeding profusely, he thought a few more hits would send this giant serpent back to the dragon's cave. "Cursed sand brat. I'll crush you piece by piece." Manda, glaring murderously at its wound, raced toward him with killing intent. The Sand Shinobi were not idle. Wind release, wind cutter technique. X5, fire release, great fireball. X5, they attacked Manda's wounds to aid Sōshin Ten'ichi. However, their attacks were too weak to harm Manda, only enraging it further. With a single tail swipe, its massive sturdy tail swept away several Sand Shinobi who failed to dodge. "Fall back, all of you." Sōshin Ten'ichi shouted, then began forming hand seals. Wind release was more effective than fire against Manda. Wind release's cutting power would harm Manda more. Hearing his command, the Sand Shinobi immediately vacated the battlefield. Wind release, great sickle weasel. Countless wind blades formed like reaping sickles, destroying everything before Manda. The incoming blades warned Manda of danger. Snake shedding technique. Manda shed its skin to evade the attack, looking at Sōshin Ten'ichi with lingering fear. This brat has probably mastered the nature transformation of wind release. Sōshin Ten'ichi was not surprised Manda escaped. He continued his barrage of ninjutsu. His vast chakra filled him with confidence. If one blow didn't fell you, 2 or 3 would. Wind release, great sickle weasel. Everyone on the battlefield felt a tinge of fear at the sight. Sōshin Ten'ichi was like a relentless machine, bombarding Manda with wind release techniques. Manda had lost all its previous arrogance. Its body was covered in countless cuts from the wind release. Kid, I'll remember you. Knowing it was powerless against him and risking death, Manda decisively retreated back to the dragon's cave. Sōshin Ten'ichi let out a deep sigh of relief as Manda fled. Meanwhile, his shadow clone was defeated by the combined efforts of the Inoshikacho. He turned to look at the trio who bore multiple injuries. These three were indeed formidable. Sōshin Ten'ichi, gazing at them, felt an urgent desire to master magnet release. The trio had managed to defeat his shadow clone through their secret techniques and seamless coordination. Shikamaru's strength is truly formidable. He will surely make a name for himself across the ninja world. Yamashina Ainichi panted heavily. Earlier, when he had ventured into Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone's mind, he had discovered this person's mental power was far too overwhelming to control. With someone like him, ordinary genjutsu would hold no effect in the years to come. Perhaps only the Uchiha could challenge him. Indeed, this is troubling. Nara Shikamaru gazed towards Sōshin Ten'ichi in the distance, sensing that this ninja war would hardly be as easily won against Suna as before. How I wish Hatake Sakumo were still alive. He was quite adept at dispatching Sand Shinobi. Unfortunately. Meanwhile, Resetsu had been locked in combat with Orochimaru for some time. Realizing he posed no real threat to his opponent, his expression darkened like a soot-covered wok. However, seeing his disciple shine brilliantly in this battle, and having achieved his objective, he called out to the Sand Ninja, retreat. Upon hearing their Kazekage's command, the Sand Ninja began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. The Konoha Ninja sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate some of them. Sōshin Ten'ichi stepped forward. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi directly channeled 5 times his chakra output. This time he deliberately refrained from compressing the fireball, instead aiming to maximize its coverage area. Instantly, a colossal fireball 200 to 300 meters across erupted. The Konoha Ninja were forced back by the scorching heat wave, shielding their eyes with their arms. How is this Sōshin Ten'ichi still capable of using such a jutsu after fighting this long? Damn it, could Sōshin Ten'ichi be the Jinchuriki of Suna? Damn it, we can only stand here and watch them retreat. The Konoha Ninja cursed vehemently. They had held the upper hand, yet this time they suffered the greatest losses. What kind of situation was this? Orochimaru's eyes greedily tracked Sōshin Ten'ichi's retreating figure. I must obtain him. I must. Nara Shikamaru noticed the look in Orochimaru's eyes and instinctively moved to keep his distance. That gaze was too unnerving. Let us also return to camp. Having spoken, Orochimaru departed first. Seeing this, the other Konoha Ninja could only clean the battlefield before turning back toward their base. Unlike their triumphant departure earlier, the returning Konoha Ninja each hung their heads in defeat. Watching them, Nara Shikamaru could not help but feel a trace of anxiety. He now understood what Resetsu's sudden attack was meant to achieve. It was to salvage the faltering morale of the Sand Ninja. It seems a major battle is on the horizon. Nara Shikamaru harbored a simmering worry within. With a new variable now present on Suna's side, would the subsequent situation tilt toward Konoha? Huzzah! Long live the Kazekage! Long live Lord Ten'ichi! Within the Suna encampment, the civilian ninja cheered loudly. Resetsu and Ten'ichi had shown them the hope of victory in war. A victorious battle meant more resources would be distributed to them, narrowing the gap between themselves and the clan ninja. Meanwhile, the clan ninja stood with arms crossed, their expressions sullen as they glared toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. In their eyes, he had stolen their thunder. The Kazekage is most unfair, refusing to take any of us from the Suna clan as disciples. Instead, he accepts a commoner. Exactly. At such a time, let us go report this to Lady Garura. The Suna clan ninja began voicing their complaints one after another. Garura was indeed a member of the Suna clan. The remaining clan ninja said nothing. They believed that if they had been chosen as the Kazekage's disciples, they too could have achieved such results today. Within the operational chamber, everyone fought well today. Let those Konoha bastards know the might of our Suna village. I must specially commend Ten'ichi here. Today you performed excellently. The smile never left Resetsu's face. The Jonin present all directed looks of goodwill towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. Today Sōshin Ten'ichi had demonstrated to all that his strength had reached the level of an elite Jonin. The most delighted was Maki, since Sōshin Ten'ichi was after all his disciple, though only for a few days. From here on, everyone rest well while remaining vigilant against Konoha's retaliation. Once reinforcements from the village arrive, we will strike again, striving to capture Kikyo Fortress in one decisive blow. Resetsu's eyes brimmed with excitement. Kikyo Fortress was a crucial stronghold of the Fire Country. Once seized, the Fire Country's gates would be thrown open and Suna's sacrifices would finally be rewarded. Yes, everyone nodded with fervor. What had they fought so long for? Was it not in the hope that after breaching Kikyo Fortress, they could sweep the Fire Country's territory for resources? Soon after, everyone dispersed, and Resetsu led Sōshin Ten'ichi to an open clearing. Ten'ichi, today, I shall conduct special training with you. Resetsu hoped Sōshin Ten'ichi could master magnetic release as soon as possible. Once Tiani grasped it, Resetsu would hold off Orochimaru while Tiani would be tasked with slaughtering Konoha ninja. At that time no one could stop Suna. Yes, master. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately nodded. Resetsu handed over all camp duties to Maki, and the two commenced their grueling training. For the following 10 days Resetsu continually instructed Sōshin Ten'ichi. By this time Suna's reinforcements had also arrived at the encampment. With the reinforcements' arrival, morale at the encampment rose even higher. All were adjusting their conditions while gazing toward the left side of the camp. There their Kazekage was conducting special training with Sōshin Ten'ichi. I hope Lord Tiani can master magnetic release soon. Indeed. If Lord Tiani also masters magnetic release, Konoha will surely be crushed beneath our feet. But can Lord Tiani truly pull it off? Everyone felt uneasy. After all, since the second Kazekage developed magnetic release, only the third and fourth Kazekage among Suna had learned it. Fujita Yuma looked toward the site of Sōshin Ten'ichi's training. Tiani will certainly succeed. At this moment the clan ninja wore expressions of bitter jealousy. They were unconvinced. Why should a commoner ninja be personally instructed by the Kazekage? That kid Sōshin Ten'ichi certainly won't learn it. The clan ninja muttered under their breath. Meanwhile Sōshin Ten'ichi sat cross-legged upon the ground. Resetsu watched him tensely. He had just reported feeling something. Don't let me down, Ten'ichi. Just then Resetsu sensed the iron sand beneath the earth steadily converging toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi has actually mastered magnetic release. Ha ha ha. Resetsu threw his head back and laughed aloud in jubilation. Soon iron sand extracted from the ground surrounded Sōshin Ten'ichi. Opening his eyes, he saw a considerable amount of iron sand at his feet, and a broad smile spread across his face. Excellent. He had been longing for this day for far too long. With magnet release mastered, and a substantial reservoir of chakra within his body, his combat power would undoubtedly reach the Kage level once he fully attained proficiency. You've done well, Ten'ichi. Sansa's smile never wavered. With capable successors now emerging in the village, and with such a disciple at his side, maintaining control over the village would grow considerably easier. Moreover, he had cultivated a magnet release ninja for the village, a feat of considerable merit. Teacher, I must owe this to you. If you had not guided my training throughout this time, I would never have mastered magnet release so swiftly. Sōshin Ten'ichi expressed his sincere gratitude to Sansa. Magnet release was merely the first step on his path to becoming a powerhouse. Sansa watched Ten'ichi with satisfaction. Now you must seize the moment and extract iron sand from the ground. The quantity of iron sand you gather directly determines your combat effectiveness. It's unfortunate this isn't a desert, otherwise your extraction would be swifter. But consider this another trial for your cultivation. Sansa patted Sōshin Ten'ichi on the shoulder, already intending to send someone back to the village to bring additional iron sand. Yes, teacher. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. After speaking, Sansa turned and departed. He needed to locate the third Kazekage's jutsu scrolls for Ten'ichi, leaving him to continue drawing iron sand from the ground. Ten'ichi showed no sign of slackening. The amount of iron sand truly correlated with combat effectiveness. At that moment the station personnel saw Sansa emerge with a broad smile, and everyone understood Sōshin Ten'ichi had mastered magnet release. Sansa noticed Maki and the others gazing fixedly at him, their words caught in their throats, and the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. He would certainly not let this opportunity to boost morale pass him by. Controlling golden sand, he elevated himself to a higher vantage point. Below, the ninjas regarded Sansa with burning enthusiasm. Everyone, Sōshin Ten'ichi has already mastered magnet release. Our village now boasts another expert. Sansa's grin was utterly unrestrained. Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted in jubilation. Well done, Lord Ten'ichi. Now that Lord Ten'ichi has mastered magnet release, we will surely hold the advantage when we clash with Konoha. Exactly. Konoha will surely be forced to retreat in disarray. The Suna ninjas' eyes blazed with fervor. Sōshin Ten'ichi's mastery of magnet release did not directly involve them, but his achievement increased the Suna village's chances of defeating Konoha. This concerned the interests of every Suna ninja. Fujita Yujin was overjoyed. His close brother had learned magnet release. Yoisho, if Ten'ichi has improved, I must not slack off either. Fujita Yujin had recently learned how to produce explosive tags, and he intended to use them to forge his own unique path. Afterward, Sansa dispatched a summons through a summoning beast to relay Sōshin Ten'ichi's progress to the village elders, requesting they send additional iron sand and the third Kazekage's jutsu scrolls. Within the hidden sand village. Upon receiving Sansa's message, the council of elders were thoroughly astonished. None of them had expected Sansa's disciple to master magnet release so swiftly, let alone the sand-iron variant identical to that of the third Kazekage. They promptly coordinated the assembly of iron sand and the sand-iron jutsu scrolls left by the third Kazekage, and through a summoning beast immediately delivered the supplies to Kikyu Mountain. Meanwhile, the news also reached Chiyo and Ebiza at the border of the Land of Earth. Sansa has done well this time. The village will gain another powerhouse. Chiyo was exceedingly pleased. The village had not seen talent with Kaga-level potential for a very long time. Indeed, this child's emergence may yet alter the strategic situation at Kikyu Mountain. Ebiza said, his face etched with concern. Konoha had placed enormous pressure upon him, and he deeply worried that something might go wrong in the confrontation between Sansa and Konoha. If Kikyu Mountain fell, the hidden sand village might gain nothing from this third shinobi world war. Trust him, Chiyo said slowly. How I wish the third had not perished, and if Sasori had not disappeared, this war might have turned out differently. At the Suna outpost on Kikyu Mountain, Sōshin Ten'ichi had gathered a substantial amount of iron sand, sealed it within scrolls, and returned to his room to rest. Tenni, you're back. Congratulations. Fujita Yujin, who was busy tinkering with explosive tags, immediately approached with a smile upon seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi return. Yujin, have you learned to craft explosive tags on your own? Sōshin Ten'ichi then noticed quite a few newly made explosive tags on Fujita Yujin's bed. He looked at his friend in astonishment, never having imagined his friend possessed such talent. Yes, I feel I have considerable aptitude for crafting explosive tags. But I currently face a difficulty. I wish to develop a jutsu utilizing explosive tags, yet I have made no progress. Fujita Yujin scratched the back of his head in frustration. I have an idea. Sōshin Ten'ichi shared his previous concept of an explosive tag machine gun with Fujita Yujin. After hearing Sōshin Ten'ichi's explanation, his mouth opened slightly as he asked with a complicated expression, will this actually work? Of course it will. Ten'ichi picked up the blank tags Fujita Yujin used for crafting explosive tags and stepped outside. He then signaled Fujita Yujin to watch carefully. Sōshin Ten'ichi used fierce gale palm to create a swirling wind around himself, then tossed the blank tags into the air. Under the wind's influence, the tags accelerated rapidly. Ten'ichi then controlled the wind to propel the tags out one after another, far swifter than the speed of kunai. In theory, as long as there were enough tags, he could sustain uninterrupted attacks. So it truly works. Fujita Yujin gaped at Sōshin Ten'ichi's demonstration, never having imagined fierce gale palm could be employed this way. His admiration for Sōshin Ten'ichi flowed endlessly like the waters of the Yangtze River. Yujin, did you see that? Replace these with explosive tags, and even an elite ninja could not withstand such an attack, Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. This is wonderful. This jutsu suits me perfectly. I just don't know fierce gale palm. Fujita Yujin said awkwardly, knowing he would once again trouble Sōshin Ten'ichi. No problem, I'll teach you. Sōshin Ten'ichi replied with a smile. Fujita Yujin did not refuse, but nor would he accept without reciprocation. He looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi and declared firmly, Ten'ichi, from now on I will supply all your explosive tags. As he spoke, Fujita Yujin stuffed all 200 explosive tags he possessed into Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands. Ten'ichi, these are what I've saved from my work over the past few days. Take them all. When you run out, come back and get more from me. Fujita Yujin grinned foolishly at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at his friend and could not help but twitch his lips. These explosive tags were enough to wage a small campaign. Thereafter, Sōshin Ten'ichi began teaching Fujita Yujin fierce gale palm. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. Early that morning, someone came to notify Sōshin Ten'ichi to proceed to the war room to find Sansa. Sōshin Ten'ichi quickly made his way to the war room. Sansa was smiling as he regarded Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi, these two storage scrolls contain a substantial amount of iron sand, and this scroll contains the third Kazekage's jutsu. Return and study it diligently. Yes, teacher. Sōshin Ten'ichi sensed that Sansa would soon begin operations against Konoha. After receiving the 3 scrolls, he went to an open area and began studying the third Kazekage's sand-iron jutsu. While the Suna camp was actively preparing for war, Konoha was likewise making its own preparations. Lord Orochimaru the Sand will likely make their move within the next few days. Shikaku brought the intelligence to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Shikaku, go make the arrangements. Raza should be forcing a decisive battle with us this time. As long as we crush them, this time the battle at Kikyo Mountain should be over. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, feeling that this battle would not be so simple. Could Raza possibly have a trump card? At this moment, Orochimaru did not suspect Sōshin Ten'ichi. After all, although Sōshin Ten'ichi's earlier performance had been decent, he was still far from being able to influence the battlefield. After Shikaku left, Orochimaru went to Danzo's side. Elder Danzo, does Root have any news about the Sand's movements this time? Orochimaru asked with a faint smile. Danzo just shook his head. We only know that Sunagakure has sent over 1,000 genin as reinforcements. Hearing this, Orochimaru planned to send someone to look into Suna's Pakura. He wondered whether the Sand had transferred Pakura to the front and immediately ordered an investigation. At the same time, he summoned a small snake, handed it a scroll, and after the snake swallowed it, it vanished in a puff of smoke. What a waste of my precious time. Orochimaru licked his lips, left behind a shadow clone, and returned to his underground laboratory with his true body to busy himself with his research. Inside the Konoha camp. Senior, this prosthetic was commissioned from someone else. See if it fits. Bayun Zhaojian brought the finished prosthetic to Kosuke Mariboshi. Thank you for your trouble. Kosuke Maraboshi narrowed his eyes and thanked Bayun Zhaojin. He was now quite handicapped, and the other man had been running around for him all this while. After putting on the prosthetic, Kosuke Maraboshi stood up, while Bayun Zhaojin stood beside him with a hand raised to guard him. Seeing that he could walk without much trouble, Bayun withdrew his hand. Not bad. My thanks, young friend. Kosuke Maraboshi was quite satisfied with the prosthetic. No need for thanks, senior. Once you've grown used to it, we'll go after that Sōshin Ten'ichi again. Bayun Zhaojin's gaze gradually sharpened. He refused to accept defeat. Last time, he had been cowed into hesitation by that brat's shadow clone and explosive tags. This time, he had deliberately sought out a friend from the Hyuga clan, and they would join forces later to deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Kosuke Maraboshi nodded. As a senior, he had to remove potential threats for his juniors. And Sōshin Ten'ichi was currently the greatest threat to Konoha. For a time, both the Sand and Konoha were sharpening their blades. Over the next 3 days, clashes between patrols continued without stop. The smell of gunpowder grew heavier and heavier. At the Sunagakure camp, a group of Suna Jonin Sōshin Ten'ichi and Sunagakure's Jinchuriki Bunpuku stood in the war room, watching Raza. Everyone, our supplies are ample now. It's time we let Konoha know our strength. Raza swept his gaze over Sōshin Ten'ichi. His disciple had already mastered many of the third Kazekage's techniques. Yes, they all nodded with burning eyes. Bunpuku, you and I will handle Danzo and Orochimaru respectively. Baki, take a portion of the men and handle the left flank. Ten'ichi, you'll take the rest and handle the right flank. Raza began issuing his battle plan. No one present objected to Sōshin Ten'ichi commanding a portion of the troops. Strength reigned supreme. All right, everyone move out. Raza's eyes were like sharp blades. This time we will surely crush Konoha. Yes, their fighting spirit blazed, and they turned to prepare. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to his room and began sorting his ninja tool pouch, mainly the explosive tags Yuma Fujita had given him. After completing his preparations, Sōshin Ten'ichi walked out of the room. The Sand Army was fully prepared as well. A fierce, murderous aura lingered across the sky. By now, every insect and bird in this part of the world had fled. As animals, they could sense that a great battle was about to arrive. The Konoha camp also detected the Sand's movements, and its army began to muster. This time, I will definitely cut off Sōshin Ten'ichi's head. Bayun Zhaojin placed his ninja sword on his back. The Sand Army looked at Kikyo Castle in the distance, their eyes burning with fervor. They were determined to win this time. On Konoha's side, Orochimaru and Danzo stood together. Orochimaru, have you notified the village? Danzo looked at the Sand side with a grave expression. After losing quite a few subordinates, he had never felt safe. Root now had few able fighters left, and Danzo could no longer rally many men. Rest easy, Elder Danzo. Orochimaru revealed a chilling smile. The great battle had begun. The two shinobi forces made contact. All manner of ninjutsu filled the sky. Kunai shuriken and explosive tags saturated the battlefield. As the Kazekage's disciple Sōshin Ten'ichi also led from the front this time. He spotted 3 Konoha ninja before him. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. Sōshin Ten'ichi used Chakra to create a repulsive force and fired fine grains of iron sand at the 3 Konoha ninja before they could react. A cloud of blood mist rose as the 3 fell with unwilling eyes. Where is the enemy? Those were their final words to the world. Sōshin Ten'ichi then used the same method to quickly clear out the rank and file. Like bullets, the iron sand claimed every Konoha genin with impartial equality. He's here. At that moment, Bayun Zhaojin and his 2 companions spotted Sōshin Ten'ichi and swiftly closed in. The Hyuga ninja has Byakugan active since something was wrong. The chakra within Sōshin Ten'ichi was even greater than Orochimaru's by a wide margin. Zhaojin, something is wrong. This man has more chakra than Lord Orochimaru himself. If we go after him, it'll be nearly the same as throwing our lives away. The Hyuga ninja immediately grabbed Bayun Zhaojin and Kosuke Maraboshi. What? The two were utterly astounded. It had only been a short while yet that brat's chakra reserves had become so terrifying. At that moment, however, Sōshin Ten'ichi noticed them as well. Oh, 2 familiar faces. He looked at them. Magnet release, iron sand wings. Sōshin Ten'ichi flew straight up and shot toward Bayun Zhaojin and the others. Bayun Zhaojin and Kosuke Maraboshi were not weak, but this time Sōshin Ten'ichi would not let them off so easily. He's mastered magnet release. Damn it. Seeing the iron sand wings on Sōshin Ten'ichi, just like the third Kazekage's, Bayun Zhaojin and his 2 companions wore exceptionally grim expressions. Their opponent had been formidable to begin with, and now that he had mastered magnet release, his strength was likely infinitely close to Kage level. Around then, Orochimaru also noticed Sōshin Ten'ichi. I truly never expected Ten'ichi-kun to have mastered magnet release. Orochimaru watched Sōshin Ten'ichi flying through the sky with a sour, envious feeling. Why can't I manage to get this body into my hands? He now wanted nothing more than to abandon everything, charge straight at Sōshin Ten'ichi, obtain his body, and study it thoroughly. Magnet release, iron sand assault. 3 iron sand spikes shot toward Bayun Zhaojin and his 2 companions, each with an explosive tag attached. Water release, torrential wave. Water release, great water dragon. Immediately Bayun Zaojian and Mariboshi Kosuka enacted their water release techniques. Once the iron sand came into contact with the water controlling, it would prove considerably more difficult for Sōshin Ten'ichi, while also demanding a greater expenditure of chakra. The Hyuga ninja, meanwhile, employed a substitution jutsu to evade. As a Hyuga, he possessed no affinity for the 5 elements release techniques, and as a branch family member, he could never hope to master the main house's secret art, Heavenly Reflection. Faced with Sōshin Ten'ichi's onslaught, they could only choose to dodge. Against him, the 3 of them held absolutely no advantage, rather they were being decisively suppressed. All 3 struggled considerably to contend with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Observing this from a distance, the Inoshikacho trio immediately rushed to their aid. Shikamaru watched Sōshin Ten'ichi hovering in the sky, then glanced toward Yamanaka and Noichi, who gave a subtle nod in response. Secret technique, heart-rending art. Yamanaka and Noichi sought to use this forbidden technique to disrupt Sōshin Ten'ichi's focus, forcing him down from the skies. Otherwise, with his adversary constantly darting through the air, there was simply no one on Konoha's side capable of countering him. What he could never have anticipated, however, was that Sōshin Ten'ichi was a transmigrator himself, possessing a mental fortitude far surpassing that of an ordinary person, further bolstered by daily enhancements. In the presence of Sōshin Ten'ichi, Yamanaka and Noichi was as vulnerable as a newborn infant. His secret technique failed to disrupt his opponent even for a single breath, instead rebounding upon its caster. Yamanaka and Noichi felt as though countless steel needles had pierced his skull. Had Akimichi Choza not seized him in time, he would have collapsed completely. Inoichi, Nara, Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choza watched their comrade with grave expressions. Shikamaru. His mental power is overwhelming. My jutsu backfired. Inoichi stammered, trembling as he gazed up at Sōshin Ten'ichi looming in the sky, and involuntary dread seizing his heart. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru realized how formidable their opponent truly was. It would barely be enough for them to merely hold him in check. Shikamaru, what should we do? Bayun Zaojian approached Nara Shikamaru, seeking a course of action. Sōshin Ten'ichi, seeing this generation of Inoshikacho assemble naturally, had no intention of letting them escape. He unsealed a storage scroll, drawing forth a vast quantity of iron sand. Though chakra was plentiful on the battlefield, Sōshin Ten'ichi was hardly arrogant enough to waste it heedlessly. Every drop had to be conserved. Magnet release iron sand rain. Sōshin Ten'ichi manipulated the sand, shaping it into thousands of sunbond needles that were propelled at blinding speed toward the 6 of them by repulsive force. Realizing escape was impossible, the 6 of them steeled themselves to endure the assault. Nara, Shikamaru, and the other 5 immediately formed hand seals. Earth release earthen wall. 5 earthen walls 3 to 4 meters thick erupted from the ground to shield them. At that very moment, the iron sand sunbond struck. The iron sand sunbond peppered the earthen barriers like bullets, sending debris flying in all directions. Within 2 or 3 seconds, a single wall crumbled. Witnessing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi increased his chakra output. The volume of iron sand sunbond multiplied, and their velocity escalated further. The 5 earthen walls collectively held for less than 10 seconds. Nevertheless, Nara, Shikamaru, and the others used those fleeting seconds to retreat to safety. Witnessing this, the Konoha ninja on the battlefield felt a chill run down their spines. Fortune favors us that we weren't the ones to face him directly, or we'd be dead already. Indeed, that young man is terrifying. What now? Lord Shikamaru and the others seem utterly outmatched. A wave of anxiety and dread inevitably surged within the hearts of the Konoha ninja. If no powerful elite moved to intercept him, the consequences of him slaughtering the rest of them were unthinkable. Observing Nara Shikamaru's group fleeing persistently, a trace of irritation flickered across Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes. He had wished to test his strength after mastering the magnet release, but their relentless evasion made it impossible for him to properly display his capabilities. It seems I have no choice but to pressure them further. Sōshin Ten'ichi's gaze shifted toward the Konoha ranks. The Konoha Jutsu Squad. The ninja stationed there were currently coordinating their techniques to assault his forces. Sōshin Ten'ichi soared into the upper atmosphere, creating a shadow clone, and the 2 immediately began forming hand seals. Upon spotting him, Nara Shikamaru's pupils contracted sharply. He had guessed exactly what Sōshin Ten'ichi intended to do. Damn it, he's targeting the Jutsu Squad. Nara Shikamaru immediately shouted a warning, hoping they would react in time. Sarutobi Masato, who commanded the Jutsu Squad, heard the cry and swiftly turned his attention their way, his brows knitting together in confusion. What was this Sōshin Ten'ichi planning? Did he intend to face their 100-strong elite Chunin Jutsu Squad all by himself? Preposterous. Today we shall make this Suna brat understand the true might of the Konoha Jutsu Squad. Though Sarutobi Masato held Sōshin Ten'ichi's actions in utter contempt, he ordered everyone to coordinate their efforts. After all, underestimating an enemy on the battlefield could easily prove fatal. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great scythe bore. The colossal inferno, already spanning over 100 meters, gained terrifying speed and momentum under the augmentation of the wind release. It appeared as though it would devour everything in its path, consuming all within a maelstrom of intertwined flame and gale. Damn it, activate the water formation wall now. Sarutobi Misato's face contorted in sheer terror. Having shouted the order, he immediately utilized the body flicker technique to depart the area. Water release water formation wall. The Jutsu squad coordinated with practiced precision. A water formation wall conjured by 100 elite Chunin was a sight of immense power. It manifested as a 50-meter-high curtain of water directly in the path of the approaching inferno. Watching this, a Konoha ninja murmured, "This should hold right." Boom. The collision between fire and water erupted with a deafening roar that nearly shattered the eardrums of those nearby. How is this possible? To the horror of the Konoha ninja, the flames devoured the water formation wall. That colossal 50-meter curtain of water instantly vaporized into mist, scattering across the heavens and earth. The blaze continued unimpeded, barreling toward the Konoha Jutsu squad with the momentum of a runaway locomotive. Rumble. Another catastrophic explosion echoed across the battlefield. Dirt and rubble were sent flying in every direction. Several Konoha ninja who failed to dodge in time were struck, sustaining grievous wounds. As the dust settled, the ground where the Jutsu squad had stood was now scarred with a small crater roughly 10 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. Yet the stones at the epicenter had been utterly reduced to molten slag. The occasional plumes of black smoke rising from the slag seemed to narrate the tragic fate of the 100-man Jutsu squad. A collective gulp echoed through the ranks. Every Konoha ninja stared in dread toward Sōshin Ten'ichi hovering in the sky. His power had already reached the caliber of a Kage-level shinobi. Even Sōshin Ten'ichi himself was somewhat taken aback. He had not fully anticipated that mastering the magnet release would elevate the destructive potency of his ninjutsu to such a degree. Lord Ten'ichi's strength has grown once again. Observing Sōshin Ten'ichi, Orochimaru couldn't help but recall that each time he laid eyes on him, his opponent's power had inevitably escalated. Could this be Lord Ten'ichi's Kekkai Genkai? Orochimaru reasoned that only a bloodline limit could adequately explain the rapid acceleration of Sōshin Ten'ichi's growth over recent times. Lord Ten'ichi is simply too formidable. With this fire release, I believe he surpasses even the Uchiha. Agreed. I suspect even the Konoha Hokage's fire release may not match Lord Ten'ichi's prowess. The Suna ninja were absolutely electrified at this moment. As long as Sōshin Ten'ichi mounted a few more assaults like this, Konoha's formations would surely collapse, paving the way for them to storm Kikyo City. Yuen Fei Shinrin, who had just fled, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he would have ended up like those in the ninjutsu class. Dead, without even a trace left. Sōshin Ten'ichi was about to strike again. At that moment, Tuanzong leaped out. He couldn't just watch Sōshin Ten'ichi continue. If he did, their battle line might be lost. Wind-style vacuum serial waves. Tuanzong spat several wind blades towards Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. The agile Sōshin Ten'ichi directly controlled his iron sand wings to dodge and casually threw several kunai with explosive tags toward Tuanzong. Ten'ichi had no intention of actually harming Tuanzong. After all, Konoha with Tuanzong was still the good Konoha. Facing Ten'ichi's little trick, Tuanzong naturally dodged it with ease. At that moment, 5 masked root ninjas appeared beside Tuanzong. He had brought many root ninjas, but now only these few remained alive. This made him glare fiercely at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Elder Tuanzong, I thought you wouldn't make a move. Deshiwan, while engaged in combat with Luo Sha, also taunted Tuanzong. Oomph. Tuanzong snorted coldly. Luo Sha's eyes also turned icy. My disciples have all shown brilliantly. Now, as their teacher, I cannot afford to fall behind. Magnet-style golden sand waves. A massive amount of gold sand directly covered the battlefield where Deshiwan and the others were forming a 30-meter-high wave of golden sand that surged overwhelmingly toward Deshiwan. Summoning Jutsu. Deshiwan directly summoned Wanshi. As soon as Wanshi emerged before it could understand what was happening, it was engulfed by the overwhelming golden sand. From within the golden sand came Wanshi's furious roar, "Damnda, Shiwan." Then Wanshi broke free from the golden sand, its eyes cold as it glared at Deshiwan. Deshiwan, if you don't prepare 600 sacrifices for me this time, you can wait to be eaten by me. Rest assured, Wanshi, I will prepare them. Deshiwan gave a cold smile. By now he already had many dead experimental subjects in his lab. Throwing them to Wanshi to eat was not bad. Then Deshiwan and Wanshi joined forces to deal with Luo Sha. The 2 humans and 1 snake fought fiercely, and they instinctively moved away from this part of the battlefield. On the other side, Tuanzong also began to attack Sōshin Ten'ichi. Summoning Jutsu. As the smoke dissipated, a huge summoning beast resembling an elephant Mengemo appeared. Tuanzong stood on its head, glaring sharply at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Mengemo. He stomped his foot on the beast. Receiving the command, Mengemo immediately opened its mouth wide and began to use wind style to suck Sōshin Ten'ichi in. At that moment, the surrounding trees were uprooted by the suction force. The nearby Konoha ninjas were the first to be affected, being sucked toward Mengmo's mouth, with looks of despair on their faces. Up! Help! Elder Tuanzong, help! I don't want to die. Their cries for help did not draw Tuanzang's attention. He did not even spare them a glance. In Tuanzang's view, these sacrifices were necessary. The Suna ninjas watching the Konoha elder kill indiscriminately like this couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. They all instinctively moved away from this area. Alas! Nai Liang Lu Jiao and the others watched as their fellow village ninjas were sucked into Mengmo's mouth, a flicker of reluctance in their eyes. Tianyi felt a considerable suction force, but he smiled. Dealing with this big fellow was very simple. Zuizhu had once sent this creature away with a single fire-style jutsu. At the same time, Tuanzong was not idle. Wind-style vacuum bullet. He fired the chakra accumulated in his mouth like bullets, spitting short breaths, continuously attacking Sōshin Ten'ichi like a machine gun. The root ninjas beside Tuanzong also used their own jutsu. Knowing that their techniques could hardly threaten Sōshin Ten'ichi, they used their jutsu to seal his movement options. This prevented Sōshin Ten'ichi from escaping Mengmo's suction range. Sōshin Ten'ichi formed his hands into sword fingers. Wind-style wind blade. The wind blade shattered Tuanzang's vacuum bullets one by one. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone made its move. Fire-style Great Fireball. The 100-meter Great Fireball was directly sucked in by Mengmo, causing it to writhe in agony, its face extremely twisted. One could tell from its expression how much pain it was in. Then it turned into smoke, ending the summoning. Damn it! Seeing his summoning beast defeated so easily, Tuanzang's face darkened considerably. He had intended to defeat this brat, to build his reputation, and also capture him for research. The Konoha ninjas, seeing Mengmo defeated, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No one wanted to be sucked into Mengmo's belly. Dying at the hands of one's own comrade was too unjust. Sōshin Ten'ichi left his shadow clone to fight Tuanzong. The clone understood the original's intention and planned to go easy on Tuanzong here. You brat, you're going too far. Seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi leave a shadow clone to deal with them, Tuanzong was furious. Aspiring to become Hokage, he had never been so disrespected. Attack! Join forces to destroy his shadow clone. Tuanzong called his root ninjas to join him in dealing with Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone. As for having his men hold off the shadow clone while he went after the original, that idea never crossed his mind. This brat's strength was not to be underestimated. He had no intention of taking risks. He was the future fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi's original body charged toward Nai Liang Lu Jiao and the others. Magnet-style iron sand giant needle. The iron sand was compressed by Sōshin Ten'ichi into sharp iron spears with some wind-style chakra attached to them, doubling their power. He's coming, defend quickly. Nai Liang Lu Jiao and the others knew that facing the flying Sōshin Ten'ichi, they couldn't escape and could only tough it out. Earth-style earth flow rampart. Ignoring their remaining chakra, everyone continuously pumped more chakra into the technique. One after another earth walls rose up before them, attempting to block Sōshin Ten'ichi's attack. Puff, puff, puff. But the sound of iron sand spears piercing the earth walls grew closer. Their earth walls were utterly unable to stop the iron sand spears. The faces of the group grew worse. Just as they were about to use the body flicker jutsu to dodge Sōshin Ten'ichi's laugh, this time the iron sand spears he had prepared were enough to cover 50 meters. Their body flicker jutsu could not avoid it. Xiao Dao Dingzhou took out his secret pill, glancing firmly at Nai Liang Lu Jiao and the others. He intended to sacrifice his life to save Lu Jiao and the others. No. Nai Liang Lu Jiao and Shan Zhonghai immediately shook their heads and grabbed Xiao Dao Dingzhou's arm. They would rather die together than live alone. At that moment, a special kunai landed at Nai Liang Lu Jiao's feet. Everyone, I hope I'm not too late. Then a gentle voice rang out. The faces of Nai Liang Lu Jiao and the others, which had been tinged with despair, instantly lit up with hope. Shui Men. Shui Men. The Konoha ninjas who had been in low morale now became excited. Although Bo-Feng Shui Men's reputation was not yet that great, the Konoha ninjas all knew he was extremely powerful. Minato Namikaze stood tall and upright like an ancient pine, unwavering against the wind, radiating an innate aura of heroic grace and effortless elegance. A faint smile graced his face, bringing a profound sense of warmth to all who beheld him. Upon catching sight of him, Sōshin Ten'ichi's expression shifted instantly. As Minato's comrades, seeing him would fill one with utter reassurance. Yet as an opponent, it was enough to draw curses. His flying thunder god technique was fucking impossible to counter. Damn it, I was so close. Sōshin Ten'ichi's face darkened. With Minato's appearance, he could no longer kill Narashikaku and the others. At the same time, he created distance, moving away from Minato. Everyone, leave this to me. Minato turned to Narashikaku and the others with a serene smile. Minato, be careful. That man's magnet release is unusual. Narashikaku and the others warned Minato before retreating, though their eyes never left the scene. If an opportunity arose, they would still come to reinforce. Minato held his flying thunder god kunai, studying Sōshin Ten'ichi and contemplating how to deal with this flying adversary. Sōshin Ten'ichi was using Chakra to coat his entire body in iron sand. Ten'ichi feared that if Minato marked him with the Flying Thunder God seal, it would all be over. Let me see the true strength of eternal bamboo. Sōshin Ten'ichi formed hand signs, and massive amounts of iron sand surged forth, covering the entire ground. The iron sand shot toward Minato like lightning, crushing trees and stones in its path. Minato faced the surging iron sand with calm composure, hurling his Flying Thunder God kunai. In the next instant, he vanished from where he stood, reappearing 100 meters away. Damn, that speed is insane. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched his movements, feeling a throbbing pain in his teeth. This kind of space-time ninjutsu was simply unbeatable. Minato crouched on a tree branch watching Sōshin Ten'ichi, and directly threw a Flying Thunder God kunai toward him. Of course, from this distance the kunai would never reach. But the next moment he appeared in midair, and the kunai was launched again from Minato's hand. He used this relay technique to gradually close the distance. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately struck back. Magnet release, sand, iron wall. He created 6 walls of iron sand around the incoming kunai, trapping it within. Inside the sealed space, Sōshin Ten'ichi controlled the iron sand to spin violently. If Minato dared to enter, Ten'ichi would grind him into fragments. Minato saw through Sōshin Ten'ichi's scheme and understood that fighting in the air would be highly disadvantageous. He ceased his assault on Ten'ichi and instead set his sights on the sand ninja below. Dozens of Flying Thunder God kunai were launched, embedding themselves in the ground. Whoosh! His figure instantly appeared among the sand ninja. Kill him! The sand ninja, seeing someone dare charge into their ranks alone, drew their kunai and ninja blades and rushed toward Minato. Grins spread across their faces. To kill such a powerful leaf ninja would be a magnificent prize. Damn it! Run! Sōshin Ten'ichi saw Minato targeting ordinary sand ninja and cursed inwardly. Who the hell said this kid was a ray of sunshine? He was a thoroughly despicable bastard. Sōshin Ten'ichi attempted to control the Flying Thunder God kunai with his magnet release. But it was already too late. Puff, puff. In mere breaths, all the sand ninja around Minato clutched their necks and collapsed to the ground. Minato's kunai had dripped a single drop of blood onto the ground. They had not even seen Minato's movements. Shikaku, it's our turn now. Bunpuku, who had been hiding among the sand ninja, saw his side fall so rapidly. A hint of reluctance appeared on his gentle face, and he prepared to intervene. Though he could not bear to take life, he could not watch leaf ninja slaughter the sand ninja like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Old monk, hand over control of this body to this lord. I want to go out and slaughter them all. Shikaku was wildly excited. He had not stepped out for air in far too long. On account of the old monk, he would deign to act just this once. The ANBU guarding Bunpuku saw him preparing to act, and immediately signaled the surrounding sand ninja to retreat. Seeing the ANBU's gesture, everyone fled in terror, scrambling on hands and knees. They all wished they had grown an extra pair of legs. Such sinister chakra, just like the 9 tails. As Kushina's boyfriend Minato was intimately familiar with the chakra of tailed beasts. His expression changed instantly, and he shouted to the leaf ninja, "Evacuate immediately." Though the leaf ninja here did not understand what was happening, they obeyed Minato's orders and prepared to retreat. The sand ninja engaged with them saw this and did not attempt to intercept. They also disengaged from battle. Some of them guessed that the village must have deployed a Jinchuriki, so survival was now the top priority. Suspended meditation technique. As Bunpuku entered a sleeping state and lost control of his body, the sealed Shikaku burst into laughter. This lord has emerged. Shikaku, resembling a raccoon cat, appeared on the battlefield. Everyone felt a massive and malevolent chakra surging forth. Damn it, the sand ninja released the one tail. Retreat quickly. The sand ninja actually deployed a tailed beast. The leaf jonin immediately ordered the chunin and genin to fall back. However, many people found their legs unresponsive at that moment. Many of them were facing a tailed beast for the first time, their minds consumed by terror. But the leaf jonin had no time to care about such things. They stood ready for battle. They absolutely could not let the tailed beast break through their defenses, or else Kikyo Mountain would be lost. Damn it, when did the sand ninja deploy the Jinchuriki to the battlefield? Danzo, engaged in battle with Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone, saw the one tail, and his expression darkened, a hint of retreat visible in his eyes. The current situation was most unfavorable. Danzo gave his root ninja a glance, and then turned and ran. I am destined to become Hokage. Ooh, I cannot die here. Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone watched Danzo's fleeing figure, and the corner of his mouth twitched. However, he did not pursue, and instead unleashed his full power to slaughtering the remaining root ninja. Orochimaru, who was fully engaged in combat with Resetsu, noticed Danzo's retreat and could not help but feel speechless. And he claims he wants to be Hokage. Orochimaru, you are defeated. Resetsu's smile was radiant. With Orochimaru held in check, the one tail could completely shatter the leaf's formation. Is that so? Orochimaru sneered and glanced at the flash of yellow hair in the crowd. The Flying Thunder God was not so easily countered. Moreover, Minato had studied sealing techniques from Kushina. The outcome was still undecided. You leaf trash, watch this lord crush you. Shikaku unleashed a massive surge of chakra. Wind released vacuum sphere. A gigantic ball of wind formed and hurtled toward Minato and the others. Dodge quickly. Everyone scattered rapidly. The Jonin managed to evade, but the genin behind them, whose strength was lacking and who had not yet escaped, fared far worse. They were blown into the sky by the high-speed wind sphere, their bodies unable to withstand the force, disintegrating midair. Due to the roar of the wind, no one could hear their screams, but their expressions revealed the agony they endured. Damn it! Minato watched those children, barely graduated from the academy, lose their lives so cruelly. In that moment, he made a silent vow within his heart. He would study the Flying Thunder God more thoroughly and master a method to transfer away such ninjutsu. He actually dodged me. Time for round 2. Shikaku continued his assault. Sōshin Ten'ichi also moved now, intending to take advantage of Shikaku's pressure to find a way to get rid of Minato and his men. Minato in particular was the biggest problem. His Flying Thunder God was far too dominant. But if Minato died, what would happen to Naruto? What about Ashura? Sōshin Ten'ichi figured the Sage of Six Paths would deal with that later. After all, he wasn't erasing Ashura's chakra from existence. He could simply choose and manipulate another suitable vessel. Besides, no one had ever decreed that the savior of the world had to be Minato's son. Weren't one men and 2 men just as worthy? Shikaku, I'll help you. Sōshin Ten'ichi flew to Shikaku's side and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball. Empowered by Shikaku's wind release, the blazing sphere soared into the sky and engulfed Minato and the others. How do you know my name? Shikaku stared in surprise at the flying sand shinobi. He had only ever told Bunpuku his name, and he was certain Bunpuku had never told anyone else. Sōshin Ten'ichi froze for a moment, taken aback by his own slip of the tongue. But his eyes quickly flickered with an idea. He wanted Shikaku as his summoning beast, so he decided to spin a story for the time being. An old man told me about it in a dream. He even told me the names of the other tailed beasts. After saying this, Sōshin Ten'ichi said no more to Shikaku, intending to stay mysterious. He would let Shikaku approach him on his own later. He could even pretend to be the child of destiny. Naruto hadn't even been born yet. A destiny he seized for himself should still count as destiny, right? Huh. At that moment, Minato and his team appeared over a kilometer away. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi flew over. Could this kid be the one the old Sage of Six Paths said would befriend the tailed beasts? His eyes are blue too. Shikaku muttered to himself for a moment, then decided to leave that matter for later. First, he had to settle what he had promised the old monk. Don't be afraid, you Konoha scum. The great Shikaku has arrived. Shikaku continued attacking. The forest that had once covered the area was now buried under sand from his destruction. This suited Sōshin Ten'ichi perfectly. He hid his iron sand beneath the sand, ready to hit those Konoha ninja with something big when the time came. That Minato is not going to be easy. A tailed beast plus a magnet release shinobi with immense chakra. Shikaku Nara was already covered in wounds, his brows knitted tightly. Resourceful as he was, even he felt helpless against such an overwhelming difference in power. I'll take the tailed beast. You all need to hold off that magnet release ninja. Minato looked at the 20 or so jonin in front of him. Minato, can you handle this? Everyone watched him anxiously. Although the one tail had the least chakra of all the tailed beasts, it was still a tailed beast. Minato broke into a warm, sunny smile. Don't worry, everyone. Then he strode off toward the tailed beast without looking back. Shikaku Nara and the others watched Minato leave, their eyes full of respect. Everyone, let's hold off this magnet release ninja. Those of you who can use water release, soak his iron sand with water and weaken him. Shikaku Nara began laying out the battle plan. In short, drown him in water release. Seeing Minato go after Shikaku, Sōshin Ten'ichi prepared to turn around and help Shikaku deal with Minato. At that moment, water release, water dragon bullet. X-15 Shikaku Nara and the others struck together, sending 15 water dragons straight at Sōshin Ten'ichi in midair. But the water dragon bullets were too slow and Sōshin Ten'ichi dodged with ease. At the same time, he understood exactly what they were planning and sneered in contempt. They wanted to stall him and use water release to sap his strength. It was a good plan. Too bad he wasn't crazy enough to walk right into it. Sōshin Ten'ichi's target was Minato. Completely ignoring the others, he quickly closed in toward Shikaku. It seems we have no choice but to enter the battle too. Shikaku Nara forced a bitter smile. Joining a battlefield with a tailed beast was extremely foolish. But the enemy's intent was clear. He was going after Minato. If they didn't help, Minato would be at a disadvantage against a tailed beast and a magnet release shinobi whose power rivaled the Kage. One careless moment could easily cost him his life. Yeah, none of them flinched, and they all rushed to support Minato. They understood the situation. Minato must not fall. If he did, the balance would be broken and Kikyo Mountain would be lost. Magnet release iron sand shuriken. This was a small innovation Sōshin Ten'ichi had created based on Raza's gold dust shuriken. Huge amounts of chakra drove hundreds of iron sand shuriken in indiscriminate attacks against every place Minato might go. It was flashy, but it did no real harm. It only limited Minato's options. Shikaku, let's join forces, you. Sōshin Ten'ichi's words were cut off by Shikaku. Kid, I don't listen to you, Shikaku said haughtily. If not for the fact that this kid might be the one the old sage of 6 paths had told him about, Shikaku would have smacked him away long ago. Sōshin Ten'ichi was speechless. If Shikaku would actually cooperate with him, they could cause Minato some real trouble. The longer this dragged on, the smaller Sōshin Ten'ichi's chances of killing Minato seemed. The Flying Thunder God was truly too overpowered. If Minato was set on escaping, Ten'ichi had no way to stop him. At this point, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt that taking this guy off the board would definitely be a scripted kill. You're very strong, Minato said, now eyeing Sōshin Ten'ichi with caution. Despite having fought for so long, this man's chakra reserve still exceeded Minato's, a troubling thought. With him interfering from the side, Minato had no hope of getting the One Tail off the battlefield. Whenever Minato drew close to Shikaku, Sōshin Ten'ichi would send iron sand at him, never allowing an opening. So are you? Sōshin Ten'ichi crossed his arms and looked at Minato. Being praised by him was quite something. Minato, we've come to support you. Shikaku, Nara, and the others arrived. Seeing them, a glimmer of hope appeared in Minato's eyes. If Shikaku and the others could hold the enemy back for a while, he could send the One Tail out of the battlefield, then come back to get them. A one-on-one fight with this magnet-release ninja would be far less troublesome than this. Shikaku Nara saw what Minato was up against and gave him a knowing look. Leave it to us. Use water release. Shikaku Nara directed everyone to harass Sōshin Ten'ichi, while Minato threw out a Flying Thunder God Kunai. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. X-15, they all struck at once. Sōshin Ten'ichi quickly flew aside to dodge. His attention never left Minato. As for Shikaku and the others, he would leave them to his shadow clone. Conveniently, Danzo had run off. Fire release, Great Fireball. The sudden appearance of the shadow clone startled Shikaku Nara. Could Elder Danzo have? Shikaku Nara immediately looked toward the direction where Danzo had been. He didn't see a corpse. He scanned around, but still found no sign of Danzo's body. Damn it. The shrewd Shikaku Nara gritted his teeth in fury, realizing that Danzo had fled. Meanwhile, Minato was attempting to approach the One Tail. Just as he was about to touch its body, he sensed Sōshin Ten'ichi's chakra. He pulled back in an instant, appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Where he had been standing, a miniature tornado formed by countless iron sand shuriken erupted. Minato's heartbeat raced. If he had reacted even half a beat slower, his body would have been shredded into pieces by those iron sand shuriken. So close. From the sky, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt a pang of regret at nearly succeeding. Minato turned his head and saw Shikaku and the others being held up by Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone. He couldn't help but sigh. Any hope of sending the One Tail away from the battlefield was basically gone. Damn it, you yellow-haired little insect. You've been hopping around in front of me all this time. I'll kill you. Shikaku's eyes burned with rage. He opened his mouth and yin-yang chakra began gathering inside it. Everyone watching turned pale. Tailed beast ball. Fall back, fall back. Both sides desperately retreated. No one dared to take a tailed beast ball head on. Watching the tailed beast ball form in Shikaku's mouth, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt a flicker of panic. If one of those hit him head on, it would be a truly soul-shattering experience. At this moment, Minato Namikaze had not yet left. Instead, he was watching Nara, Shikaku, and the others. Only after seeing them move away did he breathe a sigh of relief. He had left a Flying Thunder God Kunai over 5 kilometers away, so he could simply teleport there when the time came. However, he would have to wait until the One Tail fired its tailed beast ball. If he teleported before the shot, the One Tail would inevitably adjust its aim. Not only would they fail to dodge the tailed beast ball, but it would likely cause massive casualties. Boom. The instant Shikaku fired the tailed beast ball, Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished from sight. Sōshin Ten'ichi, who had been monitoring him with sensory jutsu, let out a soft sigh. Couldn't his jutsu fail just once? Bang. The tailed beast ball struck the ground, and a mushroom cloud instantly rose into the air. The shockwave sent those who were not firmly planted flying. Afterward, a crater 2 to 3 kilometers in diameter appeared. In the core area, the soil and rocks had all been reduced to red magma. With this kind of power, no wonder they call tailed beasts war machines. Sōshin Ten'ichi could sense that Shikaku had not put its full strength into this tailed beast ball. Damn it. That yellow-haired brat actually got away. It's pissing me off. Shikaku, sensing Minato Namikaze's chakra in the distance, roared in fury. Raza, who was battling Orochimaru in the distance, felt a twinge of disappointment when he saw that even the One Tail and his own disciple working together had failed to capture Minato Namikaze. At the same time, he felt that things were getting troublesome. The elite forces were currently at a stalemate with Konoha, but the lower-tier forces were not holding the advantage. There had already been considerable casualties. Is this really how it's going to end? Raza refused to accept it. They had even deployed a tailed beast, yet still could not take Mount Kikyo. This was also a considerable blow to his reputation. Orochimaru looked at Raza, and a smile unconsciously formed on his face. As long as things continued like this, victory would ultimately belong to Konoha. The only problem was that the casualties were heavy. Shikaku, please help block Minato Namikaze for a while. Sōshin Ten'ichi then turned his gaze to the other Konoha ninja. Since he could not deal with Minato Namikaze, he might as well set his sights on someone else. Whoosh. Sōshin Ten'ichi moved at terrifying speed, charging straight at Nara Shikaku and the others. Not good. Everyone's pupils constricted. Shikaku fall back. Minato Namikaze shot them a look, signaling for them to hold on for a moment. He would come as soon as he sent the one tail away. Then he swiftly headed toward Shikaku. Several flying thunder god kunai were hurled toward Shikaku. Nara Shikaku thought to himself that they should be able to hold out under Sōshin Ten'ichi's assault until Minato returned. Everyone, we must hold on until Minato returns. Understanding what Sōshin Ten'ichi intended, Nara Shikaku looked at the others with a grave expression. Yeah. Everyone nodded in unison. Akimichi Choza then took out the green secret pill, the spinach pill. He swallowed it in one gulp. The spinach pill could stimulate up to 30% of one's latent potential in a short period, multiplying the user's strength threefold. The rest of them also adjusted their physical states. Magnet release Iron Sand Shuriken. Hundreds of Iron Sand Shuriken flew toward them with piercing whistles. Water release Water Formation Wall. 15. Earth release Earth Flow Wall. 5. Everyone immediately acted with those who could use water release, prioritizing those water jutsu. They intended to create a lake together which would give them a greater chance of safety. Thump, thump. The Iron Sand Shuriken, moving at tremendous speed, tore through the water wall and the earth flow wall. However, their speed had been reduced. The Konoha ninja quickly dodged. Still, Sōshin Ten'ichi did not care, for his objective had already been achieved. The 20 Konoha jonin who had originally been clustered together were now scattered. Sōshin Ten'ichi set his sights on Nara Shikaku and the others. Killing them would yield greater value. Maraboshi Kosuka saw through Sōshin Ten'ichi's intention and immediately struck out. Water release Water Dragon Bullet. In this water-rich environment, his Water Dragon Bullet was far more powerful than usual. A water dragon over 30 meters long surged toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. Taking this chance, Maraboshi Kosuka turned and shouted to Nara Shikaku and the others, "Get out of here. You're his targets." But Nara Shikaku and the others showed reluctance in their eyes. "Go now? Don't worry. He won't set his sights on us. Our chances of survival are better this way. We'll hold him off. Once Minato returns, everyone will be safe." Shirakumo Hayama also stepped forward. All right. Knowing this was no time for hesitation, Nara Shikaku led Akimichi Choza and the others in a rapid retreat. Shirakumo Hayama, Maraboshi Kosuka, and several other jonin stood in the trees, watching Sōshin Ten'ichi warily. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched Nara Shikaku and the others receding into the distance, then shifted his gaze to Shirakumo Hayama and Maraboshi Kosuka. Killing these two would be fine too. Why do I feel something is off? Shirakumo Hayama felt a chill run down his spine. Magnet release Iron Sand Triangular Pyramids. Sōshin Ten'ichi created numerous iron sand triangular pyramids, coated them with wind release chakra, and launched them at extreme speed towards Shirakumo Hayama and Maraboshi Kosuka. Everyone used their own methods to fend off the triangular pyramids. While they were fully occupied, the iron sand hidden beneath the water and within the sand was gradually drawn together by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Fire release Great Fireball. Sōshin Ten'ichi poured 2 units of chakra into the jutsu. A massive fireball came hurtling at them, forcing Shirakumo Hayama, Maraboshi Kosuka, and the others to fend off the triangular pyramids while escaping the range of the flames. For a moment, they were exhausted both mentally and physically. Meanwhile, the fire and water clashed, generating a thick white mist. This impaired the vision of Shirakumo Hayama and the others, but for Sōshin Ten'ichi, who possessed keen sensory abilities, the effect was negligible. Time for the hunt to begin. A malicious smile curled at Sōshin Ten'ichi's lips. Activating magnet release, he willed the hidden iron sand to streak towards Shirakumo Hayama and his group. The first to suffer was an unnamed Konoha jonin. His legs were brutally shredded by the iron sand, and he collapsed to the ground, whereupon the iron sand engulfed him. The scream died out in an instant, making the hairs of Shirakumo Hayama and the others stand on end. Wind release Vacuum Sword. Shirakumo Hayama blew away the mist before him to get a clear view of the situation. 40 or 50 iron sand shuriken came flying at him. Before he could react, the iron sand shuriken riddled him with holes, and he fell straight to the ground. As luck would have it, he landed right at the feet of Maraboshi Kosuka. Seeing such an outstanding junior die like this, Maraboshi's heart ached involuntarily. The next second, that ache became all too literal as a spear of iron sand pierced his chest from behind. Maraboshi Kosuka looked at the spear and gave a bitter smile. Then he too fell beside Shirakumo Hayama. The remaining nameless jonin followed suit and collapsed one after another. At this moment, Shikaku's boisterous clamor on the battlefield vanished entirely. So Shikaku was already sent away by Minato Namikaze. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt a bit regretful. Shortly afterward, Minato Namikaze returned. He activated the mark and appeared beside Nara Shikaku and the others. "Minato, you're back. Go save Shirakumo Hayama and Senior Mariboshi. Nara Shikaku and the others grew excited. With Minato there, they could now take on that magnet release ninja. Alright. They rushed over quickly only to find Shirakumo Hayama and Mariboshi Kosuka already slaughtered by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sorry, you're a little too late. Sōshin Ten'ichi grinned broadly at them. Looking at Minato Namikaze who led them, he felt a trace of regret. If only that Shikaku could have held on a little longer. Then he might even have been able to kill Nara Shikaku and the others too. How is this possible? Senior Mariboshi just died like this. Damn these sand shinobi. With reddened eyes, Nara Shikaku and the others stared at Mariboshi Kosuka, Shirakumo Hayama, and the rest lying in pools of blood. They were within arm's reach, yet they dared not step forward because iron sand remained on the bodies. They could not be certain whether that iron sand had been deliberately left there by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Minato Namikaze, who had always worn a smile, now stared at Sōshin Ten'ichi with razor-sharp eyes. Tisk tisk, what a terrifying look. Sōshin Ten'ichi said this in a joking tone, but inwardly his nerves were taut. He dared not be careless. Meanwhile, Raza in the distance saw that Shikaku had disappeared. Without Shikaku, this operation could be considered a failure, so he issued a signal to retreat to camp. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi flew into the sky to provide cover for the sand ninja. When he spotted Konoha ninja trying to pursue the retreating sand forces, he immediately struck. Explosive tag, autocannon. One after another, exploding tags assisted by wind release flew rapidly toward the pursuing Konoha ninja. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions sent the Konoha ninja wailing and shrieking. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash, quickly adjusted his mindset and went to help those people evade Sōshin Ten'ichi's attack range. That guy can fly. How insufferable. Akimichi Choza said weakly. The effects of the secret pill had worn off, and he now felt completely drained. Yet it's a good thing we have Minato, a master of space-time jutsu, or we'd be in serious trouble. Nara Shikaku looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky and said slowly. At this moment, he finally understood in his very bones what it felt like to be Minato's enemy. Helplessness. Despair. With Sōshin Ten'ichi dividing the battlefield from the sky, the Suna shinobi quickly withdrew to safety. Ten'ichi glanced at Minato Namikaze, who was constantly carrying wounded shinobi off the battlefield, and remarked slowly, a truly warm-hearted man. What a pity we're not on the same side. Then he turned and left this battlefield. Seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi walk away, Nara Shikaku and the others finally relaxed. His presence had kept everyone on edge. Akimichi Choza now plopped straight down to the ground. He could not hold on any longer, for the secret medicine had taken its toll. Choza, are you all right? Nara Shikaku hurried to his side and crouched down to examine him. The Inoshikacho trio was now in dire condition. Yamanaka Inoichi was still unconscious, and Akimichi Choza had lost his combat capability because of the secret medicine. That made Nara Shikaku feel a trace of helplessness. What if they met this man again? Orochimaru, this time I'll let you off. Next time I will definitely kill you. Raza saw that all of his people had already retreated, so he left behind a harsh warning and, manipulating his golden sand, departed. Haha. Orochimaru sneered disdainfully. Someone like Raza could not kill him. He then walked over to this part of the battlefield. Looking at the dead Konoha shinobi on the ground, he murmured softly, life really is fragile. Lord Orochimaru. Minato Namikaze came to Orochimaru with a guilty expression. I couldn't stop them. Minato had originally received word from the village and come specifically to reinforce this area, but in the end he had accomplished nothing. So many of the village's people had fallen on the battlefield. Don't worry, Minato. You did very well. Taking on Ten'ichi and the One Tail all by yourself was already impressive. Orochimaru looked at Minato, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, to others that smile looked especially sinister. Minato nodded. Lord Orochimaru, are you very familiar with that magnet release shinobi? Seeing that Orochimaru addressed the man so familiarly, he asked with curiosity. I watched him grow up with my own eyes. He is an absolute genius. In less than 2 months, he reached the point where he is now. It's just a pity that we failed to capture Ten'ichi back then. Orochimaru could not help licking his lips. Now the possibility of his capturing Sōshin Ten'ichi was no longer great. Ten'ichi's strength might not be as good as his, but if the other man was determined to flee, he could not keep him. A genius. A flicker of wariness appeared in Minato's eyes. For such a man to appear in Sunagakure was a great threat to the village. He made up his mind in his heart to eliminate Sōshin Ten'ichi when the opportunity came, removing this disaster for the village. Sunagakure camp. Although they had not taken Kikyo Mountain this time, the Suna shinobi were especially stirred, because they had witnessed Sōshin Ten'ichi's battle achievements. He had driven off the Konoha Elder and clashed with Konoha's space-time ninja without showing the slightest inferiority. A powerful warrior had emerged before their eyes. Although this attack had failed, they believed that they would certainly succeed later. Raza then looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi, his eyes full of smiles. While fighting Orochimaru just now, he had also been paying attention to Sōshin Ten'ichi. He saw him face Konoha's Minato Namikaze without panic, responding in an orderly manner and even sending that fellow Danzo fleeing with his tail between his legs. Tianni, well done. Raza patted Sōshin Ten'ichi on the shoulder. Teacher, this is all what I should do. What a pity Minato Namikaze was too troublesome. Otherwise we might have already taken Kikyo Mountain this time. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt a trace of regret. If that man had not come with Sunagakure's lineup, defeating Orochimaru and occupying Kikyo Mountain would have been entirely possible. It's fine. Konoha's situation is not good right now. That Minato Namikaze might be transferred somewhere else to provide support at any time. When that time comes we'll have our chance, Raza said with a hearty laugh. At that moment members of the sealing platoon hurried to Raza's side with scrolls on their backs. Lord Kazekage, we have found the Jinchuriki's location. The sealing platoon reported the situation to Raza. Good. Raza then looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Tianni, I'll have to trouble you to accompany the sealing platoon and bring back the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Raza did not dare leave the camp now, worrying that Konoha might launch a sudden counterattack. Thus the only one suitable to bring back the Jinchuriki was Sōshin Ten'ichi. Yes. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Then with the sealing platoon leading the way they headed off into the distance. Raza watched Sōshin Ten'ichi and said with a smile, what a wonderful feeling it is to have a worthy successor. If not for Ten'ichi, he would probably have had to personally go bring back the one tail now. Afterward Raza called over Baki and the others to start the next stage of defense. Meanwhile Sōshin Ten'ichi followed the sealing platoon and arrived at the desert. There they saw Bunpuku sitting cross-legged in the desert. Seeing him like this, Ten'ichi immediately understood that the monk had already suppressed Shikaku. Lord Ten'ichi. Sensing that Sōshin Ten'ichi had come, Bunpuku immediately stood up. Looking at Ten'ichi with a kind face, he pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Master Bunpuku, are you all right? Sōshin Ten'ichi had considerable respect for this master. In truth, Bunpuku could be considered the first perfect Jinchuriki in the shinobi world. His character was enough to win Sōshin Ten'ichi's admiration. Hearing Ten'ichi's words, Bunpuku was stunned. He remained bent at the waist for a long time and could not straighten up. Ever since Shikaku was sealed inside him, the villagers had never called him by name. They only addressed him as the one-tailed Jinchuriki, let alone calling him master. No wonder Shikaku has a good impression of this person. Inside the mental space. Old monk, I never said that I have a good impression of this guy. Shikaku said that in a tsundere manner. Hearing Shikaku's voice, Bunpuku said nothing but revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Having spent so many years with Shikaku, he naturally knew Shikaku's temperament. Shikaku, after I am gone you won't be lonely. Bunpuku had originally worried that after his death no one would understand Shikaku. But looking at Sōshin Ten'ichi before him, he felt much more at ease. He could feel that this person held no fear or disgust toward tailed beasts in his heart. Perhaps this person could change people's view of tailed beasts. Master Bunpuku, let's go back, Ten'ichi said with a smile. Lord Ten'ichi. At that moment the sealing platoon members holding scrolls looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with concern. The seal has not been strengthened yet. If the one tail comes out it will be troublesome. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at everyone to reassure them. The sealing platoon members looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi thinking that Ten'ichi possessed the same magnet release iron sand as the third Kazekage. If the one tail went berserk, he would certainly be able to suppress it just like the third Kazekage. So they did not say anything more. Along the way Ten'ichi and Bunpuku kept chatting. As for the topic, naturally, it was Shikaku. When Ten'ichi mentioned that Shikaku was at Tsundere, a kind-hearted giant Tanuki, Shikaku inside Bunpuku's mental space jumped and howled as if he would explode with anger in the next second. The smile on Bunpuku's face never ceased. Because he could sense that Shikaku was not actually angry, perhaps as Ten'ichi had said, he was simply in its Tsundere state. Very soon Sōshin Ten'ichi and the others returned to camp. No sooner had they arrived than Ten'ichi heard many agonized screams coming from the medical camp. Alas! This made Sōshin Ten'ichi sigh involuntarily. Bunpuku bowed in that direction, then went back to the room specially made for him. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked around. The surrounding area was covered with sealing patterns. These must have all been prepared to prevent Bunpuku from losing control. Master Bunpuku, I will go see my teacher first. I'll come back to see you later, Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. His visit was not just to see Bunpuku, but Shikaku. After all, Sunagakure's magnet release had been learned from Shikaku back then. If Sōshin Ten'ichi wanted to improve his magnet release, the best method was not to research on his own, but to come and learn from Shikaku. After all, on the battlefield now the enemy would not give him time to research. Alright. Bunpuku watched Sōshin Ten'ichi walk away, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Inside the mental world. That little brat is so annoying. Upon learning that Sōshin Ten'ichi had left, Shikaku could not help feeling a little reluctant to part. Bunpuku was a taciturn fellow, and his favorite thing was chanting sutras. That Sōshin Ten'ichi was talkative and annoying, but that was still better than listening to Bunpuku chant sutras. At that moment, hearing Shikaku's words, Bunpuku's mouth curved upward slightly. That smile seemed to grow from the softest depths of his heart. In the war room, Raza was discussing the next course of action with Baki and the others. Even though we didn't take Mount Kikyo, Konoha suffered a considerable blow this time. They lost more than a dozen jonin in one stroke. A smirk tugged at Raza's lips. While he hadn't achieved his objective, the leaf's strength had indeed been whittled down. For once the others joined him in a rare moment of laughter. Against Konoha, Sunagakure rarely had the upper hand. We'll follow the plan just discussed. First we wait for Minato Namikaze to be pulled away from the front. Then we strike. Raza was extremely wary of Minato Namikaze and his space-time jutsu. As long as that man was around, capturing Mount Kikyo would be nearly impossible. Yes, sir. They all nodded and went off to make their preparations. As they filed out of the war room, they saw Sōshin Ten'ichi standing outside waiting and eagerly greeted him with smiles. Ten'ichi returned the greeting with a gentle nod and a smile. Knowing he must have business with the Kazekage, and being pressed for time themselves, they took their leave without lingering to chat. Baki looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi, unable to keep the grin off his face. He hadn't expected that in such a short time Ten'ichi would already be capable of standing on his own. Well done, Ten'ichi. Baki patted him on the shoulder, then broke out into a hearty grin. The next time they met, he'd probably have to address the young man as Lord. With that, he strode off briskly. Ten'ichi watched him go, then entered the room. Master, I've already escorted Priest Bunpuku back. Sōshin Ten'ichi reported on his mission. Bunpuku. Priest. Raza was about to hand Ten'ichi a few scrolls when the phrase, Priest Bunpuku, threw him completely off guard. His mind raced until he suddenly recalled an old file noting that the one-tailed Jinchuriki was named Bunpuku. Good. You've worked hard this time. No trouble along the way, I take it? Raza asked. For the one-tail to have gone back quietly, his disciple must have put in considerable effort. Nothing unexpected happened. When we found Priest Bunpuku, he had already released his tailed beast transformation. Sōshin Ten'ichi recounted the situation to Raza in brief. Hearing that the one-tail hadn't caused any chaos, Raza felt a hint of disbelief. So this time the Jinchuriki actually kept the one-tail in check. Raza nodded in approval. Master, I believe Priest Bunpuku can now control the one-tail. There's no need to keep him imprisoned. Sōshin Ten'ichi didn't just mean at this camp, but back in the village as well. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Bunpuku would never lose control. Absolutely not. A Jinchuriki must be kept imprisoned. Raza's stance was as unyielding as his own master's, the third Kazekage. Seeing Raza's firm attitude, Sōshin Ten'ichi dropped the subject. These are the insights left by the past Kazekages on suppressing the one-tail. Take them back and study them carefully. Starting tomorrow, you'll be keeping watch over the Jinchuriki. I'm worried that having been released once, the one-tail might act out again. This assignment was, as it happened, exactly what Sōshin Ten'ichi had been hoping for. He'd been trying to think of an excuse to ask for a post near Bunpuku. Understood, Master. Sōshin Ten'ichi hugged the scrolls and returned to his quarters. No sooner had he sat down than his close friend Fujita Yuma stumbled and drenched in blood. Yuma, what happened to you? You're covered in blood. Sōshin Ten'ichi set the scrolls on the table and stared at him anxiously. Why would the village send someone who could make explosive tags to the front lines? Ten'ichi, you're back? Don't worry. I was just helping out at the medical station. Seeing the worry in Ten'ichi's eyes, Fujita Yuma quickly explained. Sōshin Ten'ichi breathed a sigh of relief. But then Yuma slumped into a chair made of earth, release his face filled with grief. Ten'ichi, when I was at the medical station just now, I found out that out of the 30 people in our class, only the 2 of us are still alive. All the rest died in battle. Fujita Yuma's heart ached at the memory of his fallen friends. Hearing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi slowly sank into a chair as well. He had long seen this coming, just not so soon. The class Sōshin Ten'ichi's original body had belonged to wasn't some elite squad, it was merely an ordinary one. From the moment they left the academy, their fates were all but sealed. If Sōshin Ten'ichi hadn't been reincarnated into this world, his original body would have died somewhere, without a trace long ago. And if Fujita Yuma hadn't learned to make explosive tags, he might have fallen in battle at any moment. Work hard, so that the next generation won't have to walk the same path we did. Sōshin Ten'ichi spoke up. Fujita Yuma nodded, his gaze resolute. Then he pulled a thick wad of explosive tags from his clothes. Ten'ichi, I made these explosive tags myself. You'd better not die out there. Fujita Yuma said, his voice thick with worry. Don't worry. Sōshin Ten'ichi accepted the tags with a smile. Alright Ten'ichi, time for me to start creating. Fujita Yuma flashed a sly, mischievous grin, changed into fresh clothes, and pulled out his notebook to begin his work. Watching his friend lecherously scribble his little novels, Sōshin Ten'ichi said nothing and felt no disdain. Maybe this is just how Yuma copes with the stress. War was suffocating. The reason Sōshin Ten'ichi didn't feel it was that he spent every day immersed in the intoxicating sensation of his own growing strength. Sōshin Ten'ichi then took out the scrolls Raza had given him and studied them intently. They didn't just contain methods and techniques for suppressing Shikaku. They also held invaluable insights into magnet release. Before long, Ten'ichi was completely absorbed. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. After waking up and eating breakfast, Sōshin Ten'ichi took 2 portions of food and headed to the room where Bunpuku was held. The ANBU on guard at the entrance gave Sōshin Ten'ichi a slight nod. They had already received their orders. The Kazekage's disciple would be assisting them in watching over the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Could you open the door? I'd like to go in and check on him. Tiani smiled at the ANBU. Yes, sir. The ANBU moved swiftly to unseal the entrance. Their nerves were wound tight. Some even pulled out kunai, as if facing a formidable enemy. Tiani couldn't help but feel a hint of helplessness at the sight. Sunagakure understood so little about Jinchuriki. They treated a perfect Jinchuriki with even more severity than an S-rank missing nin. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded to the ANBU who unsealed the door then strode inside. The instant he entered, they hurriedly resealed the barrier, and everyone outside breathed a collective sigh of relief. Bunpuku, who had been sitting cross-legged reciting sutras, slowly opened his eyes. Lord Ten'ichi, you shouldn't have troubled yourself to bring me breakfast. Bunpuku rose to his feet and bowed slightly with his palms pressed together. It just so happened I had nothing to do. By the way, Priest Bunpuku, does Shikaku eat? I happen to bring 2 portions. Sōshin Ten'ichi naturally knew a tailed beast didn't need to eat, but it was the thought that counted. Bunpuku was taken aback by Tiani's remark. He hadn't expected Tiani to think of Shikaku when bringing breakfast. Inside the mental world. Does this idiot kid not know that tailed beasts don't need to eat? Shikaku said with sundera pride, yet this time a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth when mentioning Sōshin Ten'ichi. Lord Ten'ichi, tailed beasts don't need to eat. Bunpuku looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with a warm smile in his eyes. Oh, I see. I was just wondering, how much would a beast that big have to eat every day? Sōshin Ten'ichi said teasingly. In the mental space, Shikaku leaned back with his arms crossed. Old monk, tell that brat he's a total idiot. Huh? Hearing Shikaku's words, Bunpuku said nothing and simply sat down with a smile to eat. Sōshin Ten'ichi also sat cross-legged nearby and brought out the scroll Raza had given him. Not the one from last night. This was one Raza had given him earlier to study magnet release. After the meal, Bunpuku looked over curiously. Lord Ten'ichi, what are you? Priest Bunpuku, my master sent me here to look after you. I figured I'd put the free time to good use and study the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release. After all, the 3rd Kazekage was the strongest Kazekage. His magnet release must be the strongest too. Sōshin Ten'ichi wasn't exaggerating. Among all magnet release users, the 3rd Kazekage's was the most formidable. Inside the mental space. Bullshit. My magnet release is the strongest. The 3rd Kazekage doesn't even have a fraction of my power. Old monk, go tell that brat. Shikaku jumped around yelling. He was the strongest, damn it. Bunpuku's lips curled into a faint smile as he said slowly, Lord Ten'ichi, Shikaku says his magnet release is the strongest. I don't believe it. Clearly the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release is the strongest. Sōshin Ten'ichi shook his head, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He might have been scheming a little with Shikaku, but there was no ill will behind it. Ten'ichi believed Shikaku could sense his sincerity. Perhaps the Tanuki was simply playing along. Old monk, I'll talk, and you relay it. I'm going to teach this brat once and for all whose magnet release is the strongest. Shikaku bellowed, though his eyes held not fury but a sly glint of mischief. Old man Six Paths, if this kid really is the child of destiny, then since I'm helping him now, you'd better give me a bigger share of chakra next time. Preferably all of Kurama's. Though Shikaku was still doubtful about Sōshin Ten'ichi's identity, he figured it was worth a gamble. If it paid off, maybe he'd even grow 8 more tails. And if he got tricked, he wouldn't lose anything anyway. And so Bunpuku acted as a translator, relaying Shikaku's words. While listening, Sōshin Ten'ichi would occasionally interject with his own opinions. In this manner 5 hours slipped by. Sōshin Ten'ichi had indeed gained no small insight. He rose to his feet and bowed to Bunpuku. Shikaku, Master Bunpuku, I thank you both. Bunpuku immediately stood up and reached out with both hands to help Ten'ichi rise. Lord Ten'ichi, I did nothing but relay a few words. Bunpuku gave a slight shake of his head. Sōshin Ten'ichi noticed that the monk's lips had gone dry, and he could not help sighing inwardly at how weak Sunagakure's foundation in the sealing arts truly was. They had roughly sealed Shikaku inside a human body, locking every door and window shut, leaving no way for anyone to directly enter Bunpuku's spiritual space. If it had been done properly, he could have directly discussed matters with Shikaku. Master Bunpuku, please thank Shikaku for me. I feel as if my understanding of magnet release has deepened even further. Sōshin Ten'ichi said gratefully. Inside the spiritual space, Shikaku was as always standing with his arms crossed in his usual haughty, aloof manner. Old monk, tell this kid that I'm taking him on as my little brother. Shikaku thought Sōshin Ten'ichi was quite a fine fellow. He could sense that Ten'ichi did not regard tailed beasts with fear or disgust, but instead treated them as friends. This pleased Shikaku greatly. Bunpuku was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had never expected Shikaku to accept Sōshin Ten'ichi so quickly. Yet looking at the clear-eyed young man before him with a smile on his face, he could not help but smile as well. Lord Ten'ichi, Shikaku says he will take you as his little brother. Bunpuku said with a smile. Sōshin Ten'ichi was equally astonished. Shikaku acknowledged me this quickly. Master Bunpuku, then please tell my big brother. Thank him for me. Sōshin Ten'ichi burst into hearty laughter. Having a tailed beast as a big brother was rather amusing. Bunpuku pressed his palms together, a smile lingering on his face. After I am gone, Shikaka's days should become much easier. Shikaka meanwhile lay sprawled in his spiritual space, grinning contentedly. At the Konoha camp, though the sky above the camp was clear and cloudless, a pall of gloom hung over every heart. This time Konoha had suffered no small losses. In the war room, Orochimaru sat at the head. He swept his gaze over the people in the room and could not help shaking his head. Yesterday, everyone had been busy treating their wounds, so only today could they gather for a meeting. Many seats in the room now sat empty. Elder Danzo explained to everyone, why did you flee at that time? Orochimaru turned to look at Danzo. With Konoha having suffered such heavy losses, someone naturally had to bear the blame. And Danzo naturally was an excellent choice. It was then that Orochimaru finally understood why his teacher had known full well of Danzo's ambition, yet never moved against him. When a scapegoat was needed, Danzo's usefulness became evident. Minato, Namikaze, and the others looked at him with displeasure. The sight of Danzo fleeing yesterday had infuriated them. You, Danzo, were always saying that you lived for Konoha, yet when Konoha truly needed you, you ran faster than anyone. Seeing that Orochimaru had thrown him out as the scapegoat, Danzo's face turned especially dark. How dare he? This old man's chakra was insufficient at the time. I could not hold on any longer. Danzo casually fabricated an excuse. The others rolled their eyes in exasperation. Low on chakra. He certainly hadn't looked that way when he was running. Enough. This is not the time to discuss whose fault it is. We should be discussing what to do next. Danzo rapped on the table. Out of consideration for Danzo's status, everyone stopped pressing the matter and turned to look at Orochimaru. I will write up the reasons for this incident and send the report to Master Sarutobi. Then I will ask him to dispatch some experts. Orochimaru glanced at Danzo from the corner of his eye, his expression betraying nothing. He felt no fear of that gloomy face. After all, the two of them were merely partners in cooperation, and most importantly, Danzo needed him. Shikaka, Nara, and the others breathed sighs of relief at Orochimaru's words. With Danzo taking the blame, there would be little impact on them or their clans later. This time the troublesome one on the enemy side is not the Jinchuriki, but that young man named Sōshin Ten'ichi. It would be fair to say that his strength is not inferior to mine. Minato, if you were to face Sōshin Ten'ichi alone, how much of a chance would you give yourself? Orochimaru looked at his old friend's disciple. Breaking the deadlock depended on whether Minato Namikaze could take down Sōshin Ten'ichi quickly. I'm not sure. That man gives me the feeling that he knows me very well, and he has been on guard against me the entire time. Besides, his magnet release affects me considerably. Minato gave a wry smile. The opponent could control his flying thunder god Kunai. Getting close to him would be far too difficult. Orochimaru fell into thought, and everyone else watched him in silence. We'll move once the village's reinforcements arrive. At that point I'll deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi, and Minato will deal with Raza. As for Elder Danzo, I'll trouble you to lead the Jonin and hold off the One Tail. Orochimaru turned to look at Danzo. Yet a flicker of reluctance appeared in the eyes of every Jonin present. They did not want to act alongside Danzo. If things went wrong, that man would surely abandon them and run. Danzo also wanted to refuse. After all the rude elites who had come with him were now dead. He had no wish to face a tailed beast, but he did not openly object. He would simply slip back to Konoha later when no one was watching. Hiruzen would clean up after him. Seeing Danzo agree, Orochimaru revealed a faint smile, one that carried a hint of contempt. Because Orochimaru had already seen through the petty calculations in Danzo's heart. All right, everyone, focus on recovering from your injuries. A great battle still awaits us. Orochimaru was certain that Raza was likewise scheming to mobilize troops from every direction. Before long, an even more ferocious battle would erupt. Yes, everyone's expressions were grave. Then they all rose and left, but Minato Namikaze stayed behind. Minato, is there something else? Orochimaru looked at Minato, who had remained alone, and asked. Lord Orochimaru, leave the One-Tail Jinchuriki to me as well. As soon as the battle begins, I'll send the One-Tail Jinchuriki away. Minato said to Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru laughed. At the same time he shook his head. Minato, you're thinking about that girlfriend of yours, aren't you? I suspect Master Sarutobi will end up sending your girlfriend here. Orochimaru's gaze then drifted outside the war room. Moments earlier, one of his small snakes had seen Danzo leaving camp and hurrying toward Konoha. Minato flushed slightly and nodded softly. He did not want to see Kushina on the battlefield, and even less did he want to see her intertailed beast form. As it stood, Kushina's control over the Nine Tails was not strong, and he feared she would lose control. You drove off the One Tail once yesterday. Do you think Sunagakure will give you the same chance again? Besides, Sōshin Ten'ichi's rate of progress is sure to be very fast. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to defeat him 100% by then. Who knows, I may even need your help at that point. Orochimaru refused Minato. A day later, after traveling day and night, without rest, Danzo finally returned to Konoha. At the sight of the familiar village, the tension in his chest finally eased. After entering the village, he went straight to the Hokage building and into the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was at that moment discussing the war with Sunagakure alongside the other two Konoha elders. Who would have thought Sunagakure would have another magnet release user with such formidable strength? Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane felt an instant headache. I intend to send Kushina to Sunagakure as reinforcement. After Danzo had left, Orochimaru had used summon snakes to report the situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He knew that the situation at Kikyo Mountain was extremely perilous. After deliberating for so long, he had decided to send Kushina. What? Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane were both deeply surprised. Hiruzen and Jinchuriki cannot leave the village. Hamura was the first to object. Just then the door was shoved open by Danzo. Hiruzen, you finally made one correct decision. Let this old man take the Jinchuriki to reinforce Orochimaru and the others. A flicker of excitement appeared on Danzo's face. He could already see himself controlling the Nine Tails, routing the four great nations, and then succeeding in taking the seat of Hokage. Danzo, weren't you at Kikyo Mountain? Yes, why have you returned? Hamura and Koharu were utterly baffled by Danzo's sudden appearance. Ahem, I'm the one who called him back. Hiruzen shot Danzo a reproachful look before covering for him. Hamura and Koharu looked at their two old friends and naturally did not believe it, but since Hiruzen had spoken, they would not continue pressing the matter. Hiruzen, let me take the Jinchuriki. Danzo's eyes blazed with fervor, and his face was slightly flushed from excitement. Impossible. I will have Shinosuke lead an AMBU squad and a sealing team to escort Kushina to the front lines. Hiruzen knew that if he truly entrusted Kushina to this man, even temporarily, Danzo would absolutely dare to place the tongue curse seal on her and bring her under his control. When Danzo heard that Hiruzen was sending his son, rage burned fiercely in his heart. Was he truly inferior to that boy of his? Hiruzen Shinosuke is still young, and his strength leaves much to be desired. If anything happens to the Jinchuriki along the way, he won't be able to bear the responsibility. Danzo slammed the table hard. Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said slowly, don't worry. I'll dispatch more ANBU. Seeing that Hiruzen refused to relent, Danzo was on the verge of exploding with rage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the one who is Hokage. Danzo shot Hiruzen one last look, then stormed out and slammed the door behind him. Subsequently, Hiruzen Sarutobi began arranging personnel to reinforce Mount Kikyo. There was a hidden agenda in his heart. He was growing older, and he feared that once this war ended, he would have to step down from his position. He wished to see his eldest son become the Hokage, but Shino's strength was a glaring shortcoming. Thus, he planned to use his remaining time in office to secure enough military achievements for his eldest son. This would allow his son to serve as a Hokage advisor or assistant in the future. With himself as a former Hokage, no one would dare underestimate the Sarutobi clan, and after his death, Shino would ensure the clan would not face any major problems. Hiruzen, have our clan send some people as well. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane also stepped forward, harboring the same ulterior motives as Hiruzen. While Hiruzen was still in office, they sought favorable missions for their own ninja to accumulate military merit. Hiruzen agreed. Meanwhile at Root. Damn you, Hiruzen. Danzo sat in his chair, his face dark with fury. Such a golden opportunity had slipped through his fingers, filling him with bitter resentment. Yet for now he was powerless. Root had suffered too many losses this time. The strength remaining in Danzo's hands was too insignificant to stir up any waves. Root needs more hands. Danzo tapped the table. A Root ninja immediately knelt before him. Go and select some geniuses from the prominent clans. The prominent clans Danzo referred to were naturally the various secret technique clans of Konoha. As for the Uchiha and the Hyuga, he wanted them too, but they would never agree, and Hiruzen would also interfere. He could only extend his reach towards secret technique clans like the Inoshikacho. Still, his favorite was the Aburame clan. The Aburame ninja were exceptionally versatile, and their clan lacked true power, making them easy for him to dominate and exploit. Root was nominally a training ground for Umbu talent, but the Aburame clan was Root's true talent pool. Yes. The Root ninja departed expressionlessly. Danzo stared at the ceiling and thought to himself, Hiruzen, just you wait. Sooner or later I will prove that I am more fit to be Hokage than you, and that the old man's decision back then was wrong. At the same time, Kushina was happily packing her belongings. She was about to leave the village on a mission, and what's more, she would be going with Minato. Just thinking about it made her face bloom with a smile. Her pace of packing quickened involuntarily. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Shino stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Father, I've already sent someone to notify Kushina. Are we really bringing her along? He was still uneasy. After all, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had never left the village before. If some accident were to happen out there, it would be a tremendous loss to the village. Shino, rest assured. Kushina can suppress the Nine Tails. You need not worry about her. When you step onto the battlefield, just remember to stay safe. I will dispatch more elite warriors from the clan to protect you. Compared to Kushina, Hiruzen was far more concerned about his eldest son. Father, you can rest easy. I will be careful. Sarutobi Shino lowered his head in shame under his father's loving gaze. His grandfather Sarutobi Sasuke had been a moderately famous ninja in the Warring States period. His father was the third Hokage, yet he himself possessed only ordinary talent and was merely a jonin even now. He had truly failed to live up to his father's expectations. Shino, enough. Don't be so disheartened. Everyone has their own path. I believe that one day you will find your own ninja way. Hiruzen patted his eldest son on the shoulder, his heart also heavy. Although Shino's talent was not remarkable, he had been reliable since childhood. His younger son, while slightly more talented than his elder brother, had never been sensible. What a worry. You should go back and rest for a while. Once the ninja forces are fully deployed, you'll all be busy. Hiruzen picked up his pipe and took a puff. Yes. Sarutobi Shino turned and left. Meanwhile, all the major clans were feeling deeply distressed. The Hokage was organizing a new unit to reinforce Mount Kikyo, and because the Hokage's son was involved, they too were forced to send clansmen along. Danzo was also demanding people from the shadows. Those handed over to Danzo would never return. At this moment, the clan heads of the Inoshikaicho gathered together. Akimichi Torafu sat off to the side as well. This time Danzo took away several talented children from our clan again. The Yamanaka clan head slammed his fist on the tea table in fury. The Nara clan head's expression was equally grim. Their clan had also lost many children to Danzo. Sigh. Both the Akimichi clan head and Akimichi Torafu could not help but sigh. At least their clan's secret techniques were not suited for those dark, underhanded missions, otherwise they would be suffering as well. Yet the three clans of Inoshikaicho were tightly bound, always standing on the same front. Now that the other two had bled heavily, the Akimichi clan was growing anxious as well. After this great war, the third Hokage should step down. Once a new Hokage takes office, perhaps things will be much better. The Nara clan head finally spoke. Having observed the moves of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the two advisors, he knew well that Hiruzen was already preparing to abdicate. What irritated him was that while the Sarutobi were securing their own future, they had to supply the manpower. I just wonder who the next Hokage will be. The Yamanaka clan head said slowly. The others did not continue that topic. It was too sensitive, but they all knew the next Hokage would be chosen from the third Hokage's line. At Mount Kikyo, for the time being, Sunagakure and Konoha had not erupted into large-scale conflict. There were only minor probes and skirmishes. Zong Shinchiani's task remained day after day, watching over Bunpuku. However, most of the time with Bunpuku's help, he discussed the magnet release with Shikaku. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Shikaku's help, Zong Shinchiani had greatly improved. He grew more adept at wielding magnet release, able to affix wind-nature chakra to every grain of iron sand. The destructive power increased tremendously, like leaping from black powder straight to TNT. Lord Tiani, it seems your magnet release has advanced even further. Bunpuku watched Zong Shinchiani, who was sitting cross-legged manipulating iron sand in experiments, and a smile spread across his face. Seeing his friend improve made Bunpuku genuinely happy. Master Bunpuku, this is all thanks to you and Brother Shikaku's help. Without you, who knows how long it would have taken me to reach this point on my own. Zong Shinchiani was overjoyed at this moment. He now felt he had truly become a Kage-level powerhouse. Though perhaps he was at the very bottom of that tier, he was still comparable to a Kage. Inside the spiritual space. This underling isn't bad, far better than that shaman from before. Shikaku remained as tsundere as ever. Lord Tiani, the Kazekage requests your presence at the war room. An umbu's voice came from outside the door. Zong Shinchiani turned his head to look at Bunpuku upon hearing it. Master Bunpuku, Brother Shikaku, I'll be heading off now. Tiani suspected that the Konoha reinforcements were drawing near, which meant another fierce battle was coming. Very well, Lord Tiani, go attend to your duties. Bunpuku pressed his palms together and watched Zong Shinchiani leave the room. Shikaku, it's just the two of us again, isn't it? Walking along the road, Zong Shinchiani noticed many unfamiliar faces, or rather childish faces. Some looked no older than 10, and a few appeared to be around 9. He could not help but stop in his tracks. Are they reinforcements from the village? Zong Shinchiani asked the umbu, who had come to notify him. Yes, Lord Tiani. The umbu nodded, a trace of reluctance hidden beneath his mask. Yet with the war at this stage, they had no choice but to graduate students who had barely spent 2 or 3 years at the Ninja Academy. Zong Shinchiani looked at them and nodded. Hashirama Senju had once established the one village, one country system for the sake of peace, so that children would not have to go to the battlefield so young. But the results were hardly ideal. Although children today no longer had to take the field at 5 or 6 like in the Warring States period, it had only delayed them by a few years while the battles had grown even more ferocious. Zong Shinchiani withdrew his gaze and arrived at the war room. Raza and Maki and the others were staring solemnly at the map. Teacher. Zong Shinchiani called out to Raza, then smiled and nodded at Maki, who returned the smile. Tiani, we've just received intelligence that Konoha's reinforcements are almost here. However, we don't yet know their numbers or which elite ninja are among them. I need you to intercept them and find out who they are. Raza looked gravely at Zong Shinchiani. With Tiani's strength, he was perfectly suited for this task. After all, Tiani could fly, so once he gathered the intelligence, he could simply fly straight back. Understood, teacher. Zhong Shenqianyu nodded. With his power having grown, he was also eager to test what he could do now. Tiani, be careful this time. We've deployed our Jinchuriki. I'm worried Konoha may deploy their Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as well. Raza's expression was grim. Zhong Shenqianyu's mouth twitched involuntarily at those words. Surely Konoha wouldn't do that, right? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had never been deployed before, but Tiani dared not take it lightly. After all, he himself had transmigrated into this world, so the possibility of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being deployed was not impossible. Teacher, rest assured. I will be careful. Zhong Shenqianyu nodded seriously. Then he took the mission scroll from Raza's hand and left. Maki had wanted to go along, but thinking that his strength might only hold Tiani back, he chose not to speak up. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino was leading a force of over 1,000 ninja toward Mount Kikyo. Kushina was brimming with excitement. Master's wife slowed down. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin followed closely behind Kushina. Earlier, due to Orochimaru's request for help, Minato Namikaze had rushed directly to Mount Kikyo, leaving the three of them temporarily under Kushina's care. Now that Kushina was heading to the battlefield, the three went along as well. Oh dear, why are you three so slow? Kushina walked up to Obito and flicked his forehead with her finger. Among the three, her favorite was the cheerful and lively Obito. Master's wife, we've been traveling for so long, without a single break. Obito gazed at the lively and energetic Kushina before him and could not help but wonder how his teacher managed to put up with her. Kakashi crossed his arms, casting a contemptuous sidelong glance at Obito. Damn you, Kakashi. What kind of look is that? I challenge you to a duel. Obito caught the look Kakashi had just given him, and in a flare of anger, he charged up to Kakashi ready to fight. All right, Obito. Kakashi didn't mean anything by it. Rin hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Obito. Kakashi, for Rin's sake, I'll let you off today. Feeling Rin's small hand holding his own, Obito's heart blossomed with joy. After tossing out that tough parting line, he immediately turned to ask Rin whether she was tired or thirsty. Dead last, Kakashi said with contempt. Kushina meanwhile watched the whole scene with a smile. Sarutobi Shinosuke was directing the unit to rest. Of this 1,000-strong force, half were clan ninja, the other half, though civilian-born, were seasoned operatives who had undertaken numerous missions. They could well be called an elite ninja force. He assigned several Hyuga branch family members to stay vigilant. Although this was the land of fire, there was no guarantee that a ninja squad wouldn't come at them from somewhere. He was still worried that Sunagakure had gotten wind of their intelligence and would come to harass them. While everyone was resting, a black speck appeared in the sky. That black speck was Zhong Shenqianyu. Looking at the ninja army ahead, Zhong Shenqianyu's pupils involuntarily contracted. He sensed a vast evil power, the Nine Tails. I never expected Konoha to actually send Kushina. Truly surprising. The ninja force following her is not simple either. Zhong Shenqianyu turned his gaze to the ninja army. His expression turned grim. These people were anything but weak. I can't let them reach Mount Kikyo so smoothly. Otherwise our hidden sand is in trouble. Zhong Shenqianyu didn't even dare to think about what would happen once this elite force arrived at Mount Kikyo unharmed. Forget taking Mount Kikyo, they'd probably be driven out of the land of fire. I didn't expect Hyuga Ninja to be here too. What a pity. Zhong Shenqianyu had planned to silently manipulate some iron sand closer and take out a wave of Konoha ninja. But then he noticed several Byakugan below scanning their surroundings like radar. Fortunately, they didn't look up or Zhong Shenqianyu would have been exposed. In that case, I'll use the upgraded version of the explosive tag autocannon, the explosive tag bomber. A sly smile crept across Zhong Shenqianyu's face. He had recently made an iron sand clone, and with explosive tags, it became the explosive tag bomber. On his person, he carried not only the 500 explosive tags Fujita Yuma had given him, but also another 1,000 he had gotten from the logistics department. That was definitely enough to give the people below a hard time. Explosive tag bomber. Zhong Shenqianyu split off 3 iron sand clones, each carrying 500 explosive tags, and flew toward the Konoha ninja from above. Bang! The first explosive tag landed and detonated. In an instant, an unbroken thunder of explosive tags followed. Damn it, where did all these explosive tags come from? Quick, use ninjutsu to block it. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water formation wall. The ninja all acted at once, and for a while the sounds of explosions and collapsing earthen walls rose one after another. The screams of the ninja being blown up couldn't even be heard. Damn it. Kushina then found the source of the attack. The sky. Adamant ceiling chains. 8 chains of chakra erupted from behind Kushina. 3 of them shot into the sky straight towards Zhong Shenqianyu's iron sand clones. The other 5 went to protect the weaker ninja. Awesome. Obito watched Kushina with sparkling eyes. That move of hers was unbelievably cool, but he soon found himself flying backward. A chain had wrapped around his waist and hoisted him up. Sensei's wife here too. Oh. Before Obito could finish, he felt a sharp, violent pain around his waist. Sensei's wife, easy. Ease up. It's too tight. Obito felt like the chain was about to cut him in two. Meanwhile, the other Konoha ninja Kushina had saved were also screaming. They felt that instead of dying at the enemy's hands, they were about to die at the hands of their own ally. Kakashi, who had pulled Rin behind a few earthen walls stamped with dog heads, couldn't help twitching the mouth beneath his mask. He now understood why the wife of his teacher favored Obito. It turned out the two of them were both rash and reckless. In the sky, Sōshin Ten'ichi's 3 Iron Sand clones had been blown apart by Kushina's chains. And what a pity. That killed so few. Sōshin Ten'ichi found Kushina's adamantine sealing chains somewhat troublesome. Without this, he dared say that at least half of the Konoha ninja below would have died under his explosive tag bomber today. How dangerous. Good thing I took care of it. Seeing the iron sand flying all over the sky, Kushina wiped her forehead. Kushina, let go now. Sarutobi Shinnosuke stood atop a tall earthen wall, his hands cupped around his mouth, shouting anxiously. Let go of what? Kushina looked back belatedly and found at least 100 people bound by her adamantine sealing chains. All of them were foaming at the mouth, looking as if they might die at any moment. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you all there. Kushina immediately removed the adamantine sealing chains. She had been so focused on saving people just now that she hadn't paid attention to her strength. Oh, I'm alive again. I thought I was going to die. Obito lay on the ground, face to the sky, utterly drained. The others weren't much better off. All of them lay on the ground, everyone looking like they might die at any moment. Sarutobi Shinnosuke looked at the scene, veins bulging on his face. Many people had already been blown up by explosive tags, and now so many more had been taken down by Kushina. They hadn't even reached Mount Kikyo, yet he was already suffering this many non-combat casualties. His plan to gain military merit was probably going to be ruined halfway by this woman Kushina. Not far away in the sky, Sōshin Ten'ichi watched the scene below and said slowly, so Naruto's unreliability was inherited from his mother. Someone's there. Kushina's mind's eye of Kagura sensed Sōshin Ten'ichi, and she immediately looked at the sky. At once, all the Konoha ninja who had been treating the wounded also looked at the sky. Magnet release iron sand rain. A mass of iron sand flew out from the storage scroll in Sōshin Ten'ichi's hand. Every grain of iron sand was covered with Sōshin Ten'ichi's wind release chakra. Grain after grain of iron sand tore across the sky at terrifying speed toward the people on the ground. Ninjutsu squad use earth release immediately. Sarutobi Shinnosuke immediately took command. Earth release, earth flow wall. X200. One earthen wall after another rose from the ground in an attempt to block Sōshin Ten'ichi's attack. Kakashi took the chance to pull Obito over beside him. Could this be the Kazekage's disciple Sōshin Ten'ichi, the one Minato mentioned? Kushina said with a solemn expression. Minato Namikaze had sent her a message through a toad of Mount Myaboku. The Kazekage's disciple. Obito, lying on the ground, had a trace of fear in his eyes. The Kazekage was as renowned as the Hokage, so wouldn't the Kazekage's disciple be as strong as the Sannin? Thunk, thunk. Some of Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand was blocked, but plenty cut through the defenses, and without slowing flew straight at the Konoha ninja. Some Konoha ninja who couldn't react in time had their bodies pierced by the iron sand. The wind-released Chakra Ten'ichi had spread over it, sliced and shredded their wounds. Oh, the screams and wails went on without end. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi were protected by Kushina and were not harmed. Obito and Rin watched the people around them fall into pools of blood, their hearts sinking. Many of the fallen had been chatting with them and looking after them not long ago. A second later, they were dead here. Kakashi watched calmly. Having experienced much, he had long since gotten used to this. Kakashi, take good care of Obito and the others. I'm going to kill this guy. At this moment, all of Kushina's hair flared upward. Yes, master's wife. Kakashi nodded. Kushina charged out. Chain after chain of chakra shot toward Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. Having this much chakra is just crazy. Sōshin Ten'ichi dodged while marveling at Kushina's astonishing chakra. Only she could make adamantine sealing chains look like that. But I'm not about to idly fight you. Sōshin Ten'ichi knew he was no match for this woman. With the 9 tails behind her, her chakra was practically limitless. How addled would his brain have to be to fight her? Looking at the iron sand on the ground, Sōshin Ten'ichi let out a sly smile. The iron sand from the 3 clones Kushina had destroyed just now could at last be put to good use. Magnet release iron sand shuriken. Sōshin Ten'ichi manipulated the iron sand on the ground to attack the Konoha ninja. Thunk, thunk. Many people didn't react in time and were killed by the iron sand shuriken. Oh, even Kakashi didn't have time to react. But at the crucial moment, Rin shoved him away. The iron sand shuriken hit Rin instead, though luckily, it only grazed her arm. But it still left a wound so deep that bone could be seen. Rin. Obito stared wide-eyed at Rin, who was bleeding. In his eyes, 2 comma-shaped tomo were spinning. He had awakened the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Obito. Kakashi stared at Obito in shock. He had always believed this dead last could never awaken the Sharingan. Yet as soon as he did, he went straight to double tomo. Seeing that she couldn't defeat Sōshin Ten'ichi, Kushina poured her chakra into the kunai Minato had given her. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, who had been at the Mount Kikyo camp, sensed it and used the flying thunder god technique to appear on the spot. Kushina, are you alright? Minato Namikaze asked Kushina as soon as he arrived. Minato, I'm fine. It's just that Sōshin Ten'ichi is here, and he's killed a lot of our village's people. Kushina hurriedly pointed at Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. Long time no see, Minato Namikaze. I'll take my leave. When Sōshin Ten'ichi saw Minato Namikaze arrive, he knew it was time to go. He turned and retreated immediately. Sōshin Ten'ichi could do nothing about Namikaze Minato and had to stay on guard, as staying here might cost him his life. Watching Sōshin Ten'ichi fly away, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. The oppressive aura he gave off was simply too overwhelming. Minato, it's fortunate you came, otherwise we probably would have died here. Sarutobi Shinosuke walked over, clutching the wound on his arm. Even protected by a squad of elite ninja, he had sustained some injuries. Minato turned to look at the reinforcement unit, a trace of anger surfacing on his face. Damn it. That cursed Sōshin Ten'ichi actually killed so many of our people. Counting those Kushina had injured by accident earlier, the casualties on the ground had likely reached over 600. Sarutobi Shinosuke stared at the wounded and dead, and a hint of fear crept into his heart. The enemy's strength is too terrifying. Minato looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke and, seeing he was also hurt, asked with concern, Shinosuke, are your wounds all right? Shinosuke shook his head. Just a minor wound. But the entire sealing squad that came with us is dead. His expression turned extremely grim. With the sealing squad all dead, if Kushina ever went berserk later, they would be in danger. Kushina noticed Sarutobi Shinosuke casting a covert glance at her from the corner of his eye, and her face turned cold at once. She crossed her arms and shot him a glare. I believe Kushina can control the Nine Tails. Minato looked at Kushina with a hint of heartache. He didn't want his girlfriend to go to the battlefield, but the current war situation required her participation. Kushina nodded. By the way, Minato, that Sōshin Ten'ichi is so powerful. Could he pose a threat to the situation at Kikyo Mountain later? Sarutobi Shinosuke asked nervously. The Leaf Village was already in a perilous position. If Kikyo Mountain dragged on too long, Awagakure and Kumogakure would surely seize the opportunity to invade the Land of Fire directly. Minato wanted to say no, but seeing the scene of the wounded being treated, he said slowly, hard to say, but I will take him down. His eyes were extraordinarily resolute. Kushina looked at Minato with eyes brimming with love. Sarutobi Shinosuke nodded, believing that with Minato's strength, dealing with that magnet-release ninja Sōshin Ten'ichi would definitely be no problem. Let's bring these wounded back to camp. Minato said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Just then Minato walked over to his three disciples. Rin had already bandaged her wound. Since her arm was injured, she couldn't heal herself, so she could only wrap it up roughly for the time being. Obito was still lying on the ground. Teacher Master's wife, you're here. Minato froze at the sight of Obito. Obito, what happened to you? At that moment, he noticed something amiss. Many of the wounded looked exactly like Obito. Kushina's face suddenly flushed bright red. Obito and the others had all been injured by her. Teacher, well, it's nothing. Obito glanced at Kushina and, afraid of being beaten by her later, wisely shut his mouth. Minato understood instantly. Obito and the others must have been hurt by Kushina. Obito, your Sharingan has awakened. Minato looked at his disciple in pleasant surprise. Seeing that Obito had awakened the Sharingan, he was genuinely happy for him. Really? Obito took out a kunai and saw the two tomo in his eyes reflected in it. I've awakened two tomo. Kakashi, from now on you're no match for me. Obito shouted excitedly. Had he not been injured, he would have jumped to his feet. But soon as he squirmed on the ground, a sharp pain shot through his waist, twisting his face in agony. Obito stopped moving. Rin immediately crouched down to check his injuries. Seeing no major problem, she relaxed a little. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito, then quickly looked away, afraid of being infected by that fool's stupidity. Kushina meanwhile watched Obito with a smile. Lord Minato, some of the seriously wounded need you to send them back to camp. A medical ninja rushed over. Some ninja had been injured by Sōshin Ten'ichi's explosive tags and had to be sent back to camp for treatment. All right. Minato thought to himself that Sōshin Ten'ichi had already left. After a brief word with Kushina, he hurried off to use the flying Raijin technique to transport the seriously wounded. The four watched Minato go off to work. Obito also deactivated his two tomo. Rin, why don't we find a medical ninja to treat your wound? Once Obito had calmed down, he saw that Rin's arm was still not healed and felt deeply concerned. Rin, don't worry. Now that I've awakened the two tomo, I will. When we get to the battlefield, I'll pound that Sōshin Ten'ichi into the ground and avenge you. Obito felt as if he could soar into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven. Okay, Obito, I believe you can do it. Rin smiled warmly at him. As for my wound, don't bother anyone else for now. There are still many seriously wounded people. Rin looked at the other ninja with concern. Everyone, let's go help the medical ninja with those injured. Kushina rolled up her sleeves, ready to help. Master's wife, don't. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito shouted at the same time. The wounded near Kushina gritted their teeth and crawled desperately away. They all wanted to get away from her. Master's wife, Obito and Rin still need you. I'll go help the others. Kakashi said, then kept signaling to Obito and Rin with his eyes. Yes, yes, Master's wife, my back really hurts. I think I need your care. Master's wife, me too. Rin, who was not good at lying, stuttered, her face flushed red. Kushina understood the intentions of the three little ones and knocked Rin on the head. Fine, fine, I won't go. Rin shrank her head and stuck out her tongue. That left Obito completely dumbfounded. Kakashi, seeing this, went to help the others. Back at the Konoha camp, as Minato transported the seriously wounded, word quickly spread that the reinforcement unit had been attacked by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Tiani's strength has grown even stronger. Upon learning this, Orochimaru grew more and more interested in Sōshin Ten'ichi. If he were able to defeat him, he would storm the Suna camp, drag the man onto his dissecting table, and study him thoroughly. Narashikaku hurried over. Lord Orochimaru, I just learned from Minato that the entire sealing squad that accompanied Kushina has been wiped out. If Kushina is to fight later, the risk will be immense. Narashikaku found things extremely troublesome. After all the effort to bring the Jinchuriki to the front lines, Sōshin Ten'ichi had killed all the sealing squad members who were supposed to prevent her from rampaging. What nonsense is this? But Shikaku, there's no other way now. Kushina must take the field. We can't let Suna pin us down at Kikyo Mountain for too long. Orochimaru wanted to solve this problem as soon as possible. Narashikaku knew it too, but once the Nine Tails lost control, the most likely casualties would be their own people. After all, the one who had imprisoned the Nine Tails wasn't Suna, but Konoha. If he were the Nine Tails, he would definitely attack Konoha ninja. Don't worry. Minato knows quite a few sealing arts. At the critical moment, he can seal the Nine Tails back. Orochimaru was a bit jealous of Minato. Orochimaru also knew many sealing arts and was considered talented, but compared to Minato, he fell short. Narashikaku felt that Minato carried an enormous burden. Minato would have to deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi while also keeping the Nine Tails from going berserk. Shikaku, I'll need you to keep a close watch on Suna from now on. Ten'ichi attacked the reinforcements, so Suna will definitely send someone to probe us. After speaking with a smile, Orochimaru vanished into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone, Narashikaku showed a hint of helplessness. Lord Orochimaru has left all these matters to me again. Suna camp. Sōshin Ten'ichi arrived at the operations room. Teacher, I'm back. After entering, he saw Baki also there and gave a slight nod to him. Baki was delighted to see Sōshin Ten'ichi return safely. Ten'ichi, how was it? Raza put down the documents in his hands and looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Teacher, this time Konoha sent out the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They brought over 1,000 men, but I killed quite a few with my own hands. Sōshin Ten'ichi recounted everything he had learned to Raza. Hearing this, both Raza and Baki wore solemn expressions. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Ten'ichi, did you fight with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? How strong is she? Raza prayed silently that her strength was mediocre. But he knew that the odds of that were as slim as him being the god of shinobi. We did fight, but she didn't reveal her true power. But based on her strength at the time, she's not weaker than me. Sōshin Ten'ichi considered that Kushina had mastered many sealing techniques and possessed vast chakra. A Kage who didn't know her background would very likely be defeated by her. Damn it. Why does Konoha have so many geniuses? Raza's expression turned extremely grim. The Jinchuriki was already strong on her own, and on top of that she carried the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. When that happened, the one tail would certainly be suppressed and savagely beaten. Lord Kazekage, perhaps we should have Pakura transferred here. Otherwise, if we wish to defeat Konoha, I'm afraid. Baki's words were tactful. If the Nine Tails entered the battle, Suna might very well suffer defeat. Transfer Pakura, over. At the same time, have all the clan leaders in the village mobilize and go to Pakura's position to monitor Kirigakure. Raza rubbed his forehead after speaking. To get those clan leaders to act, he would have to give up a fair amount of benefits. But for now, there was no other choice. His position as Kazekage was already unstable. If they lost at Kikyo Mountain, his seat would likely be shaken. Understood. Baki immediately went to make preparations. Raza looked up at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi, I have an important task for you. Raza looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi apologetically. He had just returned and hadn't even rested yet. He was about to be sent out again. He took out a scroll and handed it to Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi assumed it was a mission scroll, but when he opened it, he discovered it contained ninjutsu. These are the earth-release techniques we possess in Sunagakure. Consider them payment for your 2 missions, Raza said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Sōshin Ten'ichi accepted the ninjutsu scroll joyfully. This time I need you to attack Konoha's supply convoy. The last Great War consumed much of Konoha's supplies, and they have now gathered another batch. I need you to personally destroy those supplies. Raza brought out intelligence and briefed Sōshin Ten'ichi on it. Ten'ichi looked it over and saw that the leader of the Konoha squad was Aburame Shibi, the father of Shino of the Konoha 12. A versatile ninja. Somewhat troublesome. Ten'ichi said slowly. Don't worry. Even if the mission fails, just a little disruption on your part will put immense pressure on them. Ten'ichi, I still won't assign you helpers this time. Raza wasn't singling out his student. Giving Sōshin Ten'ichi assistance would only drag him down. After all, Sōshin Ten'ichi could fly, and simply take off at a critical moment. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Go get ready. Raza walked up beside Tanny and gave him a pat. Master, I'll head out now. Sōshin Ten'ichi turned and left. He needed to stock up on more explosive tags. After Sōshin Ten'ichi left, Raza returned to his seat and continued handling the matters at hand. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi went to the logistics depot and found Fujita Yuma. Tanny, you're back. Fujita Yuma's face broke into a delighted grin at the sight of his close friend returning safe and sound. Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled and nodded. Tanny, once I finish up here, let's go roast a rabbit. I caught one when I stepped out to take a leak earlier. Now that was a fat one. Fujita Yuma wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. After eating soldier pills for so long in the camp, he was practically dying for meat. Sōshin Ten'ichi shook his head. Yuma, you should eat it yourself. I'm heading out on a mission soon, and I don't know when I'll be able to come back. He gave a wry smile. Oh. Fujita Yuma hadn't expected his friend to be sent out again so soon after coming back. Tanny, you really are worked to the bone. I only have 100 explosive tags left. Take them, don't hold back. Use them directly when you need to. Fujita Yuma pressed all the explosive tags from his arms into Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands. Alright. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded, took the tags, waved at Fujita Yuma, then went to the head of the logistics department to draw more. After a round of amicable bargaining, Sōshin Ten'ichi finally carried a storage scroll out of the logistics department. As Sōshin Ten'ichi left the Sunagakure camp, a nondescript middle-aged ninja slipped into a corner and secretly handed a note to a small snake. The small snake slithered into the grass and disappeared. A supply convoy was slowly making its way toward Kikyo Mountain. The laborers in the convoy were pushing the carts with all their might. Though they were heading toward the battlefield, there was no fear on their faces. As many as 5 Konoha Jonin were leading this escort: Aburame Shibi, Yui Shinku, Mitarashi Shisho, plus Extra A and Extra B. Shibi, any suspicious movement around us? Yui Shinku came up to Aburame Shibi's side, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Not only was this mission of the utmost importance, but among the genin assigned to the escort were his own daughter and the 3rd Hokage's youngest son. Shinku, it's fine. Aburame Shibi gave Yui Shinku a reassuring look. His insects had been probing the area all along, yet the first sign of anything amiss he would know immediately. Shinku, don't be so tense. Mitarashi Shisho said with a smile. Although he was talking to Yui Shinku, his attention remained fixed on Sarutobi Asuma. He was an ANBU captain, and he had joined this transport mission for one reason: only the 3rd Hokage's young son. The boy had pestered the 3rd Hokage for a long time, insisting on going to the battlefield, until the 3rd Hokage finally agreed. He arranged for Sarutobi Asuma to go to Kikyo Mountain, where he would work as a clerk at the rear camp, while Shisho's own mission was to protect Sarutobi Asuma. You don't understand. Yui Shinku was inwardly tormented. His daughter was accompanying him on the transport escort mission. That alone was already more than enough to worry him. But then the 3rd Hokage's son had to come along as well. What made it worse was that the little brat had a crush on his daughter. Watching another family's pig hover around his own tender little cabbage only made his mood even fouler. Aburame Shibi pushed up the sunglasses on his nose. He really wanted to tell Yui Shinku not to worry, since there were 2 ANBU squads hidden in the shadows. But considering that the 3rd Hokage had arranged ANBU to protect his son, calling attention to that would only bring trouble. So he said nothing and simply patted Yui Shinku on the shoulder. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma was walking right beside Yui Kurenai. Kurenai, are you thirsty? Want some water? Kurenai, are you hungry? I have some special soldier pills here. They aren't bitter. Sarutobi Asuma was like a little bee buzzing around Yui Kurenai and chattering endlessly. He completely ignored the murderous look in Yui Shinku's eyes. Mitarashi Shisho, afraid that Shinku could not hold back from punching the boy, quickly hurried to his side. Shinku, I heard Sunagakure has produced a genius this time. Something like Sōshin Ten'ichi. He's even mastered magnet release. Mitarashi Shisho chatted with Yui Shinku about Sōshin Ten'ichi. The people around them pricked up their ears as well, listening with great curiosity. Meanwhile, following the intelligence he had obtained, Sōshin Ten'ichi had already arrived at the spot the Konoha supply convoy was bound to pass. Because he knew the leader was Aburame Shibi, he had stayed at a high altitude and had not gone down. The Aburame clan's insects were too troublesome. If he hid below, he would certainly be discovered. What Sōshin Ten'ichi did not know was that at that moment several small snakes were slithering through the forest searching for something. Before long, one small snake opened its mouth to an absurdly exaggerated degree, and Orochimaru's figure crawled out from inside it. I don't see Tanny-kun. It seems Tanny-kun must be hidden in the sky. Orochimaru licked his lips as he looked up at the sky, flashing a wicked grin. He had deliberately leaked the information about this transport convoy to Sunagakure. He had also tampered with the intelligence, quietly omitting a few of the escorting ninja from it. Tanny-kun, I will definitely capture you this time. Orochimaru sneered. He knew very well that the escorting ninja were extraordinary in both numbers and strength. With him added to the equation, the chances of capturing Sōshin Ten'ichi were extremely high. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The transport convoy soon appeared on the road where Sōshin Ten'ichi was lying in ambush. There they are. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked down, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Explosive Tag Bomber. Ten'ichi immediately created 8 Iron Sand clones, each carrying 500 explosive tags, and they dove straight at the escort below. Not good. Enemies in the sky. Aburame Shibi's insects sensed a fluctuation in chakra, and he immediately looked up at the sky. 8 black dots had appeared above, closing in at terrifying speed. Explosive tags flew toward them one after another, their fierce momentum seeming about to swallow them whole in an instant. Explosive tags. Aburame Shibi cursed under his breath at the dense swarm of explosive tags descending from the sky. Who has that kind of money to waste like this, say? Secret Jutsu Insect Wall. A swarm of Kakashi burst from Shibi Aburame's body and soared into the sky, attempting to intercept the exploding tags of the Iron Sand clone. Boom, boom, boom. Yet as the exploding tags detonated one after another in midair, countless dead Kakashi tumbled from the sky, turning the area into a sudden rain of insects. The Kakashi defense was blown apart by the exploding tags before it could even hold for 3 seconds. Asuma Sarutobi watched his legs trembling uncontrollably. We're going to die. At that moment he felt a twinge of regret for insisting on going to the front lines. They hadn't even reached the battlefield and were already attacked. If they actually got there, wouldn't they be doomed? Kurenai Yuhi was also on edge, but she kept encouraging herself in her heart. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Shinka Yuhi and Matarai Zishiao made their move together. Massive earthen walls rose around them. Earth Release, Earth Lid. After completing the jutsu, the two grabbed Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi respectively, and used the body flicker to leave the area, leaving everyone else to fend for themselves. The Earth Release, Earth Lid, originally intended to control enemies, was now being used by the two to protect the supplies. Run! The other 2 jonin shouted to the others and fled the scene. The Earth Lid would not hold for long. If they stayed, they would either be killed by the exploding tags or crushed by the collapsing earthen walls. Run! All the genin and chunin on site scrambled for the outside. The laborers knew they could never escape with their own speed, so they crawled under the wagons, hoping the wagons would shield them. Boom! Boom! Under the concentrated assault of the exploding tags, the earthen walls collapsed. Some ninja who were too slow to flee were engulfed by the dust. They didn't even have time to scream. Father, they. Kurenai Yuhi covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with horror. Just like that, they're dead. Shinka Yuhi looked at his deeply shaken daughter, his gaze full of heartache. Beside him, Asuma Sarutobi began shivering with fear. If Matarai Zishiao hadn't pulled him out just now, he would very likely have suffered the same fate. At that moment, all the ANBU who had been guarding in the shadows appeared with a body flicker. They formed a protective circle around Asuma Sarutobi. Matarai Zishiao Jonin, the one coming, should be Sōshin Ten'ichi, the Kazekage's disciple. At that moment, a dog-masked ANBU ninja nearly let Matarai Zishiao's identity slip. Damn it. We were just talking about him, and now he's attacked us. Matarai Zishiao glanced at the supply area. Seeing no sympathetic detonation had occurred, he felt much reassured. Though the supplies were buried under the earthen walls, at least they had not been destroyed. They could be dug out and used again later. Sōshin Ten'ichi, still in the sky, was somewhat surprised to see so many ANBU below. Why are there so many ANBU? Could there be a big fish down there? Sōshin Ten'ichi reached out with his senses. The strongest chakra among the people below was only worth 2 or 3 Kakashis. No threat to him at all. He immediately flew down. If he could capture a big fish, he might be able to change the course of the battle. Sōshin Ten'ichi is coming. Shibi Aburame instantly directed his Kakashi to fly at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi looked at the black cloud of insects with undisguised disgust. Fire Release, Great Fireball. He cast a fire release technique, at once burning the Kakashi to ashes. Seeing that his Kakashi hadn't lasted even a single breath in Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands, Shibi Aburame understood that Ten'ichi's mastery of fire release was no ordinary thing. Genjutsu Demonic Tree Bind and Kill. Shinku Yuhi attacked at that moment. Then he failed. This man's mental energy is incredibly strong. Shinku Yuhi had wanted to coordinate with Shibi Aburame using Genjutsu, but he had fumbled. Genjutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi sneered at Shinku Yuhi. His mental energy, strengthened every day, had made him immune to ordinary Genjutsu. To make Sōshin Ten'ichi fall for a Genjutsu, it would probably require the Uchiha, and even then a 3-tomo or Mangekyo Sharingan would be necessary. It's only polite to return a favor. Take this. Sōshin Ten'ichi sent iron sand flying toward those ninja. Covered in wind nature chakra, the iron sand moved with incredible speed. The surviving Konoha genin and chunin hadn't even seen what had hit them before their bodies were riddled with holes by the iron sand. Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi, however, were not struck. The two were well protected. Shinku Yuhi and the others broke out in a cold sweat down their backs. If they hadn't reacted quickly and escaped instantly with the body flicker, they would have met the same gruesome end as those men. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. X3, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. X32 ENBU squads seized the opportunity and joined forces to strike at Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. Substitution Jutsu. Seeing there was no time to dodge, Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately used the substitution jutsu to evade their dual assault. You Konoha A and B, you are pretty capable. Sōshin Ten'ichi complimented them, then stole a glance from the corner of his eye at the protected Asuma Sarutobi, wondering who this kid was. Because the young Asuma Sarutobi looked completely different from the slovenly bearded man in the anime, Sōshin Ten'ichi simply couldn't remember who he was. It wasn't until Ten'ichi noticed the crimson pupils in the young girl's eyes beside him that it clicked. Asuma Sarutobi. Sōshin Ten'ichi hadn't expected to run into the third Hokage's youngest son. If he captured Asuma and brought him back, he could exchange him with Hiruzen Sarutobi for forbidden jutsu. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Like the multi-shadow clone jutsu or the flying Raijin technique. Asuma's identity has been exposed. Their faces turned grim. If the enemy focused solely on capturing Asuma Sarutobi, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to stop him. Magnet Release Iron Sand Shuriken. Sōshin Ten'ichi shaped a massive shuriken from iron sand and drove it toward Asuma Sarutobi. Stop him. Water Release Water Formation Wall. Mitarai Zishiao moved first. The others immediately used water release techniques, hoping to weaken the force of the iron sand shuriken. Secret Jutsu Insect Assault. A swarm of Kakashi burst from both sleeves of Shibi Aburame and flew toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi split off a shadow clone to deal with Shibi Aburame. He held Shibi in considerable regard. He certainly didn't want to be tripped up by bugs. Ninja Art Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A mass of pythons came flying from behind Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi immediately evaded with the body flicker. Damn it, why is Orochimaru here too? Sōshin Ten'ichi cursed the informant furiously in his mind. What kind of intelligence was this? Could this be a trap set specifically for him? Summoning Jutsu. As the smoke dispersed, 3 colossal serpents appeared. In the center was Manda, while the other 2 had never made an appearance before. Orochimaru, you still haven't given me the sacrifices from last time. Manda reared his head high, his cold serpentine pupils fixed on Orochimaru. He wore the expression of someone who would not lift the scale without payment. Manda, take down Ten'ichi-kun, and I'll give you 1,000 sacrifices. Orochimaru's gaze stayed fixed on Sōshin Ten'ichi. Manda was overjoyed at Orochimaru's words and led the other 2 great serpents to attack Sōshin Ten'ichi. The 3 snakes lashed their tails, the air splitting with constant snaps. Relying on his aerial advantage, Ten'ichi dodged with no pressure at all. The trees on the ground, however, suffered terribly. Their sweeping tails left the forest ravaged, broken trunks scattered everywhere. Wonderful. With Lord Orochimaru here, that Sōshin Ten'ichi is sure to be captured. Kurenai Yuhi said, her small face flushed with excitement. Asuma Sarutobi looked at Kurenai and told himself, one day, I'll also become a master, so that Kurenai will surely see me in a new light. Shibi Aburame and Shinku Yuhi, however, did not see it that way. Sōshin Ten'ichi could fly in the sky, so capturing him would be extremely difficult. The only reason he had not left was Asuma Sarutobi, who was being protected by Mitarashi Zishiao and the Umbu. Attack. Even if we can't capture him, we must severely wound him. Shibi Aburame said. Mitarashi Zishiao shot a glance at the Umbu ninja, signaling them to protect Asuma Sarutobi, then he joined the battle. Sōshin Ten'ichi split off an iron sand clone to deal with the 3 great serpents, then opened his storage scroll and used every bit of iron sand he had brought. Magnet Release Iron Sand Great Needle. Under the influence of Chakra, the iron sand formed a sky-filling storm of iron sand spears, so densely packed they could rival the number of Shibi Aburame's insects. The Konoha ninja felt their scalps crawl. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. 5. Several water release users immediately made their move. 5 30-meter-long water dragons charged at the iron sand spears in the sky, trying to intercept them. Yet against such a vast number of spears, the ones they managed to destroy were barely a drop in the bucket. Lord Orochimaru. Mitarashi Zishiao looked at Orochimaru. If Orochimaru did not act, now everyone there, including Asuma Sarutobi, would die. Orochimaru turned to look at his teacher's son. Asuma Sarutobi could not die here. With a body flicker, he appeared in front of them and began forming hand seals. Summoning Jutsu Triple Rashomon. 3 dull, piercingly resonant booms exploded through the air. 3 enormous sinister gates slowly rose from beneath the ground. The gates themselves were dark, with an ancient luster carved with hideous images of Asuras and evil spirits, all bearing claws and fangs, as if they would wrench themselves free of the wooden doors at any moment. Orochimaru unleashed his strongest defense. Boom. Countless iron sand spears shot forward with lightning speed and smashed violently into the Rashomon. The sound of the collision echoed across the entire sky. The first gate was torn apart in an instant. Countless spears were also destroyed in the impact, scattering iron sand in all directions. Some of the scattered iron sand accidentally injured Manda and the others. Arg. That damned Sōshin Ten'ichi. I'll kill him. Manda had never imagined that his indestructible scales could be broken through so easily. The other two great serpents were in even worse shape. Their scales were not as hard as Manda's and blood kept streaming from their bodies. Wounded, they flew into a frenzy and began attacking indiscriminately. That made things even harder for the Konoha ninja, who had not been protected. Already struggling to cope with Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand spears, they now also had to face two rampaging giant serpents. They felt sure they were done for. Squelch. 2. At that moment, two unnamed Konoha jonin, while dodging the serpents' tails, failed to keep an eye on the sky. They were pierced straight down from above by iron sand spears. The two were pinned in place on the ground. The sight delivered a tremendous visual shock to the Konoha ninja. We're no match at all. Run. I don't want to die. Lord Sōshin Ten'ichi, I surrender, I surrender. I want to go home. At that point, some of the surviving Konoha ninja tried to flee the battlefield while others knelt and begged for mercy. Damn it. How could they behave like this? As Konoha ninja, we must never abandon our comrades, and we must never surrender to the enemy. They are a disgrace to Konoha. Asuma Sarutobi, hiding behind the Rashomon, watched those Konoha ninja and jumped up in fury, pointing at them. Orochimaru slowly turned his head to look at him, his heart full of contempt. You talk so nobly. If you have the guts, stop hiding behind me. Kurenai Yuhi gave Asuma Sarutobi a complicated look. Ha ha, you Konoha ninja really are hypocrites. Sōshin Ten'ichi had also heard Asuma's accusations and could not help laughing at them with open mockery. Just as Asuma Sarutobi was about to retort, boom, the other two Rashomon gates could no longer hold. Move. Everyone immediately used body flicker to evade. Carried by an umbu to a tree via body flicker, Asuma Sarutobi saw that the place where they had just stood was already covered with Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand spears. If they had not dodged just now, they would have been riddled like sieves. Ninja art hidden shadow multi-snake hands. Orochimaru seized the opportunity and struck at Sōshin Ten'ichi. A stream of giant pythons flew out from both sleeves, shooting straight at Ten'ichi in the air. Wind release, great sickle weasel. Sōshin Ten'ichi answered with a single wind release jutsu, slicing all the pythons into chunks of meat. Orochimaru then spat a sword from his mouth, sending it flying at Sōshin Ten'ichi. How disgusting. Sōshin Ten'ichi dodged, staring at Orochimaru's outrageous tongue and wondering how on earth had this man modified himself. Kurenai Yuhi paled at Orochimaru's technique. Is he even human? Ten'ichi-kun, you were too careless. 5 Orochimarus appeared on the other side. The Orochimaru who had shown himself at the start was only a shadow clone. 5 releases great combo technique. As the most favored disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru had naturally mastered his teacher's signature jutsu. Seeing there was no time to dodge, Sōshin Ten'ichi directly summoned a huge amount of iron sand and spun it rapidly around his body, protecting himself. Boom. Everyone tensed up. Is he dead? Shinku Yuhi and the others kept staring at the sky. That's my old man's strongest jutsu. Sōshin Ten'ichi is dead for sure. Asuma Sarutobi jumped up and swung his fist. Orochimaru frowned, sensing a trace of danger. Whistle. A piercing sound cut through the air, and then 5 iron sand spears pinned the 5 Orochimarus to the ground. 4 of them dissolved into smoke. This has to be fake, right? Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi looked at Orochimaru with utter disbelief. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was defeated just like that. Shibi Aburame and the others showed no sign of surprise, for they knew Orochimaru could not be defeated so easily. Then the Orochimaru lying on the ground opened his mouth wide, and another Orochimaru crawled out from within. Orochimaru, your substitution jutsu is really disgusting. In the sky, Sōshin Ten'ichi watched Orochimaru with his arms crossed, while also glancing at the iron sand around him from the corner of his eye. A good deal of it had been melted into molten iron. He thought to himself, good thing I used so much iron sand, or I'd have been in danger just now. Still, some minor wounds had appeared on Sōshin Ten'ichi's body. At that moment, a drop of blood fell from his wound. Handy, isn't it? Ten'ichi-kun, your current strength. Orochimaru noticed the blood dripping from Sōshin Ten'ichi. Excitedly, he stretched out his tongue and caught it. After retracting his tongue, he immediately spat out a test tube from his mouth and stored the blood. Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyelids twitched violently at the sight. Does Orochimaru actually think I've awakened some kind of bloodline limit? The Konoha ninja instinctively stepped back. Orochimaru, that weird hobby of yours really turns my stomach. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched Asuma Sarutobi's direction from the corner of his eye. Just now, quite a bit of iron sand had splashed onto the tree where he was standing. Iron sand clone. Sōshin Ten'ichi struck immediately. The iron sand on the tree instantly formed an iron sand clone, charging straight at Sarutobi Asuma. He casually took care of 2 umbu who had been too slow to react. Had they not been blocking his path, Sōshin Ten'ichi could not have been bothered to lift a finger. No. Sarutobi Asuma, seeing the iron sand clone right before his eyes, was so terrified that he wet his pants. The umbu around him immediately moved to shield him. Fire release, great fireball. Mitarashi Shishiku struck out directly, conjuring a massive 10-meter fireball that hurtled toward the iron sand clone. Bang! The iron sand clone was blown apart by the great fireball. But before they could catch their breath, the scattered iron sand under Sōshin Ten'ichi's control began forming iron sand shuriken. The throats of two Umbu were slashed open, blood spraying wildly from the wounds. Clutching their necks, the two fell helplessly from the great tree. Mitarashi Shishiku immediately grabbed Sarutobi Asuma by the collar and leaped down to the ground. The others followed suit. Orochimaru was about to rush over to provide support when Sōshin Ten'ichi formed hand seals and dispatched a shadow clone to block his path. "Orochimaru, your opponent is me," the shadow clone said with a sly grin. Ninja art Rashomon formation. A flood of snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's mouth. The shadow clone immediately manipulated the overwhelming tide of iron sand to shred them to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the snakes unleashed by Orochimaru were utterly annihilated by the iron sand. The ground was littered with chunks of serpent flesh, a sight that made one's skin crawl. Orochimaru, seeing how troublesome this shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi was, quickly formed hand seals and split off multiple shadow clones in an attempt to hurry to the other's aid. But all of them were blocked by Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone. Endless iron sand pressed forward, preventing Orochimaru and his shadow clones from advancing a single step. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi personally charged straight at Sarutobi Asuma. Earth release, earth flow wall, X4. Yuhi Shinku and Mitarashi Shishiku immediately joined forces. At the same time, the two shot a meaningful glance at Aburame Shibi, shouting, "Shibi, get Asuma out of here now." Aburame Shibi swiftly hoisted Sarutobi Asuma and sped off toward the rear. "No, Kurenai." Sarutobi Asuma turned his head to look at Yuhi Kurenai, knowing full well that if she stayed behind, she might very well die. Yuhi Kurenai did not respond to Sarutobi Asuma. Instead, she drew a kunai from her weapon pouch, her gaze fixed firmly on the approaching Sōshin Ten'ichi. Yuhi Shinku felt deeply gratified seeing his daughter like this. His daughter had truly become a real ninja. Wind release, wind blade. Sōshin Ten'ichi used the wind blade to slice down the 10-meter-high earthen wall they had raised. Seeing Aburame Shibi retreating with Sarutobi Asuma, Ten'ichi glanced at them and sensed something was off. The chakra of Aburame Shibi and Sarutobi Asuma had dropped by half. Moreover, at Yuhi Shinku's feet, there was trace of both their chakra. So the ones running were shadow clones. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought to himself, if not for my keen sensory abilities, I would have been fooled. Sōshin Ten'ichi, don't think you'll get past us. If you want to capture Asuma, you'll have to walk over our corpses. Mitarashi Shishiku and Yuhi Shinku both thought that this guy Sōshin Ten'ichi would surely try to charge past them now. They wondered if this bought enough time for them to reach Lord Orochimaru's side. In their view, once they joined up with Orochimaru, Sōshin Ten'ichi would have no chance of capturing Sarutobi Asuma. In that case, I'll just kill you all first, then go after them. Sōshin Ten'ichi revealed a sinister smile. The expressions on Mitarashi Shishiku's and Yuhi Shinku's faces stiffened slightly. This is not what they had expected at all. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. A wave of iron sand transformed into countless fine needles racing toward Mitarashi Shishiku and the others at terrifying speed. Water release, water formation wall, X4. Earth release, earth flow wall, X4. Their plan was to first weaken the magnet release with the water formation wall, then rely on the earth flow wall to withstand the rest. But their efforts were utterly futile. The needles condensed from iron sand pierced straight through the water screen and the earthen wall, flying straight at them. Because Sōshin Ten'ichi's attack was so widespread, there was nowhere for them to dodge, and everyone was struck. Yuhi Shinku shielded his daughter with his own body. Yuhi Kurenai, standing behind her father, watched the spray of blood burst from his body, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Father, I." Just as everyone was staggering and on the verge of collapse, countless destruction bugs crawled up from the ground, forming a wall of insects that absorbed much of the damage. Aburame Shibi and Sarutobi Asuma's real bodies also emerged from underground. By now, Aburame Shibi's chakra was nearly depleted. Half had been taken by the shadow clone, and he had also expended a vast amount of chakra to breed the destruction bugs. He was now gasping for breath. "Shibi, you shouldn't have made a move." Mitarashi Shishiku's face was full of gravity as he saw Aburame Shibi emerge with Sarutobi Asuma. "I had no choice. Asuma couldn't hold out any longer underground, and if you all died here, I alone wouldn't last until Lord Orochimaru could come to our aid." Aburame Shibi looked helplessly at Sarutobi Asuma. His earth release was not yet refined enough to allow him to travel freely underground while carrying someone. Keeping him underground for that long was already his limit. Bang! At that moment, the fine needles on the ground converged into an iron sand clone. The iron sand clone kicked Aburame Shibi, already on the verge of collapse from chakra exhaustion. Flying, then grabbed Sarutobi Asuma with both hands and hurled him into the sky. "Oh!" Sarutobi Asuma screamed as he fell face down. Just then, Sōshin Ten'ichi flew over and caught him. At once, a vast amount of iron sand covered him, leaving only a small opening to breathe. "Everyone, farewell." Sōshin Ten'ichi laughed heartily as he carried Sarutobi Asuma away. The battle on Orochimaru's side had also ended. He watched Sōshin Ten'ichi fly far into the distance, his expression unusually grim. He had failed to capture Sōshin Ten'ichi, only obtaining his blood, while the teacher's youngest son had been lost under his watch. He subconsciously licked his lips and murmured softly, "I hope the teacher doesn't find out that it was me who leaked the information." Mitarashi Shishiku and the others watched Sōshin Ten'ichi carry Sarutobi Asuma off into the distance, exchanging helpless glances. They were finished. "Everyone, don't worry. Sunagakure should not kill Asuma." Orochimaru walked over. Sōshin Ten'ichi knows Asuma's identity, so at worst they'll use him to negotiate with the third Hokage. "You should all return with me and tend to your wounds properly. Your injuries are no laughing matter." Orochimaru then noticed that the wounds on their bodies still carried lingering traces of Sōshin Ten'ichi's wind-released chakra, which was constantly gnawing at their bodies. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." They forced bitter smiles. Even though Sarutobi Asuma was unlikely to die, they had still failed to protect him. In the end, the third Hokage would certainly make things difficult for them. These were wartime, and if the third Hokage held a grudge, it could very well mean their deaths. Orochimaru said nothing as he looked at their dejected faces, instead sending word for someone to clear away the buried supplies. Then he hurriedly departed. He needed to return and study Sōshin Ten'ichi's blood to see if he could discover anything. After Orochimaru left, Yuhi Kurenai grabbed her father's hand and said, "Father, let me treat your wounds." Her eyes were red and her heart ached at the sight of her father's injuries. "I'm fine, Kurenai. Go see if there are any other survivors." Yuhi Shinku found an excuse to send his daughter away. "Do you think Asuma's whereabouts could have been leaked by Lord Orochimaru?" Yuhi Shinku and Mitarashi Shishiku asked in unison. The three of them harbored suspicion because Orochimaru had arrived far too conveniently, and his behavior after obtaining Sōshin Ten'ichi's blood made them find him highly suspicious. Probably not. Aburame Shibi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. If information about Asuma's situation had truly been leaked, the ambush would not have consisted of only Sōshin Ten'ichi alone. Aburame Shibi explained himself. "Let's report the situation to Lord Hokage first," Shinku Yuhi said with a hint of helplessness. At the same time, he kept praying inwardly, hoping Asuma Sarutobi would not run into any trouble. The group immediately sent a summoning beast back to Konoha to convey the news about Asuma Sarutobi. Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished the work at hand, then pulled a crystal ball out of his drawer with a beaming smile. He had just been thinking of checking up on the safety of the village women. Just then someone knocked on the door of the office. With a fluid motion, he tucked the crystal ball back into the drawer, straightened his posture, and said softly, "Come in." The Umbu who had knocked hurried inside. His face beneath the mask was panic-stricken. Sensing his unusual agitation, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression immediately turned serious. "Lord Hokage, a message just came back through the captain's summoning beast. Your youngest son Asuma Sarutobi has been seized by Sōshin Ten'ichi, the Kazekage's disciple." The Umbu delivered the report. "What?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shot to his feet, as if a spring had been released under him. He braced his hands on the desk, his face grim. How many people did the enemy send? Hiruzen frowned deeply. He could not understand why his son had been captured. Leaving aside the fact that Asuma was guarded by many capable protectors, the most critical question was how Sunagakure had learned of his whereabouts. Could someone have leaked information? For some reason, the first person that came to Hiruzen's mind was his old friend Danzo. "Lord Hokage, there was only Sōshin Ten'ichi, one person," the Umbu said hastily. Hearing that there was only Sōshin Ten'ichi, Hiruzen dismissed the suspicion from his mind. If information on his son had truly been leaked in advance, Sunagakure would never have sent just one person to lie in wait. Hiruzen's face turned extremely grim. He was deeply displeased with the men on this escort mission. With so many of them, they still could not protect his son. The Umbu continued. Lord Hokage, Lord Orochimaru also rushed to provide support, but even he could not stop Sōshin Ten'ichi. Hearing that even his own disciple had gone to help and still failed to stop the enemy, Hiruzen's expression turned even darker. This meant that Sunagakure now had a ninja capable of standing on equal footing with the Kage. That was extremely unfavorable for Konoha. "You may go now." Hiruzen dismissed him. The Umbu bowed his head and withdrew. Hiruzen sat down in his chair. He was not worried about Asuma's life, because unless Sunagakure were pigs, they would know that a living Asuma was far more useful than a dead one. What troubled him now was what he should use to exchange for his son's return. While he was thinking, the other three members of Konoha's F4 received the news and hurried over. "Hiruzen, we heard Asuma has been captured." Hamuramito Kato and Kōhōryūtane spoke. Danzo also looked at Hiruzen with concern, but instead of comforting him, he asked anxiously, "Hiruzen, even your disciple Orochimaru could not stop Sōshin Ten'ichi." Hiruzen looked at his three old friends and nodded. "Damn it. It seems that kid has already grown strong enough to rival a Kage." Danzo was grinding his molars so hard that he nearly ground them to dust. "Hiruzen, there is no need to worry. Sunagakure won't do anything to Asuma. We'll find a way to ransom him back later," Hamuramito Kato said to console him. Kōhōryūtane also nodded. Danzo had wanted to urge Hiruzen not to trade the techniques in the Scroll of Seals with Sunagakure, but after thinking about it, he ultimately kept his mouth shut. After all, if he were a high-ranking official of Sunagakure, he would never let such an opportunity pass. Hiruzen nodded. The four held a brief discussion, then Hiruzen immediately sent orders to Mitarashi Zishiao and the others, telling them to privately contact Sunagakure. Danzo said goodbye to Hiruzen and rose to leave. There was still an important matter on his mind, the land of Rain the Sage's Eye. The matter of Sōshin Ten'ichi made Danzo desperately want to increase his power. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to the camp with Asuma Sarutobi. Baki was the first to reach Sōshin Ten'ichi. "Ten'ichi, are you hurt? What's this?" He pointed in confusion at the figure of Asuma Sarutobi wrapped in iron sand. "This is the big fish I caught." Sōshin Ten'ichi manipulated the iron sand to reveal Asuma Sarutobi's head. Baki squinted at him, then his eyes flew wide. "Is this the third Hokage's youngest son?" "That's right. When I raided their transport convoy this time, I unexpectedly discovered him. So I simply captured him and brought him back. Besides, I'm quite interested in Konoha's Scroll of Seals." Sōshin Ten'ichi wanted to raise his power to the 6 paths level, and relying solely on magnet release was clearly not enough. Although magnet release's potential was not small in a shinobi world that emphasized bloodlines, it was still far too lacking. Therefore, Sōshin Ten'ichi had to master even more power. "Sōshin Ten'ichi, you can keep dreaming. Konoha will never hand over." MMPH. Before Asuma Sarutobi could finish his words, Sōshin Ten'ichi covered his head again with iron sand, leaving only a small opening to breathe through. "Ten'ichi, you did brilliantly this time. With this kid in hand, we can really squeeze Konoha." Baki's mouth split into a wide grin. The pressure caused by Konoha mobilizing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki instantly dissipated by a large margin. Even if Asuma Sarutobi alone could not change the entire war situation, at least he would make Konoha's side timid, preventing them from striking with all their strength. "I'm going to get the sealing squad. Ten'ichi, you go report to the Kazekage first." Baki then hurried off to find the sealing squad. Sōshin Ten'ichi then brought Asuma Sarutobi into the war room. Immediately upon entering, he saw Raza patting Fujita Yuma on the shoulder and praising him. "What's this?" Sōshin Ten'ichi found it odd that his master was praising Fujita Yuma. Had his good friend accomplished something major? "Ten'ichi, you're back. What's this?" Raza saw that his disciple had returned, but like Baki, his gaze was drawn to the iron sand figure at the side. Fujita Yuma stood at Raza's side and shot Sōshin Ten'ichi a meaningful look. Seeing his good friend valued by their master made Sōshin Ten'ichi very happy. He then withdrew his gaze. Fujita Yuma took leave of Raza and quickly left. "Master, when I attacked Konoha's transport convoy this time, I accidentally found that the third Hokage's youngest son was also there. So I captured him. When the time comes, we can trade him to Konoha." Sōshin Ten'ichi revealed Asuma Sarutobi's face. At that moment, because the Kazekage, a man on the same level as his father, was present, Asuma Sarutobi did not dare let out even a peep. Afterwards, Sōshin Ten'ichi covered him again. Good. Raza was absolutely delighted. He looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with satisfaction. This disciple of his was making him prouder and prouder. Even with the defeat at Kikyo Mountain, with the achievements his disciple had brought, no one could shake the Kazekage seat under him. "Ten'ichi, what do you think we should ask Konoha for?" Since the prisoner had been caught by Sōshin Ten'ichi, Raza wanted to hear Ten'ichi's opinion. All the forbidden techniques in Konoha's Scroll of Seals. Sōshin Ten'ichi had also wanted Hashirama's cells, but he remembered that Sunagakure had neither the research talent nor the money to study them. So he did not mention it. If he truly needed it later, he could make a deal with Orochimaru. Hearing Sōshin Ten'ichi's words, Raza could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This disciple of his really had a big appetite. Raza did not dare think such thoughts himself. "Ten'ichi, I'm afraid they won't give us all the forbidden techniques." Raza shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Whether there are dates on the tree or not, you still give it a couple of whacks. If we set a sky-high price first, when the talks come later, we can get even more." Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled. "All right. While we're at it, we might as well ask Konoha for more money. The village is short of money everywhere." Raza felt this was reasonable and spoke with a grin. Sunagakure was too poor. If not for the war, he would have wanted to find a place to dig for gold dust with his magnet release. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt that this master of his was rather pitiful. Among the 5 Kage, he was the only one who had to work to earn money for the village. "By the way, master, what was Yuma here for earlier?" Sōshin Ten'ichi asked about his friend. "Ten'ichi, your good friend's talent for making explosive tags is simply terrifying. The number of explosive tags he can produce alone in one day equals the output of 30 people. If it weren't for his small chakra reserves, I dare say, he could produce the output of 50 or 60 people in a day." Speaking of Fujita Yuma, Raza was also very happy to have such a genius around. The village might even be able to get into the explosive tag business someday. Damn, Yuma actually has this kind of talent. Just then Sōshin Ten'ichi thought of Conan. If Fujita Yuma learned paper release, could he casually produce 600 billion explosive tags as well? With his own explosive tag bomber technique added into the mix, nuking the shinobi world flat in the future would be no problem. It seems I'll have to pay Conan a visit in the Land of Rain in the future. I must make Fujita Yuma learn paper release. However, Sōshin Ten'ichi planned to wait until he had obtained the Flying Thunder God technique from Konoha and mastered it before going. After all, though Obito was not there yet, Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu were keeping an eye on that place. He did not want to mess things up. Exactly. If it weren't for the logistics department reporting to me, I would never have known that someone who likes writing that kind of book could have such amazing talent. Raza thought of the time he had just gone to see this young man who was lying on his bed writing a racy novel. He had almost failed to control himself and kicked the guy. People with a talent for writing that kind of book are never ordinary. Sōshin Ten'ichi brought up Jiraiya. After all, he was one of the few ninja in the Naruto world who could use Sage Mode. Even though he was only half-baked at it, that was already quite impressive. Just then Baki came over with the sealing squad. The squad members were looking at Sōshin Ten'ichi with pure admiration in their eyes. In their eyes, Sōshin Ten'ichi had gone deep behind enemy lines to complete the mission and even captured the third Hokage's son. He was simply a god among mortals. Lord Kazekage, Lord Ten'ichi. The sealing squad members looked at the two with reverence. Raza gave them a dignified nod, then signaled for Sōshin Ten'ichi to hand Asuma Sarutobi over to the sealing squad. Sōshin Ten'ichi then removed every bit of iron sand binding Asuma Sarutobi. Without the iron sand to support him, Asuma Sarutobi collapsed limply to the ground. Whether it was because his legs had gone weak from being restrained by the iron sand for so long, or because he had been frightened out of his wits, no one could tell. The Hokage's son is useless after all. My thoughts exactly. We hadn't even laid a hand on him, and he turns to jelly. What a disgrace to his father, the great ninja hero. True. I thought the Hokage's son would be a bit tougher than that. The sealing squad members now looked at him with derision. His neck reddening, he said in a feeble voice, "It's only because I was trapped in that iron sand for so long. I'm not afraid of you." It was plainly obvious that Asuma Sarutobi's words carried no confidence. Huh. Everyone burst out laughing. Seal his chakra. After the laughter died down, Raza had the sealing squad put several more layers of seals on him. Turning to Baki, he said, "Baki, you will personally guard this brat from now on. Ten'ichi, I'd also like you to keep an eye on him." He was still worried that someone from Konoha might sneak in, so he ordered Baki to guard the boy personally and asked Sōshin Ten'ichi to pay close attention as well. "Yes, Lord Kazekage." "Understood, teacher." Baki and Sōshin Ten'ichi both nodded. By the way, Baki put a little pressure on him and pry something out of his mouth. Raza reasoned that as the Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi ought to know something. When Asuma heard this, he couldn't stop himself from trembling all over. "Leave it to me, Lord Kazekage." Baki let out a sinister laugh and led the boy aside with the sealing squad. Afterwards, Sōshin Ten'ichi took his leave of the Kazekage and returned to his room to rest. Seeing him back, Fujita Yuma grinned and said, "Ten'ichi, you're back. You can rest for a few days now, right?" There are no missions now, so I should be able to rest for a few days." Sōshin Ten'ichi thought to himself that his teacher couldn't possibly assign him another mission. "Good. I'll stockpile some extra explosive tags for you over the next few days," Fujita Yuma said with a smile. "Good." Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. He hadn't told Fujita Yuma about the paper release matter. He planned to wait until he had mastered Flying Raijin before bringing it up. Telling him now would only agitate Fujita Yuma and serve no purpose. Konoha Camp. Mitarashi Zishiao and the others arrived at the camp first. "Kurenai, you'll stay at the camp from now on and get some proper rest." Yuhi Shinku planned not to take his daughter along afterward. After all, they were going to negotiate with Sunagakure to ransom Asuma Sarutobi, and the process would certainly be dangerous. He didn't want his daughter risking herself. "Father, you absolutely must be careful." Kurenai knew what her father and the others were about to do. She was overwhelmed with worry. "It's fine. We're not going there to fight this time." Yuhi Shinku smiled reassuringly, then left to regroup with Mitarashi Zishiao and the others and find a way to contact Sunagakure. Since the matter couldn't be brought into the open, they couldn't ask anyone else for help. Kurenai pressed her hands tightly to her chest as she watched her father leave. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Sōshin Ten'ichi had just stepped out of his room and stretched when an ANBU appeared before him. "Lord Ten'ichi, the Kazekage wants you." "Very well." Ten'ichi nodded and went to the war room. "Ten'ichi, people from Konoha have come demanding negotiations." Raza was in an exceptionally good mood. This time he might be able to wring quite a few good things out of Konoha. "Oh, that fast. Looks like the third Hokage really cares for this youngest son of his." Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. "I'll need you to handle the negotiations with them from here on." Raza looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Huh, me?" Sōshin Ten'ichi pointed at himself in astonishment. Raza nodded, still smiling. "But teacher, I've never taken part in a negotiation like this." Sōshin Ten'ichi felt unequal to the task. No, you're the most suitable person for this. You're the one who personally captured Asuma Sarutobi, and your strength speaks for itself. More importantly, you have a big appetite. Letting you negotiate might even produce a few surprises. Raza had put Sōshin Ten'ichi in charge because he wanted to keep the Council of Elders and Sunagakure's ninja clans out of it. If they took part, they would inevitably demand a large share of the benefits. With them involved, the negotiations would only be delayed for who knew how long. Right now, Raza simply wanted to obtain benefits from Konoha as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the war situation later deteriorated or a major upheaval occurred in the shinobi world, the negotiations might be affected. Fine. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought it over and understood Raza's concern, so he agreed. This is the meeting place they proposed, a tavern in a small town. Take a few EMBU squads with you. Be careful when you get there, Ten'ichi. Raza looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with concern. Don't worry, teacher. If anything goes wrong, I'll slip away at once. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. He then set out with the squads Raza had arranged, 13 people in all, for the appointed tavern. After traveling for an hour, they reached the town. Because the battlefield was close by, the town was utterly desolate. Those with money had already moved away. Sōshin Ten'ichi used a sensory jutsu, and a smile crept onto his face. The 3 people Konoha had sent were all old acquaintances. Spread out around the area and keep watch. At the first sign of trouble, send the signal immediately. Sōshin Ten'ichi said to the ANBU. Yes. They flickered away and dispersed throughout the town to keep watch. Sōshin Ten'ichi went to the tavern and pushed open the door. Yuhi Shinku Hitarashi Zishao, we meet again. Oh right, and Aburame Shibi. I almost forgot about you. Sōshin Ten'ichi glanced at Aburame Shibi and thought, that Aburame clan is truly uncanny. If I hadn't used a sensory jutsu before coming in, I wouldn't have even noticed this guy was here. The 3 looked at Ten'ichi with grim expressions. Let's get straight to the point. Ransoming Asuma Saratobi is simple. Give us a copy of every jutsu in Konoha's scroll of seals, plus 1 billion ryo in ransom. Sōshin Ten'ichi crossed his arms and watched them with a sly smile. Bang! Yuhi Shinku, usually good-tempered, slammed the table and rose to his feet. Sōshin Ten'ichi, do you really intend to negotiate with us with that attitude? Why don't you just tell us to hand Kikyo Mountain over to you two? Yuhi Shinku braced his hands on the table, his eyes looking as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. If you're willing, then sure. Sōshin Ten'ichi spread his hands. You. Enraged by Ten'ichi's shameless manner, Yuhi Shinku wanted to draw a kunai and give him a couple of slashes. Mitarashi Zishao rose and motioned for Yuhi Shinku to calm down. Sōshin Ten'ichi, this demand of yours is too absurd. We can't possibly agree to it. Put forward another one. Mitarashi Zishao said. Then just report this condition to your Hokage. Sōshin Ten'ichi waved a hand. Seeing that he had closed his eyes and would say no more, the 3 could only send the news back to Konoha with a summoning beast. Damn it. Sōshin Ten'ichi, why not just ask for my old life too? On reading the message from Mitarashi Zishao and the others, Hiruzen Saratobi jumped onto his desk and bellowed, startling Mitarashi Zishao's summoning beast so badly it nearly died. Hiruzen then told the summoning beast his bottom line: 2 forbidden jutsu and 5 million ryo. When they received this message, Mitarashi Zishao and the other 2 felt their scalps prickle. Would this brat in front of them really agree to that? The 2 sides then plunged into intense negotiations. What do you mean 2? Screw that. Tell the Hokage I want 200. We don't even have 200 jutsu on the scroll of seals. Then 100. The negotiation dragged on for 3 days. Because they remained deadlocked, Hiruzen Saratobi finally sent Orochimaru to help. Ten'ichi-kun, your demands are too far-fetched. Teacher Saratobi will never agree to them. Orochimaru's gaze swept over Sōshin Ten'ichi, his mind full of doubt. Earlier he had spent a long time researching Sōshin Ten'ichi's blood, yet found nothing special about the fellow at all. It puzzled him beyond all reason. Already exhausted, Yuhi Shinku and the other 2 nodded on the sidelines. If that's the case, then I want Flying Raijin Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, the 8 Gates Bringer of Darkness Technique, the 5 Elements Seal Spirit Transformation Technique. Sōshin Ten'ichi named them one by one. Orochimaru and the others knitted their brows. How does this brat know so many jutsu from the Scroll of Seals? At that moment, Orochimaru genuinely wanted to strap Ten'ichi onto a dissection table. Sōshin Ten'ichi had listed more than a dozen jutsu he knew in one breath. That's all for now. Oh, tell your teacher that Flying Raijin and Multiple Shadow Clone Technique are mandatory. And if the jutsu you hand over have any problems. He didn't finish, but Orochimaru and the others understood. Asuma Saratobi must have been placed under some kind of forbidden curse by Sunagakure. Ten'ichi-kun, you're becoming more and more interesting. I'll contact Teacher Saratobi first. Orochimaru summoned a small snake, wrote down Sōshin Ten'ichi's demands, and sent it back to Konoha. Upon learning of this, Hiruzen Saratobi seriously suspected that his son's mind had already been probed by Sunagakure. But his son didn't know that many jutsu either. In the end, Hiruzen Saratobi agreed to hand over Flying Raijin Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, the 5 Element Seal, and Bringer of Darkness Technique, plus 35 million ryo. At the same time, he also decided to send the Uchiha to fight against Sunagakure later, letting those dogs bite each other. And so the next day at the small tavern, the 2 sides made the exchange. one side handing over the jutsu and money, the other handing over Asuma Sarutobi. Sōshin Ten'ichi took the two scrolls. Once we have successfully trained in these techniques, we will come and remove the restrictions on him. But rest assured, we understand how special flying Raijin is. If no one has succeeded in mastering it after 6 months, we will still come to remove them. Fine. Orochimaru nodded. Mitarashi Zishiao and the others checked Asuma Sarutobi and saw that he did indeed have a forbidden curse on his heart. Their faces were still rather grim. But it was a bit better than before. Sōshin Ten'ichi turned and left the tavern, but before leaving, he glanced at Asuma Sarutobi. In the future, this kid will be worth 35 million. Now his old man has paid 35 million. What a coincidence. After Sōshin Ten'ichi left, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and turned to Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma returned to Konoha with them. With that, Orochimaru turned and left. This time, Sarutobi Asuma no longer said anything about going to the front lines. Mitarashi Zishiao and the others watched the silent Sarutobi Asuma, thinking that this experience must have matured him considerably. Shinka, go fetch your daughter. We'll return to Konoha together. He looked toward Yuhi Shinku. Thank you. Yuhi Shinku had been agonizing over exactly that. Seeing that Mitarashi Zishiao had let him go fetch his daughter first, he thanked him and hurried off toward the Konoha camp. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi had already returned to the base with the items. Teacher, this time I obtained 4 jutsu from Konoha plus 35 million ryo. The Flying Thunder God technique is among them. Just as Raza was about to ask why the amount was so small, Sōshin Ten'ichi revealed the Flying Thunder God technique. Raza's face immediately lit up with joy. He knew all too well how troublesome Minato Namikaze was. If someone in Sunagakure learned the Flying Thunder God technique, the village's revival would be within reach. Ten'ichi, copy these jutsu and practice them when you return. I hope you boy can master the Flying Thunder God technique as well. Raza patted him on the shoulder, thinking that if his apprentice mastered it, Kikyo Mountain would definitely fall to Sunagakure this time. Yes, teacher. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded with a smile and sat down to copy the jutsu. After a while, he finished copying all 4 techniques and rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. His gaze toward the Flying Thunder God technique grew a little more solemn. While copying it, he had discovered that he recognized every character, but when they were strung together, he was utterly baffled. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique would require real effort. Fortunately, he had gotten himself a training cheat, the multi-shadow clone technique. Teacher, I've finished copying. Sōshin Ten'ichi handed the original jutsu scroll to Raza. Good. You've been working hard lately. Rest well. With Sarutobi Asuma bearing that forbidden curse, Konoha won't launch any major offensive soon. Train hard during this period, Ten'ichi, and try to master the Flying Thunder God technique as soon as possible. After taking the scroll and glancing at it, Raza now understood why only Minato Namikaze had learned the Flying Thunder God technique after the second Hokage's death. The difficulty was far from ordinary. He hoped Sōshin Ten'ichi could master it. Yes, teacher. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded and turned to leave the war room. Raza then lowered his head and began planning how to deal with Konoha next, but he had no intention of clashing head-on with Konoha. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was still at Kikyo Mountain. Raza did not believe that placing a forbidden curse on the Hokage's youngest son was enough to have Konoha in his grasp. If Sunagakure truly went too far, Konoha would not care about Sarutobi Asuma's life in the end. Raza had to secure benefits within the limits Konoha could endure. At that moment, when Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to his room, he saw that Fujita Yuma was still not back. Yuma must still be at the logistics division making explosive tags. So he took out the multi-shadow clone technique he had just copied. I'll learn this one first. If that guy Naruto could master it so quickly, I definitely can. Inside the Konoha camp, Namikaze, Minato, and Kushina entered the war room and found Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, when will we make a move on Sunagakure? Kushina cracked her knuckles eagerly. After being ambushed by Sōshin Ten'ichi last time, she had been thinking of payback. Having recuperated in camp for so long, she immediately dragged Minato to see Orochimaru. Kushina, we won't be making a move on Sunagakure anytime soon. Orochimaru turned his head and chuckled. With the Sarutobi Asuma incident having just happened, given the third Hokage's temperament, he certainly wouldn't want anything stirred up on this front. Why not? I came all this way just to deal with Sunagakure, didn't I? Kushina was perplexed. She even wondered whether Orochimaru had deliberately said that because he didn't trust her to control the Nine Tails. But the situation has changed. For now, go and train with Minato. If you're needed later, I'll send someone to tell you. Don't worry, I don't mean to look down on you. Knowing Kushina's temperament, Orochimaru said in an appeasing tone. Fine then. Sensing no hostility from Orochimaru, Kushina believed him. As she spoke, she began to leave with Minato Namikaze. Kushina, you go on ahead for now. I'd like to ask Lord Orochimaru something. Minato Namikaze said gently to Kushina. All right. Kushina nodded, then walked out with her lips pursed in a pout. After she left, Minato Namikaze looked at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, has something happened to Asuma? He was branded with a forbidden curse by Sunagakure, and they said they'd lift it after 6 months. Orochimaru found that explanation hard to believe. Minato Namikaze felt the same way, but since Asuma was involved, no one dared to take that risk. Konoha certainly wouldn't make any move against Sunagakure during this period. After all, no one wanted to be resented by the Hokage. If Sunagakure uses this matter to keep pressuring us, it will be a problem. A look of gravity appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. They were in wartime after all. Trust the higher-ups. They'll find a way. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. If Sunagakure truly intended to keep exploiting Asuma, he thought Danzo would surely lend Asuma a hand. Minato Namikaze nodded, bade farewell to Orochimaru, and turned to leave. At a Wagakure in the Tsukikage building, Father Konoha made a deal with Sunagakure. It seems they traded some jutsu to get Sarutobi Asuma back, but we don't yet know what jutsu Sunagakure received. Kitsuchi reported the information to the third Tsukikage, Inoki. Oh, it looks like Sunagakure gained quite a lot this time. Inoki had originally planned to strike first at Konoha, but after learning this he felt he could instead strike at the weaker Sunagakure. Get Sunagakure to hand over the jutsu they obtained from Konoha. Anything capable of trading back the third Hokage's son was definitely no ordinary technique. Kitsuchi take Kari and the explosion core along with 5,000 shinobi and head to the land of wind. Force Sunagakure to surrender the jutsu they acquired. And grab some supplies while you're at it. Inoki looked at his son with piercing eyes. Sunagakure had recently produced a genius. From now on they would need to be more wary of Suna. Yes. Kitsuchi left at once and began marshaling troops to move against Sunagakure. After Kitsuchi left, Inoki seated in the Tsukikage chair murmured to himself, Sunagakure, don't disappoint me. He now desperately hoped Sunagakure had obtained the Flying Thunder God from Konoha. Though Minato Namikaze had yet to reveal his prowess, Inoki, who had witnessed Senju Tobarama's Flying Thunder God, was extremely wary of it. Multiple shadow clone technique. Sōshin Ten'ichi had just learned it at that moment and immediately produced a room full of shadow clones. Tenny, you're back. Ten'ichi opened the door and returned just then. Seeing the room packed with Sōshin Ten'ichi, his mouth hung wide open. Yojin, you're back. Look at the new jutsu I learned. Pretty impressive, right? Facing his good friend Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't resist showing off. Amazing. Yojin's eyes bulged. He reached out and pinched every shadow clone, discovering that each one was solid. His mouth stretched wider and wider until it could almost fit an apple. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately canceled the shadow clones, and a slight fatigue followed. But having been strengthened so many times, he adjusted quickly. At the same time, he understood how terrifying multiple shadow clone truly was. The huge chakra consumption was only its smallest drawback. The truly fatal part was the exhaustion and memories that every shadow clone brought back the instant the jutsu was released. Good thing I have a cheat, or I probably couldn't even use this multiple shadow clone. A smile curled at Sōshin Ten'ichi's lips. Tenny, does this jutsu of yours have some sort of drawback? Yojin had learned a fair amount by now. He knew that the more powerful something was, the greater the price required. He worried that this jutsu of Sōshin Ten'ichi's might consume his lifespan. Yes, but it's not a big problem. It just leaves me tired when I dispel it. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Oh, that's good. Upon learning that it only caused fatigue, Yojin stopped worrying about his friend. Then grinning slyly, he pulled a notebook from his robe. Tenny, this is a book I wrote. Take a look and give me your thoughts. You little. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at him speechlessly. He took the notebook impatiently and glanced through it, and his face turned red in an instant. Too explicit. At the same time, he looked at Yojin in shock. This guy actually had no small talent for writing smutty novels. Seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi's reaction, Yojin knew the book he had written must be good. He planted his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. When the war is over, I'll become a writer. By then I'll definitely be a wealthy man. The corner of Sōshin Ten'ichi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Yojin, your talent for making explosive tags is excellent. You could easily earn money by making explosive tags. These days a single explosive tag sells for around 300 ryo, and as the war drags on, the price will only climb higher. Making explosive tags is such a sweet deal. Kenny, you don't understand. I don't like making explosive tags at all. But writing is different. When I'm writing, I feel like my entire body is soaking in a hot spring. A smile couldn't help spreading across Yojin's face. Seeing him like that, Tenny couldn't help shaking his head. Fine. As long as you enjoy it. I'm going out to practice a new jutsu. Now that Sōshin Ten'ichi had mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, he could fully embark on learning Flying Thunder God, and he could also send shadow clones to further his research into magnet release. Yojin nodded. Sōshin Ten'ichi then turned and left. Finding a quiet place, he created 100 shadow clones. He began studying Flying Thunder God and continuing his research into magnet release. 2 days passed in this manner. Sōshin Ten'ichi, who had kept his head buried in study the entire time, was summoned to the war room by the Umbu that day. Everyone in the war room looked grave. At the same time, Tenny noticed there was one more beautiful kunoichi present. It was Itsung, the most beautiful back in the shinobi world. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at that beautiful back and felt it would be a shame to let it go without cupping. Lord Kazekage, this ill-mannered brat, is your disciple. Yi-Tsang gave Sōshin Ten'ichi a fierce cutting glare. Tiany's face reddened at once, but he quickly pretended nothing had happened. Ma Ji and the others saw this, and couldn't help lowering their heads to snicker. Ahem. Luo Sha coughed awkwardly, then said, "That's right, Yi-Tsang. This is my disciple Sōshin Ten'ichi." Because of Sōshin Ten'ichi's presence, Luo Sha no longer felt as hostile toward Yi-Tsang. After all, no matter how formidable you are, Yi-Tsang, could you really defeat our master-disciple pair? What? Lady Yi-Tsang, I apologize. I was rude just now. Sōshin Ten'ichi gave Yi-Tsang a slight bow. Fine. Since you're still young, I'll let it slide. Yi-Tsang rolled her eyes at the boy and said nothing more. Seeing that everyone was present, Luo Sha stood up. Everyone, Elder Halazang has just sent word that a Wagakure has made a move against us. Everyone's expression turned solemn at that moment. Sōshin Ten'ichi was dumbfounded when he heard this. Back when he watched Naruto, there had always been one thing he didn't understand about the battlefields among the 5 great nations. Why didn't wind, earth, lightning, and water join forces to attack Konoha during the Shinobi World Wars? Konoha was so wealthy and possessed everything, jutsu, riches, and more. Striking Konoha was obviously far more profitable. Even though Konoha was powerful, it couldn't have withstood a joint assault from the 4 great nations. Yet they just wouldn't do it. While attacking Konoha, they still had to fight one another desperately. During the Second War, the second Tsuchikage of a Wagakure Wu and the second Mizukage of Kirigakure Guidang Huanyue went at each other, and both ended up dead. What was the point of that? During the Third War, the third Raikage didn't go after Konoha. Instead, he led his men in a surprise raid on a Wagakure and was finally swarmed and killed. Mind-boggling. Damn it. That cursed a Wagakure. Why don't they attack Konoha instead of coming for us? Sōshin Ten'ichi couldn't help cursing. Luo Sha glanced at Sōshin Ten'ichi, then said, Daimyo has learned about our deal with Konoha and demands that we give him a copy of the jutsu we obtained from Konoha. Sōshin Ten'ichi's mouth twitched after hearing this. Alright, this time Daimyo was indeed right. If Sōshin Ten'ichi were Daimyo, he too would choose to strike at Sunagakure under these circumstances. After all, Sunagakure was far weaker than Konoha. That damned old dwarf of a Tsuchikage is going too far. Exactly. If he's capable, let him go and do what Lord Ten'ichi did. Kidnap Yuanfei Rizen's son. Lord Kazekage, we absolutely cannot give them the jutsu. Right, let's fight a Wagakure. At that moment, everyone wished they could lead the army straight at a Wagakure. Sōshin Ten'ichi also fell silent. In this situation, they could only fight a Wagakure. If they simply handed the techniques over, Sunagakure would become the laughingstock of the shinobi world. Moreover, Kumogakure and Kirigakure would do the same later on, and in the end, even the small nations might dare to ask Sunagakure for jutsu. Tianyu and Yi-Tsang will head to the land of Earth to support Elder Chiandai and Elder Halazang. Luo Sha felt extremely fortunate that Sōshin Ten'ichi had captured Yuanfei Isama earlier. Now Konoha would surely not dare to launch a full-scale attack. He could handle minor skirmishes on his own. Originally, Luo Sha had wanted Ten'ichi to spend more time studying Flying Thunder God, but there was no help for it now. If he left, there would be no one to hold command at this camp. Alright. Yes, teacher. Yi-Tsang and Sōshin Ten'ichi both nodded gravely. After the meeting, Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately went to prepare what he needed to take. Turbulent times indeed. I must master Flying Thunder God as soon as possible. After packing up his things, Sōshin Ten'ichi went to the logistics department to collect explosive tags. He had used up quite a few last time, so he needed to replenish his stock. Since Fujita Yuma was busy making explosive tags at the time, he had no idea Ten'ichi was leaving, nor could he give him any. After collecting his tags, Sōshin Ten'ichi went to an open clearing to wait for Yi-Tsang. By then, Yi-Tsang had finished her preparations and walked over. With her arms crossed, she looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Kid, don't fall behind later. I won't wait for you. She thought about how rude the boy had been just now, so she decided to speed up later and give the brat a hard time. Don't worry, Lady Yi-Tsang. I won't fall behind. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Hope so. With that, Yi-Tsang turned and ran out of the camp. At the same time, Sōshin Ten'ichi used his control over iron sand to lift himself into the air, then followed her toward Chiyo and the others. Yi-Tsang glanced back at Ten'ichi in the sky and muttered under her breath, I don't believe you can keep flying the whole way. From Mount Kikyo to the camp where Elder Chiyo and the others were stationed, even at her own speed, it would take 2 days to reach. She didn't believe that Sōshin Ten'ichi had enough chakra to stay in the air for 2 days. A day later, Yi-Tsang was utterly stunned. Not only had Sōshin Ten'ichi kept flying the entire time, he had even split off 2 shadow clones to study ninjutsu in the sky. From start to finish, Sōshin Ten'ichi remained completely at ease. Yi-Tsang, on the other hand, had been traveling for a full day and night, and a trace of fatigue showed on her face. Damn. Yi-Tsang cursed inwardly. What a monster. At that moment, she finally understood why Raza had taken this common-born boy as his disciple. His chakra stamina was simply outrageous. Sōshin Ten'ichi, sitting cross-legged on the iron sand, while studying the Flying Thunder God, glanced down at Yi-Tsang and sneered inwardly. Want to see me make a fool of myself? Not a chance. One day later at the border between the land of wind and the land of earth. Elder Chiyo, Elder Ebizo, the Hidden Stone Village has sent us an ultimatum. If we don't hand over the ninjutsu we obtained from the Hidden Leaf, they will start a war. Just then a sand shinobi ran up to Chiyo and Ebizo with a look of panic on his face. Chiyo and Ebizo snorted coldly, their eyes extremely indifferent. Their hearts burned with fury. That damn dwarf Inoki is pushing things too far. One of these days I'll poison that bastard to death. Chiyo cursed loudly. If she could actually defeat Inoki, she would have charged straight into the Hidden Stone Village and killed him. After a few more curses, she decided to teach the stone shinobi on the border a lesson. Sister, let's hold them off for now. Yitsong and Raza's disciple are already on their way. By our calculations, he should be here soon. Once the two of them arrive, we'll have the advantage on this front. Ebizo saw that his sister was about to take action, so he hastily grabbed her arm. After hearing this, Chiyo nodded. Chiyo sent someone to tell the stone shinobi that the village was still deliberating. Before long, the news reached Kitsuchi and Gari. Kitsuchi, let's just attack the sand shinobi directly. They're definitely waiting for reinforcements. Gari could tell that the sand's excuse was only meant to stall for time. Fine. Only by hitting them hard will they obediently hand over the leaf's ninjutsu. Kitsuchi nodded as well, and with the military order issued, the entire camp mobilized. They had 5,000 shinobi this time, and they were determined to beat the 2,000 sand shinobi opposite them, black and blue. Gari was eagerly rubbing his hands together. He had wanted to earn glory for a long time. Making his name known across the shinobi world would begin with the Hidden Sand Village. The stone shinobi's movements were soon discovered by the sand. Elder Chiyo, Elder Ebizo, the stone shinobi are moving. Upon hearing the news, Chiyo and Ebizo stood up. There was not much panic on their faces, however. Although the stone had 5,000 men, 2,000 more than them, they still had the puppeteer corps. Puppets could make up for the numerical gap. Let's go. Show the stone shinobi how formidable the Hidden Sand Village is. Chiyo led her people straight out. Ebizo followed close behind. Soon the two great armies deployed in formation across the desert. Nobody wasted words, they dove straight into battle. Sunbon and Shuriken filled the battlefield, and from time to time ninjutsu flashed amid the chaos. Explosion release, landmine fist. Gari charged into battle with his explosion release, followed closely by the Hidden Stone's explosion core. Boom. Many sand shinobi were blasted into screaming misery. Damn it, puppeteer core, move out. Seeing the Hidden Stone's explosion core enter the field, Chiyo immediately ordered the puppeteer corps to attack as well. But they weren't sent to intercept the Hidden Stone's explosion core. Instead, they went after the other stone shinobi. The explosion core couldn't match the puppeteer core's killing speed after all, since a single puppeteer could control multiple puppets. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Kitsuchi struck and destroyed several puppets. Despicable sand shinobi. You only pick on the weak. If you've got the guts, come at me. Watching the puppets slaughter the weak genin, Kitsuchi gnashed his teeth in hatred toward the sand's puppeteers. Kitsuchi, your opponent is me. Chiyo then brought out the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu crafted by the legendary puppet master Monzaemon. At the same time, Ebizo also took on Gari. The four of them tacitly moved away from the battlefield. While the battle raged on in chaos, Sōshin Ten'ichi and Yitsong arrived at the scene. They're fighting. The two exchanged a glance and immediately joined the battle. Magnet release, Iron Sand Shuriken. Sōshin Ten'ichi flew above the battlefield, shaped the iron sand into shuriken, and sent them flying at the stone shinobi. Thud, thud. Many stone shinobi who were too slow to react were instantly cut down by the iron sand shuriken. Is that the Kazekage? No, it's Lord Kazekage's disciple Sōshin Ten'ichi. Excellent. With Lord Ten'ichi here, we're sure to win. Although these sand shinobi had never been to Mount Kikyo, Sōshin Ten'ichi's reputation had still reached this place. After all, he was the disciple of their own village's Kazekage, so they cared about him deeply, especially since he had mastered magnet release. Scorch release, extreme evaporation kill. At that moment, Yitsong joined the battle as well. Anyone so much as grazed by her scorch release instantly turned into a dried corpse. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched her work and couldn't help remarking, damn. If Yitsong were transported to ancient Egypt, she could absolutely monopolize all the mummy-making business there. Damn it. Kitsuchi hadn't expected the Hidden Sands reinforcements to arrive so quickly. Gari saw it too and immediately ordered several nearby IWA Jonin to hold off Ebizo while he went to deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi and the others. If Ten'ichi and the others kept fighting like that, they would wipe out all the stone shinobi. Kitsuchi saw Gari's move and wanted to do the same, but he knew Chiyo was far harder to deal with than Ebizo. If he left a few Jonin to block her, they might all end up killed. Gari, I'm counting on you. Explosion release, impact. Gari slammed his palms on the ground and used the shockwave from the explosion to force himself up to Sōshin Ten'ichi's height. With one fist clenched, he flew over with a roar. Explosion release, landmine fist. Sōshin Ten'ichi knew that as long as he wasn't hit, he would be fine, so he controlled the iron sand and dodged. Once Gari passed him, his back was left exposed. You flew up here looking for death. Don't blame me. Fire release, great fireball. Worried that he might not burn this guy to death, Sōshin Ten'ichi poured in the chakra equivalent of 5 Kakashis in a single breath. A sea of flames that blotted out the sky swallowed Gari whole. The battlefield below was stunned into stillness by the sight. My God, can a human being really do something like this? This is a natural disaster. An absolute natural disaster. Long live Lord Ten'ichi. The Sand Shinobi were beside themselves with excitement. With such a powerful fighter on their side, there was absolutely no way they could lose. A faint smile touched Chiyo and the others' lips. Knowing the village had such an outstanding junior, they felt reassured. Sōshin Ten'ichi stared at Gari being swallowed by the flames and felt something was off. That was a shadow clone. Kid, you're asking for it. At that moment, Gari's figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. Earlier, when Gari had used explosion release to launch himself into the sky, he had used a shadow clone, then used the transformation technique on his real body to disguise himself as a clump of earth scent flying by the blast. Watch out! Pakura shouted toward Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. Though she could not stand the kid, she would not watch Sōshin Ten'ichi come to harm. Explosion release landmine fist. Carrie's fist had already met Sōshin Ten'ichi's face. Bang! In an instant, Sōshin Ten'ichi burst apart into a cloud of smoke. The Suna Shinobi who had been on tenterhooks breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a shadow clone. A faint smile bloomed on Pakura's face. She had nearly forgotten that Sōshin Ten'ichi had been relying on shadow clones throughout the journey. Carrie, take a blast from me. At that moment, Ten'ichi's true body appeared outside the battlefield. A spear of iron sand formed in his hands, spinning rapidly as it gathered power. Magnet release electromagnetic cannon. The iron sand spear transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling straight toward Carrie in the sky. Puff! The spear struck Carrie dead center in the abdomen and blasted him apart. Only then did the sound of the spear splitting the air roll across the battlefield. Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, and the others stared at Sōshin Ten'ichi in absolute shock. This jutsu had been faster than sound itself. Carrie. Kitsuchi's eyes turned bloodshot. Carrie had been one of Awagakure's few genuine masters, yet Sōshin Ten'ichi had killed him with a single strike. And his death had been gruesome. At that moment, the IWA Shinobi could not help but feel a chill run through their bones. Lord Carrie died just like that. If that man turns his attention to us, we are doomed. We are no match for him at all. Perhaps only Lord Tsukikage himself could stop this monster. At this moment, the IWA Shinobi believed that only their own Tsukikage could defeat him. Everyone join forces and unleash your ninjutsu on Sōshin Ten'ichi. For the will of stone for the village, even if we die with our chakra exhausted, we must kill Sōshin Ten'ichi. Kitsuchi intended to gamble everything. If he could kill Ten'ichi in the process, all the better. The only thing Kitsuchi regretted was that many of the shinobi he had brought were genin. Their ninjutsu could only swell the clamor and numbers, posing no real threat to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Yes. Hearing Kitsuchi's words, the IWA shinobi glared with bloodshot eyes, their gazes fixed on Sōshin Ten'ichi. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Rising Spear. Earth release, Rock Iron Cannon Technique. In that instant, countless ninjutsu surged towards Sōshin Ten'ichi like a roaring tide, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Some of the more timid Suna shinobi were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. We are going to die. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Kitsuchi plans to use these thousands of lives to keep that Ten'ichi boy here. Quick, go help the boy. Ebizo immediately shouted at the Suna shinobi. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi leaped onto a sand dune. Fire release, Great Fireball. He poured 100 Kakashi's worth of chakra directly into the jutsu. A colossal fireball 1 kilometer in diameter erupted from his mouth. The scorching flames vitrified all the sand within 2 kilometers. Even the Suna shinobi who could endure high temperatures best were driven back 5 or 6 kilometers by the rolling heat. Kitsuchi had gathered the IWA shinobi together, which just happened to save Sōshin Ten'ichi from worrying about accidentally hurting his own villagers. Is he even human? Lord Ten'ichi must be a tailed beast. How terrifying. Lord Ten'ichi's power is simply monstrous. Watching Sōshin Ten'ichi hold back several thousand IWA shinobi by himself, the Suna shinobi felt their worldview overturned. Although many of those thousands of IWA shinobi were simply genin padding the numbers, this was still more than they could have imagined before. Even the god of shinobi would be no more than this, would he? A Suna shinobi murmured. Chiyo shot him a glare. If the god of shinobi were only this much, the Warring States period would never have ended. Still, Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength had earned Chiyo's admiration. This disciple of Raza's is probably already Sunagakure's strongest fighter. Chiyo's face lit up with joy. As Sōshin Ten'ichi continued to pour in chakra, the IWA shinobi fell into a disadvantage. Everyone, it is our turn. Kill every last IWA shinobi. Chiyo led the Suna shinobi as they immediately sprang toward the IWA army. Sensing the Suna shinobi charging over the IWA side, instantly fell into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Sōshin Ten'ichi called out Magnet Release Iron Sand Ring. Countless grains of iron sand formed tiny needles and flew toward the IWA shinobi like lightning. What is that? Magnet release. It is Sōshin Ten'ichi's magnet release. Run. Instinctively, the IWA shinobi looked up at the sky. There against the azure canopy, countless densely packed needles had appeared from nowhere. They streaked toward the masked shinobi like rain pouring down from the heavens. At that moment, the fear of death seized the IWA shinobi like a savage beast. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and only one thought remained in their minds: turn tail and flee. Aya. Unfortunately, their escape speed was no match for Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand needles. The panicked IWA shinobi who tried to flee were riddled through like sieves. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kitsuchi and the other jonin formed hand seals and raised one earthen wall after another to block Sōshin Ten'ichi's attack. Gulp. They stared at the dead IWA shinobi sprawled across the ground, their spines running cold. Of the 4,000 plus IWA shinobi, only a little over 1,000 remained. Those who survived all had some real strength. The genin had essentially all perished under Sōshin Ten'ichi's assault. Those IWA shinobi are all dead. Lord Ten'ichi is amazing. This magnet release is even more terrifying than the third Kazekage's or the fourth Kazekage's. That is right. Sunagakure is invincible. At that moment, the Suna shinobi were bursting with excitement. Although Sunagakure had no shinobi clan with a Kekei Jinkai, like Konoha, our magnet release was still incredibly powerful. Chiyo glanced back at Sōshin Ten'ichi. This kid's magnet release is probably already stronger than Raza's. I just wonder how it compares to the third Kazekage's. Unfortunately, the third Kazekage had never cleared out fodder on such a massive scale, so Chiyo could not immediately tell whether he or the third Kazekage was stronger. Retreat. Kitsuchi knew that numbers were useless against Sōshin Ten'ichi, so he decisively ordered a retreat. His eyes full of guilt, he looked at the IWA shinobi who had died so horribly, then fled swiftly underground using the earth release rock hiding technique. The IWA jonin followed Kitsuchi's example and escaped with the rock hiding technique. Those who could not use it had no choice but to steel themselves and run toward the land of earth. Chase them. Chiyo and the others naturally would not miss such a perfect chance to crush a routed enemy. Meanwhile, Pakura walked to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side with concern, afraid that after killing so many people his chakra would be exhausted. After all, he had traveled for so long and rushed to support the battlefield without any rest. Are you okay, kid? Pakura came up to him and asked. I'm fine. Sōshin Ten'ichi shook his head, his gaze complicated as it passed over the IWA shinobi he had killed on the battlefield. Yet he felt no regret, because these people were invaders. With the end of this battle, Sōshin Ten'ichi's name resounded through the shinobi world. Having killed 2,000 IWA shinobi in a single battle, Ten'ichi earned a title, the Iron Sand Butcher. Obviously, that title had been coined by the IWA shinobi, and a bounty for Ten'ichi appeared in the black market. Not much, just 3 asumas. A day later, Sōshin Ten'ichi and his party moved into the IWA shinobi camp. With Kitsuchi and the others having fled, the Sunagakure shinobi naturally entered the land of earth. Many Suna ninja began looting everything they could once they crossed the border. Sunagakure was too poor and needed to replenish its strength. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi split off a large number of shadow clones to continue studying the Flying Thunder God and developing magnet release. Chiyo and Ebizo came to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side. Seeing how many shadow clones he had formed for practicing ninjutsu, they quickly hurried over to Ten'ichi. You crazy kid. Don't you know that when those shadow clones are released you might lose your life? Although Chiyo and the others had not learned the multiple shadow clone technique, they knew very well the danger those many shadow clones posed. Elder Chiyo, Elder Ebizo, please rest easy. I won't be in danger. This isn't the first time I've done this. The two of you should also learn the multiple shadow clone technique. It's extremely convenient for training. Sōshin Ten'ichi's real body looked at Chiyo and Ebizo with a smile, while the two siblings still wore worried expressions. They gave a slight shudder at first, then the subtle trembling grew, and finally, they could not help but twitch. The two exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat complicated. After a moment, they slowly said, what a freak. They did not dare try this training method of Ten'ichi's. If they followed Ten'ichi's approach, the moment their shadow clones were released would be the day they died. Ten'ichi, you should pay more attention to your body. Don't split off so many. Chiyo took a deep breath, then gave Sōshin Ten'ichi a warning. Ebizo, for his part, looked enviously at the shadow clones all around Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi, did your body suffer any problems in this great battle? Ebizo asked with concern. He was worried that something had gone wrong with Sōshin Ten'ichi's body in that final moment. Elder Ebizo, don't worry. My body is fine. Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled. Still uneasy, Chiyo seized Ten'ichi's hand and sensed his condition. She found his body truly brimming with vitality with no sign of injury at all, and so felt much more at ease. Kid, this body of yours is absurd. It feels stronger than Bunpoku's. Chiyo wondered whether Sōshin Ten'ichi had awakened a Kekei Jinkai. Ten'ichi smiled. He felt that as each day passed, his body and spirit were being strengthened again and again. Once his chakra broke through 1,000 ka, he would be able to awaken the sage body. There was no doubt he would awaken Hashirama's physique in the future. When you're free later, you can come and learn some medical ninjutsu from me. Chiyo felt that the surging vitality in Sōshin Ten'ichi's constitution definitely meant he had the yang nature. If he were the one to use medical ninjutsu, the effect would probably not lose to that Senju girl from Konoha. Fine. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately split off a shadow clone. The clone smiled and scratched the back of its head, looking at Chiyo with keen anticipation. Ten'ichi would never pass up a chance to learn another ninjutsu, especially one that could save lives. A black line appeared on Chiyo's forehead. Follow me. She gave Sōshin Ten'ichi a glare, then left with his shadow clone. Kid, get some rest too. That man Inoki probably won't let this go. Ebizo patted Sōshin Ten'ichi's shoulder, then turned away to handle his duties. Sōshin Ten'ichi meanwhile joined the study of the Flying Thunder God. Sōshin Ten'ichi, with his outstanding sensory ability, had already found the key to it. Meanwhile at the Kazekage Tower. Damn it, that accursed Sōshin Ten'ichi. Inoki kept roaring in fury. Of the 5,000 shinobi, barely a little more than 1,000 had managed to flee back to the village. The explosion corps had also suffered heavy losses. Its commander Kari had been killed outright by Sōshin Ten'ichi. The others either died at Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands or were run down and killed by Chiyo's pursuing squad. Father, this was all my fault. If I hadn't been so greedy to kill Sōshin Ten'ichi, the casualties would not have been so heavy. Kitsuchi thought of the 5,000 men he had taken with him, of whom more than 3,000 had died, and a great wave of guilt rose in his heart. If he had not ordered them to act earlier, the chakra they saved would have greatly increased their chances of escape. You did nothing wrong, Kitsuchi. If it had been me, I would have done the same. Inoki comforted his son. Trading away some quickly trainable genin and civilian chunin to get rid of a genius was simply too good a bargain. The only pity was that they had failed to kill him. Lord Tsuchikage. At that moment, an IWA shinobi rushed in. The Suna ninja are looting supplies wildly across our territory. Quite a few villages and towns have been stripped clean. Bang. Inoki smashed the desk in front of him with a rakage-like fury. Ow, on my back. But before he could even let out a fierce threat, his weak back gave out. Father. Lord Tsuchikage. The two of them immediately rushed over to support Inoki. They slowly helped Inoki into a chair. Immediately notify Han. I will personally lead the army to deal with Sunagakure. Have Rashi guard against Kimogakure. I'm worried those brutes will come charging over. Inoki immediately made his arrangements. Yes, sir. The orders were given at once, and a Wagakure was set in motion. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Danzo learned through his spies that the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind had already fought a major battle, and that Inoki intended to personally intervene. He immediately rushed to the Hokage's office and kicked the door open. Hiruzen Inoki of a Wagakure is about to move against Sunagakure. This is an opportunity. Let Orochimaru and the others act now, and the Suna ninja will certainly be defeated. Then we push into the Land of Wind, break into Sunagakure, and force it to surrender. Danzo was beside himself with excitement. He wanted to take command once more, and this time he was certain of a great victory. No. Hiruzen immediately objected. The sealing squad was still studying the seal on his youngest son and had not yet found a way to remove it. If they struck now, his youngest son would definitely die. Hiruzen, is Asuma more important than all of Konoha? Danzo knew exactly why Hiruzen was refusing, so he planted both hands on the desk and demanded in a loud voice. Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe, then spoke slowly. Danzo, of course Asuma is not as important as Konoha. Danzo said nothing, merely watching him. It's just that the current situation won't allow us to act. Kimogakure has reinforced its border troops, and once that man Inoki gains enough benefits in Sunagakure, he will definitely turn around and attack us. Hiruzen had barely managed to find an excuse. Danzo could tell that this old friend of his was refusing to launch this assured victory for the sake of his son. He turned to one side, looked at Hiruzen, and said icily, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen slammed the table and stood up. Humph. Danzo let out a cold snort and decided to send men to eliminate Asuma Sarutobi. Then he slammed the door and left. Hiruzen watched his figure and felt certain that this man was definitely plotting something. So Hiruzen ordered Orochimaru not to make any moves and dispatched several Umbu squads to protect his youngest son. At the same time, he sent Shinku Yuhi Shibi Aburame and Zishao Mitarashi to protect his son, as well to atone for their crimes through good service. After dealing with the matter, Sarutobi, Hiruzen glanced at the report on Sōshin Ten'ichi and felt a faint headache stir. The Iron Sand Butcher. With a powerhouse like that emerging from Suna, what a nuisance. Tsukumo, why did you take your own life back then? We only wanted to strip you of your chance to become Hokage. Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to the White Fang of Konoha, who had ended his own life, and a deep sense of nostalgia filled his heart. If he were still alive, the Suna ninjas would likely have been crushed long ago. But there was no medicine for regret. Kikyo Mountain. Orochimaru was busy conducting his experiments on the autopsy table. At that moment, a small snake emerged from the corner, spat out a scroll from its mouth. Orochimaru picked it up and read it. Seeing that it was his teacher ordering him to hold back, a trace of disdain flickered across his lips. Even the shinobi hero has grown old. Orochimaru muttered to himself, his desire for immortality growing even more resolute. He dispatched a shadow clone to inform the others at the base while his main body continued to sink deeper into his experiments. Upon receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, Minato Namikaze and the Ino Shikicho trio couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt toward the will of fire. But all four quickly composed themselves. Minato, are we really not going to? Narashikaku turned to Minato and asked. Yes, the Hokage has already given the order. I trust that Lord Hokage has his reasons. Minato offered a warm sunlit smile, though bitterness lingered beneath its surface. When I become Hokage someday, I will never allow such things to happen. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and 3 days slipped away as lightly as drifting feathers through the gaps between fingers. Sōshin Ten'ichi was now able to successfully perceive space, and had begun attempting to carve out the jutsu seal markings. This step would likely require more time. Yukoku approached Sōshin Ten'ichi's side. Boy, how's it going? Any new progress today? Some, but not much. Mastering it truly will still take some time. Sōshin Ten'ichi gave a wry smile. After all, he had trained for 3 days using the multiple shadow clone technique as his ultimate shortcut and still hadn't fully grasped it. Do not underestimate those 3 days. Ten'ichi had split off 100 shadow clones, which meant he had essentially trained for nearly a full year. Not to mention the days he had spent studying since acquiring the Flying Thunder God. Minato Namikaze's talent truly is extraordinary. Ten'ichi couldn't help but sigh. His own perceptual abilities were no mean feat, and even with multiple shadow clones he had only just scratched the surface. Yukoku sneered at this. So you're not so great after all, huh? Oh please, why don't you try then? Ten'ichi rolled his eyes. Ahem. Ahem. Yukoku coughed awkwardly. She had also glanced at the Flying Thunder God from Ten'ichi, but understood nothing. I'd best not bother. I think my burning release is already powerful enough. I don't need the Flying Thunder God. Oomph. Ten'ichi rolled his eyes again and continued his training. Yukoku sat cross-legged beside him, watching him cultivate. She had come bearing a mission. Chiyo had asked Yukoku to keep an eye on Sōshin Ten'ichi, worried he might exhaust himself to death with his shadow clone technique. As evening approached, Ten'ichi dispelled his clones and closed his eyes to digest the memories they had brought back. I progressed further. Ten'ichi attempted to carve the Flying Thunder God seal onto a kunai. Unlike the kunai of love for shinobi that Minato Namikaze had chosen, Ten'ichi selected a small circle. The reduced complexity didn't make the carving any easier. Ten'ichi chose a small circle precisely because it offered greater concealment. Yukoku watched Ten'ichi with eager anticipation, her hands clasped tightly against her chest. If Ten'ichi mastered this spatial ninjutsu, he would be able to provide reinforcements from anywhere, a tremendous advantage for Suna, which sorely lacked powerful shinobi. Success. Ten'ichi gazed at the small circle on the kunai, his lips splitting into a broad grin. He then hurled the kunai toward a distant boulder. Ten'ichi took a deep breath. Next came the activation of the jutsu. Closing his eyes, Ten'ichi perceived the seal and established a spatial connection through chakra. The very next instant, his figure vanished from his original position and reappeared instantly atop the boulder where the kunai had landed. I did it. Ha ha ha. Ten'ichi threw his hands behind his head and laughed triumphantly toward the sky. With his massive chakra reserve's mastery of the Flying Thunder God and the magnetic release, he was already well within the rank of Kaga-level elites. Seeing Ten'ichi succeed, Yukoku pumped her fist with joy, her pretty face alight with delight. In a flash, she appeared beside him. Not bad, kid. You mastered the Flying Thunder God in only 3 days. Your talent surpasses even Minato Namikaze. Though Yukoku didn't know exactly how long Minato had taken, it certainly hadn't been just 3 days. Cough. Ten'ichi couldn't help but cough. His innate talent for spatial ninjutsu paled in comparison to Minato's. He had only succeeded by leveraging the multiple shadow clone technique as an illegitimate shortcut. Ten'ichi, would you like me to forge a batch of special kunai like Minato's? I noticed his kunai differ significantly from ours. No, I'm not that foolish. I'll stick with these ordinary kunai. That way I can ambush my enemies when least expected. Ten'ichi's expression twisted into a sly grin. Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai were far too conspicuous. Anyone could spot them and flee at once. With ordinary kunai combined with his magnetic release for control, his enemies would have no way to anticipate his strikes. You're truly despicable. Yukoku folded her arms and glared at Ten'ichi, thinking to herself, this boy is no good at all. How can a shinobi's matters be judged by such simplistic terms? Ten'ichi felt Yukoku was still far too naive, which explained why she had ultimately been betrayed in the end. Yukoku shot him several exasperated looks and spoke up. Come on, let's go tell Elder Chiyo and the others the news. They'll be overjoyed to hear it. Ten'ichi nodded and followed Yukoku over to Chiyo and Ebisu, who were currently studying the intelligence reports with grave expressions. Onamaridando had arrived with the Five-Tails Jinchuriki and an army of 4,000 shinobi. Unlike the previous force, which consisted mostly of genin, this was the elite of Awagakure. Sister, it seems we'll have to retreat into the desert, Ebisu said slowly. All the jonin present understood, Retreating beyond the border would not be enough. Dondo would certainly press into the land of wind. Fortunately, the Sand Country's vast shifting dunes offered little for the rock ninja to seize. The most they could hope for was to save face. Elder Habu, we need not retreat. Yitsong strode in alongside Sōshin Ten'ichi, and all eyes turned toward them. She pointed at Ten'ichi and declared, "This young man has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." Chidai and the others rose to their feet in excitement, their eyes blazing as they fixed their gaze upon Sōshin Ten'ichi. "Ten'ichi, have you truly learned it?" Chidai asked, anxiously turning to him. Sōshin Ten'ichi wielded his magnetic release to guide a kunai etched with the Flying Thunder God seal toward Chidai. In the next instant, he vanished from the doorway and reappeared beside her. All present were jonin, and they could tell Ten'ichi had not used the body flicker technique, but had genuinely appeared from nowhere. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now that Ten'ichi has learned the Flying Thunder God, I can send him against Inoki with confidence. Chidai had previously been reluctant to put Sōshin Ten'ichi in harm's way against the Tsukikage. After all, his dust release was far too formidable. Chidai feared Ten'ichi might be killed, and the Sand Village would lose such a prodigy. But now she could finally rest easy. With the Flying Thunder God at his disposal, Ten'ichi could escape any danger in an instant. The others began issuing orders to increase patrol coverage while strategizing how to deal with the IWA ninja. Meanwhile, Inoki had arrived, but made no move to attack. They rested where they stood. The days passed, and before long the next morning dawned. Sōshin Ten'ichi's chakra had increased by another 10 units. In the tactical room, a sand ninja reported urgently, "Elder Chidai, IWA, has launched their attack." Though his expression showed urgency, there was little fear in his eyes. In his view, with Lord Ten'ichi present, they held absolute advantage. "Since that old dwarf Inoki wishes to fight, let us show him the power of the Sand Village." Chidai turned to Sōshin Ten'ichi. "Ten'ichi, Inoki is yours to handle." "Yes." Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. He was quite interested in Inoki. That dust release technique had always stirred his envy. "Everyone for the Sand Village." Chidai raised his fist high. "For the Sand Village." The others followed his lead. In that moment, they could feel victory within reach. The Sand Ninja mobilized. Ten'ichi left behind a marker here for emergency evacuation, then distributed marked kunai to Chidai Habu and Yitsong. "Ten'ichi, be careful. We may lose this battle, but you must not come to harm." In Chidai's eyes, Ten'ichi was the Sand Village's chance for rise. "Elder Chidai, rest assured. I value my life dearly." Ten'ichi offered a faint smile. He then controlled the iron sand to carry himself toward the IWA position. Chidai and the others rushed toward the battlefield. "Iwashiyu and Han will handle Chidai Habu and Yitsong." Inoki believed that with Han as a Jinchuriki, Iwashi and the other could restrain the three opponents without difficulty. He intended to deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi himself. "Father, be careful." Iwashi looked at his father with concern. Inoki nodded and took to the sky. By then the Sand Ninja had arrived. "Inoki!" Chidai roared at the Tsukikage hovering above. If not for this man provoking Iwa's involvement, forcing Ten'ichi and the others to come to their aid, the Sand Ninja might have already secured Kikyu Mountain. "Oomph." Inoki glanced down at Chidai with cold disdain, then turned his gaze to Ten'ichi, also hovering in the sky. "Boy, you are quite something." "A pity, really." Inoki watched Ten'ichi, who had already reached shadow-level strength at such a young age, and felt a burning envy. Why couldn't the IWA village produce such a genius? "I will crush him with dust release 17 or 18 times over." He repeated his demand. "Hand over the ninja techniques you obtained from Konoha, then pay us several billion in war reparations, and I may consider sparing your lives." Inoki spoke once more, but Sōshin Ten'ichi made no hesitation. He struck without warning. Magnetic release Iron Sand Shuriken. He unsealed a scroll, and iron sand poured forth, converging and rapidly shifting into countless shuriken. Guided by magnetic release, the Iron Sand Shuriken came alive, streaking toward Inoki with devastating speed and killing intent. Damn it! Inoki had not expected Ten'ichi to attack so directly. He had assumed the boy would at least trade words first. Dust release Original World Separation Technique. A white cylinder formed in his palm and shot toward Ten'ichi. The Iron Sand Shuriken hurtling toward Inoki were instantly dismantled by the dust release. The dense barrage of Iron Sand Shuriken was torn apart, leaving a massive void. Chidai and the others watched the sky with mounting anxiety. Sōshin Ten'ichi effortlessly dodged Inoki's dust release and noticed some Iron Sand Shuriken had reached Inoki's position. A faint smile crossed his lips. He rotated his left hand. The Iron Sand Shuriken that had flown past Inoki reversed course mid-flight. This was the beauty of magnetic release. Earth release, earth wall. Inoki hardened his body instantly. Clang. The Iron Sand Shuriken struck him with the sound of metal colliding. "Boy, your attacks are merely..." Inoki's words cut short. Behind him, an Iron Sand Shuriken transformed into Sōshin Ten'ichi. Indeed, Ten'ichi had cleverly sent a shadow clone disguised as one of the shuriken flying toward Inoki alongside the rest. Rasengan. The shadow clone wielded the Rasengan against Inoki while simultaneously attempting to brand him with a Flying Thunder God seal. Success would mean Inoki became Ten'ichi's prisoner. Earth Release Rock Fist Technique. Too close for dust release now. It required too much range. Boom. The rock fist was shattered by the Rasengan. Inoki felt a cold sweat break out. He had barely pulled his hand back in time, or it would have been reduced to rubble. The Shadow Clone's right hand reached toward Inoki. Though Inoki did not understand its purpose, years of combat experience screamed danger. One touch from that hand meant certain death. Earth Release Rock Clone. Inoki summoned a rock clone to block the attack. Sōshin Ten'ichi Shadow Clone was intercepted by the rock clone, and the marking seal failed to land. Inoki immediately used the Earth Release Weight technique to ascend higher. Only when he reached the clouds did Inoki's frantic heartbeat slow slightly. The Shadow Clone watched with regret. So close. Author's note omitted. Author's note omitted. Author's note omitted. System panel data omitted. Author's apology note omitted. Inoki, Sōshin Ten'ichi and his Shadow Clone flew toward Inoki in a pincer formation. After ascending higher than Inoki, he immediately cast a jutsu. Fire Release Great Fireball. Wind Release Gale Palm. Sōshin Ten'ichi poured chakra equivalent to 5 Kakashi into both techniques. The roaring flames scattered the entire cloud layer, and the ninja below felt as if even the sun had been blotted out. Lord Tsuchikage. The Iwnin looked up at the sky with worry, their hearts tightening. Father will be all right. Kitsuchi refused to believe that his father would be defeated so easily. He was the Tsuchikage after all. Seeing the flames bearing down on him with devastating force, Inoki immediately wove hand seals. Water Release Exploding Water Shockwave. A massive torrent of water erupted from Inoki's mouth. Although Inoki's use of the technique was nowhere near as absurd as Kisame Hashigaki's, it still managed to hold off Sōshin Ten'ichi's attack and bought him a little time. Dust Release Detachment of the Primitive World. Inoki glared fiercely at Sōshin Ten'ichi, refusing to believe that he could escape this time. Under the cover of the water vapor, he had used nearly half his chakra to create a cylindrical barrier 10 meters in diameter. But all of this was within Sōshin Ten'ichi's perception. When dealing with Inoki, Ten'ichi could not afford to be careless. His sensory jutsu never slackened. Leaving a shadow clone in place, his true body flew up above and closed in on Inoki. Whoosh. With a flash of light, Ten'ichi's 2 shadow clones were destroyed by Inoki in an instant. The water vapor in the air vanished along with them. Did it kill him? Of course. That Tsuchikage's dust release is a Kekei Tota. No one can withstand it. Ha ha ha, Sunagakure's genius is gone. The Iwnin saw that the spot where Sōshin Ten'ichi had just stood was empty, and so they concluded that he was definitely dead. Shio, Pakura, and Ebizo all grew tense. Even though they knew Sōshin Ten'ichi had mastered the flying Raijin, they could not help but worry. After all, the dust release's fearsome reputation left them no choice but to worry. Just as everyone was fretting over Sōshin Ten'ichi, he descended from even higher in the sky. Magnet Release Electromagnetic Cannon. A black streak of light rent the sky with lightning speed and shot straight at Inoki. The Sunanin were overjoyed while the Iwnin's faces were filled with regret. Knowing he couldn't dodge at that speed, Inoki resolved to endure the attack head-on. Earth Release Heavy Rock Technique. A layer of rock formed over his body, protecting him. Earth Release Earth Spear. Inoki's whole body became extremely bloated, but he looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with confidence. A trace of disdain curled at Sōshin Ten'ichi's lips. Trying to withstand his electromagnetic cannon with a physical body could only be described as lighting a lantern in an outhouse, courting death. Boom. The rocks covering Inoki's body didn't hold for even an instant. They were shattered into fragments, leaving Inoki exposed. Damn it. Inoki struggled desperately to twist his body away from the attack. Squelch. But it was already too late. There was no chance of getting away unscathed. The iron sand spear carried away both of Inoki's feet. Ow. The excruciating pain tore a scream from him, and the lightweight rock technique nearly failed. Inoki tumbled from the air, yet he did not fall as quickly as he should have. Sōshin Ten'ichi threw a kunai inscribed with a mark in the direction Inoki was falling. Father. Seeing this, Kitsuchi immediately used the lightweight rock technique to fly into the sky and catch Inoki. Shio saw the opportunity and roared, "Everyone kill these Iwnin. Kill." The Sunanin charged at the enemy in a frenzy. Scorch Release Steam Implosion. Wherever Pakura passed, not even weeds would grow. Dried corpses toppled to the ground one after another. Shio and the other puppeteers unleashed all their puppets and plunged into the Iwnin ranks. Everyone knew this was a golden opportunity to deal a Wagakure a crippling blow. Once this battle was over, they would no longer need to be wary of a Wagakure. High in the sky, Kitsuchi caught his father. When he saw that his father's lower legs were gone, tears streamed from his eyes. "Father, I'm fine. Hurry and get away," Inoki said through gritted teeth. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi was still above them, arms crossed, watching coldly. "Okay," Kitsuchi nodded. But the next second, Sōshin Ten'ichi's voice echoed behind them. "Where do you think you two are going, father and son?" Using the flying Raijin, Sōshin Ten'ichi appeared behind the two of them and left a mark on the napes of their necks. Inoki stared at Sōshin Ten'ichi, who had appeared out of nowhere, and said in horror, "The flying Raijin. You've mastered the flying Raijin. Just now the man had touched his and his son's napes, so a mark had certainly been placed on them. It's over. Correct. Tiani showed a friendly smile, and in the next second rewarded Kitsuchi with a chakra sphere. He had controlled his chakra, choosing not to kill Kitsuchi, but only to gravely wound him. Kitsuchi crashed heavily to the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. Sōshin Ten'ichi meanwhile flew toward the battlefield carrying Inoki. The Tsukikage has been captured. Long live Lord Ten'ichi. Ha ha ha, we of Sunagakure are the strongest. The Sunanin below were wild with excitement. After all these years they were finally going to amount to something. Damn it. All of you get out of the way. Han's heart raced the moment he saw the Tsukikage captured. He was about to undergo tailed beast transformation. A tailed beast cloak was already beginning to form around him. He had to rescue the Tsukikage. Everyone nodded, quickly drew away, and went to reinforce other areas. Sister, it's bad. Their Jinchuriki is about to make a move. Ebizo, who had been watching the enemy, immediately shouted to Pakura, while also warning all the Sunanin. Not good. Both Chiyo's and Pakura's faces turned extremely grim. The two of them were at a severe disadvantage against a tailed beast. They could neither outfight it nor outlast it. The other ordinary Sunanin were even more terrified. They remembered the One-Tails rampage from the old days, and one by one, they looked to Chiyo and Pakura. We can't let the Five-Tails Jinchuriki get near Tiani. Chiyo and the others charged forward. At this moment Chiyo resolved that even if the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu were shattered by the Five Tails today, she would still stop him. Tiani, withdraw now, and take the Tsukikage with you. Ebizo shouted to Sōshin Ten'ichi. With the Tsukikage in hand this battle would already be won. But Tiani did not leave. Sōshin Ten'ichi sent a shadow clone descending from the sky. A vast amount of iron sand flew toward Han under his manipulation. Magnet release iron sand. A 50-meter wave formed of iron sand smashed fiercely into Han. The iron sand engulfed Han, creating a pyramid-like shape around him. Although Han, already in his transformed tailed beast state, within kept attacking as he tried to break free, the iron sand continuously reinforced itself. For the time being he simply could not get out. Tsukikage, tell your men to surrender. Sōshin Ten'ichi lowered his head to look at Inoki, whose face had turned deathly pale. We Iwnin will never surrender. Don't waste your schemes on me. I'd die before I harm the village. The will of stone in Inoki's heart would never allow him to betray his village. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at this little old man and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he spoke slowly. Have you ever thought about what your village will become once you die? Ten'ichi looked at Inoki. Inoki's face turned extremely sour. Let me help you imagine it. Your village would surely be besieged by our Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. When that happens there won't be a land of earth in the entire shinobi world, let alone a Wagakure. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Inoki knew he could not die now. Before the next Tsukikage was chosen, he had to remain alive. Even if it meant clinging to a shameful life. You must guarantee that you won't kill these people. Inoki looked at his own village's people. Of course. I'm not some murderous person. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Inoki gave him a strange look. Only then did Ten'ichi recall the nickname a Wagakure had given him, the Iron Sand Butcher, and he couldn't help but blush. Iwnin surrender. Inoki shouted at the top of his voice, then seemed to lose all his vigor. Inoki's voice rang across the entire battlefield. The Iwnin looked at Inoki being lifted through the air by Sōshin Ten'ichi, and then lowered their weapons in dejection. Their Kage had been captured, they had already lost this war. Han had also been subdued and Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone stopped, as well, having used a great deal of iron sand to restrain him. Disarm them of their ninja tools. Chiyo looked at the Iwnin, then sent people to gather them together and collect their shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and other equipment. The sealing squad was also ordered to seal away the chakra of the Iwa Jonin. Han was given special attention, one seal after another. As for the other Chunin and Genin, they were left alone. Without their Jonin, they could not make any real trouble. Sōshin Ten'ichi landed and handed Inoki over to Chiyo so that she could treat him. Although Ten'ichi had learned medical ninjutsu under Chiyo, he was not yet capable of treating Inoki. His injuries could be considered severe. Ten'ichi, well done. Looking at Inoki, whose legs were already gone, Chiyo was absolutely delighted. Inoki's strength was bound to drop considerably. Old shorty, this old woman will give you a simple treatment. Chiyo gave a sly smile. Actually, healing him was out of the question. She quietly slipped him a slow-acting poison. Sōshin Ten'ichi naturally sensed Chiyo's little maneuver, but he said nothing. Instead, he thought it was a job well done. After some simple bandaging, Sōshin Ten'ichi took out a brush and several blank scrolls, then looked at Inoki with a broad smile. Come now, Lord Tsukikage, write down your dust release training method. Oh, and also the super added weight rock technique and the lightweight rock technique. Write them all down. Looking at the blank scroll and brush before him, Inoki was filled with regret. If only he hadn't been so greedy back then, thinking he could get Konoha's ninjutsu from Sunagakure. It would have been much better to attack Konoha outright. They were easy to beat. If I write it down, will you let us go? After taking the scroll and brush, Inoki looked up at Sōshin Ten'ichi and demanded. Ten'ichi nodded. I can let you go, but you'll have to pay. That Tsukikage the Five-Tails Jinchuriki plus all these people. Just give us 10 billion ryo, and that will be fine. Chiyo, who was standing nearby, nearly lost her footing. Impossible. Even if you ransacked our entire Awagakure, you wouldn't find that much. Inoki felt they had given this kid the wrong nickname. He should never have been called the Iron Sand Butcher. He should have been called the Iron Sand Toad, because a toad spends all day wishing for the impossible. Chiyo nudged Tianni, signaling him not to make such an outrageous demand. How much can you offer? Sōshin Ten'ichi asked. Inoki glanced at the Iwnin with lowered heads, and Han, who was still restrained, then said slowly, I can give you 300 million ryo. Tianni looked at Inoki and said in a low voice, 300 million. It seems you that Tsukikage still have quite a lot of money. Let's make it 600 million plus your ninjutsu. Of course, this is only a rough compensation. Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo will negotiate the details with you later. Chiyo thought that 600 million in cash was still something Awagakure could scrape together. Inoki thought it over and nodded. 600 million was still affordable, but once that money was paid out, it would be hard for Awagakure to gain any advantage in the turbulent shinobi world. He could only hope that Kumogakure and Kirigakure would not attack. As for Konoha, Inoki knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi would not make a move. Fine. Inoki closed his eyes and slowly nodded. Then he began writing out the dust release training method. Inoki, if it's fake, you'd better watch the back of your neck. And then I'll go to your Awagakure and have some fun. Tianni looked at him with sharp eyes. Inoki looked up at Sōshin Ten'ichi, said nothing, and merely nodded. This kid was too difficult to deal with. With Flying Thunder God and Magnet Release, if he went to Awagakure, he would turn the village completely upside down. With that thought, the little schemes in Inoki's heart vanished instantly. He wrote obediently. Tianni, lad, go and get some rest. Leave the rest to us. A smile tugged at the corner of Chiyo's mouth as she looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Thinking of how he had captured Inoki and subdued the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, she wanted him to rest well. All right, Elder Chiyo. I'll leave the rest to you. Rest was only too welcome to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Besides, it would take Inoki a while to finish writing out the dust release technique. After that, Sōshin Ten'ichi left the battlefield and returned to camp. He split off a large number of shadow clones to train in the 5-element seal and the Bringer of Darkness technique. Time slipped by as swiftly as a white colt flashing past a crack. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. Sōshin Ten'ichi woke up with a smile. My chakra has increased by another 10 Kakashi's worth. At that moment, Pakura brought over the dust release training method that Inoki had written overnight. Here you go. Kid, I think with your talent it won't take long before you master it. Thinking of the sight of this guy training with several hundred shadow clones, Pakura's mouth practically watered with envy. Thanks. Sōshin Ten'ichi took the scroll and went off to train, beaming. Dust release, here I come. At that moment, the news that the Tsukikage had been captured alive by the Iron Sand Butcher was placed before every Kage. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. I never expected Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength to grow so quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the report in his hand, a trace of lingering fear rising in his heart. At the same time, he began to worry. He felt that he himself did not have the strength to capture Inoki. Danzo quickly arrived at the Hokage Building. Hiruzen, have you heard about Sōshin Ten'ichi? Danzo's face was filled with urgency. He felt that he had to increase his own strength. A trip to the Land of Rain was necessary at once. I know. This time it's a bit troublesome. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep puff of his pipe. His youngest son's forbidden curse had not yet been resolved, and now he learned that Sunagakure had gained such a powerhouse. We must make a move against Sōshin Ten'ichi. Danzo's face was grim. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately spoke out to stop him. The sealing squad had made no progress yet, so now was not the time to act. Besides, Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength was not weak. He could not allow Danzo to act recklessly. Hiruzen, don't forget your position. I'm going to make a trip to the Land of Rain to see Hanzo. I hope you know what you're doing. Danzo's eyes darkened. He thought to himself, even at a time like this, Hiruzen, you still place your youngest son above Konoha. Fortunately, this old man has already sent someone to make a move. Danzo, what are you going to the Land of Rain for? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked serious. He was worried that Danzo would act recklessly and attack Sunagakure without authorization. Danzo sized up Hiruzen Sarutobi, then said coldly, I told you I'm going to make a move against Sōshin Ten'ichi. But don't worry, I won't act myself. I'll have Raza do it. Naturally, he would not reveal his true purpose to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Raza making a move. Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Tsukumo Hatake. If Orochimaru had accomplished this much, would you feel at ease? Besides, Raza is not a magnanimous man. A trace of mockery appeared on Danzo's face. Sōshin Ten'ichi's accomplishments could only be called dazzling, but they didn't mean much to Raza's position as Kazekage. Yet Sōshin Ten'ichi capturing the Tsukikage alive was a different matter entirely. He already had Kage-level strength, and his record was far more impressive than Raza's as Kazekage. If Danzo sent a few people to stir things up, would Raza make a move against his own good disciple? Before leaving, Danzo glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and thought to himself, if it were Hiruzen, I'm afraid. Danzo, we cannot let it be discovered that we did this. Hiruzen Sarutobi approved of Danzo's plan. Danzo gave a slight nod, left the Hokage building, and headed straight out of the village. After Danzo left, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, drawing deeply from his pipe. It seems that experiment must be restarted. Having witnessed the overwhelming power of Munkami Ten'ichi, the sense of crisis in Hiruzen's heart grew ever stronger. After all, Munkami Ten'ichi was only a teenager, his strength far from its peak. Once he reached his full potential, the threat to Konoha would become extraordinarily immense. The power of wood release must re-emerge within Konoha. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted outside the Sarutobi clan's compound. An entire street was obliterated in an instant. Damn it, what's going on? Someone go investigate immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and promptly ordered the Umbu outside to look into the matter. Yes, Lord Hokage. Voices from the Umbu echoed from outside the room, and soon several operatives departed to investigate the blast site. What happened? The village is under attack. Hurry, go save the wounded. An explosion right by the Hokage's clan compound. This must be the enemy's doing. Ninjas across the village rushed toward the scene. Even the Sarutobi clan's own ninjas gathered at the entrance of their compound. Gazing at the familiar street now swallowed by the explosion, they could not help but draw in sharp breaths. Thankfully, the blast happened outside. If it had struck within our compound, we'd be finished. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they wiped it away. The explosion also drew the attention of those guarding Sarutobi Asuma within the compound. What's going on? Has the village been attacked? Sarutobi Shinku looked toward the courtyard with deep puzzlement. Mitarashi Shiko and Aburame Shibi stepped to his side, also gazing outward. Should we go see what's happening? Sarutobi Shinku turned to the others and asked softly. Better not. Our duty is to protect Asuma. There are others in the village to handle it. Mitarashi Shiko said steadily. Without the Hokage's orders, he truly dared not leave his post. If anything else happened to Sarutobi Asuma, his own life would surely be forfeit. Sarutobi Shinku and Aburame Shibi exchanged a glance, then nodded. Just then, 8 root ninjas clad in Umbu attire arrived swiftly. 3 of you the Hokage has sent us to protect young Master Asuma. The 8 announced. Very well, we appreciate your help. Since an incident had occurred outside the Sarutobi compound, it seemed natural for the Hokage to send additional guards for his son. The 3 harbored no real suspicion. The 8 slipped past them into the courtyard and quickly made their way to Asuma's room. Inside, 10 members of the sealing squad were studying the forbidden curse mark on Asuma's body. 2 Umbu squads also stood guard inside. Asuma meanwhile sat in the room, wearing an expression of extreme impatience. Ever since he had returned, a crowd had surrounded him at all times. Like a beast on display in a zoo constantly gawked at. Now seeing 8 more people walk in, his face darkened even further. What does the old man take me for? Why send even more people? Sarutobi Asuma shouted at the newly arrived 8 root ninjas. The 2 Umbu squads originally guarding him eyed the newcomers warily. This was nowhere near shift change time. Why had these men appeared? Young Master Asuma enemies just attacked the village. An entire street outside the Sarutobi compound was destroyed in the blast. The Hokage feared someone might target you, so he sent us as reinforcements. The leading root ninja explained. The Umbu relaxed slightly. They had indeed heard the massive explosion moments ago. Sarutobi Asuma, hearing the root ninja's explanation, said no more, though his impatience only grew. Meanwhile, 4 root ninjas took positions at the 4 corners of the room. The other 4 remained in place. The Umbu found it slightly odd, but thought little of it. After all, they had been sent by the Hokage himself. Surely nothing would. 4 violet flames formation. But in that instant the situation changed drastically. The 4 root ninjas at the corners moved, sealing the Umbu squads outside the barrier. The other 4 root ninjas tore off their garments, revealing the cursed markings of the inverse quadruple seal upon their bodies. Inverse quadruple seal. Torrents of pitch-black water burst forth from their bodies. No. The sealing squad members recognized the horror of this forbidden jutsu. Despair spread across their faces. Sarutobi Asuma's expression froze as he stammered. I am the Hokage's son. You cannot kill me. Outside, Sarutobi Shinku and the other 2 saw the towering 4 violet flames formation, and their faces changed drastically. Before they could even rush inside, the room was swallowed by the black water. Boom. All that remained was a massive crater, at the bottom of which lay the 4 root ninjas who had used the inverse quadruple seal. What the hell? Sarutobi Shinku could not help but curse out loud. With Asuma gone, how far could they be from death? Mitarashi Shiko and Aburame Shibi felt their hearts turn to ice. Asuma. Sarutobi Bawako dropped the lunchbox in her hands and rushed over. Seeing that her youngest son's room was now nothing but a pit with 4 Umbu-like figures lying at the bottom, her face was filled with grief. Sarutobi Shinku and the others could find no words of comfort. The news of Asuma's death soon reached Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears. Upon learning of it, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately rushed to the Sarutobi compound. Lord Hokage, we failed to protect young Master Asuma. The 3 bowed deeply in apology, their faces full of guilt. Once again, this time Asuma had died directly under their protection, without even leaving a body behind. Hiruzen Sarutobi paid them no heed. Instead, he walked to his wife's side and comforted her. This only deepened the terror in the hearts of Sarutobi Shinku and the others. This is the end. We're as good as dead. After soothing his wife for a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke coldly. Check the tongues of these four. He recognized the forbidden seal markings on the bodies and knew it to be the inverse quadruple seal, which made him suspect his old friend Danzo Shimura. The Umbu immediately pried open the corpses' mouths and pulled out their tongues, yet there was nothing upon them. Everyone present knew of Root's existence, and seeing no tongue curse seal on the tongues was deeply puzzling. So it wasn't Danzo's doing. Danzo, do you truly think this old man is so foolish? These men had their tongue curse seals removed and were brainwashed until they couldn't remember their own parents' names. But Hiruzen Sarutobi did not see it that way. He was certain this was connected to Root. Gazing toward the edge of the village, he said inwardly, Danzo, it seems I can no longer let you live. All eyes now turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, a glint of sharpness flashed in his gaze. The Shinobi Hero trial card was officially activated. Send for Orochimaru and the others at once. Tell them to make their move and quickly finish the battle at Kikyo Mountain. Begin the assault on Sunagakure. Also notify clan leader Fugaku to come to my office. Now that his own son was dead, there was no longer any need to make concessions to the sand. He would cripple Sunagakure. He would make Sunagakure pay the price. Even though his son had not been killed by Sand Shinobi, his son's death had been brought about by the Sand's forbidden jutsu. Understood. An ANBU member immediately used a summoning beast to relay the message to the camp at Kikyo Mountain. Hiruzen Sarutobi bent down to look at his wife. Biwako, rest assured I will avenge Asuma. Biwako Sarutobi covered her mouth with one hand and nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi then had a servant help his wife away. All three of you have worked hard during this time. Have a good rest. The village will still need your strength later. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Shinku Yuhi and the other two, offering reassurance, but his tone left all three of them feeling completely insecure. To the three of them, his words took on an entirely different meaning. Go back and rest for a while. I'll find a dull blade, and then I'll slowly cut you all to death later. Lord Hokage, we're leaving. Please accept our condolences. The three bowed once more, then left the Sarutobi clan compound with worried expressions. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched their retreating figures, calculations churning in his mind. Shibi Aburame is the young clan head of the Aburame clan. I'll leave him alone for now. Once the war is over, I'll settle the score with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi considered that the Aburame clan was still needed, so he had no intention of having Shibi Aburame killed during the Third Great Ninja War. However, he would not let Shinku Yuhi and Shursho Mitarashi off the hook. The Yuhi and Mitarashi clans had long since fallen into decline. Killing those two would be no great concern as long as no evidence was left behind. When the time comes, I'll leave it to Danzo to deal with. He then headed for the Hokage Tower. At that moment, Danzo, who was hurrying toward the Land of Rain, learned that his men had already succeeded. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Lord Danzo, the Hokage is probably already suspicious of you, said a rude operative. No matter. I am doing this for Konoha. Danzo smiled faintly. Soon I will have the Sage's Eye. And once I do, would I still be afraid of a mere Hiruzen? But at that time, I can let Hiruzen take over Root. I would not feel at ease handing it to anyone else. Hiruzen is so scheming, he can certainly handle Root's affairs. At that thought, the corner of Danzo's mouth could not help curling into a sinister grin. He then unconsciously quickened his pace, determined to reach the Land of Rain as soon as possible. At the Hokage Tower, Fugaku Uchiha sat before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Clan leader Fugaku, the time has come for the Uchiha to contribute to Konoha. The shinobi world is in turmoil. We must end the war with the Land of Wind as quickly as possible to guard against the other three great nations. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with a solemn expression. Naturally, Fugaku Uchiha clenched his fists tightly. Now at last it was the Uchiha's turn to enter the battlefield. He had been waiting for this for a long time. Then clan leader Fugaku, I leave the rest to you. With the Uchiha's strength, and the Uchiha have always been powerful. Once this war is over, the outstanding military achievements you have earned should be enough to admit the Uchiha into Konoha's high ranks and grant them an elder's seat. Hiruzen Sarutobi dangled an empty promise before Fugaku Uchiha to make the Uchiha clan fight the sand with all their might. But he did not mention the Hokage, for that would have been too obviously fake. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes lit up at once. If the Uchiha could obtain an elder's seat, it would also ease the current rift between the clan and the village. It would also relieve the resentment simmering within the clan. Lord Hokage, rest assured, the Uchiha clan will strike with all our power. When the time comes, we will coordinate with Orochimaru to completely defeat Sunagakure. Fugaku Uchiha spoke with certainty. Good. Clan leader Fugaku, go back and get ready now. Set out as soon as possible. I have already ordered Orochimaru to move. By the time you arrive, it's likely Orochimaru and the others will have already fought their way into the Land of Wind. Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that with Konoha's current strength at Kikyo Mountain, defeating the sand would not take long at all. Understood. Fugaku Uchiha left in haste. At that moment Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane walked out. Hiruzen, do you really plan to give the Uchiha an elder position later? The two asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, and only then did Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane let out a sigh of relief. How could I give the Uchiha an elder position? That was only to spur them on. Let those Uchiha fellows serve Konoha properly. Hiruzen Sarutobi would never allow the Uchiha to reach into the village's upper echelons. But what if the Uchiha come to you afterward to demand an elder position? The two asked again. At that time I will directly announce my retirement. Once I retire there will be no way to make one of their people an elder. The Uchiha will simply have to take the loss. Besides, given the Uchiha clan's nature, by then they won't care about elders, they'll be thinking about how to become Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and said, those Uchiha madmen are so obsessed with becoming Hokage that they have nearly lost their minds. That's true. The two were much more at ease. The fourth Hokage had in fact already been decided. Naturally, it was Minato Namikaze, the man they supported. Only if Minato Namikaze became Hokage would the power in their hands not be stripped away. Kikyo Mountain Konoha Camp. Orochimaru had already received the message from the village. At first he was a little surprised. He did not understand why his teacher would have issued the order for him to strike. After receiving the intelligence sent back from his people in Konoha and learning that Asuma was dead and that it was very likely Danzo's doing, he could not help but smile. Isn't Danzo afraid that the teacher will settle accounts with him afterward? Or has Danzo acquired some new power that makes him think he can deal with the teacher? Orochimaru was intrigued. He thought it necessary to get in touch with Danzo after defeating the Sand Shinobi here at Kikyo Mountain. Perhaps he would gain an unexpected surprise. Orochimaru had someone summon all of the camp's jonin. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Shinosuke Sarutobi, and the Inoshikacho group, among others, all arrived. Dear readers, I sincerely ask you not to abandon this story. If you find my updates insufficient, please leave comments here. If many request more updates, I will update more each day to satisfy everyone. Secondly, I shamelessly ask for some gifts. Support fueled purely by love and passion. A message has arrived from the village, Orochimaru announced upon seeing everyone assemble. We are to act and end this standoff at Kikyoma. Hearing these words, those privy to the truth behind Ishida's situation were visibly stunned and instinctively turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Shinosuke. Had the Hokage truly abandoned Ashida? Most of the civilian jonin looked around in confusion, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Orochimaru, could you be mistaken? How could my father possibly issue such an order? Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately rose to his feet, alarmed that his younger brother still bore the Sand Village's forbidden seal. Shinosuke, I have grave news to deliver. Your brother was attacked and killed. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Sarutobi Shinosuke. These words struck Sarutobi Shinosuke like a bolt from the blue, freezing him where he stood. The assembled ninja were utterly astonished. The Hokage's own son had been attacked and slain within Konoha's walls. Everyone, we shall bring this war to a swift conclusion. Orochimaru began issuing his tactical deployments. Kushina the One-Tail is entrusted to you. Rasha, I shall engage him personally. Minato, you need only deal with the remaining Sand Ninja. Furthermore, Minato, remain wary of Tiani. Intelligence from the IWA village confirms he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. In Orochimaru's estimation, the operation held little difficulty. The sole variable worth monitoring was whether Sōshin Ten'ichi would intervene. Orochimaru's words left the assembled ninja nearly speechless with astonishment. Those in the know marveled at how swiftly Sōshin Ten'ichi had acquired the Flying Thunder God. Others, however, were completely perplexed as to how he came to possess such a technique. Minato, how long did it take you to master the Flying Thunder God? Orochimaru asked curiously. Minato Namikaze offered a wry smile. Lord Orochimaru, it took me 7 months. He had always considered his aptitude for spatial and temporal techniques to be exceptional, yet Sōshin Ten'ichi's prowess was simply staggering. Even more troubling was the fact that this rival stood as an enemy of Konoha. Minato, why does that guy Sōshin Ten'ichi know the Flying Thunder God? Kushina voiced the question on everyone's lips. Those privy to the matter exchanged awkward glances. This was a delicate matter to address, given its direct connection to the Hokage. Ugh. Minato frowned, uncertain how to proceed. An honest answer would put the Hokage in an uncomfortable position, yet he could neither deceive nor bring himself to lie to Kushina. Fortunately, Orochimaru stepped in to relieve Minato of his dilemma. Kushina, this is classified village intelligence. Minato himself is unaware of the details. Minato shot Orochimaru a grateful glance. I suppose so. Kushina pouted slightly. Enough. Let us move out. We shall conclude this battle tonight, Orochimaru declared to the assembled ninja. Yes. They rose promptly, their eyes filled with determination. The camp emptied as the ninja surged toward the Sand Village encampment. Kushina, be careful. Minato cautioned, concerned he would be unable to shield her throughout the battle. Don't worry, Minato. I'm not weak. Between us I can now maintain control, even under the influence of the Six Tails. Kushina tilted her chin upward slightly as she spoke to Minato. Impressive. Minato replied with a bright sunlit smile, giving her a thumbs up. Sand Village encampment. Kazekage-sama, the Konoha ninja are attacking us. They've sent everyone. A censor ninja burst into the war room and reported to Rasha. What a... Does Orochimaru not fear retribution should his teacher's son perish? Rasha was convinced the Leaf's assault was Orochimaru's doing, conducted behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's back. The aging Hokage simply lacked such ruthlessness. Worry not at Rasha. If Konoha truly committed to full-scale combat, the Sand Ninja's current strength would be no match. Release the Jinchuriki. Send them into battle as well. Yes. The Umbu ninja hurried off to free Bunkaku. Meanwhile, Rasha ascended atop a current of golden sand, surveying the approaching Leaf forces. He bellowed, Orochimaru, don't you fear the consequences if the Hokage's son is killed? Rasha's shout puzzled many of the Leaf ninja. However, remembering the Hokage's eldest son was among them, they concluded the Kazekage was using Sarutobi Shinnosuke as leverage against Orochimaru. Orochimaru said nothing and struck directly. Summoning Jutsu, he called forth the great snake Manda. Manda, we shall subdue Rasha together this time. You will be richly rewarded afterward. Orochimaru gave Manda no opportunity to respond. Understood, Manda replied, yet remained thoroughly on guard given Orochimaru's generosity. The slightest hint of danger, and he would sever the summoning contract, retreating to the Ryuchi cave. He had been betrayed by Orochimaru far too many times to trust him blindly. Damn it, Sealing Squad. Activate the forbidden seal upon Ashida. Let us see how comfortable Orochimaru feels afterward. Rasha refused to believe Hiruzen Sarutobi would ignore his son's death. Below, the Sealing Squad prepared to unleash the forbidden technique, only to discover it had already been depleted. More accurately, Ashida was already dead. Kazekage-sama, Sarutobi Ashida has died. The Sealing Squad shouted their report. Rasha clenched his teeth in disbelief. How could Hiruzen Sarutobi possibly possess such resolve? But Rasha had no time to dwell on it, for Orochimaru was already upon them. War reignites. Bunkaku sighed heavily, then spoke slowly. Shikaku, I entrust this to you. For your sake, old monk, and my junior Sōshin Ten'ichi, I shall aid the Sand Ninja this once. Shikaku declared with characteristic arrogance. Bunkaku activated the false hibernation technique upon himself. Sand began pouring from his body, gradually taking the form of Shikaku. Konoha, the great Shikaku has arrived. Shikaku's tail swept through the battlefield, sending countless Leaf ninja flying. One tail. Your opponent is me. Kushina burst onto the field, her eyes widening at the mounting casualties among the Leaf ninja. Ninetales' chakra surged from within her, forming a protective cloak around her body. Minato, will Kushina be alright? Nara, Shikaku asked. Relax. Kushina can handle this. Minato trusted his companion completely, yet his gaze turned predatory as he surveyed the Sand Ninja on the battlefield. To ensure Kushina's safety, he needed to eliminate them swiftly. Shikaku's eyes widened upon seeing Kushina. The very Ninetales he despised most had finally appeared. Within Kushina's body, Kurama opened his eyes and sensed Shikaku's chakra. So Kushina has run into that one-tail brute. I hope she gives him a thorough beating. Kurama resolved to cooperate with Kushina today, granting her every advantage against Shikaku. Take this, Baijidama. Shikaku sought to obliterate the Ninetales Jinchuriki in a single blast, eliminating Kurama permanently. In the future, he could boast to the other tailed beasts that he had destroyed the Ninetales with a single attack. Should the Ninetales ever revive, he would have the pleasure of mocking him face to face. The Sand Village encampment erupted into chaos as Shikaku's Baijidama hurtled toward Kushina, who braced herself to meet the devastating assault. Witnessing the one tail firing the tailed beast ball from its maw, Sarutobi Shinin and the others who had trailed behind Kushina immediately took to their heels without a second thought. Whether Kushina would perish if struck by the blast was uncertain, but they certainly would. Upon witnessing this, Kushina immediately shifted into her tailed beast form, specifically the 6 tails she had thus far mastered. Simultaneously, another tailed beast ball began to coalesce within her throat. Boom! The 2 tailed beast balls collided and detonated, the resulting shockwave completely obliterating the surrounding forest. Sarutobi Shinin and his companions were sent flying backward in utter disarray. Those in closer proximity were all swept up in the aftermath. Soon enough, both Konoha and Suna ninjas tacitly decided to retreat from the inferno. Staying any longer would surely cost them their lives. Lord Shinin, we must flee at once. Those who had recovered their wits immediately seized Sarutobi Shinin and dragged him further towards safety. At this moment, Minato Namikaze kept his gaze fixed on his girlfriend. Upon witnessing her shift into tailed beast form, he swiftly produced his flying thunder god Kanai and hurled it directly into the fray. Following that, the Suna shinobi fell like lambs to the slaughter, ruthlessly butchered by Minato. Morale on the Konoha side surged dramatically. Well done, Lord Minato. Not even those Suna jonin can withstand a single second against him. We Konoha shinobi have already secured victory in this battle. Charge! Filled with ecstatic fervor, the Konoha ninja surged into the battlefield with burning passion. Among the fervent charge, naturally, there was none other than Obito Uchiha. You dead last, don't run so fast. Otherwise, if you die, Rin and I won't even be able to find your corpse. Kakashi Hatake harbored a faint trace of worry in his eyes. Although the Suna forces were retreating in disarray, this was still a war zone. A careless misstep, leading to a hidden death, was entirely plausible. Damn you, Kakashi. I will never die. I'm destined to become Hokage. Obito leaped before Kakashi, roaring in defiant defiance. Kakashi responded with a gaze dripping in contempt, as if to say, you, Hokage, act. Seeing that look, Obito rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat Kakashi right there on the spot. Obito, enough. Stop acting foolishly now. We're on a battlefield. The three of us should stick together. I refuse to see you get hurt again. Rin quickly intervened, pulling Obito back and urging him to calm down. Rin, I'll listen to you. Obito chuckled and stood faithfully by her side, while Kakashi simply rolled his eyes. Raza watched as his village's shinobi fell one after another, and he knew deep down that Suna had already lost this battle. He then signaled to the ANBU operatives who had been silently observing from the sidelines, instructing them to notify the Suna forces to retreat, while he and the One-Tail's Jinchuriki would hold the line. The order was swiftly disseminated. Raza, you won't be leaving so easily this time. Orochimaru licked his lips. With the son of his teacher slain, if they could not deal a crushing blow to Suna at Jigging Mountain this time, they would have no explanation to give Lord Sarutobi afterward. Orochimaru, you alone think you can hold me back. A flicker of disdain crossed Raza's face. Unfazed by Raza's scorn, Orochimaru simply continued to constrain him. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze noticed the Suna forces executing a rapid withdrawal. A look of relief washed over his face as he glanced toward his girlfriend. Currently, the One-Tail and the Six-Tail shifted Kushina were locked in a fierce climactic exchange. Satisfied that Kushina was unharmed, Minato turned his attention to Raza. The most efficient way to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion would be to eliminate either the One-Tail or Raza himself. Between the tailed beast and Raza, the latter was obviously the more viable target. Thus, Minato immediately sprinted to bolster Orochimaru's position. Nara Shikaku and the others engaged in combat observed Minato's maneuver and understood instantly that the battle was nearing its end. Raza, standing alone, stood no chance against the combined might of Orochimaru and Minato. Indeed, they might just succeed in capturing Akage alive. Raza also spotted Minato closing in. Damn it. He immediately manipulated vast quantities of quicksand, attempting to immobilize Orochimaru and Manda, freeing himself to confront Minato. At that moment, Orochimaru regretted his earlier hesitation. He should have requested a Flying Thunder God Kunai from Minato back, then otherwise he would have arrived far sooner. Minato had previously offered Orochimaru one of his signature kunai, but the request had been flatly declined. The reason was simple: he refused to carry any object capable of threatening his life. Magnet release, sand wave. Raza controlled a torrent of quicksand, rolling it relentlessly to assault Orochimaru and Manda. Despite its density, the sheer volume of sand quickly overwhelmed and pinned down the giant snake. Damn it. Perceiving the imminent danger, Manda immediately dissolved his summoning contract and retreated to Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru's expression darkened considerably upon witnessing this. What in the world is that worm doing? Running away already. He felt Manda had grown increasingly timid. Seeing Orochimaru's summons vanish, a faint smirk graced Raza's lips. One down. With one threat removed, Raza felt somewhat relieved. However, Minato struck without warning. A single Flying Thunder God Kunai was hurled directly at him, forcing Raza to immediately maneuver himself backward in a panic. He commanded a swirling barrier of quicksand to encircle and tightly shield his body. Raza, why are you acting like a turtle? Orochimaru sneered. Witnessing how heavily guarded Raza remained against Minato, he couldn't help but resentfully think to himself, why on earth can't I master the Flying Thunder God? Lord Orochimaru, the two of us should join forces to take him down. Minato displayed 10 Flying Thunder God Kunai, poised to strike at any moment. With visible reluctance, Raza cast one last glance at the duo before manipulating his quicksand to retreat toward the One-Tail. The situation had deteriorated too sharply. He needed to flee while escorting the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, they would both be in grave peril. Kushina. Minato planted a Flying Thunder God Kunai on the spot and immediately activated the technique, vanishing to reach Kushina's location. Damn it. Raza, hovering overhead, watched this unfold and felt his teeth grind with frustration. Yet he could not simply abandon the One-Tail and flee outright. Doing so would strip Suna of a top-tier combatant, and he would have no satisfactory explanation to offer his village. Magnet release, sand gold. Raza directed swarms of quicksand from all directions toward Minato, hoping to force him to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. This delay would buy Raza the precious opportunity to awaken Fusoka. Minato quickly deciphered Raza's stratagem and deliberately allowed himself to be pressured backward. A subtle smile curled his lips. He had previously used the Flying Thunder God to relocate the one tail once before, meaning his signature mark was already affixed to the tailed beast. The moment Raza approached, Minato would instantly trigger the technique. Even if Raza survived, he would be critically wounded. Orochimaru, clearly recalling the same past event, folded his arms and watched Raza with a smug grin. Minato departed precisely as intended, reappearing beside Orochimaru. The latter silently produced a scroll from his mouth, extracting a substantial quantity of explosive tags. Minato, make sure you arrange a proper farewell for the Kazekage. Minato accepted the explosive tags with a nod and a smile. Sensing Minato's departure, Raza immediately soared toward the One Tail. Quick! Before he could rouse Fusoka, a figure materialized right before him. Horror flashed across Raza's eyes. Namake's Minato. Before the exclamation could fully leave his lips, Minato scattered a barrage of explosive tags directly at Raza and vanished in the blink of an eye. Raza instinctively enveloped himself in a dense shell of quicksand, praying he could withstand the impending detonation. Boom! The accumulated explosive tags detonated in an instant. Even Shikaku in his tailed beast form grimaced in agony from the sheer force of the blast. As the acrid smoke cleared, Raza lay collapsed in a pool of his own blood, one arm completely severed. At that moment, Fusoka stirred from a drowsy, half-conscious state, continuously screaming within the spiritual realm, "Shikaku, hurry, and take the Kazekage away." What a hassle! Shikaku, aware that he stood no match against the six-tail-shifted Kushina, scooped up the fallen Raza from the ground and rapidly retreated toward the land of wind. Kushina didn't stop there. She fired several additional tailed beast balls at the fleeing Shikaku. Of course, Shikaku managed to dodge those tailed beast balls. Damn you, Kurama. One of these days, the great Shikaku will beat you to a pulp. Shikaku ran off, still cursing under his breath. At the same time, he looked at Raza in his grasp. This guy isn't going to die on us, is he? He's my little brother's master. If he dies, won't my little brother be heartbroken? After thinking it over, Shikaku ran toward where there were people, hoping someone there could save this fellow. Meanwhile, the Leaf Shinobi were celebrating with great excitement. They had won this battle. Moreover, the enemy Kazekage had been severely crippled. Well done, Minato. After praising Minato, Namake's Orochimaru immediately rushed off to gather Raza's flesh and blood. After all, Raza was a magnet release user, and his flesh and blood were worth researching. Lord Orochimaru. Minato watched as Orochimaru spat out several test tubes filled with nutrient solution from his mouth, then scurried around looking for flesh and blood. In the end, Minato could only shake his head helplessly. At that moment, Kushina came running over excitedly. Minato, did you see that? I just sent the One Tail running for his life. If the old third Hokage had let me come to the battlefield earlier, we would have won long ago. Kushina put her hands on her hips with a haughty, proud air. Minato looked at his girlfriend with a smile. That's right. If Kushina had joined the battle from the start, Sunagakure might have already surrendered by now. Minato went along with what Kushina said. Kushina was overjoyed to hear it. Master. Mistress. At that moment, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin walked over. Obito, are you all okay? Kushina looked at Obito first, and only after seeing that he was unharmed did she turn to Kakashi and the others. Obito shook his head, then told Kushina all about how he had killed the Sand Shinobi. Kushina in turn told him how she had dealt with the One Tail. For a while, the two of them were absolutely thrilled. Minato stood off to the side watching his girlfriend and his disciple with a smile. Kushina and Obito really do get along well. Master, are we going to move against Sunagakure next? Kakashi asked. Definitely. By now the village should have already sent reinforcements. The Kazekage is gravely wounded. If we put in a bit more effort, we can completely defeat Sunagakure. Minato felt that the war between the village and Sunagakure would not last much longer. Kakashi nodded. Meanwhile, over in the land of Earth, the joy on Chio and the others' faces had vanished completely. Everyone, we just received word from the village. We have been defeated at Kikyo Pass. Many people also died in the war. Chio's tone was heavy. This time the village had suffered a considerable loss, and worst of all, the Kazekage and the One-Tail's Jinchuriki had both disappeared. Only the upper echelons knew about this. Doesn't Hiruzen Sarutobi worry that his son might die? Zongshin Tianni found this puzzling. He didn't think Hiruzen Sarutobi had that kind of nerve. At the same time, he was silently praying that Fujita Yuma would come to no harm. Asuma Sarutobi was attacked and killed in Konoha. Chio explained to Tianni. Oh, I see. Zongshin Tianni felt sure this was Danzo's doing. Entering Konoha and killing the Hokage's son, Zongshin Tianni figured no one in the other villages likely knew who was responsible. Elder Chio, what's Danzo's situation now? Zongshin Tianni asked curiously. With his own son dead, was Hiruzen Sarutobi really not going to make a move against Danzo? According to what our spies in Konoha have learned, Danzo seems to have gone out to carry out some mission. Though Chio didn't know why Zongshin Tianni was asking about Danzo, she still told him what she knew. After hearing this, Tianni felt a flicker of curiosity. That fellow Danzo leaving Konoha could never mean anything good. Tianni then thought of one thing. The Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Yahiko had died during the Third Shinobi World War. Could Danzo's sudden departure from the village have something to do with that? Sōshin Ten'ichi felt he might as well take a trip to the Land of Rain. He could get his hands on Conan's paper release. If possible, he could even recruit their trio into Sunagakure. As for Madara Uchiha behind them, Sōshin Ten'ichi wasn't all that afraid. After all, he was only recruiting talent for Sunagakure, not making a move on Nagato's Rinnegan. And with those Rinnegan, who knew how many contingencies Madara Uchiha had left in them, it was safer to leave those eyes exactly where they were, on Nagato's face. After a few more years of growth, even Madara Uchiha would be nothing but a junior. Elder Chiyo, I want to go to the Land of Rain. Sōshin Ten'ichi spoke up. The Land of Rain. Everyone turned to him in puzzlement. They didn't understand why Ten'ichi suddenly wanted to go there. Chiyo asked softly, Ten'ichi, is there something urgent there? It's urgent. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Chiyo fell silent for a moment. Thinking of Sōshin Ten'ichi's identity and strength, she could hardly stop him. If anything happened to Raza and the one-tail, the village would need Sōshin Ten'ichi to hold things together. So she nodded. Ten'ichi, go ahead. But 7 days from now, whether or not your business is done, you must return. The village needs you. Her voice carried a note of entreaty. Elder Chiyo, once my business is done, I'll rush straight back. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded, left Chiyo a flying thunder god kunai, and departed swiftly. After everyone watched Ten'ichi leave, they continued the meeting. When the meeting came to an end, Chiyo kept Pakura behind. Pakura, I have an important mission for you. Chiyo spoke with a grave expression. Seeing Chiyo's expression, Pakura immediately straightened up. The Lord Kazekage and the One-Tail's Jinchuriki disappeared during the battle at Kikyo Pass. Now I need you to lead an Umbu team to the Land of Fire to search for news of the Lord Kazekage and the others. Chiyo's words left Pakura utterly stunned. Although she had never liked Raza, she knew full well that Raza was not weak. Yet now he had gone missing, and together with the One-Tail's Jinchuriki no less. Yes, Elder Chiyo. I will definitely bring the Lord Kazekage and the One-Tail's Jinchuriki back. Pakura knew what enormous consequences would follow if Raza and the One-Tail's Jinchuriki remained missing for long. Once Ten'ichi has finished his business, I'll have him find you as soon as possible to help you search for the Lord Kazekage, Chiyo said. Elder Chiyo, then why did you agree to let that Ten'ichi kid go to the Land of Rain? Pakura was puzzled. In this situation, shouldn't Sōshin Ten'ichi be leading the shinobi forces to guard against Konoha? Ten'ichi seems to have something urgent, and he can use the Flying Thunder God. If the village needs him, he can come back as quickly as possible. In truth, Chiyo privately wondered whether the Kazekage had been gravely wounded and fled to the Land of Rain. Having Pakura lead the team was also meant to shift everyone's attention to the Land of Fire so as not to bring danger to Raza. Sunagakure could not afford to lose another Kazekage. That would be an enormous blow to morale. As for why Raza hadn't contacted the village's leadership, Chiyo could understand to a degree. After all, Raza had clashed with the village's leadership, it was only natural that he didn't trust them. Pakura nodded, then hurriedly led her Umbu squad toward the Land of Fire in search of Raza and the One-Tailed Jinchuriki. Chiyo turned her gaze toward the Land of Rain, her brows knitting tightly. Nothing must go wrong. Ebizo walked over to comfort his sister. Sister, rest assured, nothing will happen. Chiyo nodded at that, then went to deal with matters concerning the Land of Earth. Bunpuku carried the gravely wounded Raza on his back, trudging slowly through the desert. Shikaku had originally intended to lead them to a village, but Bunpuku's body could not hold out, so Shikaku had no choice but to retreat back inside Bunpuku's body. Old monk, rest for a while. Your body is about to give out. Shikaku said, his voice full of concern. He could already sense Bunpuku's life force nearing exhaustion. No, the Kazekage's injuries need treatment. If this goes on, he will die. Every step Bunpuku took now sent sharp pain through every part of his body. Shikaku watched Bunpuku's contorted face and felt a pang of guilt and regret. At the time of the explosion, he should have immediately channeled a portion of his chakra to protect Bunpuku. Indeed, Shikaku had been a step too slow, allowing Bunpuku to be injured by the blast shockwave. Though the explosion had not killed him outright, it gradually caused his body to fall apart. Shikaku, if I am about to fail, come out on your own. Don't die with me. Bunpuku knew that Shikaku would not truly die, but it would still take years for him to revive. Old monk, I will. Shikaku felt terrible. After all, Bunpuku was one of the few people he had truly acknowledged over the years. Bunpuku gritted his teeth and continued onward with Raza on his back. Fortunately, he had given Raza's wounds a simple bandaging, otherwise Raza would have long since kicked the bucket. Shikaku looked at Bunpuku, heaved a deep sigh, and then laid down in the spiritual world. Time passed, and the next day arrived. Sōshin Ten'ichi arrived at the Hidden Rain village. He had initially wanted to go straight to Yahiko and the others, but he realized that if he approached them as he was now, they would neither agree to come with him nor teach him paper release. After all, the Akatsuki at this point was still an organization that had yet to be beaten down by the harshness of the world. He needed Hanzo and Danzo to teach them a lesson. Only then would they understand the way this world truly was. When the time came, he would step in and rescue Yahiko from Hanzo. Danzo is here. Sōshin Ten'ichi sensed that familiar sinister cold chakra. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Sōshin Ten'ichi did not bother to eavesdrop on the meeting between Hanzo and Danzo. After all, he already knew what they intended to do, so there was no need to risk being discovered and alarming them. Sōshin Ten'ichi left one shadow clone to watch them and dispatched another to keep an eye on the Akatsuki. Because of his presence, Obito had not yet been stirred by Madara, so Sōshin Ten'ichi worried that something might go wrong. As for Sōshin Ten'ichi himself, he went to a secluded place and split off numerous shadow clones to continue training in Dust Release. By then Hanzo and Danzo had already finished their meeting. Danzo went to the quarters Hanzo had arranged for him to rest. Meanwhile, Hanzo sent someone to invite the Akatsuki to come and hold a discussion. Inside the room, Danzo was questioning the medical ninjas who had accompanied him. Is everything ready? Thinking that he would soon obtain the sage's eyes, he could not help his body trembling with excitement beneath his robes. Danzo-sama, everything is ready. Once we have the object, we can immediately perform the eye transplant. The medical ninjas nodded. Hiruzen, before long the Hokage's seat will be mine. A smile tugged unbidden at the corner of Danzo's mouth. The dream he had nurtured for years was finally about to come true. Konoha will surely be made great by my hands. He ordered someone go capture that girl from the Akatsuki. Danzo knew that the girl was close to Yahiko Nagato and the others, so he planned to use her to drive Yahiko to his death and obtain the sage's eyes. Yes, Danzo-sama. The Root Squad set out at once. Receiving Hanzo's invitation, the Akatsuki was likewise immensely excited. Wonderful. If Lord Hanzo could also acknowledge our ideals, that would be even better. Yahiko waved his fist excitedly. The rest of the Akatsuki members wore smiles as well. Earning the recognition of the demigod greatly inspired them. Konan and Nagato both watched Yahiko with smiles. That night the Akatsuki held a celebration party. In the dead of night. MMPH. Konan was seized by a Root Squad that appeared without warning. The next day Yahiko and the others noticed that Konan was missing and searched everywhere. Where's Konan? For some reason both Yahiko and Nagato felt a flicker of unease in their hearts. Yahiko, Nagato, you two go and meet with Lord Hanzo. We'll go search for Konan. That's right. Trust us, we will find her. Daibutsuki and the others stepped forward at once. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance and chose to trust their comrades. The Akatsuki then split into two groups. One went to search for Konan, while Yahiko and Nagato led the other to meet Hanzo. All of this unfolded under the watchful gaze of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone. It has begun. The shadow clone revealed a faint smile. If not for him, this matter would not have occurred until several years later. The shadow clone then stabbed itself and dissolved into a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi, who had been training in Dust Release, received the shadow clone's memories and dismissed all the shadow clones around him. Time to get to work. Sōshin Ten'ichi rose to his feet, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside the shadow clone, keeping watch on Hanzo and the others. Oh, Konan has already been brought here. Sōshin Ten'ichi saw that Konan was already in Hanzo's custody. Before long, Nagato, Yahiko, and the others arrived. When they saw Konan held captive by Hanzo, all of them wore expressions of disbelief. Konan. No matter how naive Yahiko and the others still were, they understood that the so-called talks had been a fraud from beginning to end. Danzo meanwhile stared at Nagato with growing excitement. Those enchanting eyes. The sage's eyes. Truly fascinating. Hanzo, you despicable coward. Yahiko clenched his fists. He had thought Hanzo had called them here to discuss peace. Never did he imagine that this man had actually taken Konan hostage. Hanzo merely sneered coldly at Yahiko's words. In his eyes, Yahiko and his companions were nothing but a bunch of ignorant fools. How could the shinobi world ever become what they claimed it could be? Hanzo pressed a kunai against Konan's neck and said coldly, Yahiko, Nagato, if you want to save this girl. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A sense of dread rose in Yahiko and the others' hearts. Nagato, if you kill Yahiko with your own hands, I'll let her go right away. Hanzo bared a mocking smile. He thought Akatsuki would soon tear itself apart. Run. All of you run. Konan screamed with a heartrending voice, tears streaming down her cheeks. She did not fear death, but she feared everyone else dying. The Akatsuki members all spoke up at once. Leader will cover your retreat. They knew Hanzo would never let them all go this time, so they were ready to lay down their lives to cover Yahiko and Nagato's escape. Nagato, take care of Konan and everyone else. With that, Yahiko moved to throw himself onto the kunai in Nagato's hand. It happened so fast that even the Akatsuki members could not react. In the nick of time, an iron sand wall appeared before Yahiko. Bang! Yahiko could not dodge in time and slammed headfirst into it, knocking himself unconscious. Before he blacked out, his mind was full of confusion. Where did this iron wall come from? In the distance, Sōshin Ten'ichi watched Yahiko knock himself out and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This kid really is too sincere. When the iron wall dispersed, Nagato rushed over. Seeing that Yahiko had only been knocked out, he let out a relieved breath. At the same time, he looked toward Konan with concern. Hanzo and Danzo meanwhile paid no attention to Konan. The two of them immediately became wary at this sudden turn of events. Danzo in particular felt some unpleasant memories surge up. It was then that Sōshin Ten'ichi stepped forward. Everyone, how about doing me a favor and standing down? Hanzo and the others narrowed their eyes at Sōshin Ten'ichi and instantly remembered his identity, the Iron Sand Butcher of Sunagakure. They did not understand why this man had come here, but all of them carefully kept their guard up. Sōshin Ten'ichi. Danzo looked in Ten'ichi's direction, his voice burning with anger. In his view, it was Ten'ichi who had ruined his reputation. Oh, if it isn't our old friend Danzo. Why aren't you hiding in Konoha? What are you doing out here? Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at him with a hint of mockery. You. Danzo met Ten'ichi's contemptuous gaze, and rage nearly burst from his chest. I am the future Hokage. How dare he look at me with such disdain? Sir, is there something you need in our land of rain? Hanzo was under tremendous pressure at this moment. Sōshin Ten'ichi's record of capturing Inoki alive made him realize that he might not be able to defeat this man. By now the Akatsuki members had also learned that the man before them was the Iron Sand Butcher renowned across the shinobi world. In their hearts they felt both gratitude and fear. After all, this was a being called the Butcher. Sōshin Ten'ichi turned to Hanzo. Oh, I was just passing by when I ran into a group of interesting young people. I think their ideals are quite good, so I wanted to help them out. Everyone present was speechless. Sōshin Ten'ichi himself was only a teenager. Sir, this is a private matter of the land of rain. Hanzo did not want to let Akatsuki go, but he did not dare offend Sōshin Ten'ichi lightly. After all, this fellow, like the Sannin of the Second Shinobi World War, was a disciple of a Kage of one of the 5 great nations. And this kid's strength surpassed even that of the Sannin at the time. No matter. Once I get involved, it's no longer private. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a faint smile, while an iron sand shuriken spun rapidly in his hand under the power of magnet release. Magnet release electromagnetic cannon. Ten'ichi fired directly at Danzo's root operatives. At Danzo's signal, they had been up to no good. Boom. Before anyone present could react, Ten'ichi's attack struck. At the core of Sōshin Ten'ichi's strike, several root ninja had their bodies destroyed by the immense energy. Those on the outskirts fared no better. The corpses were missing arms and legs. Danzo only escaped that attack because his root ninja had thrown away their lives without hesitation. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi felt like telling Danzo, actually, even if you hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have killed you. Go gouge out that boy's eyes. Although Danzo knew that with Sōshin Ten'ichi here his chances of obtaining the sage's eyes were slim, he still had to try. Even if all of Root's elite were buried here. Yes. The root ninja rushed toward Nagato. Nagato, run. Konan bent over, shouted down to Nagato below. She now understood that these Konoha covert operatives had been after Nagato's eyes from the very beginning. Their attack on Akatsuki was merely incidental. Sōshin Ten'ichi did not make a move, wanting to see whether Nagato could bring out the Rinnegan. But even as the root operative's hands were about to reach his eyeballs, Nagato only clutched Yahiko protectively in his arms. It seems this kid still hasn't been shaken hard enough. Or perhaps in his heart Konan and Yahiko matter more than he himself does. What a fine kid. Sōshin Ten'ichi watched with his arms crossed. At that moment his shadow clone made its move. Right. When Sōshin Ten'ichi's main body had stepped out earlier, his shadow clone had already used Earth Release Headhunter Jutsu to slip underground and lie in wait. Danzo saw his men about to succeed and was wild with joy. The sage's eyes are mine. Magnet Release Electromagnetic Cannon. From the shadow clone's hand a mass of iron sand shot out with a dark glint. Tiny as they were, the grains of iron sand were extremely fast and devastatingly powerful. The root ninja in the lead, caught at such close range, could only watch his body being torn apart before he was hurled aside and crashed heavily to the ground, reduced to a pile of shredded flesh. Seeing his subordinates blown to pieces, Danzo roared in fury. Worthless. A bunch of worthless trash. Sōshin Ten'ichi then produced a storage scroll and took out all the iron sand inside. Magnet Release Heavenly Dharma Avatar. This was a jutsu Sōshin Ten'ichi had developed to deal with the Susanoo of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A huge amount of iron sand formed a giant over 100 meters tall. Sōshin Ten'ichi's chakra continuously drew even more iron sand from underground, making the giant stronger and stronger. If he wanted to win over Nagato and the others, how could he not show his real ability? The Heavenly Dharma Avatar was the most fitting choice. It was so huge that it could shake everyone's hearts. Hanzo and the others saw this godlike being and involuntarily took a few steps back. Then the giant swung its palm at the root ninja. It was so fast that the root operatives could not run away. They could only brace themselves and try to block it. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. 6. Water Release Water Formation Wall. 5. Yet before the Heavenly Dharma Avatar, the root operatives' defenses were like a joke. They shattered at the first touch. Bang. The root ninja were smashed into meat paste by a single slap. So this is power. Nagato held Yahiko and stared blankly at the scene before him. If he could also master such overwhelming power, then no one would ever dare lay a hand on Konan or Yahiko in the future. He touched his own eyes. He had to master the power of his eyes. In the shadows, Black Zetsu, watching from the darkness, smiled at the sight. This. Danzo stared at the black giant before him and swallowed hard. A terrifying memory surfaced in his mind. This thing before him made him think involuntarily of Madara Uchiha Susanoo. How could magnet release be this formidable? Danzo cast a glance towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. He felt that Tiani's very existence had become a grave threat to Konoha's safety. No, I must bring this intelligence back. Warn Sarutobi to be on high guard against him, or Konoha will suffer catastrophic losses. Having concocted a fitting excuse for his escape in his heart, Danzo didn't even bother to bid farewell. He simply turned and fled. The root ninja he had brought were all dead, leaving no one to cover his retreat. Thus he executed a series of survival maneuvers, already prepared to unleash Izanagi with the Sharingan in his right eye. That Sharingan belonged to Uchiha Kagami, and the ninjutsu Izanagi had also been acquired from him. The only pity was that this Sharingan, though a Mangekyo belonging to Uchiha Kagami, had grown nearly blind from overuse. Yet employing it for Izanagi still served to extract its final warmth. This scene naturally did not escape the gaze of Sōshin Ten'ichi, standing upon his Dharmachakra form. The upper echelons of Konoha grow ever more revolting, always demanding others sacrifice themselves, yet finding excuses to flee when it becomes their own turn. Meanwhile, Hanzo watched Danzo flee, cursing him inwardly. At that moment, how could Hanzo fail to understand? Danzo had set his sights on that eye belonging to the one named Nagato, and Hanzo himself had been used by him. Lord Ten'ichi, I shall release the Akatsuki members at once. Hanzo immediately used a kunai to loosen the ropes binding Konan's wrists. In his youth, Hanzo might still have wished to test his prowess against Sōshin Ten'ichi. But now, with the arrogance in his heart worn thin by reality, Hanzo cared only for preserving his rule. Konan promptly fled the scene and made her way to Nagato's side. Lord Ten'ichi, please spare Hanzo. After setting Yahiko down, Nagato rose to his feet and shouted toward Sōshin Ten'ichi upon his colossal form. The Akatsuki members' expressions instantly shifted. Hanzo himself sought their deaths, yet Nagato was still imploring Lord Ten'ichi to show mercy. Hanzo and the rest of the Rain-Hidden Village contingent all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially those Rain Ninja. They did not know whether Hanzo would perish at Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands, but they knew one thing for certain: should combat erupt, they mere grunts would surely fall beneath the iron sand butcher's blade. Hanzo thought these Akatsuki members remained far too naive. Having been schemed against once by himself, they still did not comprehend the filth of the shinobi world. I shall kill him myself one day. Nagato fixed Hanzo with a piercing gaze. This man had toyed with Yahiko and everyone's ideals. Unforgivable. Konan and the rest of Akatsuki turned their eyes toward Nagato, then smiled. Nagato, we shall do this together. We'll chop that Hanzo to pieces. Everyone gazed steadfastly at Hanzo. Hanzo tightened his grip upon his scythe. If not for Sōshin Ten'ichi standing nearby, he would have charged forward and struck each of them personally. Very well. Sōshin Ten'ichi observed the transformation in Nagato since this incident, and felt that guiding Akatsuki toward the sand-hidden village would pose no difficulty whatsoever. Hanzo cast a look at Sōshin Ten'ichi, then led his people and swiftly departed. Ten'ichi also dispelled his jutsu and approached the Akatsuki members. Upon seeing Ten'ichi, everyone's hearts quickened and their nerves tensed. Everyone remain at ease. I am not a mindless killer. Taking lives on the battlefield is unavoidable. In truth, I too am one who despises war. Sōshin Ten'ichi spoke to Nagato and the others. His words were difficult for those present to believe, yet no one voiced their skepticism. Tell me, what plans do you have for the future? The land of rain likely holds no refuge for you now. Sōshin Ten'ichi was preparing to recruit them. Nagato glanced around at everyone, who all had lowered their heads. Their eyes radiated profound disappointment. They had originally hoped to change this nation through their own efforts, but Hanzo's actions made them feel their former selves were far too naive. It hurt so much. Yahiko awoke at that moment, clutching his head. Seeing himself cradled in Konan's arms, he froze momentarily before exclaiming, Konan, are you alright? You scared me half to death. He opened his arms and drew Konan into an embrace. Yahiko, you must not be so reckless henceforth. We, all of us, still need you. Konan said, her cheeks flushed. Everyone nodded. I won't be again. Yahiko broke into a sunshine-like smile. Sōshin Ten'ichi observed his face and thought to himself that smile rivals Minato Namikaze. And you are? Yahiko noticed Sōshin Ten'ichi. He studied Ten'ichi and found this person strangely familiar. Yahiko, this is Lord Ten'ichi. Thanks to him this time, we would have been finished. Nagato immediately introduced Sōshin Ten'ichi to Yahiko and explained the events that had just transpired. He also asked Yahiko what they should do next. The usually bright and cheerful Yahiko fell silent, slowly lowering his head. Was he deeply lost in confusion? Everyone wisely kept quiet, their gazes fixed upon Yahiko. Though Yahiko had always believed that Nagato bearing the Rinnegan was the one destined to change the world, every member of Akatsuki regarded Yahiko as the guiding light in darkness. Yahiko, your goal is not misguided. It is merely your method that is flawed. Sōshin Ten'ichi spoke. Moi. Yahiko and the others turned their eyes towards Sōshin Ten'ichi, eager to hear his perspective. Peace cannot be attained merely through mutual honesty and goodwill. To possess peace, one must possess strength, as was the case with the shinobi god and the Ashura of the shinobi world in ages past. Their power was so immense that no one in the ninja world dared unleash war. Sōshin Ten'ichi said, but that would claim countless lives. Yahiko and the others murmured, that is the price one must pay on the path to peace. I wish to invite you to join me to strive together for peace in the shinobi world, even to the point of sacrificing our lives. You need not answer immediately. Observe how I act first. Since you cannot remain in the land of rain anyway, come with me and seek a way to restore peace to the shinobi world. Sōshin Ten'ichi was not skilled in persuasion. He gazed sincerely at Yahiko and extended his hand. But we are people of the land of rain, Yahiko said slowly. This ever-weeping nation, though harsh, was one he loved dearly. Ha ha ha. So what? We are warriors of peace. Does differing nationality prevent us from pursuing it? Sōshin Ten'ichi addressed their concerns directly. These individuals sought peace, so he positioned himself upon that very moral ground to win them over. If the sand-hidden village were to unify the shinobi world, would not peace thereby be achieved? Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato and the others stared at Sōshin Ten'ichi in astonishment. They never imagined that Ten'ichi, known as the Iron Sand Butcher, harbored within his heart a yearning for peace. I accept your offer, but if we discover your actions diverge from your words, we shall depart. Yahiko intended to follow Sōshin Ten'ichi and observe. Agreed. Inside, Ten'ichi was overjoyed. Recruiting Akatsuki to the sand-hidden village was an enormous gain. What others did not know was that later Konan would possess Kaga-level strength, while Nagato himself would exceed even that tier. Black Zetsu, hiding in the shadows, thought it would be fine if Sōshin Ten'ichi took Nagato and the others along. He could later find an opportunity to guide Nagato onto the path of collecting the tailed beasts. For now, Nagato was still training and growing stronger alongside them. He left White Zetsu to keep watch while he went to report to Uchiha Madara himself. Are all the members of your organization here? Sōshin Ten'ichi hoped they were all present so he could take them directly to the base in the land of Earth. Elder Chiyo and the others are there. They can formally register Miyako and the rest. There are still some members missing. Let's meet up with them first. Miyako said. All right. Sōshin Ten'ichi didn't care much about the details. He'd bring them along if they wanted to come. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki base, he surveyed the surroundings. The Akatsuki often took on low-paying missions, sometimes even working for free for villagers, which is why the entire base looked quite run down. You people are true warriors. Sōshin Ten'ichi asked himself warmly. He couldn't do that. For something with no benefit, perhaps if he was in a good mood and had nothing else to do, he might do it once. But doing it long-term like the Akatsuki, he would never do that. Huh, what do you mean, Lord Ten'ichi? An ordinary member heard this and scratched the back of his head in confusion. They're ninjas, not warriors. Nothing. Sōshin Ten'ichi saw the pure yet foolish look in the man's eyes and immediately abandoned any desire to explain. Lord Ten'ichi, could we speak with you about your thoughts on the path to peace? Miyako, Nagato, and the others had now gathered around Sōshin Ten'ichi. They hadn't discussed things in detail earlier because the location wasn't suitable. Now that everyone had time, they planned to have a proper conversation. Of course. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded. Having grown up in a peaceful land and watched many videos of how the pioneers struggled, he had his own ideas about methods. So he shared some with everyone. This deeply shocked Miyako and the others, making them feel that Sōshin Ten'ichi was someone who carried the burden for the peace of the ninja world. Just as Miyako and the others resolved to follow Sōshin Ten'ichi in fighting for the ninja world's peace, Bunpuku finally brought Resetsu to the front of a town clinic. Then Bunpuku came outside the town. Completely unable to walk further, he sat cross-legged, his life force rapidly draining away. Shikaka, go. I'm asking you one last favor, okay? Bunpuku's voice sounded like an old bellows being laboriously pulled. Old monk, go ahead and say it. I will agree. Shikaku felt Bunpuku's body gradually crumbling and felt deeply uncomfortable inside. After you get out, don't harm the people of the Wind Country, okay? They're already suffering so much, oppressed by nobles and facing this terrible environment. Bunpuku's eyes carried a touch of pity. The people of the Wind Country had it so hard. As for the village, he wasn't worried. Shikaku wouldn't be foolish enough to charge in. That would just make it easier for the village to reseal it. Okay. Shikaka thought the old monk was truly too kind. He spent his whole life thinking of others, and even at death's door he was still worried about other people. Then he emerged from Bunpuku's body. Now Bunpuku's body was completely depleted, so the seal on him naturally couldn't hold back Shikaku. When Shikaku came out, Bunpuku looked at its massive body, and a faint smile appeared on his lips before his eyes gradually closed. Old monk. Shikaku looked at Bunpuku and sighed, then picked up Bunpuku's corpse, turned, and left this place, found a suitable spot, and controlled the sand to bury Bunpuku deep underground. Then Shikaku ran toward the depths of the desert. This lord is free. There was a hint of sorrow in his smile. Meanwhile, Resetsu's identity was also recognized. Soon the village learned of Resetsu's location and sent people to urgently bring the severely injured Resetsu back to the village. Far away in the land of Earth, when Chio and Katabami learned of the news, they were utterly bewildered. Resetsu was found in the Wind Country, so what was Sōshin Ten'ichi doing in the Rain Country? Was the One-Tails Jinchuriki there? What on earth did that kid Ten'ichi go there for? Chio was extremely puzzled. Sister, it's fine. We'll know when Sōshin Ten'ichi comes back. But soon another message came from the village. Someone had spotted the One-Tails running wild in the desert. The One-Tails escaped from the Jinchuriki. Chio's expression grew grave. It was still wartime, and something like this had actually happened. Sister, notify Yura to come back. And tell that kid Ten'ichi to come back too. Later Konoha will definitely mobilize forces to attack us. Katabami said at this moment. If Sarutobi Asama hadn't died, Konoha probably wouldn't have entered the Wind Country. But now that he's dead, no one knows if Sarutobi Heian will seize this opportunity to avenge his youngest son. Chio immediately sent someone to call back Sōshin Ten'ichi and Yura. And at this moment Sōshin Ten'ichi was leading all the Akatsuki members toward the land of Earth space. Iron Sand dragged everyone through the air. Everyone looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with admiration. Carrying so many people while flying and appearing so relaxed was truly astonishing. At midnight Sōshin Ten'ichi and the others finally arrived at the base here. Chakra 10 cards. However, Sōshin Ten'ichi didn't fly directly into the base. After all this time, he wasn't alone. There were also Akatsuki members. Flying in directly might get him treated as an attacker. As soon as they landed, quite a few Sunagakure ninjas gathered around. Leading them were Chio and Katabami. Kid Ten'ichi, who are these people? Chio looked at the headbands on Miyako and others' foreheads, realized they were rain ninjas, and immediately became alert. Elder Chio, they're joining our Sunagakure. Sōshin Ten'ichi said. Miyako and the others opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing. Well, alright then. Katabami, you take these people to register first. Chio didn't object, but instead had her brother take these people down. Ten'ichi gave Miyako and the others a reassuring look. Miyako and the others obediently followed Katabami down. They trusted Sōshin Ten'ichi greatly. After all, given Ten'ichi's strength, if he really wanted to act against them, he wouldn't need such petty tactics. When they left, Chio immediately walked over. Kid Ten'ichi, what do you mean by this? Did you specifically run to the Rain Country just for these people, Chio asked in confusion. Yeah. Elder Chio, don't underestimate them. Several among them have considerable talent. Their strength in the future won't be inferior to a Kage. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Really? They're not Hanzo's people, are they? Chio said worriedly, since during the Second Shinobi War the Sunagakure and Rain Ninja villages had fought each other. Elder Chio, rest assured. Sōshin Ten'ichi explained to Chio about their conflict with Hanzo and also expressed Miyako and the others' ideals. He also mentioned that the trio of Miyako were Jiraiya's disciples. Their ideals are truly foolish. Chio couldn't help but shake her head, then looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi. You've given me a headache, kid. The identities of the three from Miyako were indeed a bit troublesome. Rain Country people were one thing, but they were also disciples of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Haha, Elder Chio, don't worry. They'll integrate well into our village. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Chio nodded, then said with a serious expression, Ten'ichi, I have an important task for you next. The One-Tails has escaped from its Jinchuriki. You need to take the sealing team and reseal Shikaku. Ten'ichi was stunned upon hearing this. He thought of Bunpoku, whose face was filled with a kind smile. Sai, Elder Chio, please take care of Miyako for now. Leave the One-Tails to me. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought to himself, if Master Bunpoku had already passed on, then he could make Shikaku his summon. Using a tailed beast as a summon. Just thinking about it was impressive. Alright, thank you for your trouble. After you're done with this, go see your teacher. He was severely injured this time. Chio looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with an apologetic expression. Not a problem at all. I'm a member of this village too. After I'm finished, I'll go see the teacher directly. Regarding Resetsu, Sōshin Ten'ichi had great respect for him. He then prepared to lead people to search for Shikaku. As for Raza's injury, Sōshin Ten'ichi also had a way to resolve it. Later he could make a deal with Orochimaru and have him craft a prosthetic hand for Raza. Naturally, the bargaining chip would be the secret that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could evolve into the Rinnegan. He could also take this opportunity to obtain the summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave. Sage mode was something he still craved. However, from then on, the Uchiha clan would not only be singled out by Danzo, but would also have to face a greedy Orochimaru. Lord Tianni, we are ready. We can set out at any time. At that moment, a group of people came before Sōshin Ten'ichi. Many of them were from the sealing squad, and they carried a jar. Tianni thought to himself, this should be the jar that sealed Shikaku back then, right? After seeing them, Tianni did not really want to bring them along. After all, he was going there to make Shikaku his summoned beast, not to seal him. When the time comes, you are not allowed to act without authorization. Only after receiving my order may you make a move. After a moment's consideration, Tianni decided to bring them anyway. If Shikaku refused to see sense, he would shut him in the jar for a few days afterward to cool off. Yes, the sealing squad members nodded in cooperation. Even without Tianni's warning, they would not have dared to act recklessly. After all, a tailed beast was no joke. One careless moment, and they would die. Let's go. With that, Sōshin Ten'ichi used iron sand to carry everyone into the sky. With one person pointing the way, they headed toward the place where Shikaku had been reported to appear. As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, day alternated with night, and an entire day quietly slipped away. At this moment, Danzo fled back to Konoha in a sorry state. When Hiruzen Sarutobi learned of Danzo's return, he personally came to find him at the root base, which Danzo had just entered. A chill appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. He felt that this man had probably stirred up trouble again. Not a single root ninja who had gone with him came back. Danzo, what is going on? Hiruzen, something major has happened. I encountered the Sage's Eye. Danzo knew that he could no longer obtain the Sage's Eye himself, so he simply told Hiruzen Sarutobi. What Sage's Eye? A huge question mark seemed to appear above Hiruzen Sarutobi's head. Don't tell me you mean the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Danzo nodded. Yes, exactly. They are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him suspiciously. Seeing that his close friend did not believe him, Danzo hastily said the one with the Sage's Eye is the disciple Jiraiya took in the Land of Rain. The reason Jiraiya accepted him must be that he recognized the eyes. Yet that man actually did not bring him back. Danzo was still angry just thinking about it. If Jiraiya had brought him back, Danzo might have had the Sage's Eye by now. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly felt that it made sense for his disciple to have taken an apprentice in the Land of Rain back then. At the same time, he stared at Danzo with a piercing gaze. This Danzo only tells me after failing. Once the war is over, I'll send him to see the teacher. What had happened to his own son combined with this Sage's Eye affair had already made Hiruzen Sarutobi eager to send this old friend off. It was just a pity that it was wartime and Danzo might still be needed. Hiruzen, what's more critical is that Sōshin Ten'ichi of Sunagakure has made contact with that Sage's Eye user. Sōshin Ten'ichi killed my subordinates and saved him. I'm afraid that person has already been captured and taken back to Sunagakure by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Danzo said, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned extremely ugly. Danzo had forcibly thrust a person who should have borne goodwill toward Konoha into Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose chest was piled high with rage, Danzo was unconcerned. He knew this old friend of his would cool down on his own later. Right now, we hold the advantage on the battlefield against Sunagakure. We can force Sunagakure to hand over that boy. When the time comes, I can train him into Konoha's most loyal weapon. Though Danzo said this, his eyes were filled with longing for the Sage's Eye. Heh! Hiruzen Sarutobi rolled his eyes at him. Then he turned and left. He needed to ask Jiraiya as soon as possible. After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, Danzo rapped the table, and a root ninja walked in. Send word to the Wandering Shrine Maiden to go to Sunagakure and have her stir up discord between Raza and Sōshin Ten'ichi. A faint sneer appeared on Danzo's face. Sōshin Ten'ichi, you ruined my plans. Don't expect to have it easy either. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninja departed immediately. Danzo looked at the depleted ranks of the root base and thought it was time to ask Hiruzen for more people. Kazekage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just sent a message to Jiraiya via the communication toad when Bawako Sarutobi walked in. Seeing his wife come in, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed. The umbu guarding this office all vanished with the body flicker technique. He also set up a barrier. Hiruzen, the equipment and researchers are ready. They have begun their research. But with their talent, I'm afraid developing would release will be. Bawako Sarutobi shook her head with a hint of disappointment. Rest assured, after we defeat Sunagakure, I'll have Orochimaru take charge of this matter. For now, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on it. Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer trusted Danzo, so he had his wife personally take charge. She nodded. Meanwhile, the communication toad had already delivered Hiruzen Sarutobi's letter to Jiraiya in the north. When Jiraiya read that Nagato and the others had likely been taken away by Sōshin Ten'ichi, he could not help but worry. Nagato, all of you must not get into trouble. Jiraiya was extremely worried about them. After all, the one who took them was Sōshin Ten'ichi, known as the Iron Sand Butcher. Lord Jiraiya, the people of Kumogakure attacked our supply convoy. At that moment, a Konoha ninja rushed in. Damn it. Jiraiya immediately got up to deal with this. The pressure on him was mounting. If things continued like this, he would have to request reinforcements from the village. In the Land of Wind, Sōshin Ten'ichi was leading a group in search of the One Tail. Even with reports about it, Ten'ichi and the others searched for 2 days. Lord Ten'ichi, look, that's the One Tail. At that moment, someone spotted the One Tail. It was playing in the sand. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately brought the iron sand down, turned to everyone, and said, get as far away as possible right now. Yes. The group immediately fled to the rear. They knew a great battle was inevitable. After Sōshin Ten'ichi watched them leave, he turned and headed toward the One Tail. Boss Shikaku, long time no see. Sōshin Ten'ichi approached Shikaku with a hearty laugh and stopped not far away. It's you, boy? Shikaku immediately rose to his feet at the sight of Sōshin Ten'ichi and stared at him warily. Ten'ichi's sudden appearance made him strongly suspect that Sunagakure had come to seal him away once more. Old man Shoha, I haven't come to seal you. I've come to sign a vassal agreement with you. Sōshin Ten'ichi took out a summoning scroll that had been prepared in advance and looked at Shoha with a smile. A vassal agreement. Shoha became interested and squatted down, gesturing for Sōshin Ten'ichi to continue. Old man Shoha, I'm your vassal, right? Sōshin Ten'ichi continued speaking. Shoha nodded, acknowledging this was true. If someone bullies me, will you help me, eh? Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Shoha. Of course I'm your old man. If others bully you, of course I'll help you. Shoha patted his chest. But old man, you usually live deep in this desert. You won't be able to get here in time when it matters. So we need to sign a vassal agreement. That way if I run into trouble, I can ask you to come to my aid. Sōshin Ten'ichi spread out the summoning scroll. Looking at the scroll, Shoha now understood the fellow's intentions. He wanted to treat him as a summon. Otherwise, sensing no ill will from Sōshin Ten'ichi, he would have bombarded him with 17 or 18-tailed beast bombs. Ten'ichi knew what Shoha was thinking and smiled. Old man Shoha, this isn't just any summoning scroll. Oh, what is it then? Shoha crossed his arms, wearing an expression that said, you're lying, keep lying. Old man, this is actually a tailed beast scroll. The first tailed beast scroll in the ninja world. Even the Nine Tails in Konoha doesn't have one. This sets a precedent. From now on, when people in the ninja world think of tailed beast scrolls, they'll think of you first, old man Shoha, not that Nine Tails. Sōshin Ten'ichi knew Shoha liked to surpass the Nine Tails, so he said it deliberately. Sure enough, when Shoha heard Ten'ichi's words, his eyes lit up. When it came to tailed beasts, the ninja world's first thought would undoubtedly be Kurama, who possessed the most chakra. If he established this precedent, wouldn't he be able to surpass Kurama? Seeing that Shoha was tempted, a faint smile appeared on Ten'ichi's lips. He pressed his advantage. Old man Shoha, from today onward our sand village will no longer seal you. As long as you don't destroy the village, towns are fine. Although Ten'ichi hadn't received the village's permission, his own strength gave him that authority. Really? Shoha was even more tempted. Yes, but old man, I'll arrange a team to serve you when the time comes. You know there are quite a few bad actors in the ninja world. With them around, I can know immediately if you're in danger. Ten'ichi added. Shoha indeed nodded. He had heard how Kurama was once at home peacefully until Uchiha Madara glared at him, then controlled him to fight Hashirama Senju. Afterwards, when Madara was killed, Hashirama simply told Kurama, you're too powerful. I must seal you, and then sealed him away. It was truly despicable. Boy, I can sign this tailed beast scroll with you, but we have to fight first. Shoha was a bit uncomfortable with Sōshin Ten'ichi's scheming, but since he considered him his own vassal, it wasn't convenient to kill him. However, Shoha decided to make him suffer a bit. Shoha then attacked immediately. He controlled the sand to form a tornado heading towards Sōshin Ten'ichi. Damn! Upon seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi slipped the summoning scroll, the tailed beast scroll, behind his back, then threw out a flying thunder god kunai and disappeared from the spot. The sand ninjas in the distance saw the fight breaking out and became so tense they nearly forgot to breathe. Do you think Lord Ten'ichi can be One Tail's match? Absolutely. Lord Ten'ichi is the Wind Kage's disciple, and he also possesses magnet release iron sand like the third Kazekage. That's right. Just prepare your sealing tools. We'll seal One Tail later. Meanwhile, Shoha continuously manipulated the wind and sand, soon affecting them. Run! The sand ninjas continued retreating another 10 kilometers. Sōshin Ten'ichi at the center of the storm was not having a good time. What the hell, old man Shoha, your power in the desert is too strong. Ten'ichi felt that Shoha in the desert was an entirely different tailed beast from Shoha outside it. In the desert, Shoha's strength could absolutely rank in the top 5 among tailed beasts. Ha ha, vassal, see the power of your old man now. Shoha opened his mouth and laughed loudly. The desert was his home ground. Old man, I'm coming too. Sōshin Ten'ichi released the iron sand from his storage scroll, while simultaneously using a large amount of chakra to draw iron sand from underground. In the desert, the difficulty of extracting iron sand dropped dramatically. Countless grains of iron sand surged from the sand. Shoha watched Sōshin Ten'ichi curiously, wanting to see what his vassal planned to do. Magnet released Dharma form of heaven and earth. 100-meter-tall iron sand giant formed, with Sōshin Ten'ichi standing on its head. This time the iron sand giant was much thicker than the one Sōshin Ten'ichi had created before. Controlling it also required more chakra. Not bad, not bad. Your strength hasn't disgraced me. Shoha looked at the giant nearly twice his height and laughed loudly. Although the giant Ten'ichi had created was large enough, it still couldn't compare to himself. Wind released vacuum bullets. Shoha took a deep breath, his belly expanded, and then he slapped his own stomach. Instantly, a 50-plus meter wind bullet flew at great speed toward the iron sand giant and Ten'ichi. Knowing that Shoha wanted to vent his anger, Ten'ichi didn't flee. A gap appeared beneath his feet, and Ten'ichi entered the interior of the iron sand giant. He increased the chakra input, and under the influence of magnet release, the iron sand giant became even denser. Boom! When the wind bullet struck the iron sand giant, much of the iron sand was blown away, but fortunately the main body was not significantly affected. The damaged positions were quickly filled in by new iron sand. Shoha looked at the iron sand giant before him and thought to himself, is this kid's chakra reserve really that enormous? Let this old man see exactly how much he has. He attacked one shot after another while the Iron Sand Giant stood its ground and tanked the hits. Iron sand from underground was continuously drawn up to replenish what had been destroyed. The sand ninjas hiding in the distance now felt as though it were raining from the sky. Looking up, they saw the sky filled with iron sand slowly falling. Why do I feel like Lord Tiani is standing there taking a beating for one tail? Exactly. It's just like when my girlfriend hits me. This. Everyone found their brains couldn't keep up. After more than half an hour, Showa stopped. Boy, seriously, are you Hashirama Senju's illegitimate son? Why do you have so much chakra? Showa stared wide-eyed at the Iron Sand Giant before him. Tiani emerged from the inside, standing on the palm of the Iron Sand Giant, and said with a bitter smile, "Old man Showa, if I were really Hashirama Senju's illegitimate son, I'd be using wood release, not magnet release." That's true. Alright, let's stop fighting. Even with vacuum bullets I can't kill you. And with tailed beast bombs this old man worries about actually killing you. Showa waved his hand and said, Zongshun. Tiani smiled and dispelled the Dharma form of heaven and earth, then happily took out the tailed beast scroll. The two of them began to sign the tailed beast scroll. This old man has become the first tailed beast to sign a tailed beast scroll. Kurama can go jump in a lake. Great. I now have a summon. At this moment, the sand ninjas in the distance saw that the battle had ended and immediately rushed over. Then they saw Zongshun, Tiani, and one tail, one large, and one small bent over with their rear ends raised, fiddling with something on the ground. This? Everyone exchanged glances, wondering what they should do. The scroll was signed in no time. Boss Showa, I'll be counting on you from now on. Zongshun Tian looked up at Showa with a smile and said, Showa nodded with a tsundere air. The old monk wasn't wrong. This kid is decent. If only the old monk were still around. Boss, let me gather up the iron sand nearby first. Zongshun Tian glanced at the iron sand scattered all over the ground and thought to himself, I can't let this go to waste. He immediately used magnet release to seal it into a storage scroll. Little bro, are you really in need of this stuff? Showa asked Tiani. Zongshun Tian nodded. Showa then pulled a massive amount of iron sand up from the ground. Tiani stared at Showa with eyes shining like a 100-watt bulb. Boss, if you help the village mine iron and gold, or the village would be rolling in wealth. Zongshun began fantasizing about his teacher Raza and Showa forming a mining duo, toiling away in the desert every day. Meanwhile, he himself would sit in the Kazekage seat and lead Sunagakure to become the #1 village in the ninja world, then conquer the whole world. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Showa looked at Tiani chuckling to himself and thought, what use are those things anyway? Can't even eat them. He then snapped back to attention and waved over the sand ninjas in the distance. The sand ninjas steeled their nerves and came over to Zongshun Tian. Lord Tiani, this one tail. What one tail? Call him Lord Showa. This is my boss. Tiani looked at them very seriously. Huh. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. Wasn't Lord Tiani supposed to be here to seal the one tail? How had he ended up calling it his boss? Lord Showa. Still they obediently addressed Showa. Oomph. Showa merely snorted at them. He could sense the emotions in their hearts. He also knew they wanted to seal him away, so he had no good temper for them. All of you will stay here from now on and serve Boss Showa. Do whatever he tells you. Also make sure no bad guys get near him. These are my flying thunder god Kanai. If there's any danger, channel chakra into them, and I'll rush over right away. Zongshun Tian said to them. Lord Tiani, this. They glanced up at Showa and thought to themselves, this is it, we're dead for sure. Don't worry, Boss Showa is a good-tailed beast. As long as you don't offend him, he won't do anything to you. Tiani glanced at Showa and said with a smile. Showa nodded in agreement. He usually just liked playing with sand after all. Definitely a good-tailed beast. The corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. A good-tailed beast, my ass. Boss Showa, I need to go back to the village for a bit. Once I get there, I might need to summon you. Sorry to trouble you then. Zongshun Tian planned to let Showa make an appearance before his teacher and the village's higher-ups. Alright, go on. If you run into danger, make sure to call me. Showa nodded. Tiani glanced at the sand ninjas, giving them a look that said, take good care of Boss Showa, then flew off. The sand ninjas cried out in their hearts, Lord Tiani, don't go. Showa glanced at these guys from the corner of his eye, intending to toy with them. He used his chakra to form a sandstorm tornado. He sent them flying far away in an instant. Showa laughed inwardly at the sight. Their days of hardship had just begun. Sunagakure. Raza woke from his coma and looked at the room before him, a trace of confusion in his mind. Wasn't he blown up by Minato Namikaze's detonating tags just now? Where was this? The Kazekage is awake. A nurse noticed Raza had woken up and immediately shouted. Soon medical ninjas rushed in to run all kinds of examinations on him. The village's council of elders and clan heads also came to the ward. After the medical ninjas finished their checks and confirmed Raza was out of danger, they stepped aside. The village's higher-ups all filed in. What's the battle situation now? Where's the one tail? Seeing his higher-ups present, Raza immediately asked. Lord Kazekage Konoha has already mobilized their forces at the border and have also sent the Uchiha clan. Once they join up, they'll be coming straight for the land of wind. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is dead. Elder Chiyo sent your disciple to seal the one-tail. The eyes of everyone present carried a trace of displeasure when they looked at Raza. Sunagakure had lost too much in this war. If it weren't for the fact that Raza's disciple Sōshin Ten'ichi had captured Inoki alive, they would have already tried to strip Raza of his position. Tiani's strength is more than enough to suppress the one-tail. No need to worry about the one-tail. Raza let out a sigh of relief. He had great trust in his disciple. A brief meeting was held in the ward. Through the others, Raza learned of Sunagakure's current situation. Because of the defeat at Kikyo Pass, the daimyo had directly cut the village's budget by 20%. If Konoha pressed into the land of wind, later the budget would likely be cut again. As everyone dispersed, Raza let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Karura came to Raza's side with worry written across her face, tears streaming uncontrollably as she looked at him. Seeing his wife's eyes swollen from crying, Raza said apologetically, "Karura, I'm sorry for making you feel so sad." Karura shook her head. "Get some rest. Don't worry, the village has the elders. Nothing bad will happen." She came to Raza's side, wiped the tears from her face, and softly massaged his forehead to ease his stress. At the Kazekage building, the council of elders and all the clan heads were gathered together. "Everyone, Raza has truly disappointed us. Losing at Kikyo Pass is bad enough, but he also managed to severely injure himself." "Exactly. Maybe we should just replace the Kazekage." Raza's lost a hand now. His strength has definitely dropped quite a bit. But his disciple and his wife are no pushovers. Especially Sōshin Ten'ichi. Thinking of Sōshin Ten'ichi gave them all a headache. They certainly didn't think they were stronger than Inoki. After much discussion, they finally decided not to make any moves for now, but to wait and see. Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi had already returned to the village and arrived at the ward. "Teacher, you." Tiani noticed there was also a beautiful woman in the room and thought to himself, "I've interrupted something. Time to go." He was just about to turn and leave when Raza called out, "Tiani, what are you running for?" Karura glanced at Tiani, covered her mouth with a laugh, then said gently, "So you're Tiani. Come have a seat." "Yes, master's wife." Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Karura and thought to himself, what kind of luck did his teacher have in his past life to marry such a beautiful, gentle woman? Karura then stood to the side and said nothing more. "Tiani, what about the one-tail?" Seeing that Sōshin Ten'ichi had no injuries at all, Raza assumed he hadn't found the one-tail. Tiani just smiled and took out the tailed beast scroll. "Teacher, look. Summoning scroll. What does that have to do with the one-tail?" Raza was puzzled. No, this is the tailed beast scroll. And he doesn't go by one-tail. His name is Shoha. He's my boss now. If I run into danger in the future, I can summon him to fight. And I've already gotten his word that he won't go around destroying towns anymore. Tiani opened the tailed beast scroll and explained to Raza. Raza and Karura were utterly astonished. They had never imagined someone could forge a summoning contract with a tailed beast. "Tiani, you're not joking with me, are you?" The corner of Raza's mouth twitched involuntarily, but in his heart, he already half believed it. "Teacher, if you don't believe me, I'll summon him and show you." Sōshin Ten'ichi used iron sand to carry the hospital bed and Karura to a large open space in the village. "Wait, I'll send someone to notify the village's higher-ups." With this opportunity, Raza planned to intimidate the village's higher-ups. He had already noticed that some people in the village harbored dissatisfaction toward him. "All right," Tiani nodded. Raza immediately had the Umbu notify the village's higher-ups and also had them inform the villagers. He also planned to spread word to Konoha, letting them know that even though the village's Jinchuriki was dead, the tailed beast still followed their orders. Furthermore, he intended to have Sōshin Ten'ichi become the Kazekage in the future. He had lost one hand, so his combat power would surely decline greatly. Clinging to the Kazekage seat would only make everyone despise him. So he planned to have his disciple take over. But it would have to be after the war. Right now, Raza believed Sunagakure would most likely be defeated and Tiani shouldn't have to shoulder that responsibility. So Raza intended to bear the responsibility for the defeat himself. Before long, the higher-ups all arrived, sizing up Sōshin Ten'ichi and thinking about how to get closer to him afterward. Having learned of the situation, the villagers watched from a distance. They were still rather worried. A tailed beast was a tailed beast after all. "Tiani, begin." Raza gave the word when it seemed about time. Tiani nodded, quickly formed hand signs, and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." A massive plume of smoke rose, and a towering figure emerged. "Hey kid, what do you want from me?" Shoha's voice came through the lingering smoke. Soon the smoke cleared, revealing Shoha's form. The villagers instinctively moved to run toward the shelters. The ninjas tensed up, ready to act at any moment. "Boss, I've arrived at the village. I summoned you out to let everyone know I've got you as my boss," Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. "Oh, so that's what it is." Shoha nodded. Realizing this was to back up Sōshin Ten'ichi in front of the crowd, he crossed his arms and looked at the people of Sunagakure. "Listen up, all of you. Sōshin Ten'ichi is my little bro. If anyone dares to bully him from now on, I'll give them a tailed beast ball." Shoha's words stunned everyone present. Someone really had tamed a tailed beast. Sure, it was the tailed beast recognizing the other as boss while being the underling, but that was still incredibly impressive. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Shoha was very satisfied. Then he said to Sōshin Ten'ichi, "Kid, I'm heading back now. I still have those guys to play with." With that, Shoha dispelled the summoning on his own and returned to the depths of the desert. Play with them, eh? Sōshin Ten'ichi scratched the back of his head. He thought to himself, is Shoha messing with the men I left behind? Cleared author interaction promotional content. Cleared author interaction promotional content. After Shikaku's figure vanished, their hearts still hadn't settled. Especially those ninja who had once taken part in suppressing Shikaku. Raza meanwhile watched Sōshin Ten'ichi with a smile, thinking to himself that taking Ten'ichi as his disciple was definitely the best decision he had ever made. Lord Ten'ichi is far too incredible. He can even use a tailed beast as his summon. Does this mean we no longer have to worry about a tailed beast running out of control? Of course. Didn't you all see how the one tail was acting just now? He was on Lord Ten'ichi's side. The ordinary folk of the village were overjoyed. The village had grown stronger by another measure. The clan heads now looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with fervent gazes. Lord Ten'ichi, may we sign a contract with the one, Lord Shikaku? Everyone stared at Ten'ichi with eager eyes. Of course, but you'll have to defeat boss Shikaku and have enough chakra. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at the clan ninja and said with a smile. Well, everyone was utterly speechless. Defeat the one tail? What a joke. All right, everyone go on back. Raza, lying in his hospital bed, spoke up. At that, everyone bowed to Raza, then turned and left. Ten'ichi led Raza and Karura back into the ward. Ten'ichi, go back and rest for the night. Tomorrow you'll still need to head to the border. Konoha has already massed a considerable force in the land of rivers. Before long, they're going to attack us. We need you there to personally hold the line. Raza looked grave. The current situation was indeed perilous. Yes, Master. Master, may I ask how Lord Baki and Yuma are doing? Sōshin Ten'ichi asked with concern, especially worried about Yuma. He was afraid that Fujita Yuma might have already come to harm. Rest assured, the ANBU's report says Baki and your good friend are both safe. Your friend really showed his mettle this time. He's excellent with explosive tags. During the retreat from Kikyo Mountain, he blew up quite a few enemies. Right now they're both in the land of rivers guarding against Konoha. Raza was genuinely surprised by Fujita Yuma. He had originally thought that young man only had a gift for making explosive tags. It turned out he actually had more than one trick up his sleeve. That's good to hear. Ten'ichi smiled. Fortunately, he had taught him the explosive tag autocannon back then. Master, I'll head to the border right now. Sōshin Ten'ichi was about to leave. Ten'ichi, you should at least rest for a while. Konoha is waiting for its reinforcements, so they won't start a fight anytime soon. Raza spoke up. He thought of his disciple who had first fought the one tail, and then hurried all the way back without a decent rest. Master, it's fine. The land of rivers is extremely dangerous now. I have to get there quickly. Sōshin Ten'ichi was worried that Orochimaru and his group might make a surprise move, and before Konoha's reinforcements arrived, strike straight into the land of wind. Very well, Ten'ichi. You must be careful. Raza looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi and spoke slowly. Ten'ichi nodded with a smile. Master, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. After that, Sōshin Ten'ichi flew straight out of the window, heading for the land of rivers. Raza and Karura watched him leave. Raza then turned to Karura. Karura, I'll have to ask you to keep an eye on the land of waterfront. Raza felt a pang of reluctance, but there was no other way now. He could only send his wife to lead a few clan heads there. It's fine. As the Kazekage's wife, this is my duty. Karura smiled. After sharing a tender moment with Raza, she left. The land of rivers. The Konoha camp was now less than 50 li from the border of the land of wind. At that moment, Orochimaru was briefing Minato Namikaze and a group of jonin on the next phase of the operation. An ANBU agent hurried in with an intelligence report. Lord Orochimaru, a spy from Sunagakure, has sent an urgent message. At the mention of Sunagakure, everyone's gaze turned toward him. Orochimaru took the report from the agent's hand. When he saw that Sōshin Ten'ichi had subdued the one tail and made it his summon, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. As expected of Ten'ichi, Orochimaru handed the report to Minato Namikaze. Kushina immediately came to Minato's side, craning her neck to read along. Then she covered her mouth in astonishment. The one tail became Sōshin Ten'ichi's summon. How is that possible? She couldn't help thinking of the 9 tails in her belly, which spent every day trying to escape and fire off a few tailed beast balls at Konoha. As for making him a summon, even if the ninja world collapsed, that would probably still be impossible. Before long, the intelligence spread throughout the room. Is this Sōshin Ten'ichi a monster? Exactly. How did he do it? This has to be a false report, right? Everyone was utterly incredulous. Everyone, our surprise attack plan is cancelled. Wait until the reinforcements from the village arrive, and then we'll move. Orochimaru had originally intended to launch a surprise attack deep in the night against the Suna ninja at the land of wind border. With this turn of events, no one dared to act rashly. What if halfway through the raid, Sōshin Ten'ichi descended from the sky with the one tail? Even if they succeeded, their losses would be far from small. Everyone nodded in agreement. Time passed until half the night was gone. Sōshin Ten'ichi Chakra 10. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Sōshin Ten'ichi finally arrived at the border camp. The Suna camp was shrouded in despondency. Even the night patrols walked with their heads hanging low. Seeing this, Sōshin Ten'ichi knew that the Suna forces needed a decisive victory to restore their morale. The sensory-type ninja in the camp detected Sōshin Ten'ichi and sprang to his feet excitedly. Everyone, Lord Ten'ichi has arrived. As soon as the sensor ninja's words rang out, many people rushed out of their quarters. When they saw Sōshin Ten'ichi at the camp, faint smiles finally appeared on their faces. For days they had been on edge, afraid that Konoha ninja would come attacking them at any moment. Now that Ten'ichi had come, everyone felt much more at ease. Baki walked over wearily, but when he saw Ten'ichi, a smile spread across his face. Ten'ichi, you're here. Baki smiled. Lord Baki, are your wounds serious? Ten'ichi noticed the injury on Baki's arm and asked hurriedly. Baki waved his hand. It's nothing. A minor scratch. I was grazed by a Konoha ninja's jutsu while we were falling back. Baki then led Sōshin Ten'ichi into the war room and filled him in on the situation. The Suna garrison now had no more than 1,500 ninja. What was worse, morale had sunk catastrophically low. Quite a few in the camp were already saying that Sunagakure was definitely going to lose this time. After hearing all this, Sōshin Ten'ichi knew he had to take action. Do you know where the Konoha camp is now? Ten'ichi turned to ask Baki. Yes, right here. Baki pointed on the map to the Konoha camp, then looked up at Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi, what do you intend to do? I intend to go over there and have a little fun with them. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. No, the risk is too great. They have too many formidable fighters over there. You can't go. Baki would not allow Sōshin Ten'ichi to take such a risk. But Ten'ichi waved a hand. It's not me going in person. I'll send shadow clones. After saying this, Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately split off 2 shadow clones. Understanding dawned on Baki. I'll leave it to you two. Let the Konoha bastards have a little fun today. Ten'ichi addressed his 2 shadow clones. Yes. The 2 shadow clones swiftly left and approached the Konoha camp from high altitude. The Konoha camp had its anti-air barrier active the entire time, precisely to prevent Sōshin Ten'ichi from attacking from the sky. When Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clones arrived, they sensed that the whole Konoha camp was wrapped in a sensory barrier and couldn't help but laugh. Konoha certainly is cautious. The 2 shadow clones exchanged a glance, probed with sensory jutsu, and picked out the 2 directions where the crowds were largest. The next second, an iron sand shuriken the size of a wash basin appeared in each of their hands. Magnet-style electromagnetic cannon. X2. Propelled by magnetic force, the 2 iron sand shuriken shot toward the Konoha camp like lightning. As the 2 iron sand shuriken struck the Konoha camp's barrier, the night sentry was about to raise a loud alarm. But before he could get the words out, the camp was pierced through. Boom. 2 deep trenches over 3 meters wide carved through the entire Konoha camp. Everything in their path was destroyed. The Konoha ninja whose bunks lay along those 2 paths did not leave behind so much as a corpse. Orochimaru and the others rushed out. At the sight of the deep trenches, their expressions turned especially grim. It's Sōshin Ten'ichi. Inoichi Yamanaka was the first to spot the 2 shadow clones in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Take him down. Orochimaru roared. Everyone struck at once. A storm of jutsu flew towards Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. Kushina went straight into tailed beast mode, ready to fire off a few tailed beast balls at Sōshin Ten'ichi above. Magnet-style Dharma avatar of heaven and earth. One shadow clone directly conjured a 100-meter-tall iron sand giant and sent it charging at Kushina in tailed beast mode. The Konoha ninja saw this, and their attacks halted for a full second. Damn it, that guy's gotten a lot stronger. Minato Namikaze cursed as he watched Sōshin Ten'ichi. Shikaku Nara and the others nodded in agreement. The other shadow clone was forming the hand seals for the summoning technique, attempting to summon Shikaku. Minato's expression changed at the sight. Remembering that this guy had thoroughly subdued the One Tail and turned it into his summon, he immediately produced a flying thunder god kunai and hurled it at Sōshin Ten'ichi with all his might. He had to stop this guy. Minato, I'll help you. Choza Akimichi immediately activated the expansion jutsu and began turning into a giant. He grew into a colossus of 40 or 50 meters, almost a match for the One Tail in size. He then threw a punch at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Your opponent is me. Another shadow clone controlling the iron sand giant kicked Choza Akimichi, flying with one blow. Choza, Shikaku Nara, and Inoichi Yamanaka grew anxious when they saw their good brother get kicked. However, both tacitly refrained from using their clan's secret techniques. They knew their clan's secret techniques were useless against Sōshin Ten'ichi. Not only could they not restrain him, but they might knock themselves unconscious instead. Water Release Squad used Water Release on this giant. Shikaku Nara reasoned that since the giant was composed of iron sand, too much water would weaken the power of magnet release. After all, water would increase the resistance and viscosity of the iron sand, slowing down the iron sand giant. Earth Release Squad restrained the iron sand giant's legs. Kushina blasted this giant with a tailed beast ball. Shikaku Nara placed his greatest hopes on Kushina. He hoped the tailed beast ball would scatter the giant, or otherwise they would be in trouble later. Kushina, now in her tailed beast form, nodded. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet. 24. Water Release Wild Water Wave. 300. The The Water Release Squad unleashed all their best water release techniques. The Earth Release Squad naturally did not fall behind, using ninjutsu to keep interrupting the Iron Sand Giant's advance. I might as well give you all a hand. Orochimaru then summoned Manda. Manda helped restrain that giant's legs. Manda did not move. He looked at Orochimaru resentfully. Orochimaru, you still haven't given me my sacrifice from last time. You did nothing but run away last time. Do you think I'd give you a sacrifice? If you manage to restrain this giant, I'll give you double the sacrifice. Orochimaru said to Manda before going off to help Minato Namikaze. Manda gave a cold snort and charged toward the Iron Sand Giant, intending to use his massive body to lock down the giant's legs. Seeing this, the Shadow Clone controlling the Iron Sand Giant formed numerous Iron Sand Spears in both hands. A living target this big, I simply cannot waste it. Sōshin Ten'ichi Shadow Clone gave a sinister smile. Magnet Release Electromagnetic Cannon. The Iron Sand Spears shot toward Manda, trailing black light. Squelch squelch. Manda's scales were completely useless, blood splattered everywhere. Oh. Writhing in pain, Manda dismissed the summoning and fled back to Ryuchi Cave in disgrace. He made up his mind never to answer Orochimaru's summoning again. His opponents nowadays were growing more absurd by the day. Orochimaru watched Manda out of the corner of his eye and was not surprised in the least when the serpent fled without hesitation. Manda is getting more useless by the day. I won't summon him next time. Ninja Art Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. A host of pythons burst from Orochimaru's sleeves and flew toward Sōshin Ten'ichi Shadow Clone in the sky. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had appeared right beside the Shadow Clone. Sōshin Ten'ichi, don't even think about summoning the One-Tail. Minato had not yet developed the Rasengan at this time. His close-range attacks relied mainly on the Flying Thunder God Kunai in his hand. The Shadow Clone looked at the kunai gleaming coldly, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Rasengan. He stopped forming hand seals and slammed the sphere straight at Minato Namikaze. Minato immediately tossed the Flying Thunder God Kunai to the side, activated the Flying Thunder God, and evaded the blow. In his heart, he thought a hand seal-less jutsu. But why did this jutsu feel vaguely familiar? Down below, Orochimaru had also noticed this. He licked his lips. Tenni-kun, you carry so many secrets. Lord Minato, I'll help you. Just then a Konoha shinobi flew over on a ninja hawk. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze landed on the hawk. Thank you, but you should go back down. It's too dangerous here. Minato saw that his reinforcement was only a Chunin and worried that he might not be able to protect him. The Konoha Chunin did not stand on ceremony. He nodded, then patted the ninja hawk. Jaha cooperate well with Lord Minato. After saying this, he chose a good opportunity and leaped onto a tall tree. Minato then handed his Flying Thunder God Kunai to the ninja hawk. Jaha, bite down on this. I'll need your help from here on. Jaha nodded with the Flying Thunder God Kunai clamped in its beak. Orochimaru was below using ninjutsu to coordinate with Minato. You people really are interesting. The Shadow Clone smiled. Then his entire figure vanished. Damn it, that bastard must be hiding somewhere to summon the One-Tail. Minato Namikaze's expression turned extremely grim. In his heart, he blamed the Konoha higher-ups. Why did they have to give the Flying Thunder God to Sunagakure? Orochimaru's expression was equally complicated. Sōshin Ten'ichi's mastery of the Flying Thunder God was becoming more and more refined. From now on, catching and studying him would only become more difficult. Minato, let's focus on taking down this Shadow Clone first. After shouting to Minato, Orochimaru charged toward the Iron Sand Giant. The Iron Sand Giant was being mobbed by thousands of Konoha shinobi. If not for the Shadow Clone continuously drawing iron sand from underground, the giant would have been destroyed long ago. Eat this tailed beast ball. Kushina fired a tailed beast ball at the Iron Sand Giant. Everyone tensed up. The Iron Sand Giant shifted slightly, but it could not evade the tailed beast ball. Its left arm was vaporized instantly. The tailed beast ball flew into the distance and exploded. Excellent. We knocked off one of its arms. A few more shots, and this Iron Sand Giant won't last. Right? Tailed beasts are incredible. We've been hitting it for ages without doing any real damage, and one tailed beast ball blew off its whole arm. Victory belongs to Konoha. Unlike the excited Konoha, Shinobi Shikaku Nara was frowning deeply at this moment. He noticed that iron sand was continuously seeping out of the ground, repairing the Iron Sand Giant. If that supply were not cut off, the giant could never be defeated. Choza, can you keep going? Shikaku Nara turned to look at the giant-sized Choza Akimichi. I can. Choza Akimichi nodded. Choza, please hold this giant off. Everyone else follow me and use Earth Release to harden the whole ground. Shikaku yelled. Seeing this, Inoichi Yamanaka used a secret technique to relay the order to every shinobi on the battlefield. Kushina stopped firing tailed beast balls at this point, worried about hitting Choza Akimichi. Minato and Jaha flew above the Iron Sand Giant, hoping to ambush the Shadow Clone on top. But the enemy noticed Minato's approach and slipped directly into the Iron Sand Giant's body. He also controlled a huge amount of iron sand in the air to keep Minato at bay. Damn it. Seeing that he could not get close, Minato could only have Jaha set him down on the ground. Though no one knew why the ground needed to be hardened, they still followed Shikaku Nara's example. Orochimaru understood now. The Nara clan truly deserves its reputation for high intelligence. He thought to himself, if only his laboratory subordinates had such intelligence, research would be a pleasure. But Orochimaru had no intention of recruiting members of the Nara clan. They were too smart. Being too clever was not a good thing. He then joined in with Earth Release as well. The ground within a 10-li radius was hardened by the assembled shinobi. The shadow clone realized that he could no longer draw iron sand from the earth, and a hint of surprise flickered across his face. These guys really are impressive. To think they found out so quickly. The shadow clone was completely unfazed because after all this time the other shadow clone should be appearing with the one tail soon. Choza, fall back. Kushina now. Shikaku Nara shouted. Yes. Alright, eat this tailed beast ball. Choza Akimichi quickly retreated, and the tailed beast ball in Kushina's mouth flew toward the iron sand giant. Shikaku Nara's brows were already locked because he knew that Sōshin Ten'ichi had mastered the flying thunder god. Defeating him would be extremely difficult. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to strike, the iron sand giant vanished in an instant. Boom. The tailed beast ball landed behind them, producing a mushroom cloud. Damn it, he dodged it. This is impossible to counter. Exactly. At that moment the Konoha shinobi felt just how infuriating a space-time ninja could be. The iron sand giant appeared to the right of the Konoha camp. Everyone was about to rush over, but Orochimaru stretched out an arm and barred their way. Don't anyone go. All Chunin and genin retreat now. Orochimaru said coldly. Huh. They still did not understand. Just then Shikaku's voice rang out across the battlefield. Huh. Stinky Fox, I'm here. Shikaku came running over, and seeing Kushina in tailed beast form, he was absolutely ecstatic. Today he was going to bring his underlings and beat Kurama to a pulp. A tailed beast. That's the one tail. A Konoha Chunin spotted Shikaku, pointed at him in terror, and stumbled back. Across the battlefield, there was a synchronized sound of gulping. Even though they had the nine tails on their side, it was sealed inside its Jinchuriki. It couldn't exert the same pressure as the one tail appearing directly on the battlefield. Boss Shikaku will be counting on you in a moment. A shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi, standing atop Shikaku, said with a grin. No problem. With a hearty laugh Shikaku said, by the way kid, in a moment you use fire release and I'll use wind release. We'll burn that stinky fox to death. Good. The shadow clone nodded. It was at this moment that the iron sand giant made the first move against the Konoha ninja, its iron fists hammering relentlessly down at the shinobi on the ground. Those who failed to dodge were crushed into meat paste. Choza Akimichi saw this, and once again tried to step forward to block, but Shikaku Nara hurriedly called him back. Choza, take the Chunin and genin and fall back right now. Leave this to us. Shikaku Nara, seeing how long Choza had already held on, wanted him to withdraw first. Otherwise Choza Akimichi might well die on this battlefield today. Choza, pull back. Orochimaru spoke up as well. Choza Akimichi had done more than enough today. Yes. Seeing this, Choza immediately cancelled his secret jutsu and returned to normal size, his body swaying visibly weaker. Just as he staggered and was about to fall, several Chunin rushed over and supported him as they withdrew to the rear. Trying to leave. Did you ask our permission? Boss Shikaku, give them a tailed beast ball. Sōshin Ten'ichi immediately said. Alright. Shikaku nodded, opened his mouth, and began condensing a tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Kushina also began to gather a tailed beast ball of her own to intercept. With me here, you think you can pull off a tailed beast ball? Sōshin Ten'ichi laughed. Magnet release electromagnetic cannon. An iron pillar 1/2 meter in diameter appeared in his hand, then shot toward Kushina with a sharp whistle. The immense impact sent the tailed beast form Kushina flying. At the same time, the iron sand that had been scattered from the iron sand giant earlier swept back under the control of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone, burying Kushina as she crashed heavily to the ground. Kushina. Seeing his girlfriend in such a state, Minato Namikaze wanted to rush to her aid, but Orochimaru stopped him. Minato, we must stop that iron sand giant now. Kushina will be fine. Trust her. Orochimaru said urgently. But Minato shot a heavy look in her direction, then forced himself to look away. He charged savagely at the iron sand giant. Orochimaru shook his head and followed suit. The Konoha ninja were now retreating to the rear. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were among them. Please don't let anything happen to our teacher and his wife. Rin looked back as they retreated. It'll be fine. Minato-sensei can use flying Raijin, and Kushina-sensei is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They'll definitely give Sōshin Ten'ichi a sound thrashing. Obito was also worried. Alright, stop talking for now. Let's retreat. The longer we stay, the more trouble we'll cause the teacher and his wife. Kakashi knew that if they didn't pull out in time, Minato-sensei and the others would be hampered in making their moves. The only way to help them was to run faster. Obito and Rin nodded. At that moment, the shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi atop the iron sand giant spotted Obito. Obito. He instantly hurled a flying Raijin Kunai in their direction. Then he activated flying Raijin. When he appeared above the three of them, no one except Kakashi had reacted yet. Watch out. Kakashi drew the white fang short blade from his back and struck at the shadow clone. Rasengan. The shadow clone hurled the Rasengan straight at him. The white fang short blade, the blade that had claimed who knew how many sand ninja, broke in that instant. Kakashi stared blankly at his father's shattered blade, stunned. The Rasengan slammed directly into him. Uff! Kakashi spat blood and was hurled backward. Kakashi, Obito and Rin both shouted, their faces full of dread. Obito activated his two-tomo Sharingan, wanting to protect Rin. But the shadow clone moved with blinding speed and directly gouged out Obito's left eye. Aya! Obito clutched his left eye and screamed. The shadow clone glanced at the ground to his left. Something seemed to be hiding beneath it, white Setsu, but said nothing and did nothing. He looked at Obito with a flicker of pity, then used flying Raijin to return to the top of the Iron Sand Giant. Leaving Obito one eye was of course a deliberate move, hoping his Sharingan would evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was a big win. Carrying Obito's eye, the shadow clone returned directly to the original body. Seeing one of Zong Shinchianyi's shadow clones return, Baki grew immediately wary. Original body, this is Obito's left eye. Hearing this, Zong Shinchianyi took a test tube filled with nutrient solution from a storage scroll and placed Obito's left eye inside. Good. Well done. Tianny thought about how once Obito's eye evolved into a Mangekyo later on he could take it and use it directly. By then he would wield both flying Raijin and Kemui. The thought alone delighted him. Original body, I'm going back to the battlefield now. Things are getting lively over there. The next moment the shadow clone vanished with flying Raijin. Baki stared at the two-tomo Sharingan in Zong Shinchianyi's hand and asked curiously, Tianny, is there something special about this two-tomo Sharingan? He found it odd. By all logic, a two-tomo Sharingan should have no appeal whatsoever to Zong Shinchianyi at his current level. You'll find out in the future, Zong Shinchianyi said with a smile. At this point Rin was urgently treating Obito's eye wound. Rin, let's go. It's too dangerous here. Once the pain in his eye subsided, Obito immediately carried the unconscious Kakashi on his back. Rin picked up the broken white fang short blade and ran off into the distance with Obito. She couldn't stop wondering why Zong Shinchianyi had rushed over just to gouge out Obito's eye. Obito meanwhile felt no grief over losing an eye. On the contrary, he felt immensely fortunate because Rin was unharmed. Boom. Shikaku had just fired 3-tailed beast balls in a row, killing who only knew how many. He then excitedly approached Kushina, who had been trapped by Zong Shinchianyi's iron sand. He stood over her with one foot planted on the ground, hands on his hips, and laughed heartily. Ha! Never thought you'd end up beneath this great lord's foot, did you stinky fox? The shadow clone standing on Shikaku's head wore a helpless look. Boom. At that moment the trapped Kushina burst out, and Shikaku, caught off guard, nearly toppled over. By now Kushina had already revealed 8 tails. Within the mental world, damn you Shikaku. I'll kill you. Kushina, don't worry. Once I get out I'm going to kill Shikaku. Kurama's rage had begun seriously affecting Kushina. Her consciousness was slipping away. Soon she lost herself completely, and Kurama took control of her body. Then tailed beast ball after tailed beast ball blasted toward Shikaku, as if they cost nothing. Magnet release iron sand wall. The shadow clone expended a massive amount of chakra to gather all the iron sand in the area, while another shadow clone directly dispersed the iron sand giant and collected every bit of iron sand in front of Shikaku. Shikaku also unleashed his ultimate defense, the shield of Shikaku. Damn it, that stinky fox has lost his mind. If Shikaku were human, he would probably be drenched in cold sweat by now. At the same time, Orochimaru and the others wore looks of terror. Get out of here. With so many tailed beast balls about to explode, they could very easily be caught in the devastation. Minato Namikaze was deeply worried about his girlfriend. Shikaku Nara kicked him. Minato stopped spacing out, run. Snapped back to his senses by the kick, Minato grabbed Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka beside him and used flying Raijin to flee the area. Some Konoha Jonin's eyes widened. They cursed inwardly, that despicable Shikaku Nara. We thought he went over purely to warn them, but it turns out he had ulterior motives. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued without end as mushroom clouds rose one after another. Even at the Suna camp, they could see the mushroom clouds rising from the land of rivers. What the hell, Tianny? Was that your shadow clones doing? Baki turned to Zong Shinchianyi. I think it was most likely the 9 tails of Konoha. Tianny himself had no such move. Around then, Orochimaru and the others escaped. Watching the endless explosions, everyone couldn't help but wipe cold sweat from their brows. Will Zong Shinchianyi die? Do you think someone who knows flying Raijin could be killed by that? Right, he's probably already escaped with the 1 tail. How infuriating. One man has driven us to this. How can we still fight this war? Everyone sank into despair. They could not see the slightest hope of victory. Weren't they the strongest ninja village in the shinobi world? How could they now fail to defeat Sunagakure, the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages? When the smoke cleared, the Konoha camp had vanished, revealing a crater over 1,000 meters wide. And there was Kushina still in a frenzy, her tails still numbering 8. The body was still under Kurama's control. Shikaku had already been dispelled by Zongshin Tianyi's shadow clone, and one of the 2 shadow clones had also been destroyed. It looks like we'll have to stop here for today. But before that, I'd better give you a thorough beating. The The shadow clone watched Kushina, who was eyeing it fiercely. Magnet release electromagnetic Gatling. The shadow clone fired Iron Sand Shuriken one after another so fast that everyone only saw a black line slamming into Kushina. Kurama controlled Kushina's body and tried to fire tailed beast balls at the shadow clone, but he did not have the slightest chance to launch one. Iron Sand Shuriken battered Kushina's tailed beast form. If not for the tailed beast cloak, Kushina would have been torn to shreds. Damn it. Sōshin Ten'ichi, this old man will remember you. Kurama roared at the shadow clone in the sky. After Hashirama Senju Madara Uchiha and Mito Uzumaki, he had found another powerful human to hate. Gradually, Kushina's body was driven down into the bedrock. Kushina. Minato grew anxious at the sight of his girlfriend, and Narashikaku quickly grabbed hold of him. Minato, don't go over. You can't help Kushina in this situation. She has the Nine Tails protecting her. She'll be fine. Narashikaku was not about to watch Minato throw his life away. Hearing what he said, Minato could only watch tearfully as Sōshin Ten'ichi brutally beat his girlfriend. Then the shadow clone's chakra ran out, and with everyone watching it vanished in an instant. Many who saw it were stunned for a moment. Wait, did I see that right? That Sōshin Ten'ichi was a shadow clone. Yes. We've been fighting all this time, against only 2 of his shadow clones. If a mere shadow clone of his is this strong, then when his real body comes we won't be able to do anything to him at all. All the Jonin present felt a trace of despair. This man's strength was beyond what any ordinary person could stand against. It would probably take the Hokage himself to handle him. Orochimaru and Minato exchanged a glance, and quickly hurried to Kushina's side. Looking at the crater nearly 200 or 300 meters deep that Sōshin Ten'ichi had blasted into the ground, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with dread. If I were to fight Sōshin Ten'ichi, I would die, wouldn't I? Minato lifted Kushina out now that her tailed beast cloak had disappeared. Much of her skin was oozing blood. There were also many cuts from shuriken. If that shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi's had possessed enough chakra, Kushina might have. Orochimaru said slowly. Minato held Kushina in his arms, murderous intent surging in his heart. Kushina needs to fully master the Nine Tails power as soon as possible. Otherwise we won't be able to deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Orochimaru said this to Minato, then turned and left. He then ordered the shinobi army to retreat 200 kilometers. The retreat gave up a considerable amount of territory in the land of rivers. Minato held Kushina in his arms, feeling utterly powerless, but soon he thought of the sage mode his master Jiraiya had cultivated. It seems I have to go to Mount Myaboku and train seriously. Minato no longer wanted to stand by and watch his girlfriend get beaten by someone while he could do nothing. He quickly caught up with the army with Kushina and had the medical ninja treat her. As the 2 shadow clones dispersed, Sōshin Ten'ichi learned what had happened on that side. Lord Baki sent people to follow the Konoha ninja from a distance now. I want to know where they set up camp next. Afterwards I'll split off a few shadow clones every day to pay them a visit. Sōshin Ten'ichi planned to have shadow clones harass the Konoha ninja army from time to time every day from then on. Good. Baki immediately arranged people to trail the Konoha ninja. After giving these orders, Baki came to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side. Ten'ichi, why don't we press our advantage and pursue them now? Baki felt that an immediate attack would be enough to thoroughly crush this Konoha army. I plan to wait until Konoha's reinforcements arrive, then annihilate them altogether. And by then Elder Chiyo and the others should be able to arrive as well. When that time comes we can storm Konoha and take a big piece of the pie. Sōshin Ten'ichi said. In the past, Sunagakure had not been powerful enough to swallow up the Land of Fire's territory, but now that it had him, everything would change. The people around him brightened at his words. Just then Fujita Yuma jogged over. Ten'ichi, are you hurt? He had learned that his best friend had gone to the land of Earth and fought that Tsuchikage, then subdued the One Tail, and now had even clashed with Konoha. He was very worried. Don't worry, Yuma. I'm fine. You did well this time. I didn't expect you to become a Chunin already. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at the Chunin vest on Fujita Yuma and felt happy for him. Then he suddenly remembered. He himself was apparently still a genin. Was Sunagakure becoming like Konoha, where genin fights could turn heaven and earth upside down? Haha, last time during the retreat from Kikyo Hill, I made a small contribution. And that got me promoted to Chunin. Alright Ten'ichi, I'll show you something great. Fujita Yuma pulled Sōshin Ten'ichi to an open space. Seeing this, the people at the camp thought Fujita Yuma was going to show Ten'ichi a jutsu, so they left on their own initiative. After reaching the open space, Ten'ichi looked at him curiously. He too thought Fujita Yuma was going to show him a jutsu he had learned. Instead, Fujita Yuma grinned slyly and took out a notebook from inside his clothes. Ten'ichi, this is a book I wrote. Take a look. Sōshin Ten'ichi was left speechless. This guy had specially brought him here just to read his book. He accepted it with a dark face and opened it. The dark expression on his face instantly turned into surprise. Yuma, did you really write this? What? This is good stuff. Of course, so is it good? Fujita Yuma asked. Ahem, it's all right. Sōshin Ten'ichi coughed and thought to himself, what is going on with this kid? His writing has improved so suddenly. I'm getting all hot and bothered by it. Fujita Yuma secretly rolled his eyes at his friend. Your eyes were about to fall out just now, and still you say it's only all right. By the way, Tiani, what should the title be? Fujita Yuma asked. Sōshin Ten'ichi crossed his arms, stroked his chin, and said, why not call it Makeout Paradise? After all, Jiraiya had not written that book yet, so let Yuma use this name. Makeout Paradise. Not bad, not bad. Fujita Yuma gave a sly smile, already imagining his book becoming a huge seller. The Konoha ninja fled through the night to a place 200 kilometers away. Everyone began building a new camp, and Orochimaru sent reports about the situation back to the village. After treatment by the medical ninja, Kushina woke up. Minato also breathed a sigh of relief. Minato, is that Sōshin Ten'ichi dead? The first thing Kushina asked after waking was about Sōshin Ten'ichi. Minato shook his head. Kushina, after you lost consciousness, you were suppressed by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Looking at her pale, delicate face, he could not bear to tell her the truth directly. Kushina looked a little disappointed at that. Next time I'll definitely kill him. She clenched her fist. Just then Obito and Rin came over. Teacher's wife, you're awake. Great. Seeing that Kushina was all right, they felt much more at ease. Obito, your eye. Minato and Kushina both stared in shock at Obito, who now had only one eye. Obito had always treasured both his eyes. How could he have lost one? Huh? Obito laughed, rubbing the back of his head. Teacher's wife, I'm fine. My eye was simply dug out by that Sōshin Ten'ichi. I knew my talent was good. Even a powerhouse like Sōshin Ten'ichi has taken a fancy to my Sharingan. Besides, I'm way better than Kakashi. He was badly injured and is still unconscious. I only lost one eye. To keep everyone from worrying, Obito kept grinning goofily and tried to comfort them with jokes. Looking at his carefree appearance, Rin's eyes glistened with tears. She knew how much Obito valued his eyes. After losing one, he must be very sad inside, but he still laughed and said he was fine so everyone else wouldn't be sad. Obito. Minato and Kushina looked at him, deeply moved, but also felt a pang of heartache for this boy. Teacher's wife, I'm really fine. Besides, I feel like this eye of mine is about to break through again. Obito went on. Kushina then said earnestly, Obito, don't worry. Your teacher's wife will definitely take your eye back from Sōshin Ten'ichi. Obito's lips trembled and his voice somewhat choked. He nodded. Obito, Rin. I have an important mission for the two of you. Minato looked seriously at Obito and Rin. Tell us, teacher. Obito and Rin straightened up and looked at Minato. I want you to protect your teacher's wife well from now on. I'm going to Mount Myaboku to train for a while. Minato told them that he was going to cultivate sage art. Obito and Rin only thought it sounded amazing. Kushina, however, knew how difficult cultivating sage art was, so she said worriedly, Minato, maybe you'd better not go. No, Kushina, I have to go. I don't want to watch you and my students get bullied anymore. I never want to feel powerless again. Minato looked firmly at Kushina and the others. Seeing her boyfriend's resolute gaze, Kushina's words of dissuasion turned into encouragement. Go for it, Minato. I believe you'll definitely learn sage art. Go for it, Minato-sensei. Obito and Rin cheered him on from the side. After calming Kushina down, Minato Namikaze went to find Orochimaru and told him that he intended to go to Mount Myaboku to train in sage art. All right, Minato, go ahead. But leave behind a communication toad from Mount Myaboku so that we can notify you at once if anything happens. Orochimaru considered that if the situation changed, he could still use the toads of Mount Myaboku to summon Minato back immediately, so he did not object. Yes. Minato left a communication toad behind, then summoned Gamabunta and had himself reverse summoned to Mount Myaboku. When Gamabunta dispelled the summoning, Minato was soon reverse summoned to Mount Myaboku. Minato, I hope you are able to master sage art. Orochimaru watched Minato's fading figure, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Mount Myaboku. Little Minato, you're here. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima stood atop Gamabunta's head, gazing at Minato with gentle, benevolent expressions. Venerable sages, I've come to continue training in sage mode. Minato had trained here before, but the war had forced him to stop. Now once again, because of the war, he had to relearn it and master sage mode as soon as possible. So is the war not going well outside? Seeing Minato's grim expression, the two sages asked. Yes, sages. A terrifically powerful genius has appeared in Sunagakure. Minato told the two sages about Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima could not help but sigh with emotion. The shinobi world truly gives birth to one genius after another. After that, Sage Fukasaku took Minato to practice sage mode, while Sage Shima went to catch insects to cook for Minato. Watching Sage Shima hop away, Minato could not help his lips twitching. At the thought of those bowls of insects, his stomach churned violently. Sage Fukasaku noticed the look on Minato's face and could not suppress a smile before leading him off to train. Time soon arrived at the next day. Because the camp had been pulled back 200 kilometers, the shinobi reinforcements, composed of the Uchiha clan and some civilian ninja, arrived this morning. They saw that the entire camp was heavy with dejection. The civilian ninja could not help feeling afraid. The Uchiha meanwhile looked at them with disdain. What a bunch of trash. Fighting Sunagakure and getting pushed all the way here. Exactly. But now that we Uchiha are here, the tide is bound to turn. Let Sunagakure witness the power of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku Uchiha's scalp prickled when he heard his clansman's words. Can these fellows use their brains before they speak? They had just offended everyone in the entire camp. People in the camp heard the Uchiha's words, but dared not voice their anger. Their clenched fists loosened as they remembered Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength. Once the Uchiha crossed paths with Sōshin Ten'ichi, they would learn just how hard iron really was. The Iron Sand Butcher would make these arrogant bastards pay the price. Yashiro arranged for the clan members to rest for now. I'll go see Orochimaru. Fugaku Uchiha turned and said to the man beside him. Then he looked down at his son Itachi Uchiha. Itachi, go rest with Yashiro. I'll be back soon. Yes, father. Yes, clan leader. Yashiro Uchiha led Itachi and the rest of the clan into camp to rest. Fugaku meanwhile headed to the war room to learn the situation from Orochimaru. Sunagakure camp. Sōshin Ten'ichi had already split off 2 shadow clones. He stuffed the explosive tags Fujita Yuma had just given him into their hands. Go. Find some trouble for the Konoha ninja. Understood, original. The 2 shadow clones departed using the Flying Thunder God. Then Sōshin Ten'ichi created a great many more shadow clones. You all, go study dust release. These shadow clones build the electromagnetic repulsion field for me. And you lot, come with me to work on the Great Spiral Ring. Sōshin Ten'ichi wanted to recreate Minma's Great Spiral Ring. Combined with explosive tag bombers, it would be absolutely devastating. The Suna ninja in the camp watched Ten'ichi's training method and could not help feeling envious. The path to power lay right before their eyes, yet their bodies could not endure it. It made everyone miserable. Stop watching, it cuts deep. Yes, sometimes the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and pigs. Only Lord Ten'ichi could train this way, right? The Suna ninja watched Sōshin Ten'ichi's training method and silently wept. Inside the Konoha camp, clan leader Fugaku, you've come. When Orochimaru saw Fugaku Uchiha arrive, a flicker of greed flashed through his eyes. For his part, Fugaku always felt extremely uncomfortable whenever he got close to Orochimaru. It was not because of the man's cold, sinister aura, but because those eyes were simply too much. The way he looked at the Uchiha was like examining an object. Commander Orochimaru, how is the situation now? Why did you retreat all the way here? Fugaku asked. Just then an explosion erupted outside. Orochimaru's lips twitched. That familiar chakra. Clan leader Fugaku, go outside, and you'll see. Perhaps we'll have to retreat again. Orochimaru said with a smile. Fugaku walked outside in confusion. At that moment 2 figures stood in the sky. He activated his Sharingan and recognized Sōshin Ten'ichi. The Iron Sand Butcher. Konoha scum, taste my electromagnetic Gatling. The 2 shadow clones bombarded the newly repaired Konoha camp with the very same move used against Kushina. Not good. It's the technique used against the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Run. Retreat. Retreat now. Run. Seeing that familiar technique, the Konoha ninja wished they could sprout another pair of legs. The newly arrived civilian ninja were stunned at first by everyone madly running toward the rear. Then they saw Sōshin Ten'ichi's world-destroying attack. After seeing Jonin, who were usually so high and mighty, taken out, in an instant they finally understood why everyone was running for their lives. This battle was simply beyond them, so they all took to their heels. Sarutobi Shinnosuke and the Umbu were carrying Kushina and fleeing toward the rear. Damn it, we must get back to Konoha. Sarutobi Shinnosuke no longer cared about winning any distinction. He only wanted to go back alive. He did not want to die. Be careful, clan leader Fugaku. Don't die at Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands. Having said that, Orochimaru turned to withdraw. Commander Orochimaru, are we just not going to fight? Are we going to watch Sōshin Ten'ichi slaughter our people? Fugaku asked hastily. Fight. These 2 are certainly both shadow clones of Sōshin Ten'ichi. Even if we win, it won't do a damn thing to the real one. It's better to retreat. But the 2 of us should still leave shadow clones behind to hold them off. Orochimaru suggested. Fugaku swallowed hard. Although his Sharingan could not tell exactly how much chakra the 2 shadow clones in the sky had, he could still sense a trace. With that much chakra, they wanted him to believe these were merely shadow clones. At that moment, Fugaku finally understood why Orochimaru wanted to flee. So he followed suit and formed a shadow clone ready to hold off Sōshin Ten'ichi's 2 shadow clones. At the same time, Orochimaru used a communication toad to contact Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan looked at the 2 shadow clones in the sky and immediately activated their Sharingan. 2 would-be geniuses even tried to cast Genjutsu on the shadow clones with their 3-tomo Sharingan. However, Genjutsu had little effect on Sōshin Ten'ichi to begin with. His daily mental strengthening made it impossible for a 3-tomo Sharingan to control him. How is this possible? The Iron Sand Butcher is actually unaffected. The 2 would-be geniuses could not understand. Their infallible Sharingan had actually failed. They were Uchiha after all. One of the shadow clones was drawn over by them. Seeing the Uchiha crest on these men, a smile tugged at his lips. Just in time. Magnet release electromagnetic Gatling. A black line formed from Iron Sand Shuriken instantly sliced them both in half. Yashiro scooped up Itachi and shouted to his clansmen, retreat. But Yashiro's speed was no match for the electromagnetic Gatling. The black line gouged through the earth and raced toward him. It's over. Yashiro was filled with guilt. He could not protect the clan leader's son. Itachi watched the black line closing in his face, full of terror. His small cheeks could already feel the wind it stirred. Susanoo, seeing that his son was about to be killed, Fugaku immediately stopped hiding and unleashed his Mangekyo. A purple skeletal giant rose from the ground, its half-formed body shielding Yashiro and Itachi. Mangekyo. The clan leader's Sharingan is Mangekyo. Excellent. Our clan has another Mangekyo. Some Uchiha Jonin knew of the Mangekyo. When they saw Susanoo, they threw back their heads and laughed. The clan leader had awakened Mangekyo, so in their eyes Sōshin Ten'ichi was no match. But they still did not forget to retreat. They were arrogant, but not stupid. The coming battle was not something they could take part in. Orochimaru also halted, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Fugaku. I never expected you to possess Mangekyo, Fugaku-kun. You really can hide things. He found Fugaku's eyes especially captivating. That Fugaku actually made a move himself. Could his son be here too? Then the shadow clone noticed that the person Fugaku was protecting was holding a child in his arms. That must be Itachi. So the shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky increased its chakra output. It also enlarged the Iron Sand Shuriken several times over until it was a full meter across. Its power became even more terrifying. Seeing this, Fugaku poured in even more ocular power. The Susanoo, which had only half a body before, now became complete with channels and flesh. This was the second form of Susanoo. Blood tears now flowed from Fugaku's eyes. Boom. The electromagnetic Gatling slammed into the second form's Susanoo. It held for only 3 breaths before cracks spread across it. Fugaku's heart quaked. Even the power of a god could not stop Sōshin Ten'ichi's magnet release. Before Susanoo broke apart, Fugaku controlled it to fling Yashiro and Itachi clear. Yashiro hit the ground in a roll, still holding Itachi. Uncle Yashiro, will father be all right? Itachi looked at his father anxiously. Seeing the blood streaming from his eyes, he could not stop his tears. Uncle Yashiro, will father be all right? Itachi looked at his father anxiously. Seeing the blood streaming from his eyes, he could not stop his tears. Yashiro looked down to comfort Itachi, only to discover that Itachi had awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. Awakening a single Tomo at age 4. A genius. The young master was a genius. He immediately fell back. Even if he himself died, it did not matter. He absolutely could not let anything happen to the young master. Awakening a single Tomo at age 4. A genius. The young master was a genius. He immediately fell back. Even if he himself died, it did not matter. He absolutely could not let anything happen to the young master. Awakening a single Tomo at age 4. A genius. The young master was a genius. He immediately fell back. Even if he himself died, it did not matter. He absolutely could not let anything happen to the young master. Several elite Uchiha Jonin moved forward to shield Yashiro and Itachi as they retreated. At that moment, Fugaku's Susanoo was shattered, and he immediately used the body flicker technique to fall back, with the electromagnetic Gatling gun relentlessly pursuing him. A deep trench 100 meters deep and 4 or 5 meters wide was blasted out. Even Orochimaru, hidden nearby, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This magnet release is simply absurd. Fugaku felt a chill run down his spine, knowing full well that this thing had been chasing him relentlessly. The shadow clone watched Fugaku scrambling around, and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the shadow clone that was attacking Fugaku noticed him glaring with his Mangekyo. The clone immediately summoned Iron Sand to shield itself. Amaterasu. In the next second, Fugaku activated his Mangekyo ability, and pitch-black flames instantly engulfed the Iron Sand. I knew Fugaku had Amaterasu. Considering that both Itachi and Sasuke possessed Amaterasu, Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone reasoned that Fugaku, as their father, most likely had it too. Seeing that Amaterasu had failed, Fugaku stopped using that Mangekyo ability. After all, while Amaterasu was said to be inextinguishable, it was hard to land a hit if the opponent was already on guard. So he decided to try his other Mangekyo ability, Spirit Eye Omens. This ability allowed him to perceive future signs and portents. Since Fugaku's Mangekyo ability had never appeared in canon, this is all my conjecture made up off the top of my head. Please don't come at me for it. Feel free to discuss, because the Naruto series has far too many plot holes. He activated the ability hoping to see what Sōshin Ten'ichi would do next, and whether he could turn the tables or escape. The moment he used it, he saw Sōshin Ten'ichi with a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flattening Konoha, and standing behind him were Uchiha Setsuna, the entire Uchiha clan, and the shinobi of Sunagakure. This, Sōshin Ten'ichi, is one of our clansmen. Fugaku's mind went blank. He stood frozen in place, forgetting that the Reaper's scythe was right behind him. Wind-style great breakthrough. Orochimaru panicked at seeing Fugaku stand still. Fugaku could die, but his Mangekyo must not be lost. Fugaku was sent flying. It was only while hurtling backward that he snapped out of his trance. Seeing the deep trench where he had been standing, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After tumbling across the ground a few times, he scrambled to his feet. Orochimaru rushed over at once. Don't resist. Before Fugaku could react, he was swallowed whole by a massive serpent. Orochimaru glanced up at the two shadow clones in the sky, gave a faint smile, and allowed himself to be swallowed by the same snake. Whoa, holy crap. This Orochimaru guy is way too ahead of the game. Both shadow clones grimaced in disgust. Sensing their chakra was running low, the two shadow clones used the last of their power to fire two electromagnetic cannon blasts in the direction the Konoha ninja had fled. Then they vanished. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze returned from Mount Myaboku to the shinobi world. He appeared beside Kushina. Seeing everyone retreating, he immediately asked, "What has Sōshin Ten'ichi attacked?" "That's right, Minato. Get me back to Konoha right now, hurry." Shinozo Sarutobi said, clinging tightly to Minato. He had just witnessed Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo being obliterated by Sōshin Ten'ichi with his own eyes. If even the Mangekyo couldn't stop Sōshin Ten'ichi, then there was no point in fighting at all. "Shinozo, don't worry. The situation hasn't reached that point yet." A hint of impatience crept into Minato's voice as he looked at Shinozo. As the son of the Hokage, instead of thinking about how to mitigate the losses, all he could think of was running away. What a disappointment. Obito is Lord Orochimaru currently holding off Sōshin Ten'ichi. Minato turned to Obito. "Minato-sensei, it's Lord Orochimaru, and our clan leader covering the retreat." Obito said hurriedly. Minato nodded at that. The Uchiha could indeed be relied upon. "Kushina, I'm going ahead to back up Lord Orochimaru and the others." Minato glanced at his girlfriend, then rushed off toward Orochimaru's position. He made a mental note after this. He absolutely had to give Lord Orochimaru one of his flying Raijin Kunai. This was far too inconvenient. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, two giant pythons spat out two figures, Orochimaru and Fugaku. Fugaku lay on the ground still shaken. Just moments ago, he had been swallowed by the python before he could even react. If he hadn't already awakened his eyes, he would have jumped straight from no Sharingan to 3 Tomo from sheer shock. "Orochimaru, do me a favor and give me some warning next time." Fugaku gasped a few times before looking at Orochimaru, who remained perfectly composed. "Fugaku-kun, I just saved your life twice. If not for me, you'd be in serious danger. And from the way Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at your Mangekyo, I'd say he was very interested in it." Orochimaru licked his lips after speaking. Fugaku immediately rolled his eyes. "I get the feeling you're pretty interested in my eyes too, pal. But speaking of which, why did you freeze up just now, Fugaku-kun, as a seasoned ninja?" Orochimaru was genuinely curious. He had clearly seen the shock written all over Fugaku's face. Fugaku thought of what his eyes had shown him and fell silent. Then he smiled and shook his head. "Nothing. Maybe Sōshin Ten'ichi was affecting me." He had no intention of revealing what he had seen. After all, the future vision showed the Uchiha clan siding with Sōshin Ten'ichi and the Sand Ninja to flatten Konoha. Is the Uchiha clan's true path Sunagakure? Orochimaru didn't press further, but internally he too was deeply shaken. The Mangekyo Sharingan was already powerful enough, yet it had been crushed by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Taianikai's magnet release is truly terrifying. Even your Susanoo Fugaku-kun couldn't hold against it. Orochimaru thought to himself that he should thoroughly study magnet release. Perhaps it would yield some pleasant surprises. Fugaku fell silent. In the past, he would have seized the chance to extol the might of the Uchiha Mangekyo to Orochimaru, but now he had no confidence to speak of. "Fugaku-kun, let's go and rejoin the group. The Land of Rivers is no longer safe." Orochimaru felt that until they figured out a way to deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi, it was best not to cross him again. Fugaku was also worried about his sons and his clan. The two quickly set off to find their team. Author's note: this is the final chapter for today. I've written nearly 9,000 characters today, which for most other authors would be about 5 chapters. Dear readers, since you can see how hard I'm working to update, please send me some free gifts. Thank you all. Good news to thank you for your gifts, there will still be 3 chapters tomorrow. At the Sunagakure encampment, Sōshin Ten'ichi's 2 shadow clones vanished, and their memories returned to his main body. He had been training, but he immediately shot to his feet. He quickly came to Baki. "Lord Baki, give the order for the army to march into the Land of Rivers at once. Occupy the entire Land of Rivers." Sōshin Ten'ichi let out a hearty laugh. The Land of Rivers was not as fertile as Konoha, but it was far better than the Land of Wind. Baki's eyes brightened. "Ten'ichi, did you manage to drive Orochimaru back?" Baki swallowed. After Raza had been wounded, he had thought Sunagakure would find it very hard to deal with Konoha. Unexpectedly, it had now become so easy. They had not done anything at all, and the Konoha ninja had already been driven away by Ten'ichi twice. Yes. Even if they do not retreat all the way to the Land of Fire this time, they will have to run back across the border. Now is the perfect chance for us to completely swallow the Land of Rivers. Ten'ichi said, "Good, I will issue the order right now." Baki immediately began deploying the shinobi army into the Land of Rivers. Just then Pakura arrived with the Umbu. "Kid, you repelled Konoha's shinobi forces." Pakura had heard the news from the ninja at the camp. Looking at Sōshin Ten'ichi, she inwardly cursed what an absolute freak. It was nothing. Those Konoha shinobi had very low morale and could not mount any effective resistance. The moment my shadow clone went there, they turned around and ran. Tiani thought their will to fight had fallen remarkably fast. Pakura could not help twitching the corner of her mouth. Obviously you beat them until their morale collapsed. But once we push into the land of fire, I am afraid they will resist. Pakura warned Sōshin Ten'ichi tactfully, fearing that if he grew swollen-headed and looked down on everyone he might fall for some scheme of Konoha. That would be a huge loss for Sunagakure. Agreed. Tiani approved of Pakura's words. The land of fire was their homeland. If it were invaded, their will to resist would be nothing like it was now. Seeing that Tiani had taken her words to heart, Pakura felt relieved. Before long, Sōshin Ten'ichi and Pakura led the Sunagakure force toward the land of rivers. The Konoha ninja were now heading for the border of the land of fire like a scattered heap of sand. The Uchiha clan gathered together and retreated toward the land of fire. From time to time, they looked back, hoping to catch sight of their clan head. Uncle Yashiro, has something happened to my father. Although Itachi was only 4, being precocious, he had started to worry when his father still had not returned. He feared his father had died on the battlefield. Young master, rest assured. The clan head will be fine. The clan head has the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan in our clan. Yashiro looked at Itachi in his arms and immediately comforted him. The other clansmen nodded one after another. Young master, do not worry. Perhaps the clan head has already taken Sōshin Ten'ichi captive. That is right, young master, rest easy. Since learning that Itachi had awakened his Sharingan, everyone held him in great respect. At that very moment, Fugaku Uchiha, whom Itachi had been thinking about, appeared ahead. Seeing him, the Uchiha immediately activated their Sharingan and watched him warily. Itachi, Yashiro, thank goodness the two of you are safe. Fugaku saw that all his clansmen except those 2 geniuses were present, and at last the stone hanging over his heart dropped. Are you really the clan head? They looked at him doubtfully. Weren't their clan head and Lord Orochimaru still behind, crossing blows with Sōshin Ten'ichi? When did you get ahead of us? Yes, just now, Orochimaru, and I could not defeat Sōshin Ten'ichi. Orochimaru used ninjutsu to carry me back across the border. Fugaku explained, seeing everyone had activated their Sharingan. His tone was utterly dejected. Everyone turned to Yashiro. Yashiro said a secret phrase known to him, and Fugaku answered immediately, and Yashiro let out a relieved breath. Good news, he really was the clan head. Bad news, even the Mangekyo had failed to defeat Sōshin Ten'ichi. Clan head, did you truly not beat the Iron Sand Butcher? Yes. Clan head, you have the Mangekyo Sharingan of our clan. Could it be that the clan head deliberately held back so that the 3rd Hokage, that bastard, would come here, and then we could kill him and seize the Hokage position? As soon as those words came out, many eyes lit up. The Uchiha had coveted the Hokage seat for decades. Fugaku's face was written all over with speechlessness. At a time like this, his clansmen were still entertaining wild fantasies. Stop that nonsense. For now, we retreat back into the land of fire. Fugaku could not be bothered to explain further. He took his son from Yashiro's arms and led everyone toward the border. On the way, Yashiro told Fugaku that Itachi had awakened his Sharingan. This did much to lift Fugaku's dejected spirits. His son was a genius, the one and only genius the Uchiha clan had ever produced. By now, Orochimaru had rallied most of the Konoha ninja. He immediately sent news of the situation back to Konoha through snakes. Konoha, Kazekage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi was utterly stunned by the messages sent back by his disciple. He then had the Umbu summon Danzo and the other 2. Before long, the 3 arrived. Hiruzen, has something happened? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's absent-minded expression, the 3 immediately sensed something was wrong. It must have been something serious for the village. In the land of rivers, Orochimaru was driven back across the border by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Fugaku Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo, but he too did not manage to defeat Sōshin Ten'ichi. Hiruzen Sarutobi stated the news plainly. Hamuramito Kato and Kohor Udatane were greatly alarmed. Neither Orochimaru nor Fugaku, who had awakened the Mangekyo, was a match for Sōshin Ten'ichi. Danzo, on the other hand, had greed written all over his face. Mangekyo. Hiruzen Uchiha, Fugaku has been hiding his strength too deeply. I suggest we place the Uchiha clan under control. And in the end, we can. Danzo, like a mad stray dog, thought only of sinking his teeth into the Uchiha clan, ignoring everything else. Danzo, shut up. Konoha is facing the greatest crisis in history, and you are still thinking of infighting. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his old friend and thought he had truly become obsessed. Whenever the Uchiha were mentioned, he became a brainless fool. Do not forget, Hiruzen. The teacher said that the Uchiha are all evil. Danzo said resentfully, then sat to one side and said no more. At that point, Hamuramito Kato and Kohor Udatane stepped forward. Hiruzen, Danzo is doing it for Konoha too, though he goes too far. That is right. But now how do we deal with Sōshin Ten'ichi? The 2 felt quite troubled. Sunagakure had already begun mobilizing people toward the land of rivers. Sōshin Ten'ichi, Pakura and 1 Shikaku. There was no mistake, 4 Kaga-level powerhouses. Hiruzen, perhaps we should revive that plan. At this, Danzo spoke up. The wood release plan. Although he had been carrying it out in secret underground, it would be a different matter if he had Hiruzen the Hokage supporting him. Hamura Kato and Kohor Utatane also felt Danzo's proposal seemed good. If would release appeared again, in Konoha the pressure on them would plummet. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Danzo and said coldly no. He had already been conducting it in secret himself. I already have a plan. Hiruzen Sarutobi had thought it over and had something prepared in his mind. The three looked at him. Danzo, you will go north for now to temporarily take over Jiraiya's position and let Jiraiya support Orochimaru and the others. In addition, I will hire a Kage-level ninja from the black market to help in the field. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, and Fugaku plus the hired ninja. 6 Kage-level combatants. They will certainly be able to force Sunagakure back and inflict heavy damage on them. Hiruzen Sarutobi believed this lineup would have no problem defeating Sunagakure. Moreover, he would later send people to contact Kirigakure and have them conduct a sneak attack on Sunagakure. If they could persuade Kirigakure, Sunagakure would not have much energy to invade them afterward. Hiruzen, are you joking? You want me to hold off that pack of brutes in Kumogakure? Danzo stared with wide eyes at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo thought he was strong, but he had not grown arrogant enough to wrestle with the third Raikage and the others. That man was fast damn tough and had extraordinary attack power. Do not worry, Danzo. I will assemble clan ninja and put them under your command. Hiruzen Sarutobi planned to take this opportunity to transfer Zishiao Mitarashi and Shinka Yuhi there. Under Danzo's ruthless command and facing the brutes of Kumogakure, the two had a very high chance of dying. As for the ninja clans, he would have the Aburame clan exert more effort. As Hokage, he could not directly make a move against Shibi Aburame, the young clan head, but he could still find opportunities to weaken the Aburame clan. Fine. Danzo resolved to use this opportunity to recruit more people into his route. Hiruzen Sarutobi then gave orders for the ninja clans to provide manpower and contacted Jiraiya immediately using a communication toad. Northern Front. Jiraiya, who had just fought Dodai of Kumogakure, returned to camp and saw the letter from his teacher. Ha ha ha. I did not think a kid from the younger generation would make Orochimaru flee in total disarray. Although Jiraiya let out a carefree laugh, a hint of gravity remained in his eyes. He then began preparing to go support Orochimaru. The moment Danzo arrived, he would set out. Inside Konohagakure. After receiving the Hokage's order, Mitarashi Shursho and Yuhi Shinku both fell silent for a moment, then began preparing their ninja tools. They were hardly surprised when the order came. With Asuma Sarutobi dead, it was inevitable that the Hokage would call them to account. At least dying on the battlefield would leave them a good name. After packing his belongings, Yuhi Shinku went to his daughter's side. Father. Kurenai's eyes brimmed with tears. She was no longer the ignorant little girl she had once been. She knew that her father's mission this time was extremely perilous. Yuhi Shinku said nothing, but instead cast a genjutsu on his daughter and told her a single sentence within it. If the Hokage targets you, defect. Kurenai stared at her father in shock. Asuma Sarutobi had been fond of Kurenai, and now that Asuma was dead, there was no telling whether Hiruzen Sarutobi would make a move against her. Kurenai, take good care of yourself. Remember what I told you. Yuhi Shinku touched his daughter's black hair, then picked up his things and left the house. Meanwhile, inside the Aburame clan compound, the Hokage issued a document ordering the mobilization of half the registered ninja of the Aburame clan to the northern battlefield. After Shibi Aburame took the list from his father's hands, his fists clenched tightly. All of the clan's Chunin were to be transferred, and a considerable number of Jonin as well. He knew that the Hokage was targeting the Aburame clan. The reason was that he had failed to protect the Hokage's son. Father, perhaps I should go see. Shibi Aburame was halfway through his sentence when the clan leader cut him off. Enough. Say no more about this. Focus on your training. The Aburame clan leader's heart was filled with sorrow. The Aburame clan had served Konoha with unwavering loyalty, yet now they were being targeted like this because of a single accident. Watching his father walk away, Shibi Aburame muttered slowly, when did Konoha become like this? The Konoha in my memory was not like this at all. In the land of hot water, inside a certain bounty exchange office, Kakuzu had just turned in a missing nin for money and was happily counting it. Lord Kakuzu, I have a commission posted specifically for you. Might you be interested, my lord? The commission is 60 million. The exchange employee walked over to Kakuzu with a beaming smile. Kakuzu stopped counting and turned his head to look at him. What mission? Kakuzu was intrigued. 60 million was not a small sum. He was definitely taking this mission. This is the address the client provided. You will need to go there in person for the details, my lord. But rest assured, Lord Kakuzu, there won't be any danger, said the exchange employee. Good. Kakuzu remained cautious. After leaving the exchange, he formed a shadow clone to go negotiate with the other party while he found a place to continue counting his money. The shadow clone quickly arrived at the address provided. Hello, Mr. Kakuzu. We are the ENBU of Konoha. This time we want to hire you to help us kill someone. The ENBU saw that it was only a shadow clone and was not surprised. A cautious man can keep his ship sailing for 10,000 years. Who? Kakuzu asked. In his heart, he wondered, could Konoha be planning to have me kill some noble or something? He had taken a few jobs like that before. When a ninja village found someone too difficult to kill, they would hire rogue ninja to deal with it. The Iron Sand Butcher of Sunagakure, Sōshin Ten'ichi, the Yinbyu said. The moment Kakuzu learned it was Sōshin Ten'ichi, his brows knitted tightly. He knew a little about Sōshin Ten'ichi, though not many details. But the man had once captured the third Tsuchikage Inoki alive. That was no ordinary strength. Kakuzu did not believe he had absolute certainty of taking him down, and in fact there was a good chance he would be killed instead. The Anbu saw the reluctance on Kakuzu's face, and quickly said, "Rest assured, we are not asking you to face Sōshin Ten'ichi alone. When the time comes, Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya of Konoha will also act." Hearing this, Kakuzu felt much more at ease. "Fine, but I'll need the money first. If we fail to take down Sōshin Ten'ichi later, your Konoha cannot blame me. After all, his strength is extraordinary." Kakuzu felt that this mission required payment in advance. "We can give you half first. The other half will be paid as soon as you make your move, Mr. Kakuzu. Whether Sōshin Ten'ichi lives or dies," the Yinbyu said. Kakuzu considered that Konoha's reputation was fairly good, so he nodded. "My main body will come shortly." With that, the shadow clone dispersed. Before long, Kakuzu arrived, and the Anbu, true to their word, handed him 30 million. Kakuzu counted the money and revealed a satisfied smile. Ever since he had been betrayed by his village, only money could fill the emptiness in his heart. "Then Mr. Kakuzu, shall we set off now?" the Anbu asked. "Let's go." He wanted to receive the remaining 30 million as soon as possible. So the Anbu led Kakuzu toward Orochimaru's camp. At Konoha's temporary encampment, Orochimaru's forces had already set up camp here, and he had especially tasked the Sealing Squad with creating numerous barriers. All of this was to prevent another aerial attack by Sōshin Ten'ichi. "Kushina, I'm returning to Mount Myaboku." Minato Namikaze looked at his girlfriend with a pained heart. She had been injured, and without time to properly recover had endured a hard journey. "All right, Minato. Don't worry. My body heals quickly, and I'll be fine before long." Kushina was a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, and with the Nine Tails inside her, her recovery speed was even faster than Naruto's. Minato gently kissed Kushina's forehead, then was reverse summoned back to Mount Myaboku. For the village and for his girlfriend, Minato trained in Senjutsu with even greater dedication. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima watched Minato and sighed. If the young Jiraiya had even half of little Minato's diligence, he wouldn't still be unable to fully master Sage mode, even now. Just then a small toad hurriedly hopped over. "Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima, the great toad sage has awakened. He says he saw fragments of the future and wants to see Jiraiya immediately." Hearing this, the two sages immediately reversed the summoning to bring Jiraiya from the northern battlefield. "Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima, has something happened?" Seeing himself reverse summoned by the two sages, Jiraiya immediately asked. "The Great Lord has a new prophecy and wants to see you," Sage Fukasaku said hurriedly. Then he had Sage Shima stay to watch over Minato Namikaze while he led Jiraiya to the Great Toad Sage's palace. The Great Toad Sage, who had usually been drowsy, was now sitting there with unusual alertness. Seeing him like this, Jiraiya knew the matter was serious. "Great Lord, I have brought young Jiraiya," Sage Fukasaku said quickly. "Little Jiraiya, I saw Konoha destroyed by a person with blue eyes. The entire shinobi world was also plunged into war, and countless people died in that conflict." The Great Toad Sage spoke with a trace of fear. In truth, in his dream, he had seen that after this war the entire shinobi world was unified, and it grew ever stronger under the rule of that mysterious man. Moreover, that man had created a sage mode of humanity's own. The three great sacred grounds were surpassed by humans in every respect, and the title of sacred ground was lost. They no longer enjoyed their lofty position above all. Ordinarily, the Great Toad Sage cared nothing about the title of sacred ground, but now that he learned Mount Myaboku would no longer be called a sacred ground in the future, he immediately panicked. Thus, he wanted to urge Jiraiya to kill that blue-eyed man and return events to their original path. "Great Toad Sage, do you know what that person looks like?" Jiraiya asked urgently. "I cannot see. I can only see that he has a pair of blue eyes. Jiraiya, you must find him. Otherwise, not only will Konoha be ruined, the whole shinobi world will be ruined as well," the Great Toad Sage said in a rush. Seeing the Great Toad Sage so shaken, Jiraiya understood that the crisis in the shinobi world was truly severe this time. When will peace ever descend upon the shinobi world? "Great Toad Sage, have you dreamed of the Child of Prophecy again?" Jiraiya now desperately wanted to know who the Child of Prophecy truly was. At this point, perhaps only the Child of Prophecy could save the shinobi world. "No." The Great Toad Sage shook his head. Seeing this, Jiraiya could only nod dejectedly. When he had first met Nagato all those years ago, he thought Nagato was the Child of Prophecy. Later, after taking Minato as his disciple, he felt that Minato might be the Child of Prophecy. He felt like a man without any standards falling for one after another. Children of prophecy were everywhere. Then Sage Fukasaku led the bewildered Jiraiya out of the palace. Seeing Jiraiya at a loss, Sage Fukasaku consoled him. "Little Jiraiya, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The Great Toad Sage may dream more useful information later." Jiraiya nodded and quickly adjusted his mindset. Do you want to go see little Minato? Asked Sage Fukasaku. Jiraiya simply shook his head. No, let him train in peace. I'll return to the shinobi world first. I'm needed there. After bidding farewell to Sage Fukasaku, Jiraiya returned to the ninja world. At the same time, Danzo led an army of clan shinobi toward the north. Hiruzen Sarutobi also received word that the ANBU had successfully hired Kakazu. I hope this time we can take down Sōshin Ten'ichi. And I hope Sōshin Ten'ichi can exhaust Fugaka's power. As Tobarama Senju's disciple Hiruzen Sarutobi knew a thing or two about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo. He knew the Mangekyo's weakness. Once its power was drained, the user would go blind. Deep in his heart, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already formed a plan. If Sōshin Ten'ichi failed to exhaust Fugaka's power this time, he would use the Hokage position as a carrot and transfer Fugaku to the Northern War to deal with Kimobikure. No matter who won or lost, he would not lose out. Lord Hokage, we just received word from the Land of Rivers. Sōshin Ten'ichi and Pakura are leading Sunanin into the Land of Rivers. The ANBU handed the frontline intelligence to Hiruzen Sarutobi. After reading it, he said with a cold smile, does Sunagakure intend to swallow the entire Land of Rivers? He thought to himself, hoping that Danzo's earlier scheme to provoke Sōshin Ten'ichi and Raza would succeed. Sunagakure. Raza was doing paperwork in his hospital room. Just then his brother-in-law Yashimaru hurried into the room. Lord Kazekage. Yashimaru looked at Raza with complicated eyes, unsure whether he should tell his brother-in-law the gossip he had heard in the village. What's the matter, Yashimaru? Seeing his wife's younger brother hesitate, as if he wanted to speak, Raza put down the document in his hand and looked at him curiously. Could this boy have taken a liking to a girl? At the thought, a faint smile appeared on his face. Lord Kazekage, it's like this. I just heard some people in the village comparing you with Lord Ten'ichi, saying you are not as good as Lord Ten'ichi. I think someone must be stirring the pot behind this. Yashimaru worried that his brother-in-law might grow jealous, creating conflict between master and disciple. Raza turned serious after hearing this. When did these voices start? His brows knitted tightly. Good thing I plan to pass the position to Ten'ichi later, otherwise I really might start having some thoughts about him. It probably started today. I didn't hear anyone gossiping yesterday. Lord Kazekage, I think it must be another village's doing. Yashimaru voiced his guess. Raza fell silent for a moment, then gave a cold laugh. Behind this, there are likely not only enemy spies stirring things up. Some ambitious people in our own village are probably fanning the flames too. Raza knew exactly how vile some of the people in his own village could be. He would bet that this was 100% connected to certain ninja clans in the village. Lord Kazekage, then what should we do now? Yashimaru truly did not want his brother-in-law to fall out with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi repeatedly defeating enemies abroad, and everything in the village moving in a better direction, he did not want this matter to throw the village into internal turmoil. Don't worry. The solution is very simple. Raza smiled. Yashimaru looked at his brother-in-law, curiously wondering how he intended to resolve it. Yashimaru, take some people to the village and spread the word that after this war I plan to make Ten'ichi the Kazekage. Raza said with a smile. Yashimaru froze in place for a moment, looking at his brother-in-law in disbelief, and saw nothing but frankness and sincerity on his face. Only then did he realize his brother-in-law was not joking. Lord Kazekage, Lord Ten'ichi is only in his teens. If I remember correctly, he's just 15 now. Will the people in the village accept Lord Ten'ichi? Yashimaru thought those ninja clans would certainly jump up to oppose it. If they won't accept it, that's fine. As long as they can achieve the same war record as Ten'ichi, I can let them be Kazekage too. Raza sneered. In this world, after all, strength spoke for itself. Yashimaru thought for a moment, then grew excited at once. Lord Kazekage, I'm off to spread the word. He quickly ran out. Raza watched him go speechless. This kid doesn't even know how to comfort me. Then he looked out the window. This is probably Konoha pulling strings behind the scenes. Raza felt sure the scheme had come from Danzo's hand. As Yashimaru spread the word, the news that Ten'ichi would become Kazekage after the war swept through the village like a virus. Wonderful. Lord Ten'ichi will be Kazekage. Lord Ten'ichi is incredibly strong. Our village is sure to get better and better. That's right. And Lord Ten'ichi is a civilian-born shinobi. In the future, the lives of civilian shinobi like us will improve too. Villagers kept smiling one after another. Only the ambitious schemers wore dark expressions. None of them expected Raza to willingly give up the Kazekage seat. How could someone who had tasted the sweetness of power bear to cast it aside? At that moment, many clans, as if by tacit agreement, stopped their scheming. They did not quite understand the current situation. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Nono Yakushi heard the discussions in the street. Her expression did not change. Instead, she looked towards Sunagakure Hospital, where Raza was staying. Is Raza sincere, or is he trying to deceive Sōshin Ten'ichi first? Nono Yakushi then disappeared into the crowd, intending to find a chance to return. At the same time, Chiyo and the others arrived in the Land of Rivers. The Sunanin were all brimming with excitement. Yahiko and the others observed the Land of Rivers along the way and found that the people here also lived in hardship, and they could not help feeling a trace of confusion. How could this ninja world be saved? Chiyo and the others quickly reunited with Sōshin Ten'ichi's group. Nice work, kid. Konoha has thoroughly lost face this time. When Chiyo recalled how Konoha's forces had been routed by Sōshin Ten'ichi alone and sent scrambling back to the Land of Fire, she could not stop smiling. Elder Chiyo, you've come just in time. I'll leave all the matters here to you. The moment Sōshin Ten'ichi saw Chiyo, he was overjoyed. After handing her all the documents, he took off immediately. After occupying the Land of Rivers, there were many matters to handle. Sōshin Ten'ichi, Pakura, and the others were run off their feet. Watching Sōshin Ten'ichi run into the distance, Chiyo was speechless. Still, for the sake of the village, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. Just then Yahiko and the others found Ten'ichi, who had just escaped from his work. Lord Ten'ichi, lately we felt lost. We don't know how to save this ninja world. Yahiko and the others were deeply dispirited. They had originally thought the people of the great nations surely lived well, but while marching through the Land of Wind, they found that the people there lived much the same as those in the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers. This left them very confused. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at them and smiled. Then he split off a large number of shadow clones to cultivate. The sight made Yahiko and the others' eyelids twitch involuntarily. Follow me. Sōshin Ten'ichi's main body quickly led them to a slope overgrown with weeds. Yahiko and the others looked at Ten'ichi in confusion, not understanding why he had brought them there. When you look at this slope, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Ten'ichi pointed at the slope and turned to ask them. Yahiko scratched the back of his head and said, so many weeds. This slope is pretty steep. It's easy to fall. Useless land. At that point the members of Akatsuki all gave their answers. Do you know what I'm thinking? Ten'ichi said with a smile. Everyone shook their heads, signaling that they didn't know. Sōshin Ten'ichi did not continue speaking. Instead, he formed hand seals and used earth release to turn the slope before them into terraced fields. The farming instinct buried deep in every descendant's blood reawakened. Look now, this place can be used to grow crops. It can support several families. Do you know what to do now? Shinobi are not only meant for killing and destruction. They can also be used to build the ninja world. Ten'ichi said with a smile. Everyone stared at Sōshin Ten'ichi, stunned. Everyone, I have a task to entrust to you. That is, lead a group of genin to transform the Land of Rivers. Use all the farmable land. With fields, the people of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind will no longer have to worry about making a living. Sōshin Ten'ichi planned to transfer the less talented genin to Akatsuki. Those genin were not of much use on the battlefield, so it was better to let them reclaim land. Yes, Lord Ten'ichi. The members of Akatsuki seemed to have found a glimmer of hope for changing the ninja world. Over the next 2 days, Akatsuki led people in reclaiming farmland, and they brought in many landless civilians, distributing the fields to them. At Konoha's temporary camp, Setsuna Uchiha arrived at the place where the Uchiha clan was resting. Elder Setsuna, why are you here? At that moment, Yashiro was especially surprised to see Setsuna Uchiha. Why can this old man not come? I'm not a registered shinobi anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi has no authority over me. After Setsuna Uchiha had attempted a coup and been thrown into Konoha's prison, he had been expelled from Konoha and his ninja registration revoked. Therefore, he did not have to obey the Hokage's orders. Yashiro looked at him with a headache. Relaxed, this old man slipped out secretly. Where is Fugaku? Setsuna Uchiha had come because of the great battle between Fugaku and Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi's victory over Orochimaru and Fugaku gave Setsuna Uchiha some other thoughts. Elder Setsuna, follow me. Yashiro led Setsuna Uchiha to where Fugaku was. Meanwhile, Orochimaru learned through his snakes that Setsuna Uchiha had arrived. Why has that old man come? Could it be because of Fugaku's Mangekyo? After sending a few small snakes toward the Uchiha side, Orochimaru began studying magnet release. Hachida brought Uchiha Setsuna to an open clearing. At this moment, Fugaku was instructing Itachi on how to maximize the power of his Sharingan to enhance his own strength. The moment he caught sight of Uchiha Setsuna, his brows furrowed deeply. Elder Setsuna, what brings you here? Fugaku's gaze towards Setsuna carried a hint of strangeness. Chief, congratulations. And congratulations to Itachi on awakening his eyes. A faint smile graced Uchiha Setsuna's stern face, particularly when his eyes fell upon Itachi. Madara didn't awaken his Sharingan until this age. Itachi's talent is truly enviable. Thank you, Elder Setsuna. Itachi's cheeks flushed slightly as he offered his thanks. Itachi accompanied Hachida and stepped away for a moment. Fugaku instructed, knowing Setsuna's journey from Konoha served a purpose beyond mere congratulations. Hachida and Itachi nodded and departed. Uchiha Setsuna then erected a soundproof barrier. Chief, when you clashed with Sōshin Ten'ichi, did you hold nothing back? Setsuna gazed at Fugaku with intense seriousness. Though I'd rather not admit it, I gave it my all at that time. Perhaps because I'd only awakened my Sharingan less than a year ago, I couldn't fully harness the power of the Mangekyo. Fugaku felt that if he had truly mastered the Mangekyo, he never would have suffered such a crushing defeat. Uchiha Setsuna offered no further comment. Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength is genuinely formidable. Perhaps we Uchiha should seek a different path forward. Uchiha Setsuna subtly observed Fugaku's reaction throughout gauging his response. In his expectation, Fugaku would vehemently oppose and reprimand him for even raising such matters. But this time proved exceptionally unusual. Fugaku didn't loudly rebuke him, instead he stared with an odd expression. Could it be that Elder Setsuna formed this connection through Sōshin Ten'ichi? Should he intervene or secretly support him? Fugaku found himself in a difficult position. If he helped, he'd be complicit in betraying the village, a boundary he struggled to accept. If he refused to help, the future held the grim prospect of Sōshin Ten'ichi wielding the eternal Mangekyo, leading the Uchiha and Suna to destroy Konoha. After careful deliberation, he decided to assist Setsuna. Elder Setsuna, do you intend to defect to Suna? Even within the soundproof barrier, Fugaku couldn't suppress his quiet question. No, Uchiha Setsuna replied, shaking his head. I mean defect to Sōshin Ten'ichi. He held no regard for Suna, only a powerful figure like Sōshin Ten'ichi warranted their allegiance. But we still have clan members, Fugaku said hesitantly. Observing his struggle, Uchiha Setsuna felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated that the typically indecisive chief would show such resolve regarding defection to Sōshin Ten'ichi. Sōshin Ten'ichi possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. He could evacuate numerous clan members before Konoha could respond. Those who weren't taken along would simply have to accept their fate. Very well, Elder Setsuna. Figure out a way to communicate with Sōshin Ten'ichi about this matter. Fugaku had AMBU monitoring him, making it impossible to contact Sōshin Ten'ichi directly. I faced the same constraint. I must return to Konoha soon, or the ANBU watching me will grow suspicious. However, I know someone suitable to relay the message. Uchiha Dohyo has now awakened his 3-Tomo Sharingan. He's strong enough and sharp-witted, perfect for this task. Uchiha Setsuna had instigated a rebellion during the second Hokage's era. Though he survived, the aftermath left complications that required careful consideration. Fugaku pondered the situation before finally nodding in agreement. Chief, may I ask why you've chosen to support me this time? Could your Mangekyo ability allow you to see into the future? Uchiha Setsuna suspected that his clan chief's dojutsu might grant visions of what lay ahead. Otherwise, Fugaku's temperament would never have led him to support such a course of action. Indeed, yes, I can glimpse fragments of the future. Recognizing that Setsuna had deduced this, Fugaku felt no need to conceal it further. What kind of fragments? What happens to our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Setsuna grew tense. He had sought out Sōshin Ten'ichi precisely because Konoha was methodically suffocating the Uchiha. Without resistance, they would perish. You will lead the Uchiha behind Sōshin Ten'ichi as he lays waste to Konoha. After a moment's consideration, Uchiha Fugaku decided to reveal what he had witnessed. It seems my choice was correct. Our Uchiha's future lies with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Uchiha Setsuna felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Chief, I'm preparing to return. I'll leave Dohyo behind, and I'd appreciate your support when the time comes. I'll contact you through the Nakomata clan. Uchiha Setsuna understood he couldn't linger. He immediately began making arrangements, and Fugaku cooperated fully. A day later, Uchiha Setsuna departed the camp and headed back to Konoha village. In the basement, Orochimaru learned through his summons that Uchiha Setsuna had left. Could it be he truly came only to glimpse Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan? Orochimaru failed to grasp Uchiha Setsuna's true intentions. After all, he could never have imagined that members of one of Konoha's founding clans would even contemplate betraying the village. In the land of rivers at the Sand Village's encampment, Maki slipped past Chiyo and Ebisaru and approached the various Sōshin Ten'ichi figures engaged in cultivation. Pardon me, which one among you is Lord Ten'ichi? Confronted by the dense crowd of Ten'ichis, Maki couldn't distinguish the original. The original Ten'ichi then stepped forward. Lord Maki, please just call me Ten'ichi. Lord Ten'ichi, you should call me Maki. Your current strength far surpasses my own, Maki quickly replied. Well, in that case I'll call you Maki, and you call me Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi harbored considerable affection for Maki, having been taught ninjutsu and taijutsu by him. Being asked to address him as Lord felt strangely off-putting. Very well then. Ten'ichi, let's step aside to talk. Maki glanced toward the war room. Noticing this, Ten'ichi understood that whatever Maki wished to share must remain confidential between them. They relocated to a secluded area. Ten'ichi, one of our teams in the Land of Rivers, recently discovered traces of Sasori. He massacred an entire town's population and looted everything. Maki's expression grew grave. I see. Ten'ichi now understood why Maki had kept this from Chiyo and the others. Let's go, Maki. We need to bring that troubled youth back. The village requires his abilities at this moment. Ten'ichi would certainly not let Sasori slip through his fingers. Sasori possessed extraordinary talent with puppets. If he left the Sand Village's puppeteers would be reduced to scavenging scraps. However, this problematic youth required proper guidance. The fact that he could blame the third Kazekage for his parents' deaths was truly bizarre. The third Kazekage would never have wished for his parents to die. Ten'ichi, but. Maki hesitated. The village had already begun speculating that the third Kazekage's disappearance was somehow connected to Sasori. After all, the fact that he vanished alongside the third Kazekage was far too coincidental. Internally, Sōshin Ten'ichi rationalized. I'm sorry, third Kazekage, but for the sake of the village, I'll have to sacrifice your reputation. Maki, I consider the village rumors to be utter nonsense. Sasori is only 16 years old. How could he possibly defeat the third Kazekage? Upon hearing Sōshin Ten'ichi's words, Maki wore an odd expression. He stared directly at him. While Ten'ichi was roughly the same age as Sasori, his strength could undoubtedly overpower the third Kazekage. Sōshin Ten'ichi also sensed Maki's gaze and cleared his throat twice. Ahem. Well, I'm something of an exception. Maki nodded in understanding. Alright, let's go retrieve the Sand Village's most talented puppeteer. Ten'ichi stretched his limbs. Whether Sasori returned willingly or not, he would come back today. Ten'ichi, once Sasori returns, how do you plan to handle him? Maki remained somewhat concerned about Sasori. The boy possessed formidable strength, yet harbored psychological issues. Truly a troublesome situation. Do not worry. I will first take him before Shikaku to serve the village. I'll have him craft puppets for the village and provide the psychological guidance he needs. Ten'ichi rubbed his hands together, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Maki silently pitied Sasori, thinking this poor kid's going to have it rough from here on out. Let's go, we're setting out. Ten'ichi, accompanied by Maki, controlled Iron Sand as they headed towards Sasori's location. After a brief journey of about half a day, they arrived at the town Sasori had destroyed. Lord Ten'ichi, Lord Maki. The Sand Ninja Station here had already buried all the deceased. Ten'ichi surveyed the desolate, empty town and cursed. Damn it, I'll have to properly educate Sasori when we get him back. How could he be so violent? Massacring civilians was something Ten'ichi could never accept. The Sand Ninja present exchanged odd glances with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Which direction did Sasori go? Ten'ichi asked. Lord Ten'ichi, Sasori headed north. He likely knows we've occupied the land of rivers. So he's headed toward the smaller nations like the land of rain and the land of grass. The Sand Ninja replied hastily. Good. Ten'ichi immediately set off with Maki in pursuit. Along the way, he maintained his sensory jutsu continuously. After pursuing for a full day and night, he and Maki spotted a red-haired figure, Sasori. At this point, Sasori had not yet begun modifying himself. He was likely still gathering materials to construct Sarutobi. That's him. Maki quickly pointed downward. Alright, watch this. Dozens of iron sand spheres materialized around Sōshin Ten'ichi's left hand. Take this. The dozen iron spheres were launched instantaneously. Sasori only heard the whistling sound of incoming attacks. He quickly withdrew several of his crafted puppets from his storage scroll, attempting to block the assault. Bang, bang, bang. However, his puppets crumbled like clay, each one exploding in succession. Damn it, who was there? Sasori watched his creation fail to hold for even a single second, forcing him to retreat hastily. Even so, he was lashed by the spattering mud. His forearm was riddled with holes torn open by the mud, blood welling from each wound. Magnet released Dharma aspect of heaven and earth. Sōshin Ten'ichi manifested a colossal giant 100 meters tall and tucked Baki away within the Iron Sand Titan. All this to keep that scoundrel from witnessing things he should not. It is you, the Iron Sand Butcher. The moment he recognized Sōshin Ten'ichi, Sasori grew agitated. He already had a third Kazekage in hand. If he could slay Sōshin Ten'ichi and craft him into a human puppet, as well he would have too. Bang! Sasori produced a storage scroll bearing the character 3. As the plume of smoke dispersed, the third Kazekage, fashioned into a human puppet, appeared. A pitiable third. Ten'ichi could not help thinking that among all the third-generation Kage, the third Kazekage was the most tragic. He had no name to speak of, was killed by a ninja of his own village, and after death his body was desecrated into a human puppet. Sasori, today, I will teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Elder Chiyo, Ten'ichi declared. At the mention of Chiyo, a flicker of emotion crossed Sasori's face. Do not dare speak of that old hag. Without another word, he set the third Kazekage in motion. Magnet release iron sand giant needles. Dozens of iron sand spears, each 3 to 4 meters long, took form. But just as they were about to strike Sōshin Ten'ichi's Iron Sand Titan, a sudden anomaly occurred. Every last grain of iron sand had slipped out of his control. What is going on? Sasori's youthful face was now clouded with confusion. He had not lost control of the third Kazekage, so why was this happening? Sōshin Ten'ichi was nearly dying of laughter. Moments earlier, he had tried amplifying his chakra to seize control of the third Kazekage's iron sand, and in doing so discovered that he had snatched that iron sand clean away. Relying on his overwhelming chakra, he had claimed dominance over it. Sasori, take this. In that instant, all those enormous spears reversed direction and hurtled towards Sasori. Bang! Assailed by Sōshin Ten'ichi, Sasori could only dodge and scramble about in utter disorder. Watching Sasori utterly incapable of fighting back, Ten'ichi nearly died laughing. Sasori cast a cold glance at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Knowing full well that he was no match for this man, he thought of fleeing. Ten'ichi saw through his little scheme and sneered Sasori, thinking of running. That is not going to happen. Magnet released Dharma aspect of heaven and earth. 3 heads, 6 arms. Sōshin Ten'ichi had originally wished to imitate Hashirama Senju and create a true several thousand hands, only to find it too difficult to pull off. He had not managed it, but instead produced a Neza-like form of 3 heads and 6 arms. Sasori noticed the giant undergoing a transformation. His nerves drew taut as he warily kept his guard up against the Iron Sand Titan. At this moment his expression was especially ugly. Against such a behemoth his puppets were utterly helpless. The only one he could field, the third Kazekage human puppet, was being suppressed to the point of complete paralysis by Sōshin Ten'ichi. 6 arms descended from the sky, their roaring howl reverberating across all heaven and earth. On the ground Sasori felt as though the very world were collapsing. Damn it! Body flicker technique. Gritting his teeth, Sasori drew upon every ounce of strength he had, pouring out even the last dregs of his power. At length, having pushed his body past its limits, he finally escaped the behemoth's attack range. He was just about to have the third Kazekage carry him off into flight when the giant's 3 heads opened their jaws wide. Blue light flickered. A magnetic force was continuously accelerating their tongues. That is right, tongues. At this moment those tongues had already transformed into sharp cones, their tips gleaming with cold light. The mouths within the giants' heads had become magnetic force fields. Whoosh! The 3 tongues dissolved into black light, threaded with wisps of blue hurtling towards Sasori at breakneck speed. It seemed as though space itself was about to be torn apart by those 3 tongues. Bang! With 3 booming impacts the ground collapsed into 3 enormous holes, each 20 to 30 meters in diameter, their depths plunging into unfathomable darkness. Hot steam continued to pour from the craters. The mud and stone within them had been turned into magma in a single breath. Not bad. This power is quite impressive. Sōshin Ten'ichi nodded with satisfaction. He then looked to Sasori, who stood at the center of the 3 craters. Sasori now felt his limbs heavy as lead. Even lifting a foot to take a step was a Herculean effort. He was terrified. In that very instant he felt as though his parents had already opened their arms wide to embrace him. He saw Sōshin Ten'ichi watching him from not far away. Sasori gave up resisting. The third Kazekage collapsed limply to the ground. Go on, do it. Sasori slowly closed his eyes and awaited the coming of death. But Ten'ichi made no move to strike. Instead he sealed the third Kazekage in a storage scroll, then released Baki from within the Iron Sand Titan. Ten'ichi, is it over? Baki flickered to Ten'ichi's side. Ten'ichi nodded, then sent a shadow clone to the boy Sasori, collecting all of the puppets on his body. He was worried the fellow might try something underhanded. At the same time, he had left 3 flying thunder god marks on Sasori's body, one on the nape of his neck and one on the front and back of his chest where the heart lay. He even worried the kid might later modify his body. If possible, he genuinely wanted to reach into Sasori's chest and leave a flying thunder god mark right on his heart. Rigor above all. Only after confirming that the lad had nothing concealed on him did Sōshin Ten'ichi walk over. Turning to Baki, he handed him a kunai stamped with a flying thunder god mark. Baki, I will take this kid with me to boss Shikaku's side. Understood. Baki nodded. The very next second Ten'ichi activated the flying thunder god and appeared directly beside Shikaku. This is the One Tail. Sasori stared at the Shikaku before him, who was merrily toying with the ceiling squad, and blurted out in shock, what One Tail? Call him Boss Shikaku. Ten'ichi immediately interjected. Ten'ichi immediately delivered a sharp thump to Sasori's head. Rubbing the back of his skull, Sasori looked at Ten'ichi with complicated eyes. You are not going to kill me. Why would I kill you? You are the genius of our hidden sand village. Killing you would make me the one with a screw loose. Ten'ichi rolled his eyes at him. But I have killed. Before Sasori could finish, Sōshin Ten'ichi cut him off. No more talk of such things. As long as you mend your ways, the third Kazekage will forgive you. Ten'ichi patted Sasori on the shoulder. I have done nothing wrong. Then what? Sasori crossed his arms. Though he could not defeat this man, he would never concede. At that moment Shikaku spotted Sōshin Ten'ichi's arrival and walked over. Ten'ichi, my little bro, who is this character? Shikaku sensed a dense, suffocating malice from Sasori, though it was not directed at him, but rather at the world itself. Even stranger, there was also a shred of innocence about him. A creature brimming with malice, yet bearing a thread of innocence. What a contradiction. Boss Shikaku, I would like to trouble you to keep an eye on this kid. He is far too troublesome. Only you, boss, are up to the task. Ten'ichi spoke with a fawning smile at Shikaku. Sasori looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi with a complex expression. He had been soundly thrashed by this man, and now this man was telling the One Tail that he was no match for Sasori. Is that so? Very well, leave him to me. As your boss, I guarantee I will watch him well. Shikaku immediately thumped his chest at the words. The members of the sealing squad meanwhile scrambled and crawled over to Sōshin Ten'ichi's side. Their clothes were ragged and torn. Anyone would have taken them for beggars who had wandered in from nowhere. Wah! They clung to Ten'ichi's thighs and howled miserably, each one crying more piteously than the last. Lord Ten'ichi. A trace of embarrassment crept onto Shikaku's face. He truly had been playing with them a little too ruthlessly of late. Lord Ten'ichi, please take us away. I want to retire. I will not be a ninja any longer. Mom, Dad, I miss you. Ten'ichi turned to look at his boss, his lips twitching involuntarily. Alright. I will take you all back. I will send you back to the village shortly. This time I will have the teacher mark your mission down as an S-rank 1. Tianni consoled them, musing inwardly, poor little wretches. In the next second, the very same sealing squad members who had been weeping all sprang to their feet with a swish. Thank you, Lord Tianni. Their faces bloomed into brilliant smiles. Tianni was rendered speechless by their abrupt reversal. He looked at Shikaku. Boss, I will take these people and head off now. This Sasori, I will rely on you to look after him, boss. Tianni said with a smile. Sure. Shikaku nodded. Sōshin Ten'ichi had them all cling to one another, then activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the village. Shikaku meanwhile looked at Sasori with a grin, a sinister smile curling across his face. Sasori could not help but feel a twinge of fear before the tailed beast. Though Sōshin Ten'ichi had not sealed away his chakra as a puppeteer stripped of all his puppets, his strength had been cut by more than half. The one tail before him did not look proper in the least. Granny Chio, I miss you. Shine Village. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to the village with the sealing squad. Finally back, no more suffering under Shoha's torment. Great, I never want to go near Shoha again in the future. Yet too terrifying. All they wanted to say was that the tailed beast's energy was too terrifying. Ten'ichi looked at these poor souls, gave them a few words of advice, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique to reach Maji and brought him back to the base in Chuan country. Then Ten'ichi arrived at the war room. At the moment, only Qian Dai and Hai Laozong were inside dealing with the pile of documents. Ten'ichi, perfect timing. Quick, split out some shadow clones to help handle these files. Hai Laozong raised his head and said with a smile. Sōshin Ten'ichi split out a shadow clone, but only had it guard the door instead of handling the files. Seeing this, Qian Dai and Hai Laozong's expressions turned serious. Had something major happened? At that moment, Ten'ichi produced a storage scroll bearing the character 3. He planned to hand over the third wind shadow to the two of them to handle. First, Ten'ichi had no use for this thing at all. It was too weak. Second, he intended to use this matter to make Qian Dai and Hai Laozong serve him wholeheartedly in the days to come. What's this? They both had a guess in their hearts. Elder Qian Dai, Elder Hai Laozong, a few days ago, one of our people spotted traces of Xia. I went personally and captured Xia, obtaining a few things from him. Ten'ichi said. Ten'ichi, what has become of Xia now? Qian Dai's heart was about to leap out of her chest. She looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi nervously. Could her grandson have died at Tianni's hands? Hai Laozong quickly grabbed his sister, afraid she might do something rash. I've sent Xia to Boss Shoha's place. I asked Boss Shoha to keep an eye on him. Sōshin Ten'ichi said. Hearing this, both Qian Dai and Hai Laozong sighed in relief. As long as he's alive, it's fine. Ten'ichi then opened the storage scroll and placed the third wind shadow on the table. When Qian Dai and Hai Laozong saw that the third wind shadow's corpse had been turned into a human puppet, pain welled up on their faces. There was grief over the third wind shadow's death, and also heartache over Xia having strayed onto the wrong path. Elder Qian Dai, Elder Hai Laozong, I'll leave this to you to handle. No one knows about this matter except me and Xia. Sōshin Ten'ichi said as he looked at the two. Qian Dai stared at Ten'ichi in disbelief. She hadn't expected Sōshin Ten'ichi to actually leave it to her, meaning as long as she didn't expose it, Xia would not be the murderer of the wind shadow. Ten'ichi, what are your conditions? Qian Dai asked. None for now. If I must say, then just take care to serve Shine Village while Elder Qian Dai. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Qian Dai with a faint smile. Qian Dai looked at Ten'ichi gratefully. Ten'ichi, thank you so much. This old woman owes you too much. It's nothing. Everyone does it for the village. I also hope that a genius like Xia can return to the village. If he were here, our village's puppeteer corps would be far stronger. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Qian Dai nodded with a hint of pride at that moment. Her grandson's talent in puppetry was indeed exceptional, just as dazzling as Tianni's. Hai Laozong now understood Tianni's purpose in bringing Xia back. He wanted Xia to craft puppets for the village. If nothing unexpected happened, Xia would be making puppets every day in the future. Still, Hai Laozong was happy. At least his life had been spared. If Xia could redeem himself through meritorious service, Ten'ichi might consider giving him back his freedom one day. Ten'ichi, can you take us to see Xia? We'll talk some sense into him, so he'll serve the village well from now on. Hai Laozong spoke up, then looking at Ten'ichi with sincere eyes. Alright, I'll come get you tomorrow morning. Sōshin Ten'ichi grabbed the two and used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Shoha's place. They then saw Shoha controlling the sandstorm to blow Xia into the sky, and as he fell in free fall, blowing him back up again. It was like bungee jumping. Only far more thrilling than bungee jumping. Qian Dai and Hai Laozong both turned their heads to look at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Ten'ichi immediately spread his hands. Don't misunderstand. This has nothing to do with me. Ten'ichi, you brat, why are you back again? It's you too. Playing with Xia as he walked over, Shoha's eyes filled with excitement when he saw Qian Dai and Hai Laozong. He looked at Ten'ichi eagerly as if asking whether these two could be played with as well. Boss Shoha, these two elders are here too. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi noticed that the Flying Thunder God Kanai he had given Maji was acting strangely. Elder Qian Dai, Elder Hai Laozong, something's happened at Maji's side. I need to go deal with it. Boss Shoha, I'm off. Ten'ichi waved at Shoha, then left. Gulp. Qiandai and Hai Laozong still felt a little guilty facing Shoha. After all, back when they suppressed the Jinchuriki's rampage, they had played no small part. Shoha. Oh. Qiandai and Hai Laozong were also toyed with by Shoha. The whole family, tidy and complete. Chuan Country Shine Base. Tianni came to Ma Ji's side. Ma Ji, what's happened? Sōshin Ten'ichi asked. Lord Tianni, our scout just learned some information. I hired a rogue ninja from the black market. A man called Jiao Du, whose strength rivals that of a shadow. Moreover, my seems to have transferred Zilai away from the northern battlefield. Ma Ji immediately reported the situation to Tianni. Wow, my really does think highly of us, Shine. Aren't they neglecting their other fronts by doing this? Sōshin Ten'ichi complained. Right now, Genin village, because of Yemu's defeat and injury, seems to be electing the fourth Earth Shadow. Genin village is only in small-scale clashes with Mai. As for Wuyin village, it's hard to say. Looks like they don't intend to join in so soon. Ma Ji revealed all the intelligence he knew. Tianni's expression turned grave. Mai was planning a full-scale fight with them. Crushing them, Shine, would send a warning to the entire ninja world. And it would also avenge his son. Don't worry, we are unprecedentedly powerful right now. Sōshin Ten'ichi smiled. Ma Ji nodded in agreement. Send someone to look into it, and see if we can find where Jiao Du is. Sōshin Ten'ichi wanted to poach that fellow. Yes. Ma Ji immediately went to mobilize people, hoping to find where Jiao Du currently was. Genin village. Yemu sat in the Earth Shadow's seat, stroking the chair beneath him. After today, he would no longer be the Earth Shadow. All the high-ranking officials of Genin village were seated in the meeting room of the Earth Shadow building. Everyone recommends someone to take over as Earth Shadow. Yemu spoke. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Lord Earth Shadow, I think you should remain in the position of Earth Shadow. Yes, although Genin village suffered a defeat at Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands this time, we can definitely get our revenge. Exactly, losing once doesn't mean we've lost. Everyone still wasn't sure whether Yemu truly wanted to step down or was luring someone out to make an example of them, thereby securing his seat as Earth Shadow. Alright, no need to say more. I no longer care about the position of Earth Shadow. On the back of my neck is Sōshin Ten'ichi's flying thunder god mark. Whether I live or die is in someone else's hands. If I remain the Earth Shadow, it would only harm the village's interests. As he spoke, Yemu touched the back of his neck. Huang too touched his own as well. The flying thunder god mark on their necks was like a sharp blade hanging over the heads of father and son, ready to fall at any moment and snatch their lives away. Everyone fell silent after hearing Yemu's words. Then one person plucked up his courage and said, then perhaps let Lao Zi or Han take the position of Earth Shadow. But Lao Zi and Han are Jinchuriki. Yeah, wouldn't that be inappropriate? That's what I was thinking. Everyone then glanced at Lao Zi and Han. Their status as Jinchuriki made everyone rather wary. Yemu narrowed his eyes at Lao Zi. To be honest, due to conflicting philosophies, he didn't like Lao Zi very much. But Han's strength relied too much on his steam armor, and he had previously been defeated by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Yemu worried that an Earth Shadow chosen from them would fail to win public approval. The fatal thing was that the only presentable candidates in Genin village were these two, so the choice could only be between them. Lao Zi, you will become the fourth Earth Shadow. Yemu ultimately chose Lao Zi. Although he and Lao Zi had differing views, there was no denying that the man had strength and loved the village. Han wasn't surprised because he knew that having lost to Sōshin Ten'ichi, he could never sit in the Earth Shadow's seat. Everyone looked at Lao Zi. Fine. Lao Zi nodded. Apart from himself, there was no one else in the village suitable for the position. Alright, announce it then. I step down as Earth Shadow, and Lao Zi will take over. Yemu said slowly. Yes. Everyone immediately set to work on the preparations, leaving a private space for Yemu. Father. Huang Tu looked at his father worried. Yemu smiled, and shook his head at Huang Tu, reassuring him. At the daimyo's estate in the land of Earth, the daimyo gazed at the missive delivered from a Wagakure with considerable astonishment. He had anticipated that this crushing defeat would compel Inoki to offer some explanation, yet he never imagined the old man would simply step down from his post. Is the third Sachikage truly abdicating of his own free will? Fearing that Inoki might hold a grudge against him once he approved the resignation, the daimyo questioned his retainers once more. To answer your lordship, the third Sachikage resigned voluntarily. The Iron Sand Butcher left a flying thunder god mark upon the nape of his neck. Should that man ever wish it, he could claim the third Sachikage's life at any moment. Hearing this, the official finally understood, so that was the truth of the matter. Very well, approve it. Send the document back to a Wagakure, he said, and tell the fourth that the village now rests upon his shoulders. Upon learning of Inoki's circumstances, the daimyo's heart was set at ease. He immediately pressed the daimyo's seal upon the document and handed it to his official, ordering him to deliver it to a Wagakure at once. One day later, news that Inoki had abdicated and that Rashi was to ascend as the fourth Sachikage spread throughout the entire shinobi world. The whole shinobi world was taken aback in turn. A Jinchuriki becoming a Kage was nothing short of unprecedented in the history of the ninja nations. At this time, Sōshin Ten'ichi had just brought Chiyo and Ebizo back from Shikaku's side. At the sight of the two elders looking utterly drained, Tianni couldn't stifle a chuckle. The pair leaned against the camp's wall for a long while before finally recovering. Tianni, will Sasori be all right over there? Chiyo fretted that her grandson might be worn ragged by Shikaku. To Chiyo's worry, Tianni could only say that she was overthinking things. Elder Chiyo, rest assured, he'll be fine. If the members of the Sealing Squad can endure Shikaku's torment for that long, Sasori certainly can as well. Once things quiet down, I can bring you both to see him, Zong-shun, Tianni said with a smile. No need. Ebizo waved both hands so frantically that they blurred into afterimages. Just then Maki came scurrying over in haste. Tianni, Elder Chiyo, Elder Ebizo, he called. We've just received word. Anoki is about to step down. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki of Awagakure will be taking office as the fourth Tsuchikage. Maki spoke with evident excitement. There was no greater joy than watching one's enemies fall from grace. Ebizo stroked his chin. This was expected. Let's just hope this Four-Tails Jinchuriki doesn't set his scheming eyes on us. Chiyo fretted that once in power the new leader might resort to underhanded tricks. Elder Chiyo, I believe the one who truly needs to worry is Konoha. We've just taught Awagakure a bitter lesson. They won't dare move against us anytime soon. Zong-shun, Tianni said with a smile. As the old saying goes, one should squeeze the softest persimmon. And at the moment the softest persimmon was undoubtedly Konoha. After all, most of their key fighters had been transferred to the border of the Land of Rivers. Chiyo and Ebizo nodded in response. Unless the men of Awagakure had taken leave of their senses, they would surely recognize this as the prime window to strike against Konoha. Well then, honored elders, I'll be off to my training. Zong-shun, Tianni bade the two siblings farewell, then turned to Maki. Maki, inform me the moment you have any news of Kaku. The three of them nodded at Tianni before he turned and took his leave. He still hadn't mastered dust release and the great spiral wheel. He had to keep pushing forward. Konoha, the Hokage Tower. Are you telling me that Uchiha Setsuna journeyed to the front lines and met with Fugaku? Word of Uchiha Setsuna's trip to the front lines had still found its way to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu operative nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply. Uchiha Setsuna was a reckless hothead who had dared to stage an insurrection even while his teacher was still alive. So what did he intend by seeking out Fugaku now? This instilled a sharp sense of crisis in Hiruzen Sarutobi, especially given that he still did not know what Fugaku's Mangekyo ability was. Strengthen surveillance on Uchiha Setsuna and Fugaku. Also dispatch more agents to keep watch over the Uchiha compound. Alert me at once if anything stirs. Hiruzen Sarutobi believed it was imperative to cultivate a specialized ninja unit to counter the Uchiha clan. Understood, Lord Hokage. The Umbu operative withdrew. Seated in the Hokage's chair, Hiruzen Sarutobi began to contemplate. Once he had squeezed every last drop of Fugaku's ocular power, he would stop deploying the Uchiha clan into battle altogether and keep the entire clan confined within Konoha. He refused to believe that a new Mangekyo could blossom under such constraints. Meanwhile, Jiraiya arrived at the Konoha camp located on the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. Taking in the camp's battered state, he wondered had the Sand Shinobi raided the place. He sauntered boisterously into the war room, and upon spotting Orochimaru, immediately threw an arm around his shoulder with a grin. Orochimaru, I hear Zong-shun Tianni of Sunagakure knocked your teeth out. You must have made a real spectacle of yourself in front of your juniors. Jiraiya teased, waggling his eyebrows mischievously. Orochimaru responded with a roll of his eyes and shoved Jiraiya's arm off his shoulder. Jiraiya, you had best be on full alert this time. If you underestimate Tianni-kun, you'll end up dead, you know. Orochimaru cautioned him in a languid tone. Jiraiya's grin faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Is this Zong-shun Tianni truly so formidable? I've retreated all the way to the Land of Fire with my entire army. What more need be said? When Tianni-kun's shadow clone arrives later, you can go put up some resistance. Just then another explosion rumbled from outside. Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya. I'll go check it out. Jiraiya hurried out the door. The Iron Sand Butcher is here. Earth Release Squad, step forward and hold him off. At least there's only one shadow clone today. With that, the entire Earth Release Squad unleashed their jutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. 250. One earthen wall after another rose up, attempting to withstand the onslaught of Zong-shun Tianni's shadow clone. Yet before the magnetically accelerated iron beads, they were no sturdier than sheets of paper. Each was pierced through in an instant. Everyone then retreated with practiced ease. Over this period, with Zong-shun Tianni's shadow clones harassing them daily, none of their other skills had improved. Only their ability to run away had undergone a qualitative leap. Yet there were still unfortunate souls who were blasted into chunks of gore by the tiny iron beads. An iron bead the size of a fingernail can pack that much destructive force. Jiraiya now understood why Orochimaru and his men had been driven to such a miserable state. So this is the extent of Tianni-kun's power. Of late, however, Tianni-kun's shadow clone appears to have been holding back. It's as though he's waiting for all of our forces to assemble before he sweeps us all away in a single move. Orochimaru voiced the suspicion weighing on his mind. Jiraiya's face turned grim. Orochimaru, I'm entering sage mode. Hold him off while I prepare. With that, Jiraiya immediately summoned the two-toed sages of Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku, and Shima. Little Jiraiya, what in the world is happening? The two sages spotted Sōshin Ten'ichi wreaking havoc in the distance. Honored sages, I must ask for your assistance. I need to stop that man. Jiraiya's mastery over sage mode was still half-baked at best. Without the aid of the two sages, he would have needed significantly more training before he could enter it on his own. Fukasaku and Shima nodded, then began to synchronize with Jiraiya. Standing off to the side, Orochimaru watched with envy at his longtime friend, the once dead last of their generation. Those snake sages at Ryuchi Cave never lifted a finger to help him cultivate. Instead, they spent every waking moment scheming to devour him. Both were sacred lands, yet the gulf between them was simply too vast. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clansmen gathered around Fugaku. Patriarch, shouldn't we be out there lending a hand? One of them asked in bewilderment. Ever since their patriarch had crossed blows with Sōshin Ten'ichi, he had strictly forbidden the clan from engaging. No need. This man is plainly just grinding down our fighting strength. Striking now would be utterly pointless. Look around. The other noble clans aren't making a move either. Fugaku's gaze remained fixed on Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky. Sōshin Ten'ichi is an Uchiha who was lost to the outside world. Our clan must not fall into internal strife. We must amass our strength and launch a counteroffensive against Konoha. Having glimpsed the future, Fugaku's mindset had fundamentally shifted. Yes. The other Uchiha took a look around and recognized the truth of his words. The clan ninja were all falling back rather than pressing forward. Only those simple-minded civilian shinobi were still throwing themselves into the fray. All the while, Sōshin Ten'ichi continued toying with the Konoha shinobi while simultaneously using a sensory jutsu to probe the conditions within the Konoha camp. When he detected an immense new surge of chakra within the camp, one laced with something peculiar he could not quite identify, he murmured under his breath, "Is that Jiraiya?" He surmised that the elements he could not distinguish were most likely natural energy. Magnet release Iron Sand Shuriken. The shadow clone produced a specially crafted shuriken, concealing it among the volley of Iron Sand Shuriken, and launched the entire barrage at breakneck speed in Jiraiya's direction. Summoning Jutsu Triple Rashomon. Realizing that Ten'ichi had made his move against them, Orochimaru instantly summoned the Triple Rashomon gates to shield Jiraiya. Jiraiya cast a grateful look at Orochimaru. Boom. One after another, the three Rashomon gates were smashed to pieces. Just as the final gate shattered, the shuriken, launched by Sōshin Ten'ichi, lost their remaining force and clattered harmlessly to the ground. Orochimaru's brow knitted tightly. Having clashed with Ten'ichi more times than anyone else, he had the clearest understanding of the man's might. By all logic, his triple Rashomon should never have been able to block Ten'ichi's Iron Sand Shuriken. Unless Ten'ichi harbored some ulterior motive. The technique that surfaced in Orochimaru's mind was the Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya, fall back. Orochimaru retreated in a hurry. But 5 minutes had already slipped by. Frog-like features had manifested on Jiraiya's face, and dark rings of pigment had appeared around his eyes. The Toad Sage makes his dazzling entrance. Jiraiya roared with laughter. Today he was going to beat Sōshin Ten'ichi to a pulp. Little Jiraiya, be careful. The two sages cried out hurriedly. At that moment, one of the shuriken transformed into Sōshin Ten'ichi. So this was the Shadow Clone's special shuriken all along. Every time he sallied forth, Sōshin Ten'ichi dispatched two Shadow Clones. One feigned a frontal assault, while the other lurked in wait to take someone by surprise. Earlier, however, Orochimaru and his forces had played it too cautiously to grant any opening. Now that Jiraiya had arrived, the Shadow Clone finally saw its chance. Great Ball Rasengan. A colossal spiral sphere 4 or 5 meters in diameter came thundering toward Jiraiya. Damn it! Jiraiya stared blankly at the massive ball of chakra that had suddenly appeared before him. There was no time to retreat now. If that thing hit him, he'd be dead, wouldn't he? After cursing Jiraiya for his stupidity, Orochimaru acted immediately. Earth release, Earth flow wall. He raised the ground beneath Jiraiya's feet with the technique, lifting him 20 meters into the air. This evaded the attack of Sōshin Ten'ichi. Orochimaru, thanks a lot. Jiraiya grinned broadly, flashing his teeth. Boom. The next second, Ten'ichi shattered the earthen wall before him. Before the wall collapsed, Jiraiya leaped onto the nearest large tree. Little Jiraiya, you need to be careful. That chakra sphere just now was extremely dangerous. Even Fukasaku Sennin couldn't help but frown. If he hadn't seen it wrong, that young man's jutsu earlier seemed to require no hand seals. Got it. Jiraiya nodded. Sage Art Hair Needle Sanbon. He crouched like a toad as his hair shot towards Sōshin Ten'ichi like a rain of arrows. Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clone revealed a faint smile, and in an instant it vanished before Jiraiya's eyes. Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya then recalled the information about Ten'ichi his teacher had given him, which mentioned that Ten'ichi could use the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it. Both Sennin, it seems, were in trouble now. This man can use Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya wore a wry smile. What? Isn't that technique something only young Minato can use? The two sages were well aware of how troublesome the flying thunder god technique was. It's a long story, so let's leave it for later. Jiraiya stopped himself from continuing, as this matter concerned his teacher. At that moment, the shadow clone that had vanished reappeared beside the sky shadow clone. Use all your chakra to unleash Dharma heaven and earth. Let's see just how strong Jiraiya is in Sage Mode. This was Ten'ichi's first confrontation with Sage Mode, and he was extremely curious, hoping to see whether he could learn something from it. Alright, Magnet released Dharma heaven and earth. A giant made of iron sand rose from the ground. Standing over 100 meters tall, it bore down on everyone with immense pressure. Because this wasn't the desert, pulling that much iron sand from the earth consumed the chakra of one shadow clone. When that clone vanished, another immediately took over command of the iron sand giant. It's this again. Should we retreat? No, now that Jiraiya-sama is here, we can definitely win. Right, Konoha is the strongest village in the shinobi world. The Konoha ninja said these words, yet their voices were laced with endless fear. Kushina stared at the iron sand giant that had appeared, then immediately poured chakra into the flying thunder god Kanai Minato had left with her. In no time, Minato appeared by Kushina's side. Minato, that Sōshin Ten'ichi is here again, and this time he appears to be serious. Kushina pointed at the iron sand giant in the distance, speaking urgently. Namikaze Minato looked at the figure in the distance, and the two shadow clones of Sōshin Ten'ichi in the sky, cursing inwardly. Because Sōshin Ten'ichi sent shadow clones every single day, Minato had no chance to properly train his Sage Mode. Kushina, you should retreat to the rear. I'm going to assist Orochimaru-sama and the others. Namikaze Minato turned his head to look at Kushina. Kushina took Minato's 3 disciples and immediately left the area. Namikaze Minato quickly arrived at Orochimaru-sama's side. When his teacher saw him coming, a smile appeared on Minato's face. Great, the teacher is here. From here on we can launch a counterattack, Minato said happily. Orochimaru then spoke weakly, Minato, don't get too excited too soon. Ten'ichi-kuin's magnet release is nothing ordinary. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. Still, he believed his teacher could do it. He was the Toad Sage. Let's deal with this big one first. Jiraiya looked warily at the giant before him, immediately beginning to form hand seals. Sage Art Earth Release Yellow Spring Swamp. The iron sand giant instantly began sinking into the ground. Seeing the iron sand giant restrained, Jiraiya knew this was an opportunity. Both Sennin, let's use Gomen, Jiraiya said. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin immediately nodded. Sage Art Gomen. 1 man and 2 toads. 1 spat oil, 1 used fire release, and 1 used wind release. Empowered by Sage Chakra, the technique's power underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Even those standing behind could feel the scorching wave of heat pressing down on them. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. So this was how powerful Jiraiya had become. Everyone turned their attention to the iron sand giant. That pervy sage's move will definitely melt Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand giant. Kushina jumped for joy. Rin and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Obito, on the other hand, watched Jiraiya with envy, muttering under his breath, that fire release is incredible. Someday I'll be able to do that too. Standing atop the iron sand giant, the shadow clone couldn't help but remark, Sage Art is truly impressive. With that level of power, most people really couldn't withstand it. Magnet release electromagnetic field. Authors note the author is not a science student, so this may not be entirely realistic. Apologies. The shadow clone pressed his hands together, and the iron sand giant extended both arms, each emitting a dazzling blue glow. The iron sand forming the arms was slowly melting. This jutsu was something Sōshin Ten'ichi had newly created. The overwhelming sea of flames was blocked by an invisible barrier formed by the electromagnetic field. No matter how much chakra Jiraiya and the others poured in, they couldn't push the flames a single inch forward. This defensive jutsu isn't bad, far more effective than Rashomon. The shadow clone nodded in satisfaction. The only drawback of the electromagnetic field was its considerable chakra consumption. By now the chakra within this shadow clone was nearly depleted. Jiraiya and the others looked at their jutsu failing to even touch the enemy, their expressions extremely grim. Your Sage Art is decent, Jiraiya, but you're just not good enough. Before I vanish, let me give you a gift. The shadow clone smirked mischievously. Hearing Ten'ichi say he wasn't good enough infuriated Jiraiya. Magnet release electromagnetic molten iron eruption. Due to the activation of the electromagnetic field, a great deal of iron sand in the arms had turned into molten iron. In that moment, the shadow clone exhausted all its chakra and fired it all out. Scorching molten iron filled the sky. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Jiraiya instantly wrapped himself and the 2 sages in his hair for protection. The searing molten iron fell onto his body, sending up small wisps of black smoke before dropping to the ground. Not good. Namikaze Minato immediately descended to save the ninjas caught within the range using Flying Thunder God. But one person alone couldn't save everyone. Many were caught in the blast. Those who were lucky only had molten iron land on their limbs. Their injuries looked severe, but with medical ninjutsu their lives could be saved. But those who were unlucky with molten iron landing on their heads went straight to meet the king of hell. Aya! Screams of agony immediately rang out across the camp. Damn it! Seeing this, Jiraiya's fury blazed as though it might burst from his chest. Orochimaru stood at the top of a tree looking at the iron sand scattered across the ground, muttering, "Was it magnet release that blocked Jiraiya's sage art just now?" His mind was now filled with the image of Jiraiya's sage art being stopped by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Against an attack of that caliber, even he could only dodge. Yet Ten'ichi-kun had easily blocked it. Magnet release truly is mighty. Why didn't the third Kazekage or Raza have such power? Ten'ichi, because of science. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling as though he was getting addicted. Unless he dissected Sōshin Ten'ichi, the itch in his heart would never go away. Ten'ichi-kun, what exactly is the secret hidden within you? Afterwards, those who were uninjured began with practiced ease to clean up the horrible scene in the camp. Watching everyone carry out the cleanup and treat the wounded in an orderly fashion without any commander giving orders, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, had they been trained or trained specifically? Of course, trained specifically meant trained by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Little Jiraiya will be heading back now. Next time you face Sōshin Ten'ichi, don't forget to call us. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin had no intention of letting little Jiraiya die. After all, they had watched him grow up since he was a child. Very well. Thank you both for your trouble this time, Jiraiya said respectfully. The two sages then returned to Mount Myaboku. Master Jiraiya, are you injured? After escorting the wounded to safety, Minato Namikaze came to Jiraiya's side and looked at him with concern. Rest assured, Minato. Although I couldn't get the better of that Sōshin Ten'ichi, he didn't manage to hurt me either. He's nothing special. Jiraiya, seeing that his disciple had arrived, planted his hands on his hips and chuckled. Kushina walked over as well and couldn't help rolling her eyes at Jiraiya. Pervy sage, that's because Sōshin Ten'ichi only sent a shadow clone. If his real body had come in person, you might not have been a match for him. Kushina put her hands on her hips and looked at him smugly. A hint of awkwardness appeared on Jiraiya's face. Right, he had almost forgotten that he had only been facing a shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi. By the way, why is that kid's magnet release so absurdly powerful? Jiraiya immediately changed the subject. Minato Namikaze and Kushina both shook their heads. Jiraiya then turned to his old friend Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you know why? I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head. Fugaka not far away heard this and seemed lost in thought. Could it be that Sōshin Ten'ichi had already awakened the Mangekyo? In his view, the upper limit of magnet release as a Kekkai Genkai was not high, it should be impossible for it to reach the level of power Sōshin Ten'ichi had displayed. Connecting this to the eternal Mangekyo that Fugaku had seen on the future Sōshin Ten'ichi, he speculated that Sōshin Ten'ichi must have already awakened the Mangekyo. His Mangekyo's ability must be to amplify ninjutsu. Fugaku felt certain his deduction was correct, because only this could explain why Sōshin Ten'ichi's magnet release was so powerful. In the land of rivers at Sunagakure's camp, in Sōshin Ten'ichi's mind, memories of his battle with Jiraiya surfaced. Once this battle with Konoha is over, I must go learn sage arts. Ten'ichi didn't dare imagine how powerful he would become after mastering sage arts. At the thought, the corners of his mouth curled upward. It's just that dust release and the great spiral ring are really troublesome. Ten'ichi rubbed his temples. Dust release was difficult, and he still needed a little more time before truly mastering it. Moreover, it was the great spiral ring that truly gave Ten'ichi a headache. All he knew was that the jutsu could be considered a derivative of the Rasengan. Beyond that, he knew nothing. A long and arduous road lies ahead. Sōshin Ten'ichi continued his research. While he was studying, the record of his shadow clone's battle with Jiraiya was delivered to Hiruzen Sarutobi via a summoning beast. This Sōshin Ten'ichi's talent is simply monstrous. The village must master wood release as soon as possible. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately wrote a letter intending to have Orochimaru begin research on wood release. He was well aware of his disciple Orochimaru's research abilities. It might not be said that Orochimaru was unmatched in the shinobi world, but he was absolutely inferior to no one. Perhaps he could bring him good news. After handing the letter to the messenger snake, Orochimaru had left behind Hiruzen Sarutobi, stayed in his office handling paperwork, while waiting for Orochimaru's reply. Orochimaru, who was researching magnet release in his underground laboratory, saw a small snake appear in the corner and spit out a letter. He immediately read it. I didn't expect teacher to restart the wood release experiments. But right now magnet release fascinates me more. Orochimaru's mind was filled with Sōshin Ten'ichi. Wood release could wait. He had come into contact with Hashirama cells through Danzo before. That stuff was too overbearing. Who knew how long it would take to fully research it? And even then, it might not be useful for his quest for immortality. After all, Hashirama Senju had been dead for decades. So Orochimaru flatly refused, saying he was too busy researching magnet release. When Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the message, his jaw nearly dropped. What on earth? Orochimaru would rather research magnet release than wood release. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that everyone in today's shinobi world had forgotten how formidable Lord Hashirama was. Even the god of shinobi, they had begun to look down on him. Damn it. Hiruzen's head began to throb. He had originally thought that among his 3 disciples Orochimaru was the most obedient. Now it seemed none of the 3 was any good. Was this going to have to be handed to Danzo after all? Hiruzen was torn. He was even thinking about killing Danzo later. Perhaps he should first let Danzo live a little longer and only deal with him after Danzo developed would release. After a full minute of agonizing deliberation, Hiruzen Sarutobi still felt it was better to let his old friend Danzo take charge of the matter. But that would have to wait until Danzo returned from the northern battlefield. At the moment, Danzo was incredibly busy at his camp. He had to command operations while also pulling talent into Route. Not long after arriving at the northern camp, he had already pulled more than 50 shinobi into Route. Most of them were from shinobi clans. This made his heart bloom with joy. Lord Danzo Kumogakure's forces seemed to be gathering toward the land of Earth. It seems they intend to take advantage of Wagakure's 4th Tsuchikage just taking office to launch a full-scale offensive into the land of Earth. A Route shinobi hurried over to report to Danzo. The moment Danzo heard this, his eyes lit up. If he led his men and seized this chance to ambush Kumogakure, victory was guaranteed. That would bring him one step closer to the Hokage's seat. Immediately send more men to keep watch on them. As soon as Kumogakure and a Wagakure clash, send word back at once. The smile at the corner of Danzo's mouth could no longer be suppressed. Yes. The Route shinobi immediately withdrew. Then Danzo's laughter echoed from the room. At the Kumogakure camp. Well, did Danzo's Route manage to learn the news? Asked the 3rd Raikage. Lord Raikage, the message has already been passed to them. Given Danzo's temperament, he's sure to take the bait later. When that happens, this Konoha force will definitely be devoured by us. A smile tugged at the corner of Dodai's mouth. When Jiraiya had commanded this front before, he had been steady and methodical, making things very difficult for Kumogakure. Seeing that even the weakest sand shinobi had occupied the land of rivers and snatched a slice of the cake from Konoha, Kumogakure became eager to find a way to break the stalemate. Danzo's arrival let them see that opportunity. Good. The 3rd Raikage rubbed his hands together. In truth, he had wanted to go deal with a Wagakure, but he thought Dodai's proposal was quite good. After all, compared with Konoha, a Wagakure was dirt poor. A scheme designed specifically against Danzo had already begun to unfold, just waiting for him to charge gleefully into the trap. In the land of rivers at the Sunagakure camp. Sage art's power is rather impressive. If I could master sage art, perhaps I could raise the Dharma aspect of heaven and earth to an even higher level. Sōshin Ten'ichi felt that his current 3-headed 6-armed form was still too weak. Just then Elder Chiyo walked over. Hearing Ten'ichi's words, she couldn't help but think of the 3rd Kazekage's summoning beast Shinya. Chiyo couldn't help but let out a sigh. Because the beast had fallen out with the 3rd Kazekage. If not for that, she could have handed it over to Sōshin Ten'ichi, allowing him to maybe practice the sage art of Ryuchi Cave through Shinya. Elder Chiyo, why have you come? Were you thinking of visiting Sasori? Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Chiyo with a faint smile. Chiyo immediately waved her hand. Although she missed her grandson, she had no desire to be tormented by Shikaku. No, I came to see you. Now that Konoha has gathered so many experts, Ten'ichi, will you be able to handle what comes next? A trace of worry creased Chiyo's brow. Sōshin Ten'ichi was the hope of Sunagakure's rise, and she did not want him to be in danger. Elder Chiyo, rest assured. Maybe I cannot take them all on by myself. But with your help, Sunagakure will not lose this time. Ten'ichi's eyes burned with confidence. As long as they did not lose, Konoha would not be able to hold on. If the other 3 great nations saw Konoha and Sunagakure locked in a stalemate, they would certainly make their move. By then, Konoha would have to pull its elites back from here to defend its other front lines. The scales of victory would then tip towards Sunagakure. Good, as long as you know what you're doing. If there is any danger during the battle, just run away at once. We can all die, but you cannot. Chiyo looked gravely at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Hearing this, Ten'ichi nodded. Then Chiyo walked away with her hands clasped behind her back, no longer disturbing Sōshin Ten'ichi's training. One day later, Baki hurried to where Sōshin Ten'ichi was training. Ten'ichi, we've received news about Kakuzu. Baki's face was extremely grim because Kakuzu had already arrived at the Konoha camp. Has he entered the Konoha camp? Seeing Baki's expression, Sōshin Ten'ichi understood at once. Baki nodded, a hint of indignation on his face. By the time their Sunagakure scouts received the intelligence, it was already too late. Now Konoha had an extra Kage-level powerhouse, which was extremely disadvantageous to them. It's fine. The impact is not great. When the time comes, you will deal with him. Sōshin Ten'ichi looked at Baki. Oh. Baki was dumbfounded, wondering if he had somehow offended Ten'ichi. Otherwise, why would he send him to his death? Ten'ichi noticed Baki's look and laughed. This Kakuzu, because of certain things in his past, is especially fond of money. When the time comes, all you need to do is tell him that if he joins Sunagakure, the position of finance minister will be given to him. And don't worry, I'll give you a flying thunder god Kanai. If he still tries to attack you, I'll come to protect you. Ten'ichi laid out his plan. Baki looked at him with a trace of doubt. Ten'ichi, can this really work? Of course. Rest assured, 120%. Ten'ichi patted his shoulder. But will the village agree? You know, the position of finance minister has always been controlled by those old fogies. Baki said worriedly. Don't worry. Elder Chiyo and the others will deal with them. Giving up one finance minister post can give the village an extra Kage-level fighter. Elder Chiyo will surely be willing. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a sly smile. Chiyo and Ebizo's seniority was enough to keep those old fogies in check. Konoha's forces have almost all gathered by now. We need to get ready as well. Konoha will probably launch its attack soon. A hint of regret involuntarily surfaced on Sōshin Ten'ichi's face. The great spiral ring had already taken its initial form. Yes. Baki nodded, then went to prepare for battle. Although the village had not officially named a commander for the camp from top to bottom, everyone silently regarded Sōshin Ten'ichi as the commander. In an instant, more than 4,000 Suna shinobi in the camp were bustling about. Numerous elite squads were dispatched to keep an eye on Konoha's movements. Sōshin Ten'ichi also concluded his training and waited for Konoha to make a move. Konoha camp. At that moment, Kakuzu was seated in Konoha's war room. Jiraiya, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina looked at Kakuzu with curiosity. The other Jonin, however, had a hint of disdain in their eyes. After all, Kakuzu was a rogue ninja. Thinking they would have to fight alongside him later made them feel somewhat uneasy. But there was no helping it now. Everyone is here. The village has ordered us to act as soon as possible. I won't say much more. This time we must fight quickly and decisively. We absolutely will not allow any delay. Orochimaru swept his gaze across every Konoha shinobi. Everyone nodded. They also knew that too many elite fighters had been gathered here in the Land of Rivers. If they delayed any longer, the other fronts would be left exposed and problems would surely arise. Mr. Kakuzu, I'll leave Chiyo on the Suna side to you, Orochimaru said with a smile. Kakuzu nodded. He was here to earn money, not to risk his life. As long as they didn't assign Sōshin Ten'ichi to him, that was fine. Seeing Orochimaru assign the rogue ninja to deal with Chiyo, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. Chiyo's strength was not weak. Even worse, when fighting her you had to beware of being poisoned. Good, then let's move out right now. Pass the order, depart immediately. Orochimaru was far from calm inside. He felt that Konoha might very well lose this battle. Sōshin Ten'ichi was a huge variable. No one knew the extent of his strength. In the Konoha camp, aside from medical ninja, all other shinobi mobilized in full force. Remember, don't charge forward foolishly later. We Uchiha must preserve our strength. Fugaku said quietly to his trusted subordinates, then had them pass the word to the other Uchiha. Learning of this, quite a few people became excited. The clan head must be thinking of preserving strength. Once Konoha is badly mauled by Suna, he'll kill the third Hokage and become Hokage himself. Right, we must preserve our strength from now on. Later we can seize the position of Hokage. Some Uchiha clan members clearly misunderstood Fugaku. When Fugaku learned of this, he didn't want to bother with it, as long as his goal was achieved. Sōshin Ten'ichi was from the same clan as them. There was no point in killing each other. At this moment, Fugaku shot Inabi a glance telling him to take this opportunity to make contact with Sōshin Ten'ichi or the higher-ups of Sunagakure. Inabi gave his clan head a reassuring look. The great army then entered the Land of Rivers. News quickly reached Sōshin Ten'ichi and the others. Lord Ten'ichi, the scouting squad, has sent word. Konoha's ninja have set out. At that moment, a Suna shinobi entered the war room in agitation. Good. Pass the order, everyone acts according to the plan. Sōshin Ten'ichi, accompanied by Chiyo, Pakura, and others, walked out of the war room. At this moment, all the Suna shinobi were raring to go. Facing Konoha's army, they no longer had the fear and worry they had before. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In their eyes, Konoha's shinobi were nothing special. Once Lord Ten'ichi made his move, they would only be able to flee. Watching the change in the Suna shinobi, Ebizo couldn't help but smile. He saw in the ninja of his own village something that only Konoha's shinobi had possessed in the past. Confidence. Absolute confidence. Ten'ichi is the hope of our Sunagakure, Ebizo said slowly. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. As the smoke dispersed, Shikaku's figure appeared. What's up, Ten'ichi brat? Shikaku had been enjoying himself. Boss Shikaku, Konoha's ninja are attacking. We'll need to trouble you to step in and help us later. Ten'ichi smiled and said, alright, no problem. Shikaku patted his chest. But that brat Sasori will probably run away now, won't he? Boss Shikaku, don't worry. He can't escape. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. He had left 3 flying thunder god marks on Sasori's body. Even if he ran to the ends of the earth, Ten'ichi could bring him back. Everyone move out. Taking the lead, Ten'ichi headed toward Konoha with his forces. Soon the two great armies of Sunagakure and Konoha faced off. Sōshin Ten'ichi stood atop Shikaku's head looking at the Konoha army not far away. Both sides stopped at the same time. A fierce murderous aura hung over the sky. The nearby animals fled desperately from the place. Ten'ichi-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru looked at Ten'ichi standing atop the one tail, a cold expression surfacing on his face. Orochimaru, this time, I won't let any of you escape again. Sōshin Ten'ichi glanced at Orochimaru, then scanned the front lines. Once yet he simply did not see the Uchiha clan. In the end, he only spotted them at a position a bit farther back. Seeing this, he found it somewhat strange. Was this still the Uchiha? By their temperaments, shouldn't they be charging to the front row? Nara Shikaku was equally puzzled. The Uchiha gave him a slightly uneasy feeling today. I hope nothing goes wrong, he murmured. Boss Shikaka, treat them to a tailed beast ball, Sōshin Ten'ichi said to Shikaka beneath him. Got it. Shikaku immediately began condensing a tailed beast ball in his mouth. Seeing this, Kushina immediately entered her tailed beast transformation, directly into the six-tailed state. She too immediately began gathering a tailed beast ball in her mouth, aiming directly at the one in Shikaka's mouth. Swoosh! The two tailed beast balls fired at the same time. Boom! The two collided in midair and exploded in an instant. Everyone's eyes were dazzled by the blinding white light. Shikaku, the opponent's Jinchuriki is your responsibility, Sōshin Ten'ichi said, bowing his head slightly. Fine. This old man will give Kurama's Jinchuriki a proper beating. A sinister smirk played across Shikaka's lips as he prepared to pummel Kushina, a cruel satisfaction in knowing he was indirectly punishing the Ninetales itself. Summoning Jutsu Triple Rashomon. The explosive shockwave immediately rushed toward Konoha. Orochimaru acted swiftly, erecting the Rashomon gates to intercept the blast. Meanwhile, Suna's forces were protected by an iron sand wall constructed by Sōshin Ten'ichi. Everyone call me if danger arises. Ten'ichi distributed flying thunder god Kanai to Chiyo and Yugao before vanishing from the spot. Kill. In unison, the Konoha and Suna ninjas retreated to the periphery to engage in battle, keenly avoiding any collateral damage from the escalating clash. Magnetic release cosmic avatar, 3 heads 6 arms. Sōshin Ten'ichi unleashed his most formidable technique. A towering 100-meter giant rose from the earth. Witnessing the 3-headed 6-armed colossus before them, everyone swallowed hard. Damn it. Sōshin Ten'ichi's power is terrifying. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others silently exchanged glances toward Fulu in the rear, hoping he would step forward. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, don't joke with me. My Susanoo was already shattered by Sōshin Ten'ichi once. With his giant now even stronger, my participation would be futile. Fulu had no intention of charging recklessly. Jiraiya, recognizing the truth, withdrew his gaze. Orochimaru, Minato, cover me while I enter sage mode. Understood. Orochimaru and Minato nodded. However, Minato's eyes kept drifting toward his girlfriend. Seeing Kushina holding her own against the one-tail, his heart eased somewhat. At least for now, Kushina was not at a disadvantage. Summoning Jutsu, Orochimaru summoned a massive black serpent. He had no intention of summoning Manda. That creature had grown exceedingly cunning, appearing only to go through the motions with each summons. Wasting chakra on Manda was simply wasteful. Orochimaru stood atop the giant serpent, advancing toward Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand colossus. Minato, meanwhile, threw his flying thunder god Kanai, instantly teleporting to the giant's side. He used the colossal figure as stepping stones, swiftly closing the distance to Sōshin Ten'ichi, perched above. Hatake Minato. Ten'ichi sensed his approach and immediately formed hand seals. The area around Minato was instantly engulfed by an iron sand tornado. Damn it. Minato activated the flying thunder god to escape. Once Minato withdrew, Ten'ichi turned his attention to Orochimaru. Taste my 6 strikes. Ten'ichi commanded the giant to swing its massive palms toward Orochimaru and his serpent. Though enormous, the serpent remained agile, dodging Ten'ichi's attacks with practiced ease. Before Orochimaru could breathe a sigh of relief, all 3 heads of the giant turned toward him simultaneously, their maws opening in unison. Seeing the blue glow emanating from the giant's mouths, Orochimaru felt the cold grip of death. He immediately summoned a python, swallowing himself whole. In the next instant, a flash of black light erupted alongside 3 thunderous booms. All eyes turned to witness Orochimaru's summoned serpent impaled upon 3 iron spikes driven deep into the earth, blood pooling around it. Lord Orochimaru. Minato's tension spiked. He rushed to the serpent's location, searching desperately for Orochimaru's presence. Upon finding nothing, he exhaled in relief. The absence meant Orochimaru had escaped. At the battlefield's edge, Orochimaru emerged from a python's mouth. Terrible. I nearly died. Gazing at the giant in the center of the battlefield, a trace of fear flickered in Orochimaru's heart. Only a tailed beast might hope to restrain that thing. He swallowed hard, then noticed the Uchiha clan members, usually at the vanguard, were conspicuously idling in the rear. How amusing. Orochimaru sneered, then spotted the village's expensive mercenary Kakazu engaged in conversation with a Suna Jonin rather than fighting. Lord Hiruzen is truly getting exploited this time. Mr. Kakuzu, on behalf of our Suna village, I would like to hire you as the Minister of Finance. Maki watched Kakuzu nervously, his heart pounding. Could Ten'ichi's plan actually work? Kakuzu, who had been preparing to kill him on sight, froze in place. What did you say? He seriously questioned whether his ears were malfunctioning. Our village wishes to invite you to join us as Minister of Finance, overseeing our entire treasury. Observing the killing intent fade from Kakuzu's eyes, Maki thought Ten'ichi's scheme actually works. Kakuzu eyed Maki skeptically. Do you have the authority to decide that? Inside, a surge of excitement stirred. Suna was one of the 5 great villages. How wealthy must they be? and their Kazekage could literally dig up gold. I cannot decide alone, but Lord Tianni has full authority. Lord Tianni specifically sent me to invite you, Mr. Kakuzu. Maki immediately invoked Sōshin Ten'ichi's name. Although the Iron Sand Butcher is your Kazekage's disciple, that hardly grants him such authority, does it? Kakuzu worried he was being deceived. Our Kazekage has declared that once this war ends, Lord Tianni will succeed him, as Kazekage Maki replied. Hearing this, Kakuzu was tempted, yet he maintained his aloof demeanor. I may choose not to attack you, but I will not assist you either. Kakuzu would never work for free. Very well, Mr. Kakuzu. I shall remain nearby as a spectator. Once Lord Tianni arrives, the details can be discussed further. Maki could not believe he had succeeded. How deeply did this man value money? Was wealth truly the only thing he cared about in this world? Meanwhile, Sōshin Ten'ichi's battle raged on. Orochimaru and Minato fought with everything they had. Orochimaru, Minato, here I come. Jiraiya entered the fray flanked by Fukasaku and Shima. Paint marks now adorned his face. Sōshin Ten'ichi, this old hermit will teach you a lesson you won't forget. Jiraiya formed hand seals, summoning the Gamabunta brothers. Gamabunta, please help restrain this Iron Sand giant. Gamabunta and his brothers exchanged glances at the oppressive colossus before nodding. However, Jiraiya, we can only hold him for a few minutes. Gamabunta recognized the giant's power far exceeded their capabilities and urged Jiraiya to act quickly. Jiraiya nodded. Meanwhile, Minato watched his teacher with envy. If only he had mastered Sage Mode himself. Minato, let's assist Jiraiya in restraining the giant. Orochimaru called out. Minato immediately agreed. Earth released quicksand mud field. The Iron Sand giant immediately sank. Now's our chance, attack. Gamabunta charged forward with his brothers. Upon witnessing this, Tianni instantly controlled the giant. Magnetic release, super electromagnetic bomb. A massive iron sphere materialized in each of the giant's 6 palms. Gamabunta's brothers sensed imminent danger. Minato immediately formed hand seals. Tea-house collapse, jutsu. A colossal toad appeared above the Iron Sand giant. Its enormous rear pressed down upon the giant. The toad shrieked in pain, clutching its behind as it dissolved into smoke. The giant's 6 arms shifted direction, causing the iron spheres to veer off course. Nevertheless, they grazed Gamabunta. A deep gash exposing bone marred his face. His 2 brothers fared no better, suffering significant wounds. All 3 toads retreated to the Ryuchi cave. What a shame. We nearly had him. Sōshin Ten'ichi pursed his lips in disappointment. Jiraiya, seeing his comrade injured, surged with fury. Sage Art Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Empowered by Sage Arts, the dragon flame expanded to colossal proportions. The searing temperature instantly molten one of the giant's heads into liquid iron. Tianni swiftly exited Jiraiya's attack range. The amplification of ninjutsu through Sage Chakra is truly extraordinary, he murmured, his eyes narrowing. Jiraiya leaped onto another of the giant's heads. Tianni landed on a third. The 2 faced each other atop the Iron Sand Colossus. Jiraiya, you're the first enemy to ever stand here, Tianni remarked. This man truly was fearless. This was essentially his main battleground. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. He had not wished to come, but had no choice. Without approaching, directly attacking Tianni was nearly impossible. Sage Art Lion Hair Basket of 1,000 needles. Jiraiya's hair extended infinitely, attempting to ensnare Sōshin Ten'ichi. Tianni raised both hands. Magnetic release, electromagnetic field. Instantly, the rapidly advancing white hair halted a meter before Tianni. No matter how much chakra Jiraiya poured in it, could not penetrate. Just then, an Iron Sand clone materialized beside Jiraiya. Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Facing the sudden assault, Jiraiya teleported backward. Sage Art Needle Jizo. Blessed by Sage Chakra, Jiraiya's hair became as hard as iron. The Ultra Big Ball Rasengan failed to pierce through, merely pushing him back several steps. With his remaining arm, the Iron Sand clone branded Jiraiya's hair with a Flying Thunder God seal. Damn it! Jiraiya's pupils contracted as he realized that Sōshin Ten'ichi had placed a Flying Thunder God mark on his hair. Seeing this, Sage Fukasaku immediately used wind release to cut away that portion of hair. Jiraiya also manipulated his chakra to return that part of his hair to its normal state, making it easier to cut off. For safety, Sage Fukasaku shaved off part of the hair on top of Jiraiya's head as well. An instant later, Sōshin Ten'ichi's figure appeared at the spot where the hair lay. Quite fast. Eat this Iron Sand ball. A great ball Rasengan materialized in Sōshin Ten'ichi's hand, and within the Rasengan a vast amount of iron sand was spinning at breakneck speed. Since Ten'ichi had not yet learned Sage Arts, using Wind Release Rasen Shuriken would have badly damaged his hand. He therefore replaced the Wind Nature Chakra with Iron Sand. This increased the attack's power and spared his hand. Just as Sōshin Ten'ichi was about to strike Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze appeared at Jiraiya's side. A heartbeat later, he carried Jiraiya away from there. They returned to a safer place below. There's no escaping me. Sōshin Ten'ichi created 100 Iron Sand clones, each loaded with a large supply of explosive tags. Explosive Tag Bomber Formation Attack. The 100 Iron Sand clones flew toward the ground below. Minato Namikaze did not dare pause for even a moment. He took Jiraiya and fell back. Jiraiya and the others had escaped, but the Konoha ninja were left to suffer. Earth Release Squad and Water Release Squad attack now. Shikaku Nara turned and roared. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall was shouted 521 times, and Water Release Water Formation Wall 412 times. Earth Release, Earth Prison Dome. 52 repetitions of that last technique followed. Every defensive ninjutsu available was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Nearly half the battlefield was shrouded by smoke and dust from the explosions. All hail Lord Tianni. These Konoha ninja thought they could oppose Lord Tianni. They'll have to be reincarnated first. Victory belongs to our Sunagakure. The Suna shinobi were beside themselves with excitement. Konoha's Jinchuriki was pinned down by Shikaku, and even Konoha's elites joining forces could do nothing against Lord Tianni. Elder Chiyo and Lady Pakura were meanwhile tying down many of Konoha's strongest fighters. Minato Namikaze brought Jiraiya over to Fugaku's side. Fugaku, why haven't your Uchiha made their move yet? Jiraiya had noticed that the Uchiha had been slacking off at the edge of the battlefield the whole time, and this enraged him. The battle was already gradually tipping towards Sunagakure, and now Konoha's strongest clan, the Uchiha, had done nothing but idle around. How were they supposed to fight like that? Lord Jiraiya, I want as well. Aren't we already making our move? Fugaku said with a smile. Jiraiya did not bandy words with him. He merely gave Minato Namikaze a look telling him to bring Fugaku as well when they went to attack Sōshin Ten'ichi again. Minato Namikaze could only apologize to Fugaku in his heart. Then, taking advantage of Fugaku's distraction, he seized him and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing their clan leader abducted before their eyes, the Uchiha were furious. Damn it! Shameless Jiraiya and his disciple. How vile! What do we do now? Fight our way in and bring the clan leader back. The Uchiha could no longer hang back. They could only charge in hoping to protect their clansmen. Tianni noticed Jiraiya and his crew coming again, this time with Fugaku, a defeated opponent, in tow. Damn it! Fugaku's expression became extremely ugly. At a moment like this, the only option was to use Susanoo, or Sōshin Ten'ichi would kill him. A colossal skeletal framework formed around Fugaku, protecting him inside. Sage Art Gomen. A sky-concealing torrent of flames slammed toward Sōshin Ten'ichi. Seeing this, Tianni immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to flee. At the same time, he withdrew his colossal Dharma manifestation and used Magnet Release to control Iron Sand, forming a tornado made of Iron Sand. Magnet Release, Super Iron Sand Tornado. Minato Namikaze immediately left the area, taking Jiraiya and Fugaku with him. Quick though he was, the Iron Sand had already punched countless bloody holes into both his and Jiraiya's faces. Their faces, once handsome, were now covered with pockmarks. In that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi poured fresh chakra into the technique, and enormous amounts of Iron Sand were drawn up from underground. Like a natural disaster, it began to spread over the entire battlefield. Some ninja who could not dodge in time were sucked into the tornado, where the Iron Sand riddled them with holes in midair. Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka were dragged in as well. Multi-size technique. Choza Akimichi's body swelled until it rivaled a tailed beast in size. He hastily reached out and grabbed Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka by the legs. Just as he thought he could save them, a storm of Iron Sand swept past. A cloud of blood mist drifted through the air, and all that remained in Choza Akimichi's hands were their legs. No. Watching his sworn brothers die like that before his eyes, Choza Akimichi's eyes turned bloodshot. Choza, shrink down now. Other Akimichi clan members shouted warnings at him. But it was already too late. The Iron Sand tornado had come. His enormous body was swallowed by Iron Sand in the blink of an eye. Under everyone's gaze, in less than a second, he followed Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka down the same path. From the sky, Sōshin Ten'ichi looked down at the crowd below and shook his head. Well, I've taken out 3 parents of the Konoha 12 just like that. Ten'ichi could not help but smile faintly. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza. A trace of grief rose on Minato Namikaze's face. They had been close friends of his. Watching the 3 of them die, without so much as a corpse left behind, Minato Namikaze's heart churned with pain. Kushina noticed it too from where she was. She had also been close to the 3. Seeing them die like that, her heart began to waver. Kurama was overjoyed. Kushina, give me control of your body. If this keeps up, you won't lose just 3 friends. The Minato you love most will die at Sōshin Ten'ichi's hands as well. Let me go out. As the strongest tailed beast, I can kill Sōshin Ten'ichi in a matter of minutes. Kurama continued to press Kushina. His fox eyes quivered with excitement. Through the mental space, he watched Shikaku out there enjoying himself, and he was dying of jealousy. After gaining control last time, Kurama was confident he could completely subdue Kushina this time. No, I can't give you control of my body. Kushina spoke slowly. Look at your Minato. His face is already covered with blood from Sōshin Ten'ichi's attacks. He could die in the next second. Do you want to watch Minato die? Kurama knew exactly how important Minato Namikaze was to Kushina, so he said it unhurriedly. Kushina hesitated. Kushina turned her head and saw Minato Namikaze still bleeding from his face, her gaze was full of heartache. Fine. In the end she chose to heed Kurama's words, but she was not without her own cunning. She held back a hidden trump card. Kurama sneered inwardly at her contingency. It would take him only 3 minutes to erode Kushina's safeguard with his chakra. Kurama then began to take over Kushina's body. Kushina, who had been in 6 tails mode, suddenly grew 2 more tails. Just watch me. With 3 minutes still needed to corrupt the safeguard, Kushina had left. Kurama did not reveal his true nature. Instead, he fired a volley of tailed beast balls at Sōshin Ten'ichi. Seeing this, Ten'ichi instantly activated Flying Raijin and dodged. Boom, boom, boom. The flying tailed beast balls swept away several Konoha and Suna ninja. Fall back. The Nine Tails has lost control. Damn it, why did it go berserk at a time like this? Are we going to lose? Kushina is as useless as a piece of trash. The Nine Tails rampage at such a critical moment caused the Konoha ninja to place all the blame on Kushina. Sōshin Ten'ichi called out to Shikaku, boss Shikaku, stop the Nine Tails. Shikaku nodded and lunged forward, but there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. He could sense that Kurama had already taken control of the Jinchuriki's body. Sōshin Ten'ichi took advantage of the moment to split into over 100 shadow clones. The horde of shadow clones charged straight at the Konoha ninja. With Minato Namikaze assisting them, Ten'ichi might not be able to take down Jiraiya and the others for the time being. But the average Konoha ninja would have almost no means to resist him. Magnet release electromagnetic cannon. Soaring into the sky, the shadow clones immediately struck at the Konoha ninja below. In an instant, over 100 wisps of blood mist rose over the battlefield. Pakura turned and shouted to the Suna ninja, retreat. Get out of here and give Sōshin Ten'ichi room to unleash his strength. The Suna ninja immediately withdrew, not bothering to spare a thought for the Konoha ninja. The Konoha ninja meanwhile were scrambling to flee in terror, powerless to withstand Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clones. Seeing Sōshin Ten'ichi attacking his fellow Konoha shinobi, Orochimaru tried to destroy those shadow clones, but after an attempt he realized the shadow clones gave him no chance at all. They only stayed at a safe altitude and cast jutsu down at the Konoha ninja below. Ten'ichi-kun, this ability of yours is really troublesome. Orochimaru smiled bitterly. Those with genuine power might not fear this trick of Ten'ichi's, but the Jonin, Shunin, and Genin would find it very hard to withstand. Minato, let's go take care of those shadow clones, Jiraiya said, turning to Minato Namikaze. Fugaku meanwhile was absorbed in his own thoughts. All right, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato nodded. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced toward Kushina. She already had 8 tails now, and he did not know whether his girlfriend could endure any longer. Just as Minato was about to throw out a flying Raijin Kanai, Sōshin Ten'ichi's main body appeared beside them. You two can't leave just yet. Ten'ichi sneered coldly. He formed hand seals swiftly. Wind release wind blade. His hands turned into sword fingers and he hurled dozens of meter-long wind blades, sealing off every avenue of escape for Jiraiya, Fugaku, and Minato Namikaze. Sage art. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya raised an earth wall over 50 meters tall. It blocked Ten'ichi's wind blades, though the wall itself was sliced to tatters. Minato Namikaze instantly carried Jiraiya and Fugaku away from the spot. After sensing their location with a sensory jutsu, Sōshin Ten'ichi used Flying Raijin to appear beside the nearest shadow clone. Damn it. Seeing Ten'ichi in the sky, Minato activated Flying Raijin again and fled. Ten'ichi was right behind him. Driven by Sōshin Ten'ichi's pursuit, Minato and the others could only watch helplessly as those on their side were slaughtered. I'm out. A tremendous roar suddenly echoed over the battlefield. Everyone glanced sideways and saw that the Nine Tails had fully transformed into its tailed beast form. Its immense body towered on the battlefield, and its malevolent chakra made everyone present tremble. So this is the Nine Tails. How terrifying. Yet can Shikaku really handle it? Will this Nine Tails take Konoha's side? The Suna ninja swallowed nervously. Chio, Pakura, and the others wore solemn expressions. The Nine Tails' strength was far too much for the One Tail to contend with. The Konoha ninja grew even more tense at the sight. The situation had already been stacked against them. Now that the Nine Tails had gone into full-tailed beast form, it was even worse. The Konoha ninja hoped the Nine Tails would attack without distinction so that their own suffering might be lessened. Konoha ninja, go to hell. Kurama had by then completely broken down Kushina's safeguards and taken total control of her body. He turned his gaze to the Konoha ninja. They had sealed him away for more than 40 years. Today he would show them just how fearsome the strongest tailed beast could be. The Konoha ninja's heart sank. It was bad enough that they were going to die at the hands of the Iron Sand Butcher. Now the Nine Tails was coming after them too. Kushina. Minato Namikaze stared at the towering behemoth, his heart full of worry. Tailed beast ball. The Konoha ninja pointed at the tailed beast ball in the Nine Tails' mouth with trembling fingers. The next second the tailed beast ball came flying toward them. Boom. A monstrous mushroom cloud rose. The shockwave blasted away quite a few Suna ninja, and even several of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clones in the sky were obliterated. What a massive grudge. Tiani watched as the smoke cleared, revealing a huge crater 1,000 meters wide. Everything in it had vanished, and the Konoha ninja who had been there did not even leave ashes behind. Damn it, I have to run. Orochimaru shot a glance at the Nine-Tails, which was already charging another tailed beast ball, and fled without a second thought. Sōshin Ten'ichi gave a look to several of his shadow clones, signaling them to go after Orochimaru. Fugaku meanwhile seized the opportunity while Minato was distracted to reunite with his clan. We retreat. Fugaku immediately led his clansmen toward the Land of Fire. The Uchiha clan's retreat set off an instantaneous chain reaction, and all the Konoha ninja began fleeing for the Land of Fire. Should we chase after them? Perhaps we should pull back a little first. It would be bad if the Nine-Tails decided to target us. Everyone relax. With Lord Tiani here, we don't need to fear the Nine-Tails. Hearing this, Chiyo and the others could not help twitching the corners of their mouths. Nevertheless, everyone tacitly moved backward a fair distance. Even Shikaka did so. Despite his bold words about beating Kurama, facing Kurama head-on still made him feel uneasy. By now Kurama's Nine-Tails were sweeping through everything, grinding many Konoha ninja into bloody chunks. Rin run. Obito had already activated his Sharingan, and as he fell back with Rin and Kakashi toward the Land of Fire, the three of them always managed to dodge the tails under his Sharingan's sight. But then an unexpected accident occurred. Two of Kurama's tails lashed in from both sides. They had to break through, or death was certain. Run! Obito shouted at the top of his lungs, pulling Rin along as he bounded rapidly through the trees. But by then it was already too late. Obito could only muster every ounce of strength to fling Rin away and kick Kakashi clear as well. Rin and Kakashi rolled rows and looked back at Obito. They wanted to pull him out with their wires. But their wires had just wound around Obito when the two tails of the Nine-Tails came surging toward him. A massive tide of trees and earth was driven forward by the tails. In the final moment, Obito smiled and said, "Kakashi, take good care of Rin." Obito, Rin, and Kakashi screamed at the top of their lungs, tears streaming ceaselessly down their faces. It was then that number one controlled an iron sand shuriken and slashed Kakashi's neck open while a flood of iron sand rushed into the wound and instantly destroyed his entire neck. Indeed, Tiani had been watching this side closely. He now wanted to test whether he could help Obito advance to the Mangekyo. But cautious as he was, he did not kill Rin outright. If the gamble failed, it would spell trouble. Let Madara be the one to scheme against Rin. Kakashi. Seeing his best friend die like this, the two Tomo in Obito's eyes instantly became three Tomo. A torrent of earth also buried Obito at that moment. A white zetsu wrapped itself around his riddled, shattered body. He's in this state. I wonder if he can still poop. We'll ask him what the urge to poop feels like later. The white zetsu then dove underground and carried Obito away. Sensing that Obito had been taken to safety, Sōshin Ten'ichi let a faint smile curl at the corner of his mouth. Madara, you'd better put in some effort. My Kamui depends on you. Sōshin Ten'ichi sneered coldly. Afterward, he watched the Nine-Tails warily. He still could not tell whether that thing would make a move against their Suna ninja. Therefore, Sōshin Ten'ichi's main body did not dare to pursue the Konoha ninja. Rin slumped limply to the ground. Obito was dead, and Kakashi was dead too. She felt that she no longer wished to live. Just then a white zetsu disguised as a Konoha ninja hurried over, hoisted the despairing Rin onto his shoulder, and carried her toward the rear. Black zetsu lurking in the shadows felt much more reassured at the sight. Rin was destined to die, but not now. Her role had not yet been played out. Master Jiraiya, I'll go take the Nine-Tails into the Land of Fire first. Minato Namikaze, seeing that Konoha had already lost this battle, thought it best to send the rampaging Kushina back into the Land of Fire. After that, he could find a way to restrain Kushina. Go. I'll hold off Sōshin Ten'ichi here. Jiraiya nodded. He could escape later using Mount Myaboku's reverse summoning. Minato Namikaze activated the Flying Thunder God and appeared beside the Nine-Tails. Good thing I left a Flying Thunder God mark on Kushina before this. Otherwise we'd be done for. Kurama saw Minato Namikaze approaching and immediately backed away. He had no desire to be sent by this man to a place full of sealing squads. But how could his speed match Minato Namikaze? In the end, Minato closed in and took him away with the Flying Thunder God. The Sand Ninjas sighed in relief at the sight. Everyone charge. Sōshin Ten'ichi rushed out first. Now came the invasion of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya wanted to hold the line, but the two sages beside him, Fukasaku and Shima, spoke up. Little Jiraiya, you can't stop that enemy alone. Return to Mount Myaboku for now, and we'll figure out another plan later. Hearing the two sages' words, Jiraiya fell silent. He cast a frustrated glance at the charging Sōshin Ten'ichi. Very well, sages. In the end, he could only agree with the two sages' suggestion. The two sages returned to Mount Myaboku first, and soon after Jiraiya was reverse summoned back to Mount Myaboku. That Jiraiya certainly ran fast. Keep chasing. Ten'ichi led the group in continuing the pursuit of the Konoha ninjas. At that moment, one of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clones happened to discover Shinosuke Sarutobi and the others fleeing for their lives. The Hokage's eldest son. The shadow clone couldn't help the smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Judging by the timeline, Konohamaru had not yet been born. If he killed this man too, wouldn't Hiruzen Sarutobi be left without an heir? The shadow clone's eyes instantly lit up. Lord Shinnosuke Sōshin Ten'ichi is coming. Just then a Sarutobi Jonin spotted the shadow clone in the sky, and his voice began to tremble. Shinnosuke Sarutobi's pupils constricted. He could not be captured. Once caught, even if he survived, he would be finished. You stay behind and hold off Sōshin Ten'ichi. He said this to the Jonin guarding him, then ran faster. A flicker of reluctance appeared in the eyes of the Jonin protecting him. But they thought of their families still in the clan compound. If anything happened to Shinnosuke Sarutobi, their own fates would be no better. Just as they were about to make their choice, Ten'ichi took them all out with a single electromagnetic cannon. A bunch of trash. Shinnosuke Sarutobi immediately formed hand seals and summoned his father's summoning beast Enma. Shinnosuke, you brat, why have you summoned me? Enma looked curiously at Hiruzen's son. Lord Enma, save me. This man is going to kill me. Shinnosuke Sarutobi pointed at Sōshin Ten'ichi flying behind him. Enma's brow furrowed at his words. This is Hiruzen Sarutobi's summoning beast. I'd like to see whether this guy's adamantine body is real. Sōshin Ten'ichi stared at the ape wearing a Konoha forehead protector and let out a cold sneer. These days, any nobody dares to claim he has an adamantine body. Magnet release super electromagnetic cannon. An iron sand sphere formed in Sōshin Ten'ichi's hand and blue light crackled around it. The next instant, wreathed in black radiance, it shot toward Enma. Enma's heart lurched as a premonition of death welled up within him. He immediately formed hand seals and split off a shadow clone, which transformed at once into the adamantine staff. Adamantine prison. Enma hurled the adamantine staff forward. The staff multiplied into dozens of staffs, then assembled into a cubic cage, shielding him inside. Crack! The iron sand sphere broke through his adamantine prison in an instant. Relying on years of combat experience, Enma managed to dodge sideways at the critical moment. That slight dodge saved his life. But the iron sand sphere still took one of his arms. He crashed to the ground, the impact hurling him more than 10 meters away. How is this possible? My adamantine body was broken just like that. Enma was shaken to the core. Seeing that his father's summoning beast couldn't block even one blow from Sōshin Ten'ichi, Shinnosuke Sarutobi turned and fled at once. At that moment, he wished he could grow several more legs. That brat. Enma watched Shinnosuke Sarutobi abandon him and run, and his brows knitted tightly. How disappointing. Does running help? Sōshin Ten'ichi guided a flying thunder god Kanai to fly ahead of Shinnosuke Sarutobi, and the next second Ten'ichi appeared before Shinnosuke. Lord Ten'ichi, please spare my life. Seeing that there was no escape, Shinnosuke Sarutobi knelt on the ground and begged for mercy without hesitation. Enma couldn't help mocking him. Shinnosuke, you truly disgrace your father. Shinnosuke Sarutobi cursed Enma furiously in his heart. This was what it meant to be a wise man who knows when to yield. Lord Ten'ichi, I know many things about Konoha. I can tell you all of them. Shinnosuke Sarutobi hoped to trade some of Konoha's intelligence for his life. Fine. Sōshin Ten'ichi planned to first squeeze some Konoha jutsu out of Shinnosuke Sarutobi, then kill him anyway. Then he looked at Enma on the ground. Please relay this to Hiruzen Sarutobi. His eldest son is in my hands. If he wants his son, he'll trade jutsu with me. Enma shot Sōshin Ten'ichi a hateful glare, then immediately canceled the summoning. This time Ten'ichi intended to demand some of Konoha's secret techniques. Yes, the secret techniques of those ninja clans. Doing so would not only strengthen Sunagakure, but also drive a wedge into Konoha. With the Asuma incident as precedent, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to trade the clan's secret arts, the clans of Konoha would hardly believe his word. Let's go. The shadow clone grabbed Shinnosuke Sarutobi and headed back to the base. At the same time, several of Sōshin Ten'ichi's shadow clones caught up with Orochimaru. You really can run, Orochimaru. At this moment, Ten'ichi finally understood just how hard this man was to kill. 5 shadow clones had chased him this long just to catch up. Don't worry, Orochimaru. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to make a deal with you. Seeing Orochimaru secretly up to something, Sōshin Ten'ichi spoke at once. A deal? Sensing no killing intent from Sōshin Ten'ichi, Orochimaru looked at him with interest. That's right. I want the Ryuchi Cave contract scroll. Ten'ichi stated his goal outright. Orochimaru had not expected that to be what he wanted. Then what can you offer me, Ten'ichi? Your life? Give me the summoning scroll and the jutsu you know, and you'll live to return to Konoha. At that moment, one shadow clone voluntarily dispelled itself. The next second, the real Sōshin Ten'ichi, having received the news, arrived in person via the flying thunder god. When Orochimaru saw Sōshin Ten'ichi arriving in person, his body stiffened and his eyes filled with caution. Orochimaru, those jutsu belong to Konoha. Don't throw away your life over them. Besides, your teacher's eldest son is already in my hands. When the time comes, I'll say I learned these jutsu from his mouth. Sōshin Ten'ichi was persuading him. At the same time, he was silently reshaping the ground below with iron sand. If Orochimaru refused to cooperate, he would beat him into cooperating. Is that so? Then it seems I have no reason to refuse this deal of yours, Ten'ichi. Orochimaru appeared to relax, but in truth, both his mind and body were stretched taut. Sōshin Ten'ichi tossed him several large blank scrolls. Then I'll leave this to you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not take them directly. Who knew if they were coated with poison? Instead, he took out his own blank scrolls and began writing there. Ten'ichi watched with a smile, and then he noticed Orochimaru's tongue moving back and forth. Orochimaru, what is your tongue doing? Ten'ichi asked guardedly. Ninja art myriad serpents formation. A flood of enormous pythons burst from his mouth. The next second, Orochimaru transformed into a small white snake and fled into the distance. What the hell? Sōshin Ten'ichi swallowed hard and said in disbelief, could this guy be forming hand seals with his tongue? The next moment, he clapped his hands together. Iron sand surged up from beneath the earth, covering an area of 4 or 5 kilometers around. A dome of iron sand immediately formed above ground, and another dome formed underground as well. And so a complete sphere was formed. On the sphere's surface, iron sand continued to spin at tremendous speed. Seeing this, the small white snake knew there was no escape. Damn it! Orochimaru crawled out of the small white snake's mouth. The entire sphere was filled with dense iron sand. The huge pythons Orochimaru had just unleashed were all reduced to mincemeat by Sōshin Ten'ichi's iron sand. Orochimaru's living space was being swallowed step by step, and the breath of death hung over him. Then the iron sand paused and stopped devouring what little space he had left. The next moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi stepped out of the iron sand. How pathetic you look now, Orochimaru. Will you properly hand over the jutsu and the summoning scroll now? Ten'ichi looked with a cold smile at Orochimaru, whose clothes were torn and whose breath was ragged. I can give you the jutsu, but if I hand over the summoning scroll, I won't be able to answer to the village. Orochimaru wiped the blood from his body and said slowly, you needn't worry about that. Our third Kazekage once signed a contract with a snake from Ryuchi Cave. When the time comes, we'll tell the outside world that it was through him that we successfully formed a contract with Ryuchi Cave. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Sunagakure's mastery of the Ryuchi Cave contract would greatly increase its strength. Fine then. There was nothing more Orochimaru could say. He could only spit the summoning scroll out from his mouth. Sōshin Ten'ichi took the scroll with a look of disgust. Then Orochimaru began writing down some of the jutsu he had mastered. Sōshin Ten'ichi sat cross-legged off to the side watching. At that moment, the sand ninjas stormed into the land of fire. They plundered every village and town they encountered. Chidai, Yetsong, and the others gazed upon the prosperous land before them, their faces radiant with joy. This time we have finally managed to carve a piece of flesh from Konoha. Chidai's face was etched with unending smiles. In the previous 2 shinobi world wars, Suna had gained not a single advantage. Yetsong nodded with excitement. Konoha Village Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upon the Hokage's chair, pipe in hand. Suddenly his brows began to twitch repeatedly, and a sense of unease settled deep within his heart. What is wrong? Hiruzen felt a dark premonition rising within him. In the next instant, he was reverse summoned by Enma to the territory of the Monkey Clan. He saw his familiar comrade Enma. However, Enma was missing an arm, and his complexion was particularly grim. Enma, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Enma in such a state, Hiruzen's worry intensified. Hiruzen, I was injured by Sōshin Ten'ichi. He captured your eldest son Shin Noju alive. He also demands that you surrender your jutsu in exchange for his release. The mention of Shin Noju stirred a hint of displeasure within Enma's heart. However, out of respect for Hiruzen, he said nothing. What a... that cursed bastard. Hiruzen could not believe his eldest son had also been captured. His entire body trembled with fury. But before Hiruzen could tremble twice, Enma collapsed to the ground, shaking violently. Enma, what is happening to you? Hiruzen immediately crouched down, gazing at his summoning beast that had fought alongside him. Damn it, that kid used poison. Enma never expected someone as powerful as Sōshin Ten'ichi to also wield poison. Candy crafted by Chidai. Hiruzen immediately returned to the ninja world, summoned Enma once more, and carried him toward Konoha Hospital. However, it was already too late. Enma succumbed to the poison halfway and perished. Sōshin Ten'ichi. Hiruzen roared in anguish, cradling Enma's lifeless body. The ninja of the village rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon witnessing the tragic state of the Hokage's summoning beast, everyone fell silent. At that moment, an ANBU member hurriedly approached Hiruzen. He lowered his voice and said, Hokage-sama, news has come from the front lines. The land of River has been defeated, and Suna has won. His words caused Hiruzen's pupils to contract sharply. Hiruzen ordered someone to make arrangements for Enma's remains, and he personally returned to the Kazekage Tower. As he sat in his chair reading the transmitted scroll, disbelief filled his eyes. Mizunoto and Tenchi Kamaru also hurried to arrive. Hiruzen, what on earth happened? Why did Orochimaru and the others lose? The two could not help but feel terrified. So many skilled experts under Orochimaru could not withstand Suna. What would happen next? At that moment, a frog hopped onto the windowsill, and Jiraiya climbed out from within. Sensei, we have been defeated. Jiraiya's usual carefree demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by an air of desolation emanating from his entire being. Jiraiya, quickly tell us what happened back then. Mizunoto, and urgently inquired. It was like this. Jiraiya briefly described the course of the battle. After learning the details, Mizunoto and Tenchi Kamaru both glanced at Hiruzen. If Sōshin Ten'ichi had not mastered the Flying Thunder God and multiple shadow clone techniques, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. However, neither of them would place the blame on Hiruzen. Damn Uchiha. This is entirely their fault this time. Exactly. Fugaku indeed harbors ulterior motives. They actually fled first, and they refused to contribute their strength. The two shifted all responsibility onto the Uchiha. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it again. He felt that blaming the Uchiha seemed somewhat unreasonable, yet the Uchiha did seem to have some issues as well. Jiraiya rubbed his head and decided it was best to remain silent. Alright, now is not the time to assign blame. We must find a way to stabilize the situation first. Hiruzen's expression had improved considerably at this point. With his two close friends shifting the blame, he also came to believe it was the Uchiha clan's fault. Jiraiya, where is Orochimaru? Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. Seeing him shake his head, I do not know. I hope Orochimaru remains unharmed. Hiruzen still had confidence in Orochimaru, considering his students' various life-preserving techniques to be formidable. The news of the Land of Rivers' defeat also spread throughout the village. Hiruzen secretly instructed others to spread the notion that the defeat was due to the Uchiha refusing to contribute their strength. The various ninja clans watched this scene coldly. Through their frontline ninja, they knew the truth. It was because Sōshin Ten'ichi had mastered the multiple shadow clone and Flying Thunder God techniques that the situation had become so dire. The Inoshikacho three clans were overwhelmed with grief at this moment. The young heirs of all three clans had perished in battle, with not even their bodies remaining. Akimichi Torafa seated in the place of honor sighed heavily. Upon learning that Hiruzen had shifted all blame onto the Uchiha, he thought to himself, Hiruzen is becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Akimichi Torafa died during the Nine-Tails attack. Torafa, what should our three clans do from here? The clan leaders of the three clans turned to Akimichi Torafu at this moment. As a disciple of the second Hokage, his status among the three clans remained exceptionally high. Hiruzen's current actions had to some extent caused the three clans to feel a trace of disgust. Let us wait until the war ends. This time Hiruzen will abdicate. Perhaps things will improve with a new Hokage. Akimichi Torafu had no idea what else to do, so he could only place his hopes on the next Hokage. Meanwhile, upon learning this news, the Uchiha clan was so enraged that they wished to storm the Hokage Tower immediately and slash Hiruzen to pieces. However, Uchiha Setsuna believed that Fugaku had done the right thing. There was no need to sacrifice clan members for Konoha. Preserving their strength and following Sōshin Ten'ichi in the future was the true path. Northern Battlefield. Danzo also learned of the Land of Rivers' defeat. Ha ha ha. Once I defeat the Cloud Village, the position of Hokage will surely be mine in the future. Danzo was extremely excited at this moment. The Cloud Village was currently mobilizing forces waiting to strike when the fourth Tsuchikage ascended to power. How thrilling. A wicked smile played upon Danzo's lips. P.S. Today's chapter ends here with over 8,000 words. Thank you all for your support. Because of the generous gifts received yesterday, tomorrow will also feature 3 chapters. Those who wish to see more updates, please overwhelm me with gifts. At the Kumogakure encampment, the 3rd Raikage and Dodai were deliberating their next course of action with the village's jonin. Just then an AMBU operative rushed in. Lord Raikage, we have just received word. Konoha has been defeated in the Land of Rivers. Sōshin Ten'ichi of Sunagakure led his forces to crush the Konoha army. The ANBU condensed the intelligence into a concise report and delivered it to the 3rd Raikage. Hearing of Konoha's defeat, the 3rd Raikage and Dodai did not show much joy. Instead, they turned uneasy gazes towards Sunagakure. Is Sōshin Ten'ichi really that strong? All the jonin present looked in one direction. Sitting there was Toroi. Well, I could never accomplish that. Toroi was utterly speechless. Though he was also a magnet-release ninja, he clearly did not possess even a tenth of Sōshin Ten'ichi's strength. Everyone rolled their eyes hard. You both use magnet release. How can the gap be this enormous? Enough. Forget about Sunagakure for now. Let's finish off this Konoha force led by Danzo first. Begin preparations now. We move tomorrow. The 3rd Raikage rose to his feet. With time running short, he had no choice but to advance his deployment. Dodai weighed the matter and decided their preparations were already more than sufficient, so he did not oppose his Raikage. Yes, sir. Everyone immediately set about their tasks. Meanwhile, Danzo had received word on his side as well. Kumogakure is finally making its move. We should be ready. As soon as they leave camp, we'll strike directly at their encampment. Danzo said with a cold glare. Yes, sir. The root operatives immediately set to work. Because Danzo trusted no one else, none of the ninja in the Konoha camp knew anything about his plan. Mitarashi Zishiao and Yuhi Shinku were sitting together catching their breath. Thank goodness I had you on today's mission. Without you I would have died in that cloud trap. Yuhi Shinku looked at Mitarashi Zishiao with gratitude. Ever since the two of them had arrived here, there had been no end to the tasks heaped upon them. They would often complete one mission, return to camp, and before they even had a moment to sit down, another mission notification would arrive. It's nothing. Mitarashi Zixiao waved a hand. Since the two of them were being singled out, the only person they could truly trust on missions these days was each other. If Yuhi Shinku died, he himself would not be far from death. Something feels wrong. Mitarashi Zixiao scanned the camp, worry creasing his brow. By this time on any ordinary day, they would already have been sent out on another mission, yet now no one had come to notify them. That was wrong. They were people under the third Hokage's watch. How could they possibly be allowed to rest? I'm afraid Danzo must be plotting something major. A trace of worry surfaced on Yuhi Shinku's face as well. If Danzo acted recklessly, he could doom every single person in this camp. Perhaps this time the two of us. Mitarashi Zixiao did not finish the sentence. Yuhi Shinku looked up at the sky. The clouds seemed to bear the face of his daughter. Life and death no longer mattered to him. His only wish was for his daughter to live on safe and sound. In the land of fire. Damn you Minato Namikaze, I'll kill you. Enraged at being transported into the land of fire, Kurama went wild, blasting tailed beast balls in every direction. Debris flew everywhere. By then Minato Namikaze had used the flying thunder god technique to bring in the sealing team. The team had suffered tremendous losses. Many of its members had died at the hands of the pursuing sand ninja. If Minato had not rushed to rescue the sealing team, the rest of them would most likely have died at the hands of the sand as well. We made it. Thank you, Lord Minato. If not for you, we would have been done for. Indeed, many of us were killed by Sunagakure's puppet masters. Before they could even catch their breath, they noticed the Nine Tails not far away, still venting its fury. Boom, boom, boom. One-tailed beast ball after another devastated the surrounding landscape. The relief on their faces vanished in an instant. They had never imagined that after escaping death, they would now be dragged here to fight the Nine Tails. This time they were surely finished. Everyone please make the preparations for sealing the tailed beast. I'll deal with the Nine Tails. I'm counting on you. Minato Namikaze bowed deeply to them all. Lord Minato, can you really fight the Nine Tails alone? The sealing team watched him with worried eyes. If Minato was killed by the Nine Tails, they would not survive either. They felt that Minato would be better off going to find more allies. Don't worry. I've got this. Minato pulled out a flying thunder god kunai. A somewhat smile spread across his face, and seeing it, everyone could not help but believe in Minato. Lord Minato, hurry and go. Leave this place to us. The sealing team members brought the scrolls from their backs around to the front. These were the scrolls left behind by the first Hokage's wife to seal the Nine Tails. All right. Minato nodded, then used the flying thunder god technique to appear above the Nine Tails. Toad flatness technique. At that moment, a toad with bandaged hindquarters appeared. Bang! The Nine Tails, caught off guard, was crushed underneath. A pained look twisted the toad's face as he stammered, Minato, summon someone else next time. I can't hold on much longer. He was on the verge of despair. Last time he had been summoned to crush an iron sand giant, leaving his rear seriously wounded. Now he was being forced to crush the Nine Tails. Wound heaped upon wound. Forgive me. It won't happen again. Minato looked at the badly wounded toad with deep remorse. The toad nodded, then cancelled the summoning and returned to Mount Myaboku. Tailed beast ball. Kurama climbed to his feet and fired an immense tailed beast ball at Minato, showing just how enormous his resentment was. Minato instantly activated the flying thunder god technique and fled the area. A blinding white light flared up behind him, nearly scorching everyone's eyes. The Nine Tails' power is far too great. Minato stared at Kurama with lingering dread. His own attacks were nothing more than a tickle to the Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze, if you've got the guts, stop running. Kurama tried to block Minato's path with his Nine Tails, but Minato simply used the flying thunder god technique to escape Kurama's side. This drove Kurama to madness. He could not land a hit no matter what. Kushina, wake up. Minato moved around the area, shouting at the top of his voice in an effort to awaken Kushina, while also keeping an eye on how the sealing team's preparations were coming along in the distance. Kurama began to laugh uproariously. Minato Namikaze, you can shout until you're hoarse. Your little girlfriend will never hear you. As long as I am here, you won't see her for the rest of your life. Once I break through this seal completely, maybe you'll see her corpse. Kurama laughed heartily. He wanted to provoke Minato into making a single mistake. One mistake and Minato was dead. Hearing this, Minato stared back at him with calm, steady eyes. Just then, however, he noticed that the sealing team was ready. A faint smile glimmered at the corners of his eyes before it was quickly suppressed. Minato feigned fury on his face. To deceive the Nine Tails, he recalled the image of Sōshin Ten'ichi slaughtering Konoha ninja. Kurama, I'm going to kill you. Sensing the dense malice and murderous aura radiating from Minato, Kurama was overjoyed. Minato had lost his mind. Seizing the chance to finish Minato off, Kurama struck, but at the very moment Minato closed and a faint smile tugged at Minato's lips. A sense of impending doom rose in Kurama. By the time he tried to retreat, it was too late. In the next moment, Kurama was carried by Minato into the sealing circle the sealing team had prepared. Seeing the familiar sealing symbols, a flicker of terror appeared in Kurama's eyes. He thought of the one woman he least wanted to mention. Damn you, Mito Uzumaki. If you had to die, why did you have to leave these sealing arts behind? Kurama remembered that these sealing arts had been studied by Mito Uzumaki while she was alive. Just as he tried to flee, the sealing team tore open the scrolls. The inscriptions inside the scrolls and those engraved on the ground swam toward Kurama like schools of fish. No. Seeing the sealing marks already spreading over his feet, Kurama roared in despair. Minato allowed a smile to surface. Magnet release Iron Sand Shuriken. Several Iron Sand Shuriken came flying through the air. Squelch, squelch, squelch. In an instant, the sealing team members were shredded into bloody pieces. The sealing failed then and there. Seeing this, Kurama immediately dropped to all fours and fled into the distance like a common dog. Minato Namikaze, I will return. Sōshin Ten'ichi. Minato watched the sealing fail, and those Konoha ninja had been slaughtered by a single shadow clone of Sōshin Ten'ichi. It nearly made him lose control. Don't mention it. Protecting tailed beasts is everyone's duty. The shadow clone said with a smile, arms crossed, regret clear in his eyes. If not for his depleted chakra, those he ambushed just now would have been Minato Namikaze rather than the sealing ninja. Minato, eyes bloodshot, wanted to chase Kurama, but the shadow clone was not about to grant him that chance. He immediately cut Minato off. Clang, clang. Within a few breaths, their kunai had collided dozens of times. The shadow clone narrowed his eyes. This Minato Namikaze is ridiculously fast. I can hardly keep up anymore, he thought. No wonder the man could turn the flying thunder god technique into such an art. His reflexes seemed born for it. Minato continued exchanging blows while tracking the direction of Kurama's escape. Sōshin Ten'ichi seized the moment Minato's focus wavered and launched a jutsu. Wind release Gale Palm. The shadow clone poured what little chakra remained in his body into it. Caught off guard, Minato was struck flying, but in the next second, he used the flying thunder god technique to retreat to a safe area. Even though he had avoided the worst, the wind blades had left his body streaming with blood. Until next time, Minato Namikaze. With his chakra exhausted, the shadow clone vanished where he stood. Sōshin Ten'ichi. Minato Namikaze's face twisted, his heart seething with fury. He shot a vicious glare toward the direction of the hidden sand, then withdrew his gaze and chased after the nine tails. At that moment, Sōshin Ten'ichi's main body received the memories of his shadow clone from moments ago, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. If Minato Namikaze had a kill list right now, he would probably be ranked first. Ten'ichi-kun is smiling so happily. Did you obtain something good? Orochimaru looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi thoughtfully, wondering if his teacher had already made contact with the hidden sand. Nothing. Ten'ichi's smile vanished. Orochimaru-san, please continue writing the ninjutsu. Ten'ichi split into more than 10 shadow clones who took the ninjutsu Orochimaru had just written down and began practicing it. Orochimaru saw this, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Good thing everything I wrote was genuine, otherwise there would likely be trouble today. Time quickly passed to the next day. The third Raikage set his plan into motion. He led a group of elite fighters toward the land of Earth. When Root's intelligence operatives saw this, they immediately sent word to Danzo. At the Konoha camp. Through his summoning beast, Danzo learned that the third Raikage and his forces had set out, so he stood up, a smile spreading across his face. Notify everyone, all shinobi in the camp are to assemble. Shortly we launch an attack on the Hidden Cloud camp. We will drive the Hidden Cloud back to their land of lightning. Danzo was brimming with confidence. Yes. The Root shinobi immediately relayed Danzo's order, and soon all the shinobi in the camp had assembled. It looks like Danzo is about to act. Shinka, be careful when the time comes. Mitarashi Shursho now understood Danzo was going to attack the Hidden Cloud camp. Although he didn't know where Danzo's confidence came from, he had a nagging feeling that they were doomed this time. Yuhi Shinka nodded, already prepared to die on the battlefield. At that moment, Danzo came out. Move out. He did not say much to anyone, merely waving his hand for the Root shinobi to lead the army toward the Hidden Cloud camp. He naturally advanced slowly from the rear under the protection of Root's elites. Danzo-sama, are we really going to attack the Hidden Cloud camp? Probably. Can we win? Enough. Don't say things like that. Be careful not to attract trouble. Just then someone noticed Root shinobi glancing over and immediately cut their conversation short. Inside the Hidden Cloud camp, everything was as usual. The shinobi stationed there had all been abandoned. The elites were completely hidden in the shadows. The third Raikage, his son, a killer bee, and the others were hidden in the darkness as well. The ones Root's intelligence operatives had seen earlier were nothing but their shadow clones. Their true bodies were concealed outside the camp, waiting for the Konoha shinobi to take the bait. Raikage-sama, Danzo and his men have moved. At that moment, an Umbu member hurried over. Good. Don't keep watching them from here on. Konoha has too many secret arts. If we are discovered, they will grow wary and not come. That would be a huge loss. The third Raikage instructed. Yes. The Umbu member nodded and immediately withdrew. All the Cloud shinobi were now waiting for the Konoha ninja to arrive. Soon the Konoha army came attacking. Hyuga ninja quickly checked the situation in the Hidden Cloud camp. Everyone tensed up. Byakugan activate. The Hyuga branch family members who had come all activated their Byakugan and looked toward the hidden cloud camp. They found more than 1,000 people inside, but judging by their chakra reserves, there were not many true experts. There are about 1,000 shinobi in the camp, but not many experts. Everyone felt much more relieved at these words. When Danzo heard this, his smile grew even wider. He waved his hand. A portion of the Konoha army parted from the main force. These were civilian shinobi, and upon receiving the order they immediately charged toward the hidden cloud camp. They each drew their favored weapons and approached in silence. Though they knew there were not many people left inside, they could not rule out traps, so they sent the civilian shinobi forward to test the situation. These Konoha bastards always talk about the will of fire, but when it's time to die, they still send all the civilian shinobi forward. My thoughts exactly. Konoha is truly hypocritical. Right on. The cloud shinobi hidden in the shadows watched the Konoha ninja with contempt. Although they also used villagers from their own village as bait, they were fair to everyone. Whether you were from a clan or not, all those with weak strength were used as bait. Enemy attack. A cloud shinobi spotted the approaching enemy and immediately shouted. The entire camp fell into chaos for a time, but under the leadership of their respective captains, an effective resistance quickly took shape. The third Raikage watched them and nodded in satisfaction. Danzo, seeing the cloud shinobi's fierce resistance, felt the worry in his heart vanish. No ambush, everyone move in. Take this place as quickly as possible. Danzo was already thinking that with the third Raikage leading the main force to the land of Earth, they could slip into the land of lightning and plunder some supplies. Yes. At that moment, all the Konoha shinobi charged out. Yuhi Shinku and Mitarashi Shursho exchanged a glance, then they too charged out. The Sarutobi clan shinobi who had accompanied them saw this, and instructed those behind, no one is allowed to help those two from now on. Understood. The Sarutobi clan members quietly spread the word. The shinobi who received the hint looked at Mitarashi Shursho and Yuhi Shinku with pity. The two were remarkably skilled. It would truly be a shame for them to die, but there was no help for it. They were just unlucky. Under the protection of his men, Danzo also charged into the hidden cloud camp. The cloud shinobi in the camp facing the Konoha army were utterly powerless to resist, and were soon beaten senseless. Just when Konoha thought victory was at hand, the third Raikage charged out with his men. Lightning released lightning armor. Wreathed in electric light, the third Raikage plunged into the midst of the Konoha shinobi. Against weak Konoha shinobi, he didn't even need to make a move. His formidable body alone could ram them to death. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the Konoha army was thrown into disarray. Those who were lucky could keep an intact corpse. Those who were not were directly smashed into a mist of blood by the third Raikage. Third Raikage. Mitarashi Shisho's eyes widened. He couldn't understand how Danzo could still dare to attack the hidden cloud camp while the third Raikage was present. Did Danzo actually possess the strength to deal with the third Raikage? Mitarashi Shursho turned to look at Danzo, only to see that Danzo was also wearing an expression of utter shock. We're doomed. He shot Yuhi Shinku a look. The two of them tacitly retreated a few steps. If this had been before, with their hearts full of the village, they would never have retreated. But now the will of fire was gone from their hearts, and they were unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the village. Wasn't the third Raikage supposed to have gone to the land of Earth? A huge question mark rose in Danzo's mind. B, let's go. A turned his head and said to Killer B. Although the two of them were no match for the third Raikage, they were absolutely not something the current Konoha ninja could stop. Yo, stupid big bro, check this out. Leave it to me. Killer B rushed out in strange poses while rapping. Stop them. Everyone attack. Danzo said to everyone at that moment, sending all the experts around him into the fight. As for himself, he naturally turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. In the chaos, some ordinary Konoha shinobi had not yet realized what was happening. Believing Danzo's words, they stupidly charged forward. Meanwhile, the Konoha Jonin and clan shinobi turned and fled without a second thought. If Danzo had already run, why would they stay behind? The Konoha ninja are becoming more and more useless. The third Raikage revealed a trace of disdain as he watched the fleeing ninja. Pursue them. The next moment, he ordered Dodai to give chase while he himself went after Danzo. Danzo realized that the third Raikage was coming after him personally. He was scared out of his wits. He was no match for this man. Danzo quickened his pace, but how could his speed possibly match the third Raikage? Soon the third Raikage would catch up. Seeing there was no escape, Danzo decided to strike. Wind release, vacuum, big ball. He expelled a rapidly spinning sphere of wind from his mouth. Pathetic trick. Relying on his speed, the third Raikage effortlessly dodged it. Even if he hadn't dodged, Danzo's attack wouldn't have broken through his defense. Danzo turned and counterattacked, closing the distance between them. Hell thrust, 4 spears penetrating hand. Sensing the range was right, the third Raikage struck directly at Danzo, his palm wreathed in lightning. Danzo couldn't dodge in time, and his right arm was pierced clean through. Instantly, the acrid scent of burning flesh filled the air. Danzo died. The third Raikage's arm then swung down toward Danzo's head. Lightning release, thunderbolt plow. Watching the third Raikage charge, Danzo endured the excruciating pain and activated his Anaji. At that moment, the third Raikage severed Danzo's head. Gazing at Danzo's head lying on the ground, the third Raikage smirked with mockery. Yet at that very moment, a complete Danzo appeared in the distance. He was sprinting away as fast as he could. The third Raikage was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend what was happening. He had clearly decapitated Danzo just moments before. Quickly, the third Raikage shook off these distracting thoughts and gave chase toward Danzo. Only when the third Raikage figure had disappeared far into the distance did a stone in the distance transform back into Danzo. Heart still racing with fear, he glanced back at where the Raikage had gone, then immediately chose another direction to flee. After activating his Anaji, he had created a shadow clone, while his true body transformed into an unassuming stone. Naturally, the clone served to draw the third Raikage away. Shirawaka Shirko, what should we do next? Yugao and Shirawaka Shirko retreated step by step, each pondering their next move. Let's fall back to a safer position. Danzo's blunder has dragged the entire northern battlefield into quagmire. What an absolute useless fool. Konoha is in danger. Shirawaku Shirko sighed heavily. The situation with the Suna village remained unknown, yet the Cloud village had suffered a devastating defeat. Fortunately, the third Tsuchikage had lost both legs in the strike from Sōshin Ten'ichi, otherwise the IWA village would certainly have launched a direct assault on Konoha. That's Danzo, and behind him is the third Raikage. Yugao's pupils contracted. Run! Damn it, we actually ran into Danzo here. Shirawaka Shirko immediately changed direction. At that moment, Danzo's shadow clone surged toward them. However, after only a few steps, the third Raikage caught up. Hell thrust, 4 spears penetrating hand. The third Raikage obliterated Danzo's shadow clone with a single strike. Damn it. His expression darkened terribly. He had been utterly outsmarted by someone like Danzo. With no trace of Danzo in sight, he could only direct his fury towards Shirawaka Shirko and Yugao. Sensing the third Raikage's attention fixed upon them, Shirawaka Shirko and Yugao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with despair and a sliver of relief. Dai Konoha ninja. They had been merely a moment too slow. Before they could react, the third Raikage charged forward, his hands piercing straight through both their chests. Splut splut. The third Raikage disgustedly tossed their bodies aside. Is this the power of the strongest spear? Spitting a mouthful of blood, Shirawaka Shirko spoke slowly. Yugao felt that dying at the hands of the third Raikage wasn't so bad. At least it was better than being killed by her own villagers. Shirko, take care of yourself. With Konoha's northern forces ambushed by the Cloud village, the Fire Nation's northern gateway lay wide open. The third Raikage led the Cloud ninjas straight into the Fire Nation, burning and plundering at will. News of the disaster quickly reached Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk. What the hell has Danzo been doing? Hiruzen was apoplectic with rage. He was already grappling with how to halt the Sand Village's advance, and now Danzo had pulled off such a catastrophic blunder. Upon receiving the news, Minato Hamura and Sum Koharu rushed over immediately. Hiruzen, what do we do now? Both their faces were etched with panic. The Suna village had suffered defeat, and now the Cloud village had won as well. At this rate, enemy forces would reach Konoha village before long. Hamura, take a team and negotiate with the Sand village immediately. Accept their terms as long as they aren't excessive. Koharu, take the Hyuga clan to the water country border and prepare for a possible surprise attack. Hiruzen swiftly issued his orders. But Hiruzen, what about the IWA village and Cloud village? Minato Hamura and Sum Koharu asked with deep concern. I will personally confront the Cloud village using the trump card left behind by the second Hokage. As for the IWA village, I'll send Toryun and Jiraiya to deal with them. I will also dispatch A and BU to locate Orochimaru, Minato, and Kushina. The trump card Hiruzen referred to was the Edo Tensei. Wouldn't it be unwise to unleash that? Yes, we risk drawing the entire shinobi world's wrath against Konoha. Minato Hamura and Sum Koharu worried that the village would face a siege. Do we have any choice? Hiruzen said helplessly. His heart ached, lamenting how far the village had fallen. Wasn't the village overflowing with talented ninja during the previous Great Ninja War? Had he truly made the wrong choices all along? Minato Hamura and Sum Koharu fell silent. Let's depart at once, Hiruzen declared. The two nodded and immediately springing into action. Meanwhile, the villagers within the village had also learned of the news from the northern battlefield. Panic erupted among the townsfolk. Both battlefronts had been lost. Would Suna and Cloud march upon Konoha? If Tobarama were alive to see his precious village brought to this state, he'd be turning in his grave. Uchiha Setsuna burst into delighted laughter. Ever since resolving to pledge allegiance to Sōshin Ten'ichi, his spirits had soared. Witnessing one disaster after another befall Konoha nearly drove him to light off fireworks in celebration. Fewer and fewer viewers have been sending gifts lately, and I'm losing motivation to write so much every day. After you finish reading, could you spare a dozen seconds to enjoy a free video? It truly means a lot. I don't ask you to spend money on gifts. Just send some free ones if you can. Every little bit adds up. Thank you all sincerely. Konoha, that war machine, began to turn at full speed. At the Hyuga clan compound, the Hokage's order had also reached the Hyuga clan. Learning that they were to reinforce the border, the old Hyuga clan patriarch knitted his brows. He called his two sons Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi over. Father. After paying their respects, Hayashi and Hizashi knelt on the floor. The old Hyuga patriarch waved his hand, dismissing everyone else in the room. Once the attendants had left, the patriarch said gravely, "The Hokage has ordered us to reinforce the border. I will personally lead the clansmen there later. You two must look after the Hyuga." This time the old patriarch was resolved to die. "Father, I am the head of the Hyuga clan. I should go." Hayashi spoke up at once. "No. You and Hizashi will stay to protect the clan compound. No one knows what will happen to Konoha this time. We must be prepared for everything. If it truly comes to that, Hayashi, you must put the family first." The old patriarch's meaning was unmistakable. If Konoha truly reached a point of no return, they should surrender outright and never take the clan down with the village. After hearing their father's words, the two brothers were silent for a moment, then nodded. "But don't worry. I believe the Hokage has plans in reserve." The second was such a brilliant man. He definitely left something behind to deal with the crisis. The old Hyuga patriarch knew Tobarama Senju. He was a man of peerless intelligence. He must have left Konoha many contingency measures. "But father, if that's the case, why not let Hizashi and me go?" Hayashi continued, trying to persuade his father. His father was already advanced in years, his strength in decline. If he went to the battlefield, his chances of returning alive were extremely slim. How can we place the clan's safety entirely in others' hands? The old patriarch slammed the table and rebuked his sons. Hayashi and Hizashi immediately lowered their heads and admitted their fault. "Remember, you cannot fully trust the leadership of Konoha. The Hokage and his circle are no longer the people who once gave everything for the village." The old Hyuga patriarch was also well aware of what Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others had done. He knew how black their hearts were. Yes, as children of a great clan, Hayashi and Hizashi naturally understood something of the darkness within Konoha. "All right, have the clansmen prepare. In this crisis, the main house cannot stand idly by. We must send people to the border as well," the old Hyuga patriarch said. Hayashi and Hizashi exchanged a glance, suppressed their shock, and immediately went to make preparations. Watching his two sons leave, the old Hyuga patriarch said slowly, "I hope the Hyuga can weather this crisis unscathed." News that the third Hokage would personally head north and drive Kumobikure out quickly spread throughout Konoha as the Umbu spread the word. At the thought that the strongest Hokage was about to act, every trace of worry on the villagers' faces vanished. With the Hokage personally taking the field, those Kumobikure bastards will definitely be beaten until they wet themselves. That's right. This time Konoha is sure to win. I hope the Hokage captures the third Reikage. The villagers were full of confidence in Hiruzen Sarutobi's expedition. The ninja clans in the village, however, were not so optimistic. They knew all too well how inflated the title of strongest Hokage really was for the third. At the Aburame compound, young clan head, "Our people have sent word Mitarashi Zishiao and Yuhi Shinku are dead." An Aburame clansman quickly came to Shibi Aburame's side. At the news of their deaths, Shibi Aburame's sighed deeply. Kumobikure killed them. Inwardly, he wondered whether it might have been Konoha shinobi who had done it. Our clan's insects found that the two appeared to have been killed by the third Reikage. They probably died to his four-fingered Nukite. The Aburame clansman explained. Learning that it had not been an inside job from Konoha, Shibi's expression improved slightly. Then he asked, "How many of our clansmen have retreated to safety this time?" "Less than half." The Aburame clansman's tone was low. If not for their insects being able to avoid danger, they would likely have been annihilated. Shibi Aburame's heart ached painfully. Just then the Aburame clan had walked over. "Father." Shibi rose to his feet at once. "Come. This time father and son both have to take the battlefield ourselves." A trace of helplessness hung at the corner of the Aburame clan head's mouth. "The northern battlefield?" Shibi Aburame asked. "Yes, the Hokage will personally head to the northern battlefield. Many from the clans have already been drawn away. Our clan must now send out half its shinobi." The Aburame clan head's words sent a chill through Shibi Aburame's heart. Most of their shinobi had already been deployed, now half of those in the compound were to be sent out as well. The clan would have almost no shinobi left on the surface. Father and son exchanged a glance, leaving the words in their hearts unspoken. Every major ninja clan, except the Uchiha, began to move out. No one worried that the Uchiha clan would stir up trouble. After all, their elite forces were currently stationed near the Land of Rivers. When the shinobi army had assembled, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward. The situation was urgent and he had no intention of giving a speech. He simply beckoned and led 3,000 shinobi to the battlefield. Kohyudatane also took the Hyuga clan and some civilian ninja to the border. Hamura Mitokado headed to the area near the Land of Rivers. He was to lead a delegation to negotiate with Sunagakure. At that moment, Chiyo and the others were leading the Sand Shinobi as they swept through every village and town in their path. Damn, the Land of Fire is loaded. That miner, noble we just killed, his storeroom was crammed with goods. No kidding. They're filthy rich. No need to be jealous. All these things are ours now. The sand shinobi were grinning from ear to ear. Pakura came to Chiyo's side, a hint of worry between her brows. Elder Chiyo, we've made a move on several nobles of the Land of Fire. Will there be trouble? What trouble could there be? They're nobles of the Land of Fire, not of our Land of Wind. Besides, the ones who killed them were Konoha's rogue ninja. Chiyo grinned slyly. By the way, what is that Kakuzu Tiani recruited doing now? Chiyo was thinking of the man Sōshin Ten'ichi had sent Baki to recruit. The corner of Pakura's mouth twitched. Elder Chiyo, that man is counting money. Pakura couldn't imagine a Kaga-level powerhouse crouching beside a pile of money counting it with a beaming smile. Chiyo was a little speechless. At that moment, Ebizo hurried over. Sister Konoha sent an envoy saying the top brass wants to negotiate with us. Ebizo thought this time they should squeeze some good things out of Konoha. Peace talks. Fine. Let Konoha cede all the land we've occupied to Sunagakure. Chiyo said with a smile. The land beneath their feet was too fertile. If they seized it, the village would no longer have to beg and plead at high prices to buy grain. Ebizo didn't think there was much hope of that. Sister, let me handle the negotiations with Konoha. Don't worry. I can absolutely maximize our village's interests. Chiyo thought her brother's abilities were indeed sufficient, so she nodded. But you should tell Razo about it first. Although everyone knew Razo would later step down as Kazekage, he was still the Kazekage for now, and the respect due to him should be given. All right. Ebizo nodded and immediately sent a shinobi hawk to deliver a message to the village. A day later, Hiruzen Sarutobi led the shinobi army to the temporary camp. A jonin of the Sarutobi clan hurried over. Lord Hokage. The Sarutobi jonin said deferentially. You sure, how is everything now? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the jonin from his own clan with a smile. The temporary camp had been set up under his leadership, and he had also gathered the troops. Hiruzen thought to himself, he'll be a fine young man when the time comes. Lord Hokage, the people of Kumogakure are burning, killing, and looting everywhere. Their main force seems to have been waiting for you to arrive, Lord Hokage. You sure? Sarutobi immediately reported what he had learned during the day. What about Danzo? Hiruzen asked. At this, the shinobi clans such as the Aburame and Inazuka all looked at Hiruzen in astonishment. Good grief. Even now he still hasn't forgotten Danzo. Lord Hokage, we still have no news of Lord Danzo. You sure? Sarutobi shook his head. Good. Have the army rest at once. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to look at the 3,000 shinobi behind him as they rested and recovered their chakra. Kumogakure will probably attack us before long. Hiruzen knew that time waited for no one. He immediately had Yushir Sarutobi prepare a room for him, and Umbu members brought 3 enemy shinobi into the room. Then they withdrew from the room and stood guard at the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately formed hand seals. Ninja art in pure world reincarnation. The 3 enemy shinobi's faces contorted as if they were enduring immense pain. Before long, the figures of Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Tsukumo Hatake appeared. Huh, didn't I die? Tobarama, you died too. Hashirama Senju's eyes went wide when he saw his younger brother. Tobarama Senju narrowed his eyes at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Monkey. Tsukumo Hatake looked at himself in confusion. Hadn't he committed suicide? Teacher Lord first, and Tsukumo. I'm sorry to disturb you. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 3 of them apologetically. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help but feel a trace of awkwardness when he looked at Tsukumo Hatake, yet the thought of protecting the village set his mind at ease. Monkey, you have grown old as well. Tobarama Senju sighed, then turned to look at Tsukumo Hatake beside him. He had noticed the awkwardness, or rather a hint of shame, in the monkey's eyes just now. Is this one of our leaf ninja? Hashirama Senju asked with a smile, looking at Tsukumo Hatake. Lord first, Lord second, my name is Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo Hatake placed both hands at his sides and bowed to them. Oh, the white-haired kid. How did you die as well? Tobarama now remembered Tsukumo Hatake, a lad of considerable talent. He had thought back then that this young man would surely become a ninja who could stand on his own one day. A trace of shame appeared on Tsukumo Hatake's face. I took my own life. What? Hashirama was deeply shocked, tilting his head to look at Tsukumo with utter confusion. Why would someone who was doing perfectly fine kill himself? Ahem, Lord First Master, and Tsukumo, there is no time for reminiscing now. Hiruzen quickly spoke up to stop the conversation, afraid that if it continued something unpleasant would be learned by his masters. Tobarama's brows knitted tightly. The monkey has a problem. Could the kid Hatake's death have something to do with him? Monkey, how is the village now? Hashirama still cared deeply about the village. After all, the leaf was the crystallization of his and Madara's bond. Lord First, the village is currently in a very bad state. Led by a young man, Sunagakure has defeated our ninja army and invaded the Land of Fire. Kumogakure also defeated Danzo and entered our lands. I have summoned the 3 of you through impure world reincarnation to deal with the 3rd Reikage. Hiruzen briefly explained the current situation to the 3. Kumogakure is that strong. Sunagakure is that strong. Tobarama and Tsukumo looked at him in confusion. Back in my day, I made Kumogakure surrender. Back then I cut down Sunagakure's elites like watermelons. Seeing their eyes, Hiruzen couldn't help but blush. Master the third Raikage is now hailed as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Tsukumo Sunagakure now has a genius who inherited the third Kazekage's magnet release. His power is so formidable that it can shatter even the Susanoo of the Mangekyo. Hiruzen explained, knowing that if he didn't, he strongly suspected his master would start throwing punches. Mangekyo. The wicked Uchiha clan has produced another Mangekyo. Tobirama angrily punched the wall and cracks immediately appeared. Just as it was about to collapse, Hiruzen swiftly used Earth Release to erect a new wall. He did so to prevent outsiders from seeing. Master, please calm down. I'm still counting on you all to catch Kimobikure off guard. Hiruzen hurriedly tried to soothe Tobirama. Impure world reincarnation couldn't bring out their full power anyway. Tobirama slowly nodded. Tsukumo Hatake silently mourned for the Uchiha at the sight. Tobirama, why are you so fixated on targeting the Uchiha clan? They are actually. Hashirama's words were cut off halfway by Tobirama. Shut up, brother. Have you forgotten how you were gravely injured back then? Tobirama was furious just thinking about it, since his elder brother had been severely wounded because of Madara Uchiha. Oh, Hashirama crouched off to the side and began drawing circles. Tsukumo Hatake could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lord Raikage, the third Hokage, has arrived with his reinforcement troops. A Kimogakure shinobi hurriedly reported the intelligence they had obtained. Who did they bring for reinforcements? The third Raikage asked. Lord Raikage Konoha did not bring any famous strong warriors this time. It was only the third Hokage alone. The Kimogakure shinobi hurriedly said. Good. Now we strike immediately. Capture the third Hokage alive. The third Raikage cracked his knuckles. Ever since Shinten Kami had once captured the third Tsuchikage Oneji alive, the third Raikage also wanted to capture a Kage for fun. At that moment, Dodai hastily stopped him. Lord Raikage, be careful. There may be a trap. The third Raikage, and the others looked over in confusion. Lord Raikage, that third Hokage has been holed up in Konoha for decades. Now he dares to come alone, so I suspect a trap. There might be Konoha's elites hidden in the shadows. Dodai strongly suspected that shinobi were lying in ambush waiting for them to pounce. The third Raikage narrowed his eyes, feeling that Dodai had a point. Fine. Send the Umbu to investigate where Konoha's strong warriors are. Also have the other ninjas scour the land of fire for supplies and wealth. I refuse to believe Hiruzen Sarutobi can just sit by idly. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was still waiting for Kimobikure to attack, but they simply would not come. Why aren't the Kumo shinobi coming? Shibi Aburame wondered with some doubt. He looked toward the Kumo camp, wondering if they were preparing something. Young clan head, the Hokage requests your presence in the war room. An Aburame clan member came to Shibi's side. All right. He nodded and headed to the war room. Lord Hokage, Shibi, you've come. I intend to send you to scout what Kimobikure's high command is planning. Hiruzen saw that night was about to fall, yet the Kumo forces showed no signs of moving. Thus he decided to send someone to investigate. Understood, Lord Hokage. Shibi Aburame nodded. Their insects were highly suited for reconnaissance. He immediately took on the mission and set out to investigate. After lurking outside the Kumo camp, he dispatched his insects, which slowly crawled inside. The insects were inconspicuous and went undiscovered, quickly reaching the outside of the war room. Shibi dared not let the insects approach any closer from there. The war room would surely have Kumo shinobi watching it. Entering would certainly be detected. It was enough to listen from outside. The insects then relayed some faint fragments of conversation. To sum it up, Kimobikure believed that Hiruzen, who had come alone with a large army, must have hidden experts lurking in the shadows. Learning why the Kumo forces hadn't moved, Shibi felt a quiet laugh inside. Never thought the third Hokage, despite having been away from the battlefield for so many years, could still leave people with that kind of illusion. As for whether there were any real elites in the camp, he knew well enough. Konoha's strong warriors were either busy with missions or still in unknown locations. Once he obtained this intelligence, Shibi immediately returned to camp and reported the situation to the Hokage. So that's how it is. Hiruzen hadn't expected it to be a misunderstanding. It put him at ease somewhat. The Kumo shinobi not daring to act gave him time. Hopefully the Umbu can find Orochimaru and the others soon. Lord Hokage, why not summon Lady Tsunade back? If Lady Tsunade were here, your burden would be much lighter, right? Seeing Hiruzen heave a deep sigh of relief, Shibi couldn't help asking. We haven't been able to locate Tsunade yet. Mentioning Tsunade stirred a hint of awkwardness in Hiruzen's heart. He hadn't even sent anyone to search for her. The Senju clan vanished during his tenure as Hokage, and Tsunade certainly harbored deep resentment toward him. Besides, she suffered from a fear of blood. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, Aburame Shibi understood that their Hokage had likely done something to upset Tsunade. He resolved to ask his father upon returning whether the disappearance of the Senju clan had any connection to Sarutobi Hiruzen's machinations. Shibi, you may take your leave and rest, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Yes, Hokage-sama. Aburame Shibi bowed respectfully and withdrew. Once he had departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a secret message from the Kirigakure. Upon reading it, a pained expression crossed his face. For Sarutobi Hiruzen to have Kirigakure intervene against Sunagakure, he had to acknowledge that the former Yuzushiogakure territory rightfully belonged to the Land of Water and provide them with supplies worth 1 billion ryo along with the Flying Thunder God technique. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that ceding the Yuzushiogakure territory to Kirigakure would only give them another launching pad to threaten the Land of Fire. But he had no choice. Humogakure pressed relentlessly and Iwagakure grew increasingly restless. If Sunagakure were not given some trouble to occupy them, their insatiable appetite would leave half the Land of Fire stripped bare. Lord Orochimaru, are you certain you have surrendered all your experimental data? Satatsu Ten'ichi was still extorting Orochimaru. After Orochimaru finished writing down the ninjutsu, Ten'ichi demanded he hand over all his experimental records from the years past. Orochimaru gazed at the 100 scrolls piled at Ten'ichi's feet, his lips twitching involuntarily. Lord Ten'ichi, I truly have given you everything. Could you release me now? Orochimaru was utterly drained body and spirit. All this time he had been writing ninjutsu while nervously guarding against Satatsu Ten'ichi, fearing the man might silently brand him with a Flying Thunder God seal. Lord Orochimaru, thank you for your selfless contribution. Should you find yourself unable to remain in Konoha, you are welcome to join Sunagakure. I am quite interested in science as well. I could fund your research. Satatsu Ten'ichi had no intention of killing Orochimaru. After all, he was one of the greatest scientists in the ninja world. It would be a grave waste to kill him outright. Most importantly, Orochimaru was still a Konoha ninja, and given the nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, it was virtually certain that Orochimaru would eventually defect. It was beyond question. After all, Orochimaru was young, immensely powerful, and possessed great prestige. This posed a severe threat to the authority of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his faction. Even with Ten'ichi's own variables in play, Orochimaru would ultimately be driven out of Konoha regardless. I appreciate your invitation, Lord Ten'ichi, but I must decline. The moment Orochimaru saw the seal lifted, he vanished without hesitation. Lord Orochimaru, you will come to me someday. Satatsu Ten'ichi called after Orochimaru's retreating figure, then cheerfully set off to find Shio and the others with the spoils he had extracted. Orochimaru truly lived up to his reputation as the disciple of the shinobi professor Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew an extraordinary number of ninjutsu. At the same time, Minato Namikaze, with the aid of the 2 sage toads of Mount Myaboku and the sealing core he had summoned back to Konoha, finally managed to reseal the Ninetales back within Kushina's body. Gazing at the unconscious Kushina, Minato held her close and tears streamed down his face. He had almost lost the woman he loved. The sealing core members watched him with moved expressions. Fukasaku and Shima, however, were gasping for breath. Little Minato, we should return to Mount Myaboku and rest now. Their bodies felt as though they were falling apart after jointly subduing the Ninetales with Minato. Very well, honored sages. Thank you both for your trouble. Minato, clutching Kushina, expressed his deep gratitude to Fukasaku and Shima. The 2 sages waved their hands dismissively. No trouble at all. You should come to Mount Myaboku to train in Senjutsu in the future. With the ninja world in turmoil, your strength must grow. With that, they dispelled their summoning and returned to Mount Myaboku. Everyone, thank you most sincerely. Without you, I do not know what I would have done. Minato turned to thank the sealing core he had brought from Konoha. Lord Minato, this is merely our duty. Indeed, Lord Minato. The members of the sealing core found their regard for Minato rise sharply. Powerful yet so humble and courteous. Minato then activated the Flying Thunder God technique and slowly made his way back toward Konoha with Kushina and the sealing core in tow. Having sealed away the Ninetales, his chakra reserves were insufficient to teleport everyone back at once. On the way, he spotted a familiar figure in the forest. Rin. Hearing her sensei's voice, the young girl burst into tears. Sensei, Obito and Kakashi are dead. Rin sobbed uncontrollably. Throughout this time, she had been rushing toward Konoha, but the deaths of Obito and Kakashi had pushed her to the brink of complete collapse. Obito, Kakashi. Minato's pupils contracted sharply. He never imagined that Obito and Kakashi would perish. Recalling the missions he had led them on, Minato could not hold back his own tears. This battle had cost them too much. Sensei, is Mother Kushina seriously injured as well? Rin noticed Kushina in Minato's arms and immediately ran over. Yes. Minato nodded. Rin attempted to heal Kushina, but could find no way to help, which sent the already breaking girl collapsing onto the ground in tears. Why can I not help anyone? Obito and Kakashi died right before my eyes, and I was powerless. Mother Kushina is hurt, and I can't help her either. Rin clutched her head and wept bitterly. Rin. Minato's heart ached watching his disciple in such despair. At that moment, a Kunoichi from the sealing core rushed over and embraced Rin, holding her gently. Meanwhile, Obito, who Rin had been speaking of, slowly began to stir. Is this the Pure Land? Obito looked around and wondered to himself, where was Kakashi? He had believed they had died together. Oh, this is no Pure Land. It seems you've recovered quite a bit. By the way, do you understand the concept of urinary urgency? At that moment, a white Zetsu, Namazuta, also known as Toby, looked at Obito earnestly. Yeah, a ghost. Obito jolted in terror, attempting to rise, but found his body weak and unresponsive. Hold still, boy. Your body suffered severe injuries and has not fully recovered. Uchiha Madara slowly approached, observing with satisfaction that the white Zetsu had already repaired much of the young man's body. Who are you, old man? Is this truly not the Pure Land? Obito asked hurriedly. I am merely a spirit of the Uchiha clan. Madara spoke coldly. Are you also of the Uchiha clan, old man? What is your name? Why have I never seen you before? Obito asked with a hint of suspicion. He was not boasting. If this man truly were an Uchiha elder, he would certainly know him, for he had met nearly every elder of his clan. Seeing the boy's disbelief, Uchiha Madara revealed his Sharingan. Upon seeing proof that the man truly was of his clan, Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. Rest well here for now. Madara turned and left shortly after. Not long after returning to his seat, Black Zetsu appeared. Tell me, has that girl Rin already been delivered back to Konoha? Madara inquired. My lord Madara, the girl has already reunited with Minato Namikaze and is out of danger. But my lord, with Kakashi dead, what of the plan to awaken Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan? Black Zetsu asked anxiously. The original plan had been for Kakashi to kill Rin, thereby triggering Obito's awakening. But now Kakashi was dead and the plan was shattered. Do not worry, Madara said coldly. We shall have a white Zetsu disguise itself as Minato Namikaze and let Obito witness Rin being killed by him. Kakashi was merely an expendable pawn. Black Zetsu, recalling how difficult it was to detect white Zetsu's imitation jutsu, felt somewhat reassured. Lord Madara, what should we do about that Sōshin Ten'ichi? His strength is anything but ordinary. If he remains, he may well pose a threat to our plans in the future. Black Zetsu thought to himself that Nagato and the other two were still under this man's command, and if they did not deal with him, the consequences would be endless. No matter. Later, after Obito inherits my will, I shall strike against him before my death. Madara Uchiha was brimming with confidence. In the ninja world, apart from his dear friend Hashirama, there was no one he deemed worthy of his regard. In his eyes, the so-called 5 Kage and demigods of the shinobi world were nothing but chickens and dogs made of mud. Black Zetsu nodded upon hearing this, yet he still harbored some concern. Madara was no longer young, and even with the white Zetsu attached to his body, he might not necessarily be a match for the other party. He had to prepare a contingency plan in advance. Here I want to ask all the big shots, after Madara gave the Rinnegan to Nagato, why were his own eyes still eternal Mangekyo? I looked up some information and it said Madara still has the eternal Mangekyo. I don't really understand. At this moment, Madara Uchiha closed his eyes to rest. The feebleness of this body was difficult for him to accept. Sōshin Ten'ichi returned to the Sunagakure camp. The Sunagakure camp had already moved from the land of rivers to the land of fire. As soon as Ten'ichi returned to the camp, Baki came looking for him. Ten'ichi. Seeing the urgency in Baki's eyes, Ten'ichi followed him to a secret chamber protected by a soundproof barrier. Baki then took out a letter from his bosom. Ten'ichi, this is a letter from the Uchiha clan for you. The Uchiha clan. Sōshin Ten'ichi found it extremely strange. He had no dealings with them whatsoever. If one had to say what connection he had with the Uchiha clan, it was that he had once thoroughly beaten up their clan leader Fugaku. Filled with intense curiosity, he opened the letter. When he saw the contents, his face was full of disbelief. The Uchiha clan actually wanted to pledge themselves under his command. Shouldn't they be preoccupied with scheming to become Hokage? Ten'ichi, is there some problem? Seeing that Sōshin Ten'ichi's eyes were about to pop out of his head, Baki immediately asked, who delivered this letter? Ten'ichi seriously suspected that Danzo was manipulating things through Root. He's outside. Shall I bring him here now? Baki pointed toward the door. No need. Baki, lead the way. We'll go over there ourselves. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought to himself that if this matter was true, they would need to be careful. The foremost clan of the ninja world coming to pledge allegiance was tremendous news for Sunagakure. Baki nodded, then led Ten'ichi to a heavily guarded house. Upon entering the house, Ten'ichi saw an Uchiha Inabi wearing the garments of the Uchiha clan. Inabi stood up nervously when he saw the Iron Sand Butcher arrive. Show me your Sharingan. Ten'ichi glanced at his black hair, then looked into his eyes. Inabi immediately activated his Sharingan. Seeing that it was a 3-tomo Sharingan, Ten'ichi nodded. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan could not be faked. Speak then. Who do you represent? Sōshin Ten'ichi assumed this man must represent some faction within the Uchiha clan. Their clan leader was indecisive, hardly the type to make such a decision. Lord Ten'ichi, I represent the entire Uchiha clan. Inabi said respectfully. Ten'ichi did not believe him. Crossing his arms, he said coldly, are you trying to fool me? That clan leader of yours wavers back and forth, a complete waste. How could he possibly make this decision? Speak up, who is the true mastermind behind this? Inabi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Their clan leader truly was a failure. Many within the clan did not accept him, and many outside the clan also regarded him as trash. Lord Tianni, originally, I was sent to deliver the message on behalf of Elder Uchiha Setsuna. But later, for unknown reasons, our clan leader also agreed with Elder Setsuna's words. Inabi was also curious inwardly about what had changed their clan leader's mind. Sōshin Ten'ichi thought for a moment. Uchiha Setsuna seemed to be the head of the Uchiha clan's hawkish faction, so it was hardly surprising he would come up with such a scheme. But Fugaku, don't tell me your clan leader plans to go along with this for now, then turn around and report everything to the Konoha higher-ups. Sōshin Ten'ichi was deeply suspicious. That's impossible. How could the clan leader betray us? He is the leader of our Uchiha clan. Inabi immediately shook his head, though Tianni's words had actually stirred doubt in his heart. That's not so certain. Tianni thought of how Fugaku had allowed that man Itachi to massacre the Uchiha clan, and even allowed Itachi to kill him as well. Heaven knows what was going on inside his head. What a waste of a pair of Mangekyo. If you truly wish to cooperate with me, first have your elder Setsuna keep a close watch on your clan leader. Baki, from now on you will be responsible for protecting this man. I'll go have a talk with Kakuzu. Sōshin Ten'ichi glanced at Inabi, then turned and left. Inabi quickly wrote a letter, then summoned a ninja cat to send the message through it. Baki stood to the side and did not stop him. After all, this man had been locked inside this windowless room from beginning to end. He knew nothing of the internal layout of the Sunagakure camp, so naturally there was no worry that he could leak any information. More importantly, Baki had been watching him the whole time while he wrote the letter. Konoha. Uchiha Setsuna was drinking tea when a ninja cat arrived carrying Inabi's letter. After reading the letter, Uchiha Setsuna could not help but sigh. Our clan leader really is mediocre. Even our enemies think he is weak and spineless. Uchiha Setsuna raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he sent a reply to Inabi telling him to rest easy, that Fugaku would not be a problem. Even if Fugaku did become a problem, there was little Setsuna could do. Rather than staying in Konoha and being slowly schemed against by the higher-ups, it was better to gamble on this. Moreover, the chance that Fugaku would cause trouble was very small. At most, he was just trying to keep a foot in both camps. Sunagakure camp. Sōshin Ten'ichi arrived at the temporary storehouse. The supplies the Suna shinobi had seized from the Land of Fire were temporarily piled up here. Stepping into the storehouse, he saw a figure inside, tirelessly counting the plundered money, then sealing it into storage scrolls. Mr. Kakuzu, I'm sorry to trouble you, having you personally come to count the money. Ten'ichi looked at Kakuzu with a smile. Kakuzu stopped his counting hands, turned his head towards Sōshin Ten'ichi, and said, So you're Sōshin Ten'ichi? With a smile on his lips, Ten'ichi sat down beside Kaku. Mr. Kakuzu, I had long wanted to invite you to join our Sunagakure, but sadly, I never had the chance. But I'm a missing nin. Kakuzu did not quite understand why Sunagakure, one of the 5 great villages, would invite a rogue ninja like him. Even if his strength was formidable, he was still a traitorous shinobi. The ninja world had very little tolerance for missing nin. There are good and bad among missing nin. Besides, Mr. Kakuzu, you were betrayed by your village first. Ten'ichi looked at this honest worker before him. How could he despise him just because he was a rogue ninja? Looking across the entire Akatsuki organization, the one who worked hardest and earned the most money was Kaku. Kakuzu fell silent for a moment. Mr. Kakuzu, welcome to Sunagakure. Sōshin Ten'ichi took out a Sunagakure forehead protector from his chest and handed it to Kakuzu. All right. Kakuzu looked at Sōshin Ten'ichi, then took the forehead protector, removed his old one, and put on the Sunagakure headband. Ten'ichi was extremely delighted to see this. The village had gained another Kaga-level shinobi. Although the man's loyalty was still very low, as long as they put him in charge of counting the money from now on, that would be enough. Who wouldn't like a money-making machine who loved counting cash, never stole any of it, and was exceptionally powerful? Mr. Kakuzu, I won't disturb you any longer. Sōshin Ten'ichi then got up and left the warehouse. Kakuzu watched Ten'ichi's retreating figure, lost in thought. Once Ten'ichi disappeared, he turned back around and resumed his great mission of counting money. As Sōshin Ten'ichi walked out of the temporary warehouse, Pakura jumped down from a tree to his side. Ten'ichi, aren't you worried that this guy will one day run off with all the money we worked so hard to plunder? The reason Pakura was here was that she felt uneasy. After all, this was wealth they had painstakingly gathered from all over. Of course I'm not worried. Pakura, trust me. As long as you sincerely treat him as a comrade, he will not betray you. Sōshin Ten'ichi said with a smile. Pakura looked at Ten'ichi's bright, cheerful smile and finally nodded. Fine. If I get the chance later, I'll try to get in contact with him. Ten'ichi smiled and patted her shoulder, thinking to himself, so smooth. Under Pakura's dark, murderous glare, Ten'ichi awkwardly withdrew his hand. Well, believe me, I won't let you down. I'll be going now. Sōshin Ten'ichi hurriedly fled. He truly hadn't been thinking about anything just now. Oomph. Pakura gave a cold snort, then turned and left. Ten'ichi thought he might go see Fujita Yuma. It had been a long time since he had seen his good brother, and he wondered how he was doing. As he walked, Sōshin Ten'ichi noticed many people holding books, occasionally blushing and showing faint smiles. This made Sōshin Ten'ichi a little curious. Since when had the Suna shinobi become so fond of studying? When he found the place where Fujita Yuma was resting, a group of male ninja were gathered at the door, holding a book. Yuma-kun, please give us your autograph. Yes, Yuma-kun, we beg you. The tale of a gutsy ninja you wrote is just too good. Please, Yuma-kun. Zhongshan Tiany's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. No way, no way. Tiany had not expected that this kid had truly become a great author. What a surprise. Watching Fujita Yuma cheerfully signing autographs for everyone, Tiany thought it best not to disturb him for now. He split off some shadow clones to continue practicing ninjutsu, while he himself used reverse summoning to travel to Ryuchi Cave. He wanted to take this opportunity to learn sage arts.